Rising property taxes could cost seniors everything. Vivek Ramaswamy will roll back property taxes to levels from before the end.
Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do it around here.
America's back, common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down, growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 40 and record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead. America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength, America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
The most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs. The Trump archives are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 is setting the table. The banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He said, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
Alright, guys. Looks like stuff in Iran's starting to kick off a little bit. We've had quite a few EAMs during the NASA. Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I think they're doing that in Karachi, Pakistan, which amazes me. It's like a terrorist hub cell. Yeah, I think we're going to be good.
in London feels like a lot of people. I don't know what it's like where you're from.
I do. 6,000 people is not a lot of people.
Really?
Mumbai has 30,000 people per square kilometer.
30,000 people per square.
30,000.
Oh my gosh.
Jammed, one on top of each other generally, but sometimes one above another, one next to each other. Yeah, we're just everywhere.
Wow. What about you, Candice? What's it like in South Africa or Johannesburg?
Not 6,000 and not 30,000 either. So in Johannesburg, there's a high population in South Africa. There are roughly between 2,900 and 3,700 people per square kilometer.
Okay, so a few, but still not as many as London. Nowhere near as many as Mumbai, and basically, Sky blows us all out the water with, beautiful landscapes and not that many people. On Unexpected Elements, each week we look at a news story that you might have heard of, and then use that as a chance to talk about stories from the wonderful world of science that you've probably not heard of. Basically, we start off masquerading as a news show, and then suddenly things start to get really muddy. Here's the news that caught our attention this week.
India is now the most populated country in the world.
Population growth is a great medical success story.
Everything being said, a rising population is a problem.
India's next population census is slated to take place after 2050.
It will take 18 months for the survey to be completed, given how complex the task is. What does this mean for India?
This month, the world's largest census ever began. Over the next year or so, more than 3 million Indian officials will survey India's population of about 1.4 billion. People will be asked questions like, how many people live in your home? Do you own your home? And for the first time in nearly a century, what is your caste? It's a huge task, and to be honest, I find the idea of having this much data quite exciting. It could be the most data we've ever had about a single human population because it's the largest ever census. Shavi, how are you feeling? Are you also excited?
I'm a little apprehensive. We haven't asked about caste since 1935. It's quite a hot button topic.
Do you know why caste has been added after it's not been sort of asked about for so long?
People are convinced it's a political move so that political parties can curry favor with their voter banks and perhaps promise affirmative action or use it as a way to leave people alone with certain rights.
Okay, interesting. We'll have to see. It's going to take a full year to collect all this information, so we're going to have to revisit the topic.
Okay, guys, that is an aircraft talking to a National Command Authority.
They're also having their census starting next week on the 12th of April. But their census is only going to take 2 weeks. So they only have about 2 million people.
Only 2 million, okay. So when a census happens, I know obviously originally, in the very original human censuses, people were sort of travelling on foot to register themselves. Is it largely online now, or are we still sort of travelling to people to make sure that they're not excluded?
So Lesotho is one of the most rural countries in southern Africa. So it's going to be quite hard to reach these populations. They live in very mountainous areas, and there's not a lot of digitalization in terms of how the census is going. It's going to be quite difficult.
But losing track of people in rural areas could be a real problem in a lot of countries.
No, it's not Sky King. It's an aircraft in the Middle East talking to the National Command Authority.
Research published in 2025 by the University of Finland found that the actual number could be much higher than this, and that's because previous population counts have missed out substantial portions of people living in the countryside.
Interesting. Okay, so how did they find this out? Because it feels to me like if you know you're missing people out of the census, then don't.
They didn't know they were missing, and the researchers found this out by accident when they were looking at how building dams causes people to relocate. They found really even horrific.
I would be and I wouldn't be shocked if the Iranians don't show up. And if they do, it'll be short and sweet.
Least accurate, missed 84% of the population.
Oh my gosh,
so that's huge. Yeah, and population estimates experts rely heavily on national population census. The global population estimate could be really quite off.
I imagine this causes big repercussions for not having certain groups represented in data, right?
Yeah, of course, will have impact on health and education and policies and how they developed.
Yeah, incredibly important. And I can imagine if you're sort of looking to divide resources by population for certain areas, you're not going to give them the resources that they need. Definitely something we need to get right. What can we do to address the fact that we might have miscounted our global population?
Well, let me first say that not everyone agrees that we have an underestimate. There are experts who argue that regional estimates might be wrong. It's a big jump to suggest that national level headcounts are also inaccurate. And to fix this, though, whatever the right figures are, I think improvements in satellite imagery and digital registration systems would mean that more recent data is accurate. But the Finnish researchers maintain that because the basic practices for counting, this systemic bias probably still persists in modern data.
Well, hopefully India a potential underestimate for the number of humans that call planet Earth home. Thanks, Chavi. So, Candice, where do you want to take us next?
Well, Caroline, it turns out that the human population is not the only one that's proven difficult to keep track of. I have a question for you. There are over 2 million known species on Earth. How many of those species do you think are officially extinct?
A lot? Maybe 10,000? What do you reckon, Chavi?
I don't know the exact number, but I do know that more than 48,000 species are threatened with extinction, and last year 8 extinct.
Only 8? I mean, that's good. I shouldn't sound shocked. I'm pleased. But I would expect more than 8.
All right, so how many are extinct?
The actual number is only 935.
Okay, 935 is still a lot, but okay.
I mean, I'm pleased because I was expecting it to be much higher.
Well, the question of when a species actually becomes extinct is not really as simple as we think. You know, while many people think that extinction is definitive, the problem is that apparently extinction is incredibly hard to confirm.
I guess that makes sense, right? How do you prove there are no more individuals left of a species? You can't search the whole world.
No, exactly. It's very hard to declare a species extinct. So you essentially have to prove that it doesn't exist anywhere on Earth. And that's nearly impossible, especially when you consider how little of the planet we've actually thoroughly surveyed. You know, in many cases, species simply disappear from our records because no one has actively looked for them. This is often the case due to limited funding, to difficult terrain, to political instability in the regions where they live. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence.
Very true, yeah.
And this has left hundreds of species, in what we call species limbo. So this is where we haven't seen them in decades, sometimes even centuries, but we also can't prove that they're gone. So one found that almost twice the number of mammals, birds, amphibians, and reptiles were in species limbo than had actually been declared extinct.
Okay, so there's not just extinction, there's, we haven't seen one in a while, but we don't know for sure that they're gone. When or how do we declare something extinct? Is it that we haven't seen it for a certain period of time?
Well, historically, scientists tried to simplify things. There was kind of a rule of thumb. If a species hadn't been seen for 50 years, it could be considered extinct. But nature doesn't really follow a neat timeline. So one extraordinary rediscovery completely challenged this idea. In 2020, there was a bird called the black-browed babbler, which was found alive in Borneo. So this was after more than 170 years without a confirmed sighting. So for nearly 2 centuries, the only evidence that existed was a single museum specimen. And then, completely unexpectedly, it was rediscovered by local people who simply came across it in a forest. Imagine.
It'd be so fun to be that person. Be like, did you just see the bird from the local museum? Is it just me, or is that bird?
And you know what? This kind of phenomenon actually is so common that it even has a name. It's called the Lazarus species. So this is a species that disappears from the scientific record only to reappear decades or even centuries later.
In India, we had multiple sightings of a particular snakehead fish, which was seen in 2024 after not being seen since 1933.
I know this shouldn't be an embarrassing thing, but I'm just picturing being a scientist, declaring a species extinct, and then someone popping up and being like, oh, no, don't worry, I've got 2 in my garden. We can relax.
Well, as long as they're 2, right? Not an endling that's just been found and is now like sad and
That's true.
like, uh-oh.
I was about to tell you that, sometimes this also causes problems. So there was a case of I don't know if you've heard about this, the Wallace giant bee. This was the largest bee in the world. It's 4 times the size of a European bee. I mean, this is huge, guys.
I would not want to come across it, assuming it stings.
Me neither. I had to go and Google it to see how big a Wallace bee is. It's huge. So this bee hadn't been seen for decades, and it was widely assumed to be extinct. But then, when scientists rediscovered it, something unexpected happened. Its rarity became valuable. So almost immediately, it became a target for collectors, and one specimen appeared online being sold for thousands of dollars. So it turned a conservation success story into a kind of threat.
Oh, goodness.
Humans are the worst. If I ever rediscover a species, I'm not telling anyone. I'll just look after it and conserve it myself. Because I don't want it to become valuable.
But we'll not know that it exists, and then we'll just declare it extinct. So...
Oh, it's true. It's a difficult one, isn't it? One to ponder. Anyway, thank you, Candice. So, the world's largest census has led us from counting to miscounting. Maybe there are more than 8.
Looks like a true bill has been passed down on Cassidy Hutchins, the lady who testified that Trump tried to take the steering wheel from the Secret Service on J6.
Hello, Ella here with the Unexpected Elements quiz, and this week we're exploring populations. With millions of known species living on the planet, the Earth's population is constantly growing. While some species like orangutans only give birth once every several years, other species can reproduce at a much faster rate. Take the ocean sunfish, which can release around 300 million unfertilized eggs in one go. But as the eggs are fertilized outside the female's body, it's impossible to work out how many eggs become viable offspring and which of the ones that do live are hers. So, I want to know which animal can have the most live babies at one time. A. Seahorses. B. Rabbits. C. Ants. Which animal can have the most live babies at one time? A. Seahorses. B. Rabbits. C. Ants. Have a think, and I'll be back with the answer soon.
You're listening to Unexpected Elements from the BBC World Service, the show that looks at the science lurking behind the news. I'm Caroline Steele. This month, the world's largest census ever began. For the next year or so, India will be collecting data about its population. Censuses unlock information, like who and how many of us live where. And we humans have been doing them for a very long time. And although we still love a census, we now have other ways to learn about ourselves, like studying the unique information in our cells that builds and maintains us, our genome. Since the first human genome was sequenced in 2003, scientists have studied as many as 2 million different genomes, but only a tiny portion of those are from African people. Joining us now is someone hoping to change that. Dr. Ambroise Wonkum, a geneticist from Johns Hopkins University in the US, and he's one of the researchers behind the 3 Million African Genome Project. Welcome, Ambroise.
I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for your invitation.
Oh, well, thanks for coming on. I feel like the first question I need to start with is, what is a genome?
Yes, the way I explain genome to my grandmother is like the library of life. And like in any library, you have shelves, and like any library, you have books. Within the shelves, we have 20,000 books, and geneticists will call it genes. And genetics is the branch of biology or medicine that try to understand the information within the books to make organs alive. The genome is the blueprint of life.
That's a lovely metaphor. What does sequencing a genome mean, and how do you do it?
I think the genome, as we said, is like a library, and the gene like a book, and books we have letters. Maybe God, who created, for those who believe in God, who created that entity called genome, used only 4 letters to write the books. And those letters are A, T, C, and G. And the combination of A, T, C, and G in a different way will allow the production of proteins. So the way we read the genome, first of all, we take a cell from anyone. Within the cell, we have the nucleus, and within the nucleus, you have the genome. So when we say DNA extraction, it means breaking the cell and isolate only DNA within the nucleus. And we're now going to read the all 8 TCGs sequence from the first page to the last page.
And so what exactly is the 3 Million African Genome Project looking to do? Is it sequencing African genomes, trying to study them?
Yes, the 3 Million African Genome Project, what we call TRIMARC, it is a vision that we have proposed and published in the journal Nature some years ago. And it went for one hard fact. In the current library, public library of genome, African genome represents only 2%. But we should be studying African genome 100 times more. And there are 3 reasons why we should focus on African genome, not just African people. Everybody should focus on Africa. The first reason is ancestry. The second reason is ecology of Africa. The third reason is security. If I start with the ancestry reason, we are all African.
Why do you say we're all African?
Humanity evolved in Africa about 300,000 years ago and moved out of Africa to settle in Europe and in Asia around 70,000 years ago. So that means that for 300,000 years, there is a group of human people who have stayed consistently in Africa without moving out of Africa. It also means that the small portion of humanity that moved out of Africa to settle in Asia and in Europe move out of Africa with just a few variation of our genome. And most of the variation of human genome never actually move out of Africa. So when we say we are all African, we are just saying that the oldest genome of humankind is from Africa.
So basically only a small fraction of humans moved out of Africa. So if we ignore the African genome, we're ignoring a hugely diverse gene pool, basically.
That's absolutely correct. I think, and one of the reasons is that if you stay in Africa for 300,000 years, like we stayed, there have been a lot of variation that is just due to environmental component that can affect the way our genome is variable. For example, because Africa have a north-south axis, in the Cairo, you have a Mediterranean climate, and then you have the Sahara, that is very Sahara desert, that is very dry and hot. You have the rainforest in Central Africa. Each of that level of variation have selected different type of variant across different type of population of Africa. For example, if you live under the sun, you're going to select the genes that allow you to have more melanin because you protect yourself against the sun. So you're going to have a darker skin. The infection is another environmental factor that changes our gene. For example, if you are living in a place like in Central Africa where there is a lot of malaria, it has allowed the selection of sickle cell variant that allow resistance to malaria.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. Sickle cell disease is a group of inherited health conditions that affect our red blood cells. It can be very painful and sometimes even deadly. So how does having sickle cell disease stop you from getting malaria?
The malaria parasite, the Plasmodium falciparum, have been in Africa for at least 100,000 years. And when you are infected, you could die of malaria because it destroys your red blood cell. It happened that people who have one variant, which is a variant of sickle cell, resist to that destruction of red blood cell. So that means that progressively, that variant was selected for survival in people that was exposed to malaria. But unfortunately, if you inherit 2 of those variants from both your parents, you have sickle cell anemia. So in other words, if you have only one variant, you are very much protected against malaria. But if you have 2 variants, you have a disease that can potentially kill you. That's the reason why you have a lot of people in Africa. In some African countries, 25% of people who have one variant of sickle cell disease.
Wow. Okay, so it's a huge advantage to be a carrier, essentially, of sickle cell.
It is a major advantage to be a carrier.
Ambroise, I was curious, are there any discoveries that you've already made by studying the African genomes?
I'll pick one example. There is a variant in a gene called PCSK9 that is 200 times more common in African population than in European population. And that variant is associated with the reduction of cholesterol by more than 40 times. And that knowledge have allowed to develop a drugs against cholesterol. And that medication is mostly taken by non-African. So if we do not study African genome, that means that a lot of variation that is important for health and for disease, for diagnostic and for development of new drug will not be found.
Ambrose, you said that sequencing more African genomes was also an issue of equity. Have you ever gotten any examples of how a lack of knowledge of African genetics has affected African people?
Certainly, yes. In the UK, in America, about 2 children out of 1,000 are born deaf. In Africa, it's 6 out of 1,000.
Wow.
50% of those children will be deaf because of a genetic cause. When I was working in South Africa, in Cape Town, I realized that the gene that was very common in children in Europe was actually absent in Black South Africa. So that was the beginning of the project. So the project is to look for what are the genes that are relevant to African children.
And how is the project going? How close to 3 million are you?
We are now working to collect funding to start the project. And when we reach the first 100 million, we will probably launch a call across Africa to get scientists to join the project and to sequence as much genome as possible. Our initial target is 300,000.
Dr. Ambroise Wonkum, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
The world's largest census has just begun, and we've used that as an excuse to look at the way we study life on Earth. From tracking the species that share this planet with us, to what the human genome can reveal, especially when looking at the extraordinary genetic diversity of people in Africa. Plus, we discovered something pretty unexpected. There might be a lot more than 8 billion humans out there. Still to come, roads which play music when you drive on them, I try to weigh the internet, and we hear from you lovely listeners. That's all coming up after this.
This is the BBC World Service, with the latest news, features and analysis from around the world.
These are our main stories.
The world already is very stretched. If we see a massive new wave of displacement come out of the Iran war, there's simply no capacity to handle that right now.
Why are so many countries striking trade deals with India? Today we're asking, is the world's fastest growing major economy about to go into overdrive?
The stories that matter, wherever you are.
One after the other, women rose to their feet and called the hall to these chants of Jin Jian Azadi, woman, life, freedom.
If Ukraine is to move forward, it must face the reality that many men of fighting age are not joining up. It's the war behind the war.
News from the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up after the news, censuses. This month, the largest census in human history began in India. I dream big and try to conduct a census of the entire internet. And we jump from Indian censuses to Indian roads. In particular, one new road which plays music when you drive at the correct speed. Plus, a volcanologist answers a question from one of you lovely listeners. That's Unexpected Elements, coming up shortly.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. The 4 astronauts of the Artemis lunar mission have safely returned to Earth, having made the first manned voyage around the moon in more than half a century. NASA said the 4 astronauts were in good health and described their mission as the start of a new era of human space exploration. An Iranian delegation has arrived in the Pakistani capital Islamabad for talks with the United States aimed at ending the 6-week conflict, the highest level bilateral talks since 1979. Leading his team, Iran's parliamentary speaker said Tehran was ready for a deal if the US granted Iran its rights. Meanwhile, the office of the Lebanese President Youssef Aoun says Lebanon's representatives will meet their Israeli counterparts at the US State Department on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador to Washington has confirmed that formal peace talks will begin. Britain has withdrawn its plan to cede sovereignty of the Chagos Islands and the Indian Ocean to Mauritius after the United States failed to formally give its approval. But London says it hasn't totally abandoned the deal. President Trump has offered to put the full economic might of the US into helping Hungary if voters back the right-wing Prime Minister Viktor Orban on Sunday. Mr. Orban faces an uphill battle to defeat his challenger, Peter Magyar. Brazil initiative with the US to combat
Hostile aircraft intrusion.
It comes despite
Arab
tensions
al-Ramsha.
between Brazil's leftist government and the Trump administration. President of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Guelleh, who's been in power for 27 years, has declared victory after an election where he faced a little-known opponent. And one of the most famous cricket grounds in London, the Oval, has promised work desks with a view of the pitch and super-fast Wi-Fi for fans who visit with their laptops.
Elon.
BBC News.
This is Expected Elements from the BBC World Service, the show that starts with a news story and then goes off on a series of science-filled tangents. I'm Caroline Steele, and I'm in Cardiff in the UK. I'm joined by
Chavi Sachdev in Mumbai, India,
and Candice Bailey in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Every week, the Unexpected Elements team does a kind of census of events that are going on in the scientific world. We read journal articles and newspapers.
Admit.
We even take a look at social media, because we want to find a story that has gone under the radar of global news. Chavi, it's your turn to pick a story this week. What have you got for us? And as always, there's a bonus point for relating it back to our theme, which is censuses.
I will do my best. Well, this story comes from just down the road because I'm taking you home with me to Mumbai. And I'm going to tell you about something that has caused 650 families to sign an official complaint in what you might call a census of discontent.
A stall for effort.
Alarm. Elon. Admit.
Maybe B for implementation.
I'll take it.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Avdon. Ya'ara.
Your roads played music for you as you trundle along in your car.
Absolutely not. I find listening to music when I drive too much. Like
Manot.
when someone in my car wants to put music on, I'm the Scrooge that says, no, I'm driving, no music.
It's so weird, Caroline, because initially I always liked silence. Now I do kind of like a jam or two, you know, when you're driving.
I would wager neither of you would love it. So take a listen to this.
Garnot Hagalil.
What? That doesn't sound like music. That sounds like a dying whale.
Very, very different from having your radio on. This is the musical road in Mumbai. In February of this year, they laid special grooves over a small 500-meter stretch on Mumbai's coastal road. And basically the principle is that it's like a giant vinyl record. So when a car goes between 70 and 80 kilometers an hour, over these grooves in the road, they produce vibrations at certain frequencies. And what you heard was the chorus from the song Jai Ho from the movie Slumdog Millionaire.
Oh, wow. That's so wild.
I would not have got that.
And you now know the reason people complained.
Have you actually driven on this road, Chavi?
I have, more times than I can count. And I'm so grateful that we were going too slow or too fast because I haven't heard it. Apparently, there are signboards installed at 500, 200 meters, and 100 meters away from the rumble strip to let people know the music is about to start, but I was completely oblivious.
But also, there's nothing you can do about it, right? You can't be like, no, I don't want the music.
No, and that is precisely the problem. There is no way to turn it off. And a noise activist I spoke to said, it just sounds like something's wrong with the transmission of your car, like you don't even know there's music playing. But the residents along the route have been complaining about the noise because any time of the day they could hear it. And at night, when it's really quiet, can you imagine having to hear this stupid chorus played like a child on a beginner Casio over and over and over?
Oh my gosh, yes, it would drive you totally bananas.
So the residents have been really irate, and finally in March the municipality said that they'll assess the decibel levels, which they have, and the noise activist Sumaira Abdulali also went and did several recordings. When they measured the decibel levels from in the car, it was almost 90 decibels, and from the homes close by, the road was making 65 decibels of noise, which is as loud as a conversation between people who are standing just a meter apart. It's not a lot, but imagine when you're trying to sleep and someone 1 meter away is plonking Jai-Ho on loop, so you would probably complain too.
Why on earth is this happening? Roads don't need to be musical.
I don't have an answer for this question. What's your next question? So I heard that one of the reasons they implemented it was actually to stop accidents because it is a rumble strip. If you go too fast, the vibrations become uncomfortable, makes drivers slow down. Why did they have to be musical? I don't know.
Okay, so the aim is to stop drivers driving too quickly to make the roads safer, and I guess also less noisy if people are driving slower, but not less noisy if you add a tune.
I think they thought it was a good touristic gimmick because it's been popular where it's been implemented. The original concept was developed in Japan back in 2007 by engineer Shizuo Shinoda, and he discovered this after he accidentally scraped some markings into a road with a bulldozer, and then he drove over them and realized that they produce what sounds like a variety of musical notes. So India is only the 5th country in the world to get a musical road, joining Hungary, Japan, South Korea, and the United Arab Emirates.
So what's the current status of the road? Have the government listened to all these complaints?
I spoke to Samara, the activist who recorded the audio, and she said that last week the authorities started shutting down the music at night. You may ask how? Do they have a remote control? No. Are they paving over it? No. They just barricade the lane during the night. So basically, a $650,000 road loses an entire lane when the music needs to be turned off.
I love the idea and the sort of the enthusiasm behind making road safety fun. But my heart goes out to these poor, poor residents.
And the song sounds terrible. It sounds like a horror movie.
Do you know what a pianola is?
Ooh, is it a cross between a piano and a violin?
A viola?
A viola, that's more likely.
It's like the blowhorn version of a keytar.
Oh, yes, I've seen it. It's the thing that you blow and you play.
Yes, I had one as a child, and I was not very good at it, and this is what it reminds me of.
Okay, so musical roads don't help reduce noise pollution, but Chavi, you mentioned this is a huge issue in the area. What could be done instead to reduce noise pollution?
One of the things people could start with is awareness of how noise affects people. I think people are oblivious to the negative effects of noise and how it is really hard on us. And having quiet zones and really big fines. So a concerted drive from the government, the civic bodies, and of course our population. So, jai ho to that.
Thank you, Chavi. So next time I get annoyed by cars driving past my bedroom window, I'll try and at least be grateful that they're not also playing the same song on repeat. And next, it's the part of the show where we dive into our inbox. We conduct a census, if you will, to see what you listeners have been writing to us about. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about murmurations. Those moments where birds fly in tight, shifting formations, somehow avoiding collisions. They show a level of coordination that puts us humans to shame, which led to David from Belgium to write in with his idea for how humans could achieve something similar. I've actually met David, so hi David. He's a very loyal World Service listener. So David's email said, "Dear Unexpected Elements team, my little experiment moving through the busy shopping street without getting bumped into, just put your face onto a neutral, leaning towards angry expression. Take the centre of the street, furthest away from the buildings on either side, and walk at a fast, confident pace, and you get to enjoy a murmuration of doom-scrolling tourists without getting bumped into."
That's so weird. I read something the other day that when you're walking past somebody and you look at their right shoulder or the shoulder closest to you as they're walking past you, they're unlikely to bump into you. That might just be nonsense.
Interesting. When I was on the Isle of Skye last week, there's a lot of single-track roads. So when you pass someone, you have to pull to either side. But there are clearly quite a few tourists because if you're driving in the UK, it feels obvious that you pull to the left because we drive on the left-hand side of the road. But I ended up in a couple of awkward moments where some people were pulling to the right, kind of like when you walk past a person and no one knows which side to go on. And different nations have different sort of unspoken rules. I think here in the UK, you go to the left, basically.
Interesting. So my tactic is to slant like towards one side, so one shoulder leads, and then you sort of shovel through. Like, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, elbow action, shoulder action.
Yeah, kind of like making myself as thin as possible,
yes.
as lean as possible.
Like you're squeezing through a gap.
My tactic is basically avoid crowds because I hate squeezing past people.
30,000 people per kilometer is all I'm going to say there.
Yes, you've had the best training of all of us. So the next thing that was picked up from our inbox, after chatting about the Northern Lights on a recent show, we've had some emails about listeners' experiences of the Northern Lights. Candice, do you want to read out this message? It's from Lauren in Canada.
Yeah, sure, Caroline. Lauren writes, until someone told me, I did not know that the best way to see Aurora Borealis was through my camera or phone lens. Now I'm that person standing outside in front of my house, dressed in my PJs and my winter coat, looking up at the sky with my phone. And I've seen amazing northern lights. Without looking through a lens, even on my super bright show, they were very hard to see.
Thank you for your email, Lauren. It seems like the Northern Lights are sort of one of few things that look better through your phone than in real life. I visited Svalbard, which is a group of islands off the north coast of Norway, and I was lucky enough to see the Northern Lights, and they were amazing. I mean...
Wait, with your naked eye?
With my naked eye, and I saw the sort of green fingers.
I'm envious.
Because when I was there, it's dark 24/7. You saw them all the time, like several times a day. Residents don't even bother looking up in the winter.
Wow.
But when I held up my phone, it looked even more amazing. It could pick up more colours, more sort of brightness and kind of patterns. But I think that's rare. Most things, whenever you try to take a picture of a sunset or a beautiful landscape, it always looks worse through your phone, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I know. I was in Lesotho this weekend, and I was trying to take these beautiful pictures of the skyline, and it's always just watered down.
It never makes it look better. But this is a rare exception to the rule. Have either of you seen the Northern Lights?
Sadly, only through my stupid phone lens, and I feel like that doesn't count. I want to see them so glorious that I can see them with my naked eyes. I'm not counting them.
You've got to go much further north, Charlie, or south. You're too close to the equator.
I've just had bad luck. I've gone further north and chased them and been still unblessed.
Oh
no. Oh, that's really unlucky.
But the quest continues. I'm not done trying.
What about you, Candice? Have you seen them?
No, I've not seen them, sorry. I would love to, but I haven't yet.
I think you can occasionally see them in South Africa. Really rare.
Would it be the Aurora Australis that you would see?
Yes. Well, maybe at some point we'll have to do a Northern Lights or Aurora Chasing Unexpected Elements episode where we go and record outside in some beautiful snowy environment.
Okay, count me in.
I'm in.
Thank you so much to everyone who got in touch. Please do keep sending us emails to unexpected@bbc.co.uk. Or you can WhatsApp us on +44 330 678 3080. Or why not write to us at Unexpected Elements, BBC World Service, Cardiff CF10 4GA. We'll be right back after this.
Ella here again. Are you ready for the answer to this week's quiz? Earlier I asked you which animal can have the most live babies at one time. A. Seahorses, B. Rabbits, C. Ants. The answer is A. Seahorses. Male seahorses can birth up to 2,000 live young at once. Females deposit their eggs in a pouch on the male stomach where they are fertilized. The pouch's water salinity is carefully regulated, preparing the young, known as fry, for life in the sea. When they're ready to be born, the male seahorse experiences muscular contractions to expel the fry from the pouch. But once born, the tiny fry are left to fend for themselves, meaning only a handful out of every 1,000 live until adulthood. So, next time the men in your life complain about having a cold, tell them to be grateful they're not a seahorse.
We love hearing your thoughts and stories, but we also want your questions. Because we have a section of the show called Ask the Unexpected, where we essentially act like a nerdy matchmaking service, connecting your question to a scientist with the answers. This week's question comes from Rob in Birmingham in the UK.
Hello, Unexpected Elements. Something I don't understand. People often refer to extinct volcanoes, such as the rock on which Edinburgh Castle sits. How do we know Is it simply a matter of time? Does someone decide they're extinct?
Thanks so much, Rob, for sending in your question. So Rob was born in Edinburgh in Scotland, which is home to a huge castle built on Castle Rock, which is an extinct volcano that formed about 340 million years ago. But how do scientists decide when to call a volcano an extinct volcano? To help us find the answer, we've matched Rob and his question with Tamsin Mather. She's a professor of earth sciences at the University of Oxford.
Terms like extinct are used by volcanologists, and I think sometimes they can be a bit inconsistent in the way that we use them, so it's not really a surprise there's a bit of confusion out there. So some volcanologists would say, or perhaps many would say, that a volcano or volcanic field that has not erupted within the Holocene, which is a geological time period, which is from the recent ice age, so it's just under 12,000 years ago, they call that extinct. But actually, that's a completely arbitrary cutoff, and it's not unheard of for volcanoes that are considered extinct to occasionally erupt. So it's a pretty long time, but there are still exceptions to that rule. And it's really important to pay attention to the characteristics of the volcano itself. So if there's evidence of magma beneath the ground, so like systems like Yellowstone, which last erupted about 70,000 years ago, but we know there's still magma under the ground, it's still hot under the ground. So we wouldn't call that extinct, we'd just call that dormant.
So some volcanologists call volcanoes extinct because they haven't erupted in a long time, but they could still erupt, which to me feels a bit misleading. I'd like to be able to completely relax and enjoy extinct volcanoes, safe in the knowledge that they're not going to spew lava.
So I think really a better definition of an extinct volcano is when the magma source has moved away. A really good example of this is the Hawaiian volcanic chain. So the current active volcanoes are on Big Island, Hawaii. They're Kilauea and Mauna Loa. And there's a new active seamount just offshore as well. But it's left a trail of extinct volcanoes behind it. And the reason that these are truly extinct is because the hotspot in the Earth's mantle that causes the melting of the Earth's mantle and is the source of the magma is now underneath Big Island, Hawaii. So it's no longer underneath the islands off to the northwest. Those volcanoes are no longer active, and we have a really, really good, sound understanding of why they're no longer active.
That makes more sense to me, right? To declare a volcano extinct where something has changed, meaning it can no longer erupt. What do you guys think?
Much more comfortable with that as a definition.
Yes.
So I've actually been swimming in a lake that's formed over the top of a collapsed active supervolcano.
Wow.
Yeah, it's in New Zealand. It's called Lake Taupo. And yeah, it's warm because it's on top of a volcanically active area. It's super deep. It hasn't erupted in 1,800 years, but it will erupt again, which was a pretty scary swim. I sound like I'm just trying to show off it. It was amazing.
Yeah, you do sound like you're trying to show off, but it's quite cool, I must say. The closest I've gotten to a volcano was flying over the mount near Goma in DRC on the way, and you could just see the bubbling. It was a beautiful sight.
So we don't have any active volcanoes on mainland India, but the closest I've been was in Indonesia when I was in central Java.
Yeah, volcanoes have always been something that fascinate me, but also really scare me, but I just can't help but read lots about. Thank you so much, Professor Tamsin Mather, and thank you, Rob, for sending in your question. Listeners, have you got a question bubbling underneath the surface? Have you spent so long searching for an answer that you feel like you're about to erupt? Well, before you do that, why not send us your question? You can email us at unexpected@bbc.co.uk, or you can WhatsApp us on +44 330 678 3080, or you could even write to us. We do love a postcard. Unexpected Elements, BBC World Service, Cardiff, CF10 4GA. We've come to the part of the show where I get to dig a bit deeper into a story of my own, something inspired by this week's theme. Now, once upon a time, the usual Unexpected Elements presenter, Marnie Chesterton, and I carried out a census of the internet.
Ooh.
Yeah. What a great exercise, Caroline.
It all began on the World Service show I usually present, Crowd Science, where a listener wrote in asking how much the internet weighs. So, of course, Marnie and I did the maths. It was back in 2023, and you can find the episode by searching "What is the weight of the internet?" wherever you get your podcasts.
What is the internet that you were measuring, Caroline?
Well, that's the big question, right? So I would argue that the internet is just the electrons and photons that carry the information that we rely on. Marnie, however, I would argue was wrong, but she thinks that the internet is all of the infrastructure that we rely on to make the internet work. What do you guys think?
I think we have to count the infrastructure.
Okay, well, that is exactly what Marnie and I did. So we began with undersea cables. So the way it works is basically this information is being transmitted via undersea cables which connect these continents. To work out how much the internet weighs, I spoke to someone who I hoped might be able to help me weigh these cables.
My name is Lane Burdett, and I'm a researcher at a company called Telegeography, and we study kind of how the internet works and what it looks like.
So at Telegeography, you make maps of the internet, right?
Yeah, that's part of what we do, yeah.
So I've got one of your amazing maps up in front of me. It's covered in hundreds of lines which represent all these subsea cables. How big are we talking? Could you compare one of these cables to something that people will be familiar with?
Yeah, just think garden hose.
Garden hose?
Yeah, it's small.
It's just kind of mind-blowing that something so small can contain so much information.
I agree. That's part of my obsession with these systems, because I deeply love submarine cables. It's just this like insane idea that just works through this combination of like magic and science, you know?
Do you have any idea how many kilometers of cables there are out there on the ocean floor?
Oh yeah, we can certainly add up everything that we have. It's 1,400,023 and 636 kilometers is what we have. So 1.4 million.
1.4 million
kilometers
of cable.
Yes, on the ocean floor.
Wow. So, Caroline, I'm so discombobulated by this number. 1.4 million kilometers of cable. How much does this weigh? Gosh.
So we did some maths and basically worked out that the 1,423,636 kilometers of ocean cable that we know exist weigh about 2 million metric tons. But Lane pointed out that there's even more cable that we need to be worrying about.
You also need to account for terrestrial cables. So the number I told you of 1.4, that's only subcables under the ocean, but there's still the cables that go between data centers into your home.
Oh no.
You could probably use the kilometers of paved road in the world as some kind of proxy.
Ah, that's a great idea. Because you reckon along every paved road there's going to be internet cables, basically.
Yes. I think some roads are going to have more, maybe there's roads that have less.
Yeah, I mean, we're aware this is going to be very much an ish.
Less ish and more at least.
So, there's about 21 million kilometres of road in the world. About 35% of that is paved, which gives us another 7.4 million kilometres of cable, which means the weight of terrestrial cable and subsea cables combined is about 12 million tons.
But the internet is more than just cables, right?
Exactly. So if you're listening to this episode of Unexpected Elements via your phone, it probably arrived at your phone via a cell tower.
Sure, yeah, those tall triangle-like things, right?
Exactly. So there are 8 million cell towers in the world.
Good grief.
I know, so many more than I was expecting. They weigh an average of 10 tons.
Oh,
so, all right. 8 million cell towers, exactly 80 million tons of cell tower. And that podcast episode will arrive at the cell tower via undersea cables, which we've worked out the weight of the cables. But those cables are connected to the place the podcast and the rest of the information in the internet is stored. They're called sensors.
That is the answer I was looking for.
Well, so what we did, we didn't weigh the building, we just weighed the equipment inside the building-ish, and we got only 550 tons, interestingly, but we're not including any bricks or mortar.
It's still a lot.
It's a lot, and we're not done. broadcast using cellular data like 3G, but you could be listening using Wi-Fi, which means we need to add up all the boxes in people's homes that deliver Wi-Fi, and when we add all of those together, we found that they weigh about 520,000 metric tons. And then also, you might live in a really remote area, and you could be getting access to the internet via satellite, which we've estimated to weigh about 50,007 tons.
So are we done? Can we get a total number for the internet infrastructure?
We're done. We've got a grand total of 92,920,557 tons.
Caroline, you cannot graduate as a mathematician.
But I also think I need to say, for accuracy's sake, Molly and I did this back in 2023. It's now 3 years later. I wonder how much heavier the internet is now, because it's definitely not got lighter. But anyway, it was a lot of fun to try and work it out, and basically it was fun to learn how the internet works, because I had no idea that all these different parts were involved.
Wild. Sure.
So, a show that began with the news of the largest census in history has ended up with doing a census of the internet. We've also taken detours to chat about how we know when a species counts as extinct, roads which play music when you drive over them, and we found a volcanologist to answer a question from one of you lovely listeners.
Echo. Lima. Bravo.
And I'm afraid that's all we've got time for. It's time for us to go, but first I want to say a huge thank you to Candice Bailey in Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you, Candice.
Thanks so much, Caroline.
And thank you, Chavi Foxtag in Mumbai, India. Thanks so much, Chavi.
My pleasure. Always your home.
I'm Caroline Steele, and the producer was Lucy Davis, with Ella Hubbard, Annie Harper, and Georgia Christie. Do join us next week for more Unexpected Elements.
India. X-ray. Juliet. 6. 3. 6. Lima. Bravo.
This is the BBC World Service, and for this month's World Questions, we're in Nepal.
It was the year of Nepal that toppled their government with vast protests. Now voters have handed a huge election victory to a party that's barely tasted power. In a world first, Gen Z has voted in a government committed to its aims. We debate if it can deliver.
World Questions, today at 11 GMT. In half an hour, Inheritance, Samsung.
Emily is here with the story of a family drama behind one of the world's biggest companies. Today, a correction scandal topples the dynasty's founder, and a new leader is a disaster. Amid the chaos comes a betrayal that will haunt the family for decades.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
5. Stand by. Message follow.
Welcome to the newsroom. I'm Anchor Decide. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
The manned space capsule carrying 4 astronauts has returned safely, splashing into the Pacific Ocean, a successful conclusion to the first crewed voyage to the moon and back in over half a century. We'll bring a reaction to some of the significance of this voyage and reaction from the US as experts consider this to be a key stepping stone towards future lunar landings. Also, in other news,
The most important event in the world that is going to take place or directly is going to take operation, but indirectly is going to affect the whole broader South.
An Iranian delegation has arrived in Pakistan for negotiations with the United States, whose team is also on its way. But Tehran said earlier that talks couldn't begin unless there was a ceasefire in Lebanon. We've got more of this to come on the newsroom after this update. BBC News with Fiona McDonald. The 4 astronauts of the Artemis lunar mission have safely returned to Earth, having made the first manned voyage around the moon in more than half a century. The Orion capsule, aided by parachutes, splashed down off Southern California after 10 days in space. Rick Hensling is the mission's entry flight director.
Truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all the international partners. It has proved time and again that they were going for all humanity, and today we fulfill that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. We hit our flight pathfinder target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day.
NASA said the astronauts were in good health and described their mission as the start of a new era of human space exploration. Experts see their achievement as a key stepping stone towards future lunar landings. Pam Liestma was among the crowd watching the splashdown at the Columbia Memorial Space Center in Los Angeles.
I was speechless. I was just it was so exciting to finally, I was alive during the Apollo program. I was in 10th grade when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, and now this is the next generation, the Artemis generation. Finally, for it to happen, and then to see the fulfillment of mission accomplished. We're so grateful for this.
An Iranian delegation has arrived in Pakistan for talks in the United States aimed at ending the 6-week conflict. Leading his team, Iran's parliamentary speaker Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf said Tehran was ready for a deal if the US granted Iran its rights. President Trump said the Strait of Hormuz would be opened up with or without the Iranians and called Tehran's chokehold on the waterway its only card. Tom Bateman is in Washington.
They clearly have cards because they have survived a war launched by the US and Israel that was intended to kill them and to bring in regime change, which was very clearly the Israeli objective, was arguably the American objective too, and it hasn't succeeded. So, Mr. Trump sort of 6 weeks into this war, with now this very tenuous ceasefire, I think has few real objectives that he can point to other than the sort of destruction of conventional weaponry. But even that, some of the American claims I think are a bit dubious here.
Delegations from Lebanon and Israel will meet in Washington on Tuesday with US mediation, more than a month into a devastating renewed conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. The Israeli side says it won't discuss a possible ceasefire with Hezbollah. Israel maintains its offensive of recent weeks is aimed at Hezbollah targets, but its airstrikes have killed nearly 2,000 people, including numerous children. BBC News. President Trump has offered to put the full economic might of the United States into helping Hungary, if voters back his ally, the right-wing nationalist Prime Minister Viktor Orban, in Sunday's election. Mr. Orban, who's been in power for 16 years, is facing an uphill battle to defeat his challenger, Peter Mojbar. Earlier this week, Mr. Mojbar warned against any foreign interference. Britain has withdrawn its plan to cede sovereignty of the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean to Mauritius after the United States failed to formally give its approval. The deal would see the UK pay Mauritius to lease back a joint UK-US military base there. In January, President Trump called the deal an act of total weakness, despite earlier expressing support. Nick Gardley has more.
Yes, President Trump has blown hot and cold on this over the last few months, and it seems like the government has at points been able to persuade him of the merits of this deal, but recently he's been absolutely bombastic in his criticism of it. He is not on board, and because of that, the government is saying it's not going to bring this legislation back until he is on board, and it's not clear to me that that's definitely going to happen.
Brazil says it's agreed to step up information sharing with the United States to combat transnational crime, especially arms and drugs trafficking. The new deal comes despite strained relations between Brazil's leftist government and the Trump administration. The meeting last year between Presidents Lula da Silva and Trump did lead to a reduction in trade tariffs. The latest accord will see the two countries' customs authorities exchange intelligence and tax data. The chairman of the U.S. House Oversight Committee has said he agrees with the First Lady Melania Trump's comments that there should be a public hearing for victims of Jeffrey Epstein. BBC News.
Hi, listen to the newsroom from the BBC World Service with me, Curtis. Welcome to the program.
This show's been made as the 4 astronauts of the Artemis 2 lunar mission have safely returned to Earth, having made the first manned voyage to the moon and back in over half a century. The Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, splashed down into the Pacific Ocean after 10 days in space. They're breaking the record for the furthest humans have ever travelled into space. And this is the moment the bullseye splashdown took place on the official NASA feed.
Splashdown confirmed. Romeo.
Splashdown, loading on the India.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne, a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Looks as though the moment a little earlier when communications were re-established. After very tense 6 minutes, the NASA's mission controllers had no contact with the crew as it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. Medical officer said all 4 members of the crew are feeling great. They're now on board a US Navy ship. As a news conference, NASA Associate Administrator Amit Shukla looked ahead to future missions. Just after the splashdown was confirmed, I spoke to our science correspondent, Philip Bush.
History's been made, and it's been made to perfection. This mission has so far been flawless. The tense moment was when the capsule entered the atmosphere. There were question marks about the head shield, which didn't function properly during the first test flight of an uncrewed mission 3 years ago. So everyone was a bit worried. Would it work this time with 4 people on board? And it did. We heard there was 6 minutes of silence. It was excruciating. This was the time that if anything was going to go wrong, it would go wrong then. And we were just waiting and waiting to make sure that we heard back from the astronauts, and we did. Reed Wiseman said, Houston, we read you loud and clear. There was a cheer in Mission Control, and there's just been a cheer in the BBC newsroom. That said, the chutes have opened. Integrity has splashed down. It just looked gorgeous with its red and white parachutes sailing majestically across the Pacific Ocean. There's still work to be done. The rescue vessels are on the way. They need to be extracted from the capsule. These are not trivial matters, but the worst is over. This has been 10 days that have made history, but it's not the end of the story. Hopefully, this will set astronauts up for another test flight and eventually landing on the moon, they say, by 2028, but I think they're being a bit optimistic about that.
So Paulo, are we likely to see more history making in the coming years? You said it could take longer than 2028. Why is that?
Well, it's incredibly ambitious. For one thing, the lunar landers have not yet been built. They're supposed to be tested next year by docking in Earth orbit to see if they can dock. The key problem is that these lunar landers are not the lunar landers I remember seeing when I was a boy, which was just basically a small van designed to carry 2 astronauts down to the lunar surface and back. These are gigantic vehicles that have been designed to carry infrastructure, because this time NASA plans to stay on the moon, take stuff up there, build things. Now, these landers need refueling, and they'll need to be refueled in space. It's hard enough refueling them on the ground. The Artemis 2 mission was cancelled twice because they couldn't get the refueling right. Just imagine how hard it's going to be in space. So once they overcome that problem, then they've got to test the lunar lander. So an awful lot to do in just 2 years. However, one must say that they have achieved a near flawless mission with Artemis 2. So who knows? Maybe we will see landing on the moon in 2028.
Pallav, it's been an incredible 10 days for the 4 astronauts involved. Just talk us through what happens for them. I guess there'll be some strict and stringent medical tests as well. And then when are they likely to see their families and friends and loved ones and their colleagues at NASA as well?
They'll feel a bit wobbly on their feet, not because their muscles have gone. They haven't been in space long enough for that. But the balance things in the inner ear has not got used to gravity yet, so they'll be feeling a bit dizzy, but that'll go in a couple of hours. They will be on board the rescue vessel being checked out for any neurological issues, health issues. Once they're past fit, then they'll be able to see their families, who must be so relieved and so delighted that they're back safely on Earth.
Pallab Ghosh there. Well, that relief and excitement is being felt by people following this all around the world. Our LA correspondent Shama Khalil is at a landing watch party at the Columbia Memorial Space Center and told us about the moment the capsule splashed down safely.
I have a list of emotions now that I have felt: fear, anticipation, excitement, nerves, anxiety, pride, happiness. This is what I was feeling all around me. This is what the atmosphere was like. And then the moment where the people here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center saw the parachutes deploying, and then a huge cheer, and then the second set of parachutes and a huge cheer. But then that splashdown happened, and the relief was palpable, but also the pride and the happiness. This is, of course, the same, not just for people here where I am, but also around the country and around the world. I was speaking to a mother who brought her two daughters here, an 11-year-old and an 8-year-old, and I said, why is it important for you to bring them? And she said, this doesn't happen every day, but this is almost miraculous that we get to witness this, and I want them to tell their children. I was speaking to Ben Decoy. He's the president of the Space Center, and he said this feels like a concert hall, and it feels like we're putting out the best concert in town. Everyone's eyes are on that screen right now, and I can tell you this is rock and roll on another level. This is not just for the space enthusiasts. This is also for the families who want to tell their children that they're witnessing history, that they're witnessing a moment that the world hasn't seen in almost 5 decades, and they get to see it live.
Simon, before we let you go, is this something that will inspire the next generation of astronauts? Is that the sense that you're getting in terms of the increased appetite for civilian space travel in the future?
I think so, and I think this is really what you get from speaking to people here, from speaking to staff at the Space Center, but also from the community, that they want their children to take an interest in this, and this is really a STEM-conscious community, if you will. They're interested in sciences, they're interested in space, and for an event like this, of this magnitude, of this historical heft to happen for the children, it really marks a very important moment in their lives. And I think absolutely, I was speaking to a teacher here, a retired teacher, who said that it's moments like this that you can then push forward space programs, push forward space studies for children, and get them interested at an early age. The number of children, young children, that are dressed like astronauts, boys or girls, they're so cute, I can tell you, and they all want to take pictures next to astronauts. So I think definitely, yes, everyone has space on their mind.
Shama Khalil reporting. You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. Final preparations are being made in Pakistan for historic talks between the US and Iran, which could pave the way for a lasting peace, or if they fail, lead to a return to major conflict in the Middle East. The US delegation is being led by the Vice President, J.D. Vance. Before flying to Islamabad, he made the American position clear.
We're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see.
The fact that the two sides will be meeting face-to-face is significant enough. But big hurdles remain. No sooner had Mr. Vance taken to the skies than Iran demanded preconditions for the talks in Islamabad, including a ceasefire in Israel's war in Lebanon. And of immediate concern for the global economy is whether Iran will allow more oil to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Advanced teams from both sides already in the Pakistani capital, which is in effect in lockdown ahead of the talks. From there, our Pakistan correspondent Caroline Davies sent this report.
All eyes are on Islamabad as Pakistan's capital prepares to host one of the most high-profile diplomatic events in its history. Schools, colleges and many offices have been closed over the last 2 days as this city has begun ramping up security. Driving around the city is increasingly difficult, particularly the closer you get to the red zone, the area where the embassies and Pakistan's government buildings are based.
Red zone band hai?
Red zone band hai.
So we've made it through some back roads to the area known as Dichuk, which is just on the outside of the red zone. And this is normally a very major road, big arterial road, Jinnah Avenue through Islamabad, but it is completely closed off all the way down the road as far as I can see. And instead, there are tens of camera crews and satellite vans ready to cover the talks whenever they start. Where have you come from today to cover this?
Istanbul.
Istanbul.
Yes.
Why was it so important? When did you get in?
I mean, it's the most important event in the world. It's going to be the most important event in the world, since the talks that are going to take place here is not only going to affect the region, but also directly it's going to affect the region, but indirectly it's going to affect the whole in a broader sense.
The trust is low, the differences between their positions wide, and any talks that do happen are likely to be challenging.
Caroline Davies reporting. Well, our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, is also in the Pakistani capital.
After some doubt as to whether the Iranians would show up, their planes touched down here in Islamabad, and it has brought a very senior delegation, including the foreign minister, the secretary of the defense council, central bank governor, some leading MPs, and most importantly, Iran's parliamentary speaker, a former commander in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, who's a hardliner who's regarded as a pragmatist. So he's meant to lead the talks with that U.S. delegation, which is now on its way. But even now, Iranian media are reporting that there are still preconditions that have to be met if the talks are going to happen. Most of all, there has to be a ceasefire in Lebanon as well. Israel has to stop attacking the positions of Hezbollah. And so there's still a little bit of doubt. But if the talks take place, history will be made. They will be the talks at the highest level, face to face, since the 1979 Islamic Revolution ruptured their relations. Will progress be made? As we've been hearing, the gaps are still wide. But if they make a start, it will send a signal of a commitment to diplomacy, faced with a very real risk of an escalation in an already too dangerous war.
At least you said that they're reporting from Islamabad. So what will the Trump administration want out of these talks? Well, Sarah Smith is in Washington.
The biggest issue is opening the Strait of Hormuz, because it's the increase in the oil price that's really been hurting Donald Trump with voters in a year, of course, when there are important elections in November. And it wasn't even an issue before he started these attacks on Iran 6 weeks ago. The other thing that's most important for the United States is Iran's enriched uranium. They will insist that Iran stop all enrichment activity, and they want Iran to actually hand over its existing stockpile of highly enriched uranium, because Donald Trump has always said Iran must never be able to have a nuclear weapon. And he has been issuing threats throughout the day as well. He's been saying that fresh weapons and ammunition are being loaded onto American warships in the region, and that he is ready to use them to attack Iran if he doesn't get the deal he wants. But the truth is, there really is no appetite here at the White House or among the American public to start this war on Iran again. As Donald Trump was making his way to Air Force One, he described what he had said to J.D. Vance before he left to join these negotiations.
Well, I wish him luck. He's got a big thing. We'll find out what's going on. They're militarily defeated, and now we're going to open up the Gulf, with or without him. But that'll be open. We're going to be, or the Strait as they call it, and I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off one way or the other.
Yeah, so Donald Trump sounding optimistic there, but he knows that if he was to return to attacking Iran, it would be pretty unpopular with the American public, so that is not the option that is preferred here.
Sarah Smith reporting from Washington. Hungarians are going to the polls in a crucial parliamentary election on Sunday, with veteran Prime Minister Viktor Orban and his Fidesz party facing a powerful challenge from the opposition TISA party. Nick Thorpe sent this report on an election expected to have an impact far beyond Hungary's borders.
A chill April evening in Szombathely in the far west of Hungary. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is due at any moment, and a crowd several thousand strong is impatient. Many carry Hungarian red, white and green flags. Miklos is the mayor of a nearby village.
I support him because he helps families, and especially because of the cap he has imposed on utility bills, and the cap on fuel prices now.
In the election campaign, Viktor Orban stresses one theme above all. He stands for peace in neighbouring Ukraine, he says, while his rival Peter Magyar of the Tisa party would drag Hungary into the war against Russia with those he calls the warmongers in Brussels.
In such a situation, we cannot allow a pro-Ukrainian government to replace a national government and send your money to support the war in Ukraine.
But in the crowd, mixed with the chants of his own supporters, were the chants of the opposition. Filthy Fidesz, they shouted, a common refrain from those who accuse this government of feathering its own nest. Viktor Orban is fighting for his political life. I've come to Kiskunlothaza, just south of Budapest, to see Peter Magyar address a Tisa party rally. The crowd is younger. The candidate is 17 years younger than Orban. He speaks calmly to them while Orban bellows into the microphone. And he preaches a message of unity, of an end to the division, the constant search for external and internal enemies of the Orban years. In the crowd, I spoke to some of those who'd gathered to hear him at 9 o'clock on a spring morning.
I really want a big change. I believe he is a very honest person. He discovered many bad things that Orban did.
Driving back to Budapest, I listened to the news on the state radio. It begins with 10 minutes devoted to the Fidesz message, with just 1 minute for the Tisa party. The last weeks have been marked by many scandals. Viktor Orban has long been described as the most pro-Russian leader in the EU. And it's not just the Russians. The US Vice President J.D. Vance was in Budapest this week to lend Mr. Orban his support.
You have stood up to the bureaucrats. You have stood up to the nihilists. And now I wonder, will you do it again?
It's strange to see an election splitting NATO, the US with Orban, most other members rooting for the other side. But time is running out for anyone hoping to influence this election. A record turnout is expected on Sunday. Rarely has so much attention from around the world been focused on this small Central European country.
Nick Thorpe reporting from Hungary. Let's go back to our top story and the splashdown of the Artemis 2 mission astronauts after going further away from Earth than any human has ever been. And it's something that's captured a lot of imaginations. As for why, who better to hear from than two people who know what it's like up in space. Here are former NASA astronauts Nicole Stott and Steve Swanson speaking to my colleague Holly Gibbs.
There is just this awe and wonder that's presented through the way these missions are flown, through the vantage point of the place that we're in. And you think about these 4 human beings that are traveling further than any human have ever traveled off of our planet. That's a pretty exciting thing to think about. And then the fact that they're able to share that experience with us live inside of their Orion spacecraft, and the opportunity to experience who and where we all are in space together this way, I think it's attractive to everyone, and it should be.
Steve, what about you?
I think as humans, we like to explore and go new places. And so this is definitely watching somebody else go to this really new place. Yes, we've been there before, but this is something that they have never seen in person. And to see them and get to feel the same things because they do such a good job of explaining their emotions, what they're seeing out the window, everything like that, that I think they're taking everybody along, and then they're doing such a good job of being welcoming to everybody out there that we all feel like we're with them on that trip.
And Steve, how encouraging have you found this reaction for the future of people wanting to become astronauts and wanting to go to space?
Well, I'd say yes, not just people wanting to go to space, but people who like the space exploration as a field or an industry. I have students that I work with on that, and everybody's watching. All the students have that live stream going all the time right now. It's just fantastic to see. Every time, going to class, everybody's watching that. And so I think that's just fantastic. That has not happened before on any of our ISS flights, which, as Nicole pointed out, are still fantastic things, but it just doesn't seem to get the attention as much. But this one sure is, and it's just great to see the excitement these students have for this adventure.
And Nicole, I wonder if I could ask you a bit of a personal question here. How does it feel to you to see the first woman to orbit the moon?
I'm certainly excited about it. I think what we have in the crew that's on board Artemis 2 right now is just, this wonderful representation of the astronaut corps in general. We've got all flavor human beings that are trained and capable and selectable as crew members to, sort of represent us on these missions. And it makes me really happy that we've, put that in place with this crew. I'm hoping we get to the point where we're not even talking about it anymore, right? Where it just is,
And that's where we leave the BBC World Service for this morning. Good morning, it's just coming up to 5:30 on Saturday the 11th of April, and this is Charles Carroll welcoming you to BBC Radio 4. We've got news and weather coming up in just a moment, but first let's take a look ahead to this afternoon.
And I had to bring my sisters with me.
And new drama from Amelia Bowman, inspired by real events.
My congregation was under threat of dispersal. We were being betrayed and we were being victimized.
A community of nuns fighting to save their order any way they can. A nun can't sell a convent.
We can, in theory, with a unanimous vote.
They sold the convent for about €1.3 million.
Shirley Henderson stars in A Broken Order on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. This afternoon at 3.
Time for a look at the news now, and they're back. Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
4 astronauts of the Artemis lunar mission have returned safely after completing the first crewed voyage around the moon in more than half a century. Their Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California after nearly 10 days in space. The NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, said that he was overcome with emotion.
I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this. And then as NASA administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment.
An Iranian delegation has arrived in Pakistan for talks with the United States aimed at ending the 6-week conflict. Iran's lead representative, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, said that Tehran was ready for a deal if the U.S. granted Iran its rights. Lebanese officials say that their country's representatives will meet their Israeli counterparts at the U.S. State Department on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador in Washington has confirmed that formal peace talks will begin. Sir Keir Starmer has shelved plans for the UK to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the United States failed to give formal approval to the deal. Government officials have insisted that they're not entirely abandoning the agreement. The Conservatives have welcomed the move. Our political correspondent Nick Eardley explains.
What the government is now admitting is that it's going through Parliament at the moment, but it's not going to clear its parliamentary stages in the next few weeks in this session, and they are not committing to definitely bringing it back in the next session of Parliament. So it seems like this deal is now formally on ice.
Metropolitan Police says that anyone showing support for the banned group Palestine Action at a protest today is likely to be arrested. Organisers say they expect thousands of people to attend a demonstration in Trafalgar Square. The National Association of Head Teachers is demanding the government steps in to help retired teachers who have been left waiting for thousands of pounds of delayed pension payments. The teachers' pension scheme is one of the biggest in the country, with 2 million members. It's administered by Capita, but the Department for Education has overall responsibility. Kate Atkinson is from the NIHT.
And this issue is so systemic and so widespread that somebody needs to take a hold of it by the scruff of its neck and sort it out. It's inexcusable.
In golf, Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy is leading the Masters of Augusta by a record margin after the first 2 rounds of the tournament. The defending champion is 12 under par and 6 shots clear of his closest rival, who is attempting to become only the 4th pair to win back-to-back Masters titles. That's the news this morning. Now with a look at the weather, here's Simon King.
Thank you, Charles. We've got an area of low pressure today, which will bring us some pretty wet and windy weather. Back-to-back over this weekend. Now, most of the showers will be focused nearer that area of low pressure towards the north and the west. But through this morning, it's quite wet actually. A band of rain moving its way eastward. So for northeast England, eastern and southeast England, we've got this rain currently moving in from the west. It's quite heavy at the moment in northeast England, but perhaps in eastern and southeastern areas. The rainbow does clear away to the east, and after lunchtime, the cloud breaks up to bring some sunshine, and then we're going to see some afternoon sunny skies and some showers. There's more so in northeast England, with temperatures about 11 to 14 degrees. For northwest England, Wales, Midlands and southwest England, it's a pretty wet start today with some heavy rain, especially northwest England and Wales into the southwest of England. That rain is going to spill eastward into the Midlands over the next hour. The rain then clears away to the east fairly quickly, and there will be some sunshine developing. There will also be quite a bit of cloud and some heavy showers with some hail, some thunderstorms following. Strong winds gusting up to 40, but up to 60 miles an hour around West Wales and around the Isle of Man. Temperatures about 7 to 11 degrees. Now for Northern Ireland today, we've got the overnight rain which is clearing away to the east already. Then some early clear skies, but quite a chilly start. Then the cloud increases, and we'll see quite a few showers moving throughout the day. Quite blustery at times, temperatures of 9 or 10 degrees. And across Scotland, where it's pretty wet this morning, we've got some strong winds with some gales in northern and western Isles. The rain is going to move away to the east, and then it's going to turn sunny for a time before more cloud and frequent showers moving from the west. Those will be heavy and blustery, and temperatures of 7 to 10 Celsius.
Simon King. And now the shipping forecast, issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 05:05 on Saturday, the 11th of April. There are mornings of gales in Viking, north of Sarah, south of Sarah, Forties, Cromarty, Forth, Tyne, Brother, Fisher, German Bights, Plymouth, Trafalgar, Fitzroy, Seoul, Lundy, Fastnach, Irish Sea, Shannon, Rothal, Malin, Hebrides, Bailey, Fair Isle, Faroes and southeast Iceland. Again, the synopsis at midnight. Low west of Rothal, 960, expected northeast Rothal, 969 by midnight tonight. There are forecasts for the next 24 hours. Viking, north of Sarah, south of Sarah. Southeasterly 6 to gale 8, increasing severe gale 9 for a time. Rain, good, occasionally poor. Forties, Cromarty. Southeast 7 to severe gale 9, veering south 5 to 7. Rain, good, occasionally poor. Forth, Tyne, Brother. Southeast 6 to gale 8, veering south 4 to 6, increasing 6 or 7 later. Rain, good, occasionally poor. Fisher, German Bight. Southeast 4 to 6, increasing 6 to gale 8, veering south 4 to 6 later. Rain, good, occasionally poor. Hamburg, Towers. Southeast 5 to 7, veering southwest 4 to 6, increasing 6 or 7 later. Rain, good, occasionally poor. Dover, right. South 4 to 6, veering southwest 5 to 7. Rain, squally showers later, good, occasionally poor. Auckland, north. Southwest 5 to 7, occasionally gale 8 in Plymouth. Rain, then squally showers, good, occasionally poor. Biscay, Fitzroy. West or northwest 6 or 7, occasionally gale 8 in Fitzroy, decreasing 4 to 6. Rain, good, occasionally poor. Sea, windy, past 8. Southwest, 6 to gale 8. Occasionally severe gale 9, except in London. Thundery showers, good, occasionally poor. Irish Sea, southwest, 6 to gale 8. Thundery showers, good, occasionally poor. Shannon, Rockall, 9. Cyclonic, gale 8 to storm 10, becoming west 7 to severe gale 9. Thundery showers, good, occasionally poor. Hebrides, Bailey, cyclonic 7 to severe gale 9, thundery showers, good, occasionally poor. Fair Isle, Faroes, southeast 7 to severe gale 9, decreasing 5 to 7. Rain, good, occasionally poor. Southeast Iceland, cyclonic, mainly easterly, 7 to severe gale 9, decreasing 4 to 6 later. Squally showers, good, occasionally poor. And now here are the weather reports from coastal stations issued at 0400 on the 11th of April. Clearly automatic. South, 6, 8 miles, 990, falling more slowly. Stornoway, south by east, 3, slight rain, 7 miles, 992, now rising. Lower, southeast, 6, 13 miles, 1005, falling. Lucas, southeast by south, 5, slight rain, 13 miles, 996, falling quickly. Orpington, southeast by south, 7, 1003, falling quickly. Sandown light vessel automatic, southeast, 5, 11 miles, 1008. Greenwich light vessel automatic, southeast, 5, 11 miles, 1005. Jersey, southwest by west, 3, 6 miles, 1005, falling more slowly. Channel light vessel automatic, south, 5, 1003. Sea automatic, west by south, 6, 9 miles, 1005, rising more slowly. Lancashire, southwest, 6, 11 miles, 997, now rising. Romersway, south by west, 5, recent rain, 8 miles, 996, falling more slowly. Maidenhead, south-southeast, 5, 27 miles, 990, now rising. And now here's the weather forecast for the inshore waters of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, valid for the following 24 hours, and issued by the Met Office at 0400 on Saturday, the 11th of April. The general situation, a deep Atlantic low will remain to the northwest of the British Isles during the next couple of days. This will bring unsettled conditions to the inshore waters with strong or gale-force winds, especially in the north and west, and with severe gales in the northwest. The low will move away north on Monday with winds easing out. From cover to Rothery Head, including Orkney. Southeast, 6 to gale 8, occasionally severe gale 9 at first and 5 later. Rain, then squally showers, good, occasionally poor. From Rothery Head to Berwick Tweed. Southeast, 6 to gale 8, veering south, 5 to 7. Rain, then squally showers, good, occasionally poor. From Berwick Tweed to Hoodby. Southeast, 5 to 7, veering south, 4 or 5, increasing 6 or 7 later. Rain, then squally showers, good, occasionally moderate. From Hoodby to Gibraltar Point. Southeast, 6 or 7, veering southwest, 4 or 5, backing south, 6 or 7 later. Rain at first, showers later, good, occasionally poor at first. From Gibraltar Point to North Foreland. Southeasterly, veering southwesterly, 4 to 6, occasionally 7 in northeast. Rain at first, showers later, good, occasionally moderate at first. From North Foreland to Southsea Bay. Southeasterly, veering westerly, 4 to 6, backing southwesterly, 5 to 7 later. Occasional rain, then squally showers, good, occasionally poor. From Southsea Bay to Lyme Regis. West, 4 to 6, backing southwest, 5 to 7. Occasional rain, then squally showers, good, occasionally poor. From Lyme Regis to Land's End, including the Isles of Scilly. West, 5 to 7, backing southwest, 6 to gale 8, decreasing 5 or 6 later. Rain, then squally showers, good, occasionally poor. From Land's End to St David's Head, including the Bristol Channel. southwest 5 to 7, increasing gale 8 for a time. Thundery showers, good, occasionally clear. From St David's Head to Great Ormond, including St George's Channel. Southwest 5 to 7, increasing gale 8 for a time. Thundery showers, good, occasionally clear. From Great Ormond to the Margalla. South or southwest 4 to 6, increasing 6 to gale 8 for a time. Rain or squally showers, good, occasionally clear. Isle of Man, south or southwest 5 to 7, increasing 7 or gale 8, decreasing 5 or 6 later. Showers, moderate or good. From WatchFloor to Clonfordle. South 5 to 7, increasing gale 8, veering southwest 5 to 7 later. Rain or squally showers, good, occasionally clear. From Mothergalloway to Malacantire, including the Firth of Clyde and North Channel. Southerly 5 to 7, increasing gale 8 for a time, veering southwesterly later. Rain or squally showers, good, occasionally clear. From Malacantire to Alderney Point, south or southeast 7 to severe gale 9, veering southwest 6 or 7 later. Rain or thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally clear. Alderney Point to Cape Wrath, south or southeast 6 to gale 8, occasionally severe gale 9 at first, veering south or southwest 6 or 7 later. Rain or thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally clear. Shetland Isles, southeast 6 to gale 8, increasing severe gale 9 for a time. Rain, squally showers later, moderate or good, occasionally clear. And that completes the shipping bulletin. This is BBC Radio 4. The time is 5:43. Time now for Prayer for the Day, presented by Andrea Ray.
Good morning. Although I wouldn't call myself sporty, every time the Olympics come around, I become a true armchair fan, watching the television coverage. And my admiration for anyone who reaches Olympic levels of sporting skill is all the more intense for my own lack of sporting ability. On this day in 1896, at the first Modern Olympic Games in Athens, a Dublin-born Irishman achieved something that today would be completely impossible. John Boland, competing for Great Britain and Ireland, won both the men's singles and the men's doubles finals in tennis on the same day. Now, the game of tennis and the Olympics have both changed a great deal in 130 years, but that achievement to me still stands out. I also love the fact that because the numbers of entrants for the doubles matches were small, the teams were of mixed nationality. Boland's partner was German. Now, though my enthusiasm for sporting achievement is not fueled by personal experience, I'm happy to be part of any crowd that supports something of quality, especially if it represents a new interest. It could be a different kind of music, unexplored visual art, dance, film, or yes, even a new sport. The possibilities are endless, and that's the point. Because along the way we encounter undiscovered pockets of inspiration that may lead further, to better understanding, more admiration, and to the greater knowledge and appreciation that keeps our passions and the passions of others alive. Lord, in these days when inspiration can be hard to come by and many of us are afraid to step away from our usual paths, help us to seek out and appreciate experiences that stretch and enrich and feed us. Amen.
Prayer for the Day, presented by Andrea Ray. That brings the time to 6:15, and now on Radio 4, the clocks are overruled, and the world is pinned to permanent summertime in Life Without Standard Time.
Once upon a time, in the 19th century, the sun was demoted. Its light drifts between the tall chimneys and finds a line of workers at the gate. They yawn, rub their eyes, and the light whispers, "Relax, you're early." Inside, the foreman flips open a silver pocket watch. One tiny twist, and the factory clock jumps forward. The clock shouts, "You're late, get moving." The sunlight softens, limbs grow heavy, bodies are ready to stop. But then the watch comes out again. Another twist. This time the hands slide back, and the day magically stretches itself. The sun doesn't argue. It clocks out as usual, gracefully accepting the memo that it is no longer the boss. Now, time belongs to whoever controls the watch. Welcome to Life Without, where I take something away from the sum of life, a constant in our equation, just subtracted, with my powers deleted. Done. No warning, no second chances, just the maths. Will the result be positive or disastrously negative? Or will it simply leave us divided? For BBC Radio 4, this is Life Without, with me, Alan Davis, and together we'll find out whether a life without standing time turns out to be the answer we all hope for.
Personally, I love long evenings, I love the alfresco meals, but there is a biological cost.
To be the voice of our internal biological clock is Dr. Bharti Pradhan, Associate Professor at the University of Oxford Sleep and Circadian Neuroscience Institute. And to walk me back through history is Rebecca Struthers, watchmaker, historian, and author of Haze of Time, a watchmaker's history of time.
The earliest watches actually only had an hour hand on them. One philosophers have later theorised that the time, more accurately to an hour a day, just wasn't as important to us back then.
When you nudge the clock forward or back, that tiny twist of the dial can mean yes, energy savings, or hey, my circadian rhythms are working for me. Today, we'll jump into the last Sunday of March and staying on summertime for a whole year until it never gets its hour back. In our little world, it's been 1 week since the clock changed to summertime. Rebecca, why is it called daylight saving?
Daylight saving time as we know it today is often credited to William Willett, who published a paper called The Waste of Daylight in 1907. William didn't live to see the introduction of daylight savings time. That was first introduced during the First World War, but it was around the idea that we could save energy. So for efficiency, we could create more daylight in the evenings, and by the Second World War, it allowed people to get home before the blackout would kick in.
I honestly feel like I wouldn't have noticed the clock change because my phone just fixes it for me and doesn't even tell me. But my body does. So what is going on in your body?
Our bodies have an internal clock, and this internal clock has evolved to precisely calculate when sunrise should happen and therefore when we should wake up and be alert and get into our jobs. Now, if we shift that artificially, we haven't actually shifted either our cycle or the light-dark cycle, just our relationship with it. Everything in your body is exquisitely timed to the light-dark cycle, not to our clocks. Biologically, an hour out of 24 is not trivial because your body has not yet trained itself to understand that it's time for the sleep hormones to switch off. So your body is not quite there when we're asked to do these complicated tasks. So when the clocks shift, we know there are more heart attacks, more workplace accidents, traffic accidents.
This idea of having to be at work at a certain hour or you risk getting sacked. It is such a recent development for humans, for the society. It is very much a product of the Industrial Revolution, and before that we did live a much more natural relationship with time. We would work more hours in the summer when we had more daylight and less hours in the winter. This shift to regulating ourselves in such a strict way is so recent that we just haven't evolved to catch up.
People who are hit the hardest by this are night owls, so people who struggle to get up in the morning, so teenagers, shift workers.
How do you get your 14-year-old to go to bed?
Teenagers have a surge of hormones that have a very real effect on the clock. As we grow older, the way our hormones interact with the clock changes drastically. A teenager is naturally delayed by a couple of hours. So your son wants to sleep late in the evenings and wants to wake up late. We can help by limiting the amount of light exposure in the evening and giving them as much bright sunshine, light exposure as possible in the morning, because that naturally aligns your clock to be moving earlier in time.
So just take the curtains and the blinds out of their bedrooms.
In the mornings, yes.
Yeah.
And then take away the device in the evening.
When we all sign up to this shared social time, like summertime, what does that actually mean?
Time is such a social and cultural thing. It's evolved with us over thousands and thousands of years. The 365-day year was first discovered by the ancient Egyptians, who also invented the sundial 3,500 years ago. So that was the point we first started to break up the day. Clock time actually gave us what we think of as our day in terms of hours of uniform length. Before that, we used to have the same 24 hours in a day, but 12 of those would be daytime and 12 of them would be nighttime. And the result of that was we get 12 longer hours in the summer for daytime and 12 shorter hours for night, and the reverse in winter. But clocks being machines, they want to do the same thing over and over again. So it's the invention of the clock really that started to drive us towards the idea of having hours of uniform length. Having the extra hour of sunshine in the evening gives us more time to socialise, whether it's meeting friends after work, going out for picnics. It's also great for tourism. They've calculated it could benefit the economy by billions of pounds a year.
So we've had our first week of permanent summertime, and perhaps we're all a bit cranky. But there are daffodils. We're looking forward to summer picnics. 6 months in, end of October, normally the clocks would be turning back, but we're staying in summer, at least by name. In the wintertime, we might get about 8 hours of daylight. We're supposed to sleep for 16 hours, sort of virtual hibernation.
Dormant.
It'd be lovely, wouldn't it? A lot of animals do that. They compress the hours that they're active in and they expand when they're sleeping. But as humans, what matters to us is the 24-hour regularity, not necessarily how much of that is sunlight.
I don't hate that the sun will set around 5:30 instead of 4:30.
But our start of the day, which will be in the dark, is no longer really aligned with the solar day. Normally, we would space out our waking hours evenly to span across the limited sunshine that there is. When you bias that more towards the afternoon and evening, that lack of morning light becomes really problematic. Our bodies would say, well, this is still nighttime. The brain shouldn't be awake just yet. That instinct that we have to hunker down in the winter, it's a real biological one, but we're just going to be pushing ourselves further in towards being grumpy, disgruntled, disoriented in the morning.
And what's the actual consequence of changing this natural process?
Biologically, what's happening is that our eyes are picking up this light dark cycle signal and sending it to our brains to estimate time and to make sure that the whole body is coordinated and doing the right thing at the right time of day. When to up the dopamine and serotonin secretion, and therefore when to elevate mood, when to elevate alertness. When you have constant sleep and circadian rhythm disruption, all of these go out of sync, and almost every mental health condition you can think of, depression, bipolar disease, schizophrenia, you do see significant sleep and circadian rhythm disruption co-occurring with them.
There have been plenty of calls to keep summertime all year round. Rebecca, there must be some benefits in the last 6 months.
Yeah, there are definitely social benefits, things like a reduction in crime rate. A survey in the US found that an average reduction of crime rate of 7% overall, and up to 27% reduced robberies in the evening because it's safe to be travelling around in daylight. You can see someone, it's easier to identify people, it puts off would-be criminals. It also reduces road accidents in the evening too. So there have been estimates that it could save hundreds of millions of pounds for the NHS and save hundreds of lives a year.
Well, the flip side of that is a darker morning and school children going to school in the dark in the winter.
We're 6 months into our life without sunshine, and this is something I'm feeling a little bit concerned about our mental and physical health. A whole year has passed. Rebecca, this entire concept of daylight saving time started to save energy. So, are we heading for a greener future?
No. So this is the interesting thing. It's one of the great myths of daylight savings time. It was introduced to save energy, but studies have subsequently found that the energy savings are minimal. A study in 2008 found that there was a saving of 0.03% energy savings by observing daylight savings time. But since then, there are plenty more studies that have found we use even more energy, particularly in warmer climates when you're using air conditioning for longer hours in the evening to keep your environment cool for you. So what we gain in saving on lights, we're losing in air conditioning and heating.
Artie, in nature, you see animals doing all sorts of things just to get a little bit of morning sun. And in our own way, we're chasing light too.
Chasing light is an entirely natural way of living. In the lab, you can see fungi growing towards the light, and of course lemurs, they're known as sun worshippers because they get up in the morning and they keep this pose where they're meditating facing the sun. This is something that is universal to all life. But if we do decide to live with summertime, there are ways of tailoring the light exposure in a way that would work. So we would be able to use bright artificial lights to give us that healthy dose of morning light. But we should always remember that would be a sensible supplement rather than a substitute. There is no substitute for a good healthy dose of outdoor sunshine.
I'm starting to feel like the clock's a bit of a tyrant. I know you're a watchmaker, and I'm looking at you like you've developed a system of torment.
It wasn't me personally. I am a great advocate for having a much healthier relationship with the clock, and I think really being a watchmaker has helped. They are beautiful things. I make mechanical watches, but I've worked and restored them that date back hundreds of years. They are an incredible work of human innovation. With birds, we started tracking time to help us live better lives, to help things like farming, to help us coordinate ourselves, to get to market at the right time, to get the best fruit and veg. We developed this time to help us to communicate, to travel. We didn't pursue this interesting time to regulate us to the extent we do today.
Gone too far.
Yeah, in many ways, but we need it because technology needs it. For example, if we really did abolish all time, the world as we know it will cease to exist. So that's quite almost a scary.
Is that because computers and satellites and everything else would go down?
Everything from your GPS would go, your computers would stop working altogether because all data needs to be timestamped to prevent it from becoming jumbled. So we'd have no technology at all. Media, TV, radio.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
So, for the last Sunday in March, we've had a full year on summertime. Do I make permanent summer the new normal?
I quite like summertime, I'm going to be honest.
I love the light evenings as well, but that's not necessarily going to be cheap to our bodies.
I've got to decide. We think because we built the clock, we own the time. But even after centuries of civilization, our bodies are still living on the savannah, waiting for the sunrise. You tug at that natural rhythm to catch an extra hour of light, the entire modern world gets grumpy. Maybe we should stop trying to bend time to fit our busy lives and start bending our lives to fit the time. A massive thank you to Dr. Arthur Jagana and Rebecca Struthers.
Without was hosted by Alan Davis and produced by Rehan Musa. It was an RTN production for BBC Radio 4.
How has history shaped classical music?
Of course, it often happens in history that changes in music come with changes in society.
From the birth of musical notation to the digital streaming revolution. Join me, Gillian Moore, and leading experts, including Michael Wood, for an epic journey through 1,000 years of classical music.
What a miracle it is that we can still listen to music from so long ago.
Key changes. Radio 3's essential history of classical music. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
BBC News at 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 11th of April. This is Charles Carroll. Good morning. The 4 astronauts of the Artemis mission have safely returned to Earth after completing the first crewed voyage around the moon in more than half a century. Their Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California after nearly 10 days in space. This was how the astronauts' safe return was announced.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Our science correspondent Alec Gersh has been following the mission closely.
History's been made, and it's been made to perfection. And this mission has so far been flawless. The tense moment was when the capsule entered the atmosphere There are question marks about the heat shield, which didn't function properly during the first test flight of an uncrewed mission 3 years ago. So everyone was a bit worried. Would it work this time with 4 people on board? And it did.
Peace talks are due to take place in Pakistan this morning between Iran and the US to try to end 6 weeks of conflict. These are the most high-level bilateral talks between the two nations since 1979. Leading his team, Iran's parliamentary speaker said that Iran was ready for a deal if the US granted Iran its rights. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Dissette, is in Islamabad.
Even now, Iranian media are reporting that there are still preconditions that have to be met if the talks are going to happen. Most of all, there has to be a ceasefire in Lebanon as well. Israel has to stop attacking the positions of Hezbollah.
Sir Keir Starmer has shelved plans for the UK to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the US failed to give formal approval to the deal. Government officials insist that they're not entirely abandoning the agreement, but the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, said it belonged on the ash heap of history. Here's our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
In January, President Trump called the plan an act of total weakness. He has urged Sir Keir to scrap the deal, despite previously expressing support for the treaty. The deal would see the UK cede sovereignty of the territory to Mauritius and pay an average cost of £101 million a year to lease back a joint UK-US military base on the largest island. Ministers have run out of time to pass legislation before Parliament is dissolved in the coming weeks. A fresh Chagos bill is not expected to feature in the King's speech next month.
A 77-year-old British man has died after a bus carrying more than 2 dozen tourists crashed into a ravine in La Gomera in the Canary Islands. 6 other people are in hospital. A head teachers' union is demanding that the government step in to help retired teachers who it says are waiting for thousands of pounds of delayed pension payments. The NEHT says members who ask to receive a lump sum are not getting it on time. The government says that it's monitoring performance of the scheme and addressing any emerging issues. Andrea Cassidy recently retired. She told Radio 4's Moneybox programme she was yet to receive her pension.
I've paid in a lot of money to my pension. It horrifies me that they're just ignoring me. There's no communication at all. I don't know what else to do. This month, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to pay my mortgage because I don't know if my pension will be full. I'm not a worrier, but I'm really worrying.
And you can hear more on that story on Moneybox at midday here on Radio 4 or on BBC Sounds. Golf and Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy is leading the Masters at Augusta by a record margin after the first 2 rounds of the tournament. The defending champion is 12 under par and 6 shots clear of his closest rival. He's trying to become only the 4th player to win back-to-back Masters titles. Well, that's the news and sport this morning. Now with the weather, here's Simon King.
Charles, thanks so much indeed. Good morning. We've got some pretty heavy rain around at the moment, some strong winds to go with it as well. But that wind is actually going to blow this rain eastward and clear away from many of us to bring sunny spells and showers. So let's start off in southwest England, Wales, Midlands, northwest England, where we've got that rain at the moment, moving its way gradually eastward. It'll push into the Midlands over the next hour or so, and then clearing away from western areas, and with that there'll be some sunny spells developing before the cloud thickens again into the afternoon with frequent showers, some blustery winds, gusts up to 40 to 60 miles an hour, especially on the Irish Sea coast, and temperatures of 7 to 11 degrees. In southeast England, eastern and northeast England, a dry start, but that rain will move in from the west and it'll push through eastward quite quickly. So by lunchtime, most of that rain will have cleared. The cloud will also break up. There'll be some sunny spells developing. Then a bit more cloud with one or 2 showers, especially around northeast England, and again, quite blustering winds with temperatures of about 11 to 14 Celsius. Now, for Northern Ireland, the overnight rain has already cleared away to the east. We've got some clear skies, a bit of a chilly start, but cloud increasing, and with that we'll see quite a few passing showers throughout the day. Quite windy as well, with temperatures of 9 or 10 Celsius. And finally, for Scotland today, well, it's pretty wet at the moment. We've got a bit of mountain snow as well, some strong winds with gales in the northern and western areas. Rain clearing to the east, sunny for a short time before the cloud increases again. Frequent showers coming in from the west with highs of 7 to 10 Celsius.
Simon King, and we'll have more weather on Radio 4 at 3 minutes to 7. Now a look at the morning papers. Several of the front pages this morning focus on the warning from European airports that their jet fuel stocks could run dry within 3 weeks because of the Iran war. The Daily Telegraph says half-term holiday flights are at risk. It suggests airlines may not refund cancelled trips and instead only offer vouchers. The Guardian reports that the last Europe-bound cargo of jet fuel to have passed through the Strait of Hormuz before the war began is due to arrive in Copenhagen today. The Daily Mail declares that the UK is sitting on a gold mine of North Sea oil after prices reached a record high. It says the government should back new drilling in light of the Middle East conflict. Downing Street says it's bringing down average energy bills and supporting de-escalation in the Middle East. The Times leads on the government shelving its plan to cede sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the US withdrew its support. The paper says Downing Street will attempt to persuade President Trump to back it. It says the decision to drop the deal shows a further deterioration of relations with Mr. Trump. The Telegraph says senior ministers have raised concerns that Russian sailors could claim asylum in the UK if ships which are part of Moscow's shadow fleet are seized in British waters. The paper claims that Russia's tankers are staffed by mercenaries who could argue that they're at risk of persecution. The Royal Navy is yet to intercept any of the vessels. And finally, The Sun declares that a shoplifting epidemic has reached a new low after some Costa coffee shops hired bouncers to protect their food. The chain's owners have confirmed that 10 branches now have security staff. The paper says that some stores suffer thefts multiple times a day, declaring them the Costa del Crime. And that's a look at some of Saturday's newspapers. And it brings the time to just a shade before 8 minutes past 6. Time now to join Martha Carney in the southern uplands of Scotland for this week's edition of Open Country.
This is amazing. I've just seen 2 eagles, golden eagles, circling high up in the mist above these hills, the Moffat Hills. I'm in a remote valley for Open Country in the Scottish borders to find out about a dream to turn this landscape back to what it would have been 6,000 years ago. A valley filled with trees, filled with woodland.
We're looking through quite a lot of young hazel. They're not so young because we put them in on Millennium Day. And these hazels were an act of faith because we grew them in our own gardens when we had the idea for this wildwood. And we didn't have a site. So when we got the site, they went in the ground.
C. Martin Ogo was one of the founders of Carafran Wildwood.
And you see, they naturally coppice themselves and they surprise quite a lot of people because they say, oh, what a nice coppice. And we say, no, that's just what they do. It's fascinating that even naturalists don't know the natural habits of trees because properly wild places are so few and far between. We're just coming up through the very last bit of that planting we did on Millennium Day. You see there's oaks and hazel and birch around us, put in by those first 100 people. We're approaching a circular dry stone wall structure, which in Scotland is called a cell. It's a sheep shelter, basically. Instead of being in woodland, we're standing on a terminal moraine, and we're looking down into an extraordinary glaciated valley, U-shaped valley, that used to be completely barren. When I stood here in 1998, when we first looked at it, it was completely bitten to the quick by sheep and goats and cattle. There wasn't a tree to be seen, and now it's an emerging woodland, and parts of it look quite established woodland.
It's such a dramatic view, isn't it? I think I read it was called an ice-hewn glen, so it was made in the Ice Age, I suppose.
Absolutely. Scoured out in the Ice Age, but returning to something that it could have been. And we were guided in what to do here by a very fortunate thing. A wandering hill walker found a piece of wood that he thought was interesting, took it home. It proved to be the oldest prehistoric hunting bow made of yew that had ever been found in Britain. And on the strength of that, the Museum of Scotland did some core sampling, and they looked at the pollen in this upland sample. It proved to be a very amazing sample. It's the best one they've got in the whole of the country. And you could see from all the different strata that around 6,000 years ago, was maximum vegetation. There were probably more tree species here than any other time. It was post-glacial, things were getting going. Man hadn't intruded on that scene too much. And we thought, yes, we can use that pollen record to inform what we do here, the species that we're going to plant, and it's been extraordinarily useful resource.
Your project began on Millennium Day, so 26 years ago, and what would this valley have looked like then?
There was nothing here, no trees visible. There were, in fact, a scattering in the very deep ravines beside the burn, the little river, but you couldn't see any from here at all. So we cleared this area first of animals, and then the next year a few more, the idea being that we would keep the grass fairly short so that the new trees could go in comfortably and get away. It took us about 8 years to work round the valley. So as you look down, those at the far end are the youngest trees, and you can see they're measurably smaller. They're not just distant, they are younger. But we had done a lot of soil sampling, so we matched the trees to the soils, and that seems to have been extremely helpful. It's sort of oak birch woodland that you would expect here, and birch being pioneer trees, you'll see them very well represented on that hillside.
I love the birch because you can see it's like purple smudges going right down.
The purple haze. It's very significant. But we're very proud of this hillside. You see, it doesn't look planted, does it?
It looks like the trees have always been here.
It does, yes. And I think that's because we've got this match. You can't plant everywhere. You see the scree on that. There's open rocky bits. But the natural scatter has been achieved by design because we use commercial planters for this, and they are very used to planting in straight lines. But we showed them photographs of natural distributions, like petals fallen on a tarpaulin or raindrops or something. And said, look, they crump and then they space. Do it like that. And they did. And the result is we get people from the big agencies here saying, oh, you've got some nice regen over there. And we say, no, we planted every one of those trees. And they find it very difficult to believe. It's very thrilling and it's so important. And the bird life has absolutely burgeoned here.
What kind of bird life?
Well, everything from a mass of small woodland birds. First surveys, the baseline surveys, there were 2 woodland birds on this site, 1 chaffinch and 1 blackbird, as I remember. That was it. There were a few meadow pipits and the odd thing passing over. And the most recent acoustic survey has got up to 123 species.
That's quite a climb,
It's
isn't
amazing.
But why do you personally care so much about wilderness, about wild things?
It struck me that there was very, very little woodland here. And when you actually looked at the stats, it was 0.03 semi-natural woodland in the whole of this area. I mean,
Hostile aircraft intrusion. משגב עם, כפר גלעדי, מטולה, קריית שמונה, תל חי, מרגליות, כפר יובל.
A fighter jet going right down the valley.
We took cuttings of honeysuckle and ivy for the ground flora that is so important at the foot of the trees.
Rosalind Grant Robertson is one of the trustees of the project.
These have all been started from little cuttings that people kept in their back gardens and then came out and planted.
I've heard about these, and I've heard them described as like lianas, like the vines that you get in a tropical rainforest.
They're
but these are our British versions of it.
Yes, absolutely. And it's what's often missing when the ground's been nibbled away. Obviously, there isn't a seed source here, for example, for those to regenerate naturally. Some plants will come up. We found bluebells have suddenly started appearing again, and primroses and butterwort and all sorts of interesting things. But we did plant the climbers, I suppose you would call them.
Why is it important to have climbers?
Well, they're bird nesting sites, for one thing. They're nectar sources for all the insects early in the spring or during the summer when they flower. Ivy particularly is important for that because it's evergreen, shelter, and it has flowers in the winter when other plants are not going to be offering nectar.
They're very good for bees. I
yes,
know that.
Yes,
you know that.
absolutely.
Yeah. This sense of a landscape where there were human beings hunting, did that partly give you the idea of restoring the valley to what it was like all those thousands of years ago?
Yes, that was when man was hunting here. Probably there would have been the same wildwood that we hope we're recreating, and he would have had animals walking through it, which will eventually come back as well. When our trees are big enough to support them, the animals will come back in. We will have mammals again here.
What kind of mammals will you have? I think there were lynx and wolves and bears here. Would you like them all back?
Go for the bears. Most definitely go for the bears. I think probably realistically, beaver is a possibility. Certainly this valley is asking for beaver to be in it, but that will probably come before lynx, I should imagine. Wolves, probably a bit more difficult.
Would you think about the idea of introducing or reintroducing lynx here?
It'll be for other people to decide that, but as a charity that supports that kind of environmental restoration, yes, we would support it as well. But you do that sort of thing in partnership with other people, landowners around you and farmers, and of course in the end it's basically a political decision, isn't it?
This landscape does take managing, doesn't it? It's not just a question of letting it go. You've planted the trees here, but what else are you doing to maintain it and help to nurture it for the future?
We're more or less finished with the main planting now, the ones that we get grants for, obviously. So we're withdrawing management. We're doing a lot still on the flora, trying to reintroduce flowers and ferns that belong here that may not have a seed source, so we would have to translocate them. Some of that has to be done with permissions and so on.
Do you prefer talking about ecological restoration to rewilding, and what's the distinction?
Well, first of all, we've been doing ecological restoration since the millennium, and rewilding is a pretty new term, therefore, so we prefer to call it ecological restoration, which I think makes it very clear what we're doing. We're not putting a fence around and letting the weeds grow, and we're not putting a fence around and letting only one species survive. We're handing it back to nature, and we are waiting to see what nature wants to do here, not the other way round.
And if I came back here in 20 years' time, what would I see?
It would have spread further up the valley. I think we will get more mature trees and probably more dead wood. I'm rather hoping that we get more dead wood because it's slightly missing at the moment. That encourages insects and all kinds of fungi, for example, to come in. All I'm interested in is just seeing what nature has done and what it has found for its natural way of evolving.
Whenever you mention caravan, people say, you must talk to Philip. And they mean Philip Ashmole, who's a zoologist and conservationist, who is the founder of the project along with his wife Myrtle. And he's 92 now, and I've come to his home near Peebles, which is set in 12 acres of woodland and wetland.
It was a bit, of a revelation, it was 29th of May, 1993, when I had the idea suddenly, after walking up those hills, coming across a tiny fragment of native woodland which survives on a cliff there, and I realized that actually there would be a possibility of bringing back native woodland to a bigger area in southern Scotland.
It was so interesting to see all the trees coming into life. I think people don't realise when they look around the hills and the borders and elsewhere that they would once have been forested. We take it for granted. We think that's what they look like, barren.
That's exactly what our thinking was. And we realised that this is a completely unnatural environment. And why couldn't we try and create a place, just one place in the south of Scotland, where there's something like what should have been here if humans hadn't got involved? That was the vision.
And what difference does it make to have a place where there isn't human intervention?
The main difference is that we removed the grazers, the domestic grazers. It had been grazed probably since about the 11th century AD.
This is mainly sheep and goats? Or...
Many sheep, but with feral goats, the sheep were easy to get rid of because we just had to negotiate that with the farmers. The goats were an issue. The local people objected to the removal of the goats because they're very attractive animals. You can't plant tens of thousands of young trees in a place where there were wild goats, feral goats. We just had to bite the bullet. And it was a semi-military operation. We had to do it with the British Wild Goat Society. And he managed to find homes for our 25 or so goats.
And once you bring in the trees and bring in the woodland, other species come, don't they? I mean, you've done quite a lot of work around insects.
In press now is a very interesting moth story. You've got an overall increase in biodiversity, moth diversity, but you've also got changes in the availability of habitats for the moth, woodland specialists, open country specialists, less specialized species, and so on. And the proportions of these different groups of moth are changing statistically over the years. You know, people want to know, what does rewilding produce, actually? What are the results of rewilding in formal terms? So the moths are really super. And the birds are very good too.
So you've protected the wildwood, you've protected Carafran from the sheep and the goats. Do you need to protect it from people as well?
I mean, my wife Myrtle, she was always insistent that we were doing this for nature and not for people. But that doesn't mean that people don't get a benefit from it. And now it's very heavily used by people, and in particular students. I mean, the Exeter group, they come every year. So do half a dozen other universities. Bangor come up very regularly with a lot of people. And so we have this lovely feeling that we're influencing seriously quite a large proportion of the future land managers in Britain, you know, because they come from all over. And that is important.
At the outset, it must have seemed an almost impossible project to get done. How, if people are thinking about this in their own part of the world, what's your advice for them? How to do something like this?
Not easy to predict, because we were unusual, probably, in being a non-institutional group trying to do a big ambitious ecological project. We had to be sure that people didn't write us off as an idealistic, non-feet-on-the-ground group who could be ignored. So we made a quite explicit and ruthless attempt to gain credibility. And so we ran a big conference in 1997, and we got, you know, a lot of heavyweights to come and talk, but we also got the grassroots. We asked for people to give us £250 or £500 to become founders of Carafran Wildwood. And we've now got very nearly 1,000 people. In fact, we've effectively got 1,000 people.
An early form of crowdfunding.
Yeah, of course, it's crowdfunding. Yes, that's exactly what we realised.
Well, it's been really delightful, wonderful to hear about how you brought all of this into being. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
The whole idea of creating a wildwood may have begun back at Carafran, but a bit like the trees themselves, the dream has spread. This pretty little mountain river is trickling down towards a large reservoir. It's part of land bought by the Borders Forest Trust next to Carafran to create what they call the wild heart of southern Scotland. In fact, the whole shape of the land is a bit like a heart. So this is Taller Reservoir and Gameshope Valley. Nicola Hunt is head of land management here.
We're just getting through the gate, which we've got to keep the livestock out of our site here at Taller and Gameshope.
Yes, I can see the Taller Reservoir and Gameshope. And this links, doesn't it, into Carafran, and that's a really important part of what you're doing
here. Indeed. This sits over the watershed from Carafran. So Carafran feeds down into the Annan Water River, whereas this feeds into the Tweed. So back to back, and we're looking to connect. We've connected the sites up, and we're planting montane scrub over the high ground in between the two sites.
So just explain what montane scrub is.
So montane scrubs are a really rare habitat which used to exist on the high tops of Scottish hills and down into England as well, but it's highly palatable, and so over centuries it's been grazed off. So it's little miniature willows, little miniature dwarf birch used to exist high up on the tops. Then they got munched away, so we're looking to restore these habitats that have been lost from our hilltops.
It's funny, since I learnt about the way that the hills were covered in scrub, were covered in trees. When I look at the hills which don't have that, they do look quite bare, don't they? They look quite desolate.
Yeah, there's been a big change in our environment over the years. We used to have lots and lots of trees covering our landscape, lots of native trees. Then we started using the land more, and in the process of that we lost trees and we grazed the ground with sheep, so that prevented the regeneration of more trees coming back into the landscape. And here in the south of Scotland, where we are, we've got one of the lowest covers of native woodland in Scotland. We've got plenty of Sitka spruce plantations, but we've hardly got any native woodlands. We've got little trees clinging onto hillsides, and that's why what we're doing is so important in terms of bringing the native woodland back to this part of southern Scotland.
And why do you think it matters to have native woodland as opposed to conifers?
So the native woodland that we're planting is a rich mix of species. There's alders, birch, oaks, hazels, hawthorns, all different sizes, all different seed types that will support a myriad of different species, whereas commercial conifer plantations grown single species monoculture a lot of the time, and it grows very densely, so there's not much space for woodland flora and fauna to exist amongst it. So by contrast, the native woodland hosts many more species, so are a much better community and habitat to be creating for wildlife.
But the conifers are a better cash crop, aren't they?
They are a better cash crop, and we do need timber, so I think there's space in our landscape for both. We need to be growing timber here and reduce our reliance on importation, but we also need to have nature back in our environment. And also for climate change, the native woodlands are here in perpetuity. You're never sure quite where the conifers are going to wind up, so the carbon can be released back into the atmosphere. But here, where we're planting the trees, they're here for the long term, so they will be sequestering carbon and providing that long-term habitat for wildlife as well.
Let's carry on our walk beside the edge of the burn.
So here we are at the planting spot. Have you planted trees before?
I have, a very long time ago. I planted one.
So do you want a demo before?
I definitely want a demo.
That's good. So first thing to do is you always want to make sure you've got a nice, clear planting spot, because you don't want the young tree to be competing with tall grasses next to it or any other vegetation. So we'll just scrape off the top vegetation. You see lovely brown soils here, so these trees should be very nice and happy. Stick it in the ground, turn it around, give it a bit of a wiggle, and that creates a hole. Pop that in, you burn it in, get the soil around the top of the collar of the tree. So out here we have an awful lot of voles that run around in the grass and vegetation here, and they will happily ringbark trees if they get hungry enough.
And that'll kill it, won't it?
That will kill it. We've tried to move away from plastic.
I was going to ask
protection.
you about that, because otherwise you end up with the landscape littered with the plastic. Yes,
it's littered with plastic, but also we just wanted a product which is not as reliant on the petrochemical industry as well. So, do you want to give it a shot then?
Definitely.
Great. An alder or a birch?
I think a birch.
Okay.
A downy birch, is that right?
A downy birch, that's right. So I'll give you your protector, and I'll give you a cane and some kind of a spraint over there, so you might want to watch not get that all over you. You think you're just standing in it.
Oh, otter poo.
Yes.
Oh, okay, well I've trodden it anyway.
Yeah, you'll get to smell it later. Do the identification.
Right, so
what you might want to do is just give it a bit of a scrape first to remove that vegetation.
To take off the moss.
And then you can see how deep the hole is. So if you kind of, imagine you were paddling.
So I'm not stabbing myself.
So you're not stabbing.
I'm quite clumsy, so that's highly possible. Yeah, I think
that's good. So now you get to, if you heel it in with your feet, you'll get a really good contact all round about it.
Right, do you think I'm ready for the tug test?
Yeah, I think you might be,
Yeah.
So this is one of about 300,000 trees that are planted across this site. So,
and then put on, hopefully the voles won't get it now.
Indeed.
So it's very satisfying. So I've come back to here in 20 years?
Well, the trees that you see around about us here, they are about 12 years old now. 8 to 10 feet.
There must be something so satisfying to be able to see the results of your work like this.
It is. It's transformational, this job. You go out and you've got bare valleys, and then you plant trees. It does take a while for you to begin to actually see the trees from a distance. But now you begin to see canopy closure as the trees get up and the branches intertwine. You start to hear the bird song. Just a little bit to start off with, and then as the woodland matures it gets louder and louder. As you go through, you see lots of woodland
plants beginning to come in as well, and then all the invertebrates that use those as well. We were walking around here earlier and nearly stood in a big frog, so there's lots of amphibians on site as well. So it's lovely having a space for nature to thrive.
Well, I can honestly say that this place is really inspirational. The idea that such a small group of volunteers can completely transform a landscape and make the wild heart of southern Scotland beat again.
Nice to hear a good news story. Open Country was presented by Martha Carney. It's a BBC Audio Bristol production, and the producer was Mary Ward-Lowry. Now, it may seem a little early in the year, but there have already been several wildfires around the country in the past week. In just a moment, Farming Today this week, we'll be hearing about the aftermath of last year's fires and about the prospects for fires in the year ahead. That's next, and then at 7 o'clock, Today is presented this morning by Justin Webb and Sean Farrington. Looking further ahead still, we've got a new series of moving pictures starting on Tuesday.
It's quite mathematical almost, the way it's been worked out.
Lose yourself in 3 great masterpieces.
The man staring out at us is pretty imperious looking.
Get as close to the brushstrokes as the artists who made them.
It's like a tiny little colourful bomb going off on the vellum.
And discover new details in paintings by Nicholas Hilliard, Mary Cassatt and Jan van Eyck.
It's a signature in the manner of graffiti.
The new series of Moving Pictures with me, Cathy Fitzgerald, starts on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds on Tuesday afternoon at 4.
Now, Farming Today this week with Charlotte Smith.
Good morning. In today's programme, as wildfire season begins, we hear from a farmer recovering after a moorland blaze last year.
It's new life, isn't it? It's renewing, so, yeah, everything seems to be going pretty well.
And as the UK's bioethanol plant reopens with government help, we ask what that means for farmers.
We're very keen to support the local farmers, and we do our best to make sure we take a fair amount, if not a majority of our grains from local supplies.
More on that later. Let's start, though, with the fields of golden yellow that you may have noticed glinting in the sunshine earlier this week. It's oilseed rape, grown to produce cooking oil, and this year you'll be seeing a bit more of it. Why? Well, to explain, Howard Shannon went to see Duncan Farrington, who grows, presses and bottles his own rapeseed oil on the Bedfordshire-Northamptonshire border.
What started out as a small farm diversification to help a medium-sized family farm to generate extra income has grown beyond all measures. We're 21 years old now as a business, so we only now produce about 10% of our rapeseed needs. So we buy the rest in from other farmers around the area. But on our farm, we've got about 40 hectares of rapeseed this year.
How are you feeling about the market this next growing year?
We just carry on, and the rape has now had all of its fertiliser for this year. If we were buying fertiliser today, it wouldn't be so healthy, and this is because what's going on in the Middle East. So the price of fertiliser is skyrocketing, as is the price of diesel and other inputs. But by the time we start looking at next year's crop, from August onwards, hopefully, fingers crossed, things have eased off a bit and the price hopefully will have come down again.
Well, Duncan and I, joined by farm manager Stuart Taberner. Stuart, is rapeseed a tough crop to grow?
I wouldn't say it's an easy crop to grow. We direct drill pretty much everything, so we need a shorter window of time to actually get the crops established. And with the dry last year, the rain did come at just the right time for this. I mean, we planted our rape just after the August bank holiday, and it's come really well, and it has grown really well all through the winter.
Now, Stuart, we're on the edge of a field now looking at your crop. Visually, to me, it looks very healthy. It's very vibrant. It's very yellow. The plants are about 80 centimetres tall, maybe, or 60 centimetres tall. They seem to be doing well. Are you happy with how it's coming together this year?
Yeah, I'm very happy with how it's growing this year. I've been saying to Duncan all spring that I'm a bit of a loss because I've never actually grown rape that's looked this good this time of year, because it's normally been taken out by the flea beetle or the pigeon. So I'm really, really hopeful for a good harvest.
Now, Duncan, do you know how many other farmers are growing rape? How big is the market in the UK for it?
Well, last year, 2024-2025, was the lowest rape crop in the UK for about 40 years because of, as Stuart says, the flea beetle issue was a real challenge for growers to, spend their money and effort trying to get a crop established and see it all eaten away. And then if it wasn't the flea beetle, the pigeons were eating it. So a lot of people went away from growing rapeseed. But this year, so for 2026 harvest, farmers are coming back in to growing the crop. And it's a brilliant year, as Stuart said. It's had an easy autumn, a reasonable winter, and the crops are going into the spring looking well. And we're on the top of a hill here, and looking around, you can see other fields from our neighbours. So there are more farmers growing rapeseed, so we're coming back from that low level of the 2024 and 2025 years.
Duncan Farrington there. Well, as you said, that oilseed rape was planted last year, but all this week on our sister programme, Farming Today, we've been talking about spring planting, finding out about the crops currently being drilled, ready for harvest later in the year. First, paludiculture. It's a great sounding word, and it means farming on wetlands, like bogs or re-wetted peatlands. The UK's peatlands store more than 3 billion tonnes of carbon, and keeping peat wet locks it in the earth, so it's not lost back to the atmosphere, contributing to global warming. But historically, a lot of lowland peatland has been drained for agriculture, and while that's good for producing food, the dry peat emits carbon. Government figures suggest that in 2020, around 3% of England's greenhouse gas emissions were from drained agricultural peatland. Well, there are a lot of projects taking place across the UK to re-wet peatland, and the hope is that paludiculture will mean those areas can also produce food. The Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA, has recently awarded grants to 12 projects which are looking at growing plants in lowland peat. Kaz Graham went along to one of these projects to see their newest crop going into the ground.
First things first, the wind speed looks all right for the operation. We may expect some military low flying in the area, but I notified the relevant authorities.
That's drone operator Yuri Adam. Now, you don't usually need to check with the Civil Aviation Authority before planting out a field, but this is not a conventional field, it's not a conventional crop, and it is not a conventional planting method. We're on the low-lying peatland of the Holker Estate on a glorious morning. I'm with David Harvey, the man behind developing the paludiculture here. David, what are you planting in this field, and why will you be using a drone to do it?
So this morning we're planting a crop called Typha latifolia, which is bulrush ultimately. We are using a drone because, as you'll notice and see from the field, it is flooded.
We are up to our ankles in water, aren't we, actually, and mud.
Yeah, so you wouldn't normally put a tractor through this field, whereas the drone obviously doesn't have the same challenges.
And this is all part of your paludiculture project. Tell me about it. What are you doing here?
Yeah, so initially we went out to research the viability of growing paludiculture crops. We championed them down to 6. We have taken Typha forward and would like to plant that as a trial crop to see if we can grow that on our farm.
And explain exactly what Typha is.
It's a bulrush crop. It will grow to about 6 foot tall. There'll be a seed head on the top of it that we'll be able to harvest and use in the textile industry, leaving us the biomass of the crop for a second bite of the cherry. The field has always been a challenging field. It's peatland. We have grown arable crops on it in the past. The estate is looking to see if there's a better use for the field.
Well, we are waiting for Yuri to get his drone set up so that he can start the planting process. The drone has been brought along by Austin Shepherd from Ponder. And Ponder is a company that creates textiles from fibres that come from regenerative farming practices, things like paludiculture. And this crop is going to come to you when it's finished, these huge bulrushes, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. We take the seed heads and we turn it into insulation for garments in the fashion industry.
What kind of things?
All sorts. The gilet I'm wearing today through to more experimental pieces that will end up on the catwalk. Everything, really.
And here we are. We're standing in 6 inches of water. How on earth do you harvest this crop?
Well, that's been a challenge for us, but thankfully with working with various partners, we developed something we call the Frog, as a low-impact harvester with a 4-metre header on it that's got less ground pressure than a human foot, raises up 1.5 meters, and only takes a seed head in a very uninvasive way.
So it's ready to go, guys.
Wow, this drone, it's probably about 3 foot off the ground. It's got 4 big kind of like helicopter blades, so it spans an area of about 6, 8 foot, something like that. And it's got a white plastic hopper underneath, and that will be where the seed pellets will drop out. Quite an impressive drone, isn't it?
It's an incredible sight, yeah.
Oh, it's Lord Cavendish who owns this estate. How long have your family been farming here?
400 years or something like that. The estate has never been bought or sold, so it's rather hard to know since the Reformation.
400 years to the very newest technology going out today.
Some of the plant is growing naturally just over there. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's because this is boggy. It would naturally grow here.
And also, I think we probably can control the water table up to a bit if there was a drought, because all this land is protected by sluices from the incoming tide.
Because we're practically on Morecambe Bay here.
Yeah, we are, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with our operation.
There it goes. Up into the sky. David, really exciting morning for you. What are your hopes for this experimental crop here?
Yeah, well, we're hoping that it establishes really well, we get a really good crop growing, and then hopefully we can grow more of it.
Do you think other people might be tempted to give it a go round here on this sort of boggy ground near the estuary?
Absolutely, yeah. We ran a workshop, we invited some local farmers. There was a lot of interest, there was a lot of good discussion held, and a lot of people interested in potentially taking it forward. We're hoping people can learn from our mistakes with the trial crop, and we're hoping to show that it is a viable crop that can be grown.
And are you hoping you might get a free anorak out of it?
Very much so, yes. David Harvey there with Kaz Graham. For the more mainstream crops, things like spring barley, it is a bit of a different picture, with the wet winter still affecting planting and, of course, the impact of higher fuel and fertiliser prices because of the conflict in the Middle East. So, overall, how's it looking? Anthony Spate is the Senior Cereals and Oilseed Analyst for the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board.
Despite the very wet winter that we've had, winter barley, winter oats, winter oilseed rape, the majority of that is well, it's all in the ground and it's all looking spectacular, dare I say. Obviously, farmers are ongoing now with spring drilling, and spring drilling is behind on heavier land, but it's progressing well on lighter soils. But if we just look on a regional level as well from this, in the Midlands and out east, spring barley drilling is largely finished on lighter soils, and this is reflecting the relatively good access and earlier drying. But as we head towards the north, the heavier wetlands in Yorkshire and the northeast, and even parts of the West Midlands, spring drilling remains relatively slow on these heavier, wetter soils, with access to these lands limited, and some fields still need more drying time to allow growers to get onto them.
Yeah, and presumably that delay is down in parts of that extremely wet weather we had at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. I mean, we've had one of the wettest Januaries and Februaries on record. So, yeah, it's been very, very, very challenging for the domestic grower. And we're finding that these extreme events are becoming more of a common theme for arable farmers.
And is that going to have an impact on when these crops, once they've grown, when they can be harvested? Will we be looking at a later harvest?
Not necessarily. I mean, I can't see any delays so far for harvest as such, and crops are faring relatively well despite that delayed planting that was mentioned.
Now, the war in the Middle East means that fuel prices have just been soaring up, and there are concerns about fertiliser costs as well. Is that going to affect planting?
I mean, it's not really going to impact plantings as such. Obviously, what's going on at the moment, there's a large degree of volatility in fertiliser markets and energy markets. Although that's not going to affect plantings as such, it might actually impact the amount of fertiliser or late season nitrogen rates which are applied to these crops as fertiliser prices soar up. So you could definitely see some growers restricting the amount they are putting on these crops. We could see greater implications, especially on a domestic front, for 27 harvest if we get those fertiliser prices and they still remain high.
Farmers who were producing arable crops last year suddenly got some really low prices, and obviously with that bad weather as well. Do you think some people will have been, weighing up whether to actually go ahead and plant again?
The UK is not a price maker. We're unfortunately a price taker to these global markets. And The global grain market, for the most part, is still very, very well supplied, with supply for this marketing year actually, for grains, actually outstripping demand.
So is it worth planting? I mean, have you seen farmers taking that into consideration and deciding not to plant cereals, maybe to do something else instead?
What we've seen actually in our early bird survey, which was published in November, we've actually seen a slight uptick in winter wheat, and we've seen a slight reduction actually in spring plantings.
Anthony Spate from the AHDB talking there with Kaz. Well, they mentioned the impact of conflict in the Middle East, and it's also led to government concerns about a shortage of CO2. It's an important ingredient in many food and drink production processes. It's used for a range of things, including stunning pigs in abattoirs, packaging salads, and making fizzy drinks. This week, the government awarded a £100 million grant to the Ensus factory at Redcar to restart production. As you may remember, the plant was mothballed last year after the trade deal with the USA removed tariffs on American bioethanol and so made domestic production uneconomic. The plant produces bioethanol, CO2 and animal feed. Well, its recommissioning could mean the return of a significant market for wheat that doesn't make the grade for human consumption. But the National Farmers Union are concerned that the £100 million investment from government is not conditional on Ensus using British wheat. Kaz Graham asked Grant Pearson, chairman of Ensus, where the grain for their plant comes from.
The plant uses feed grain, so this is not grain that can be used for making bread or cakes. It's grains that are grown for feeding to animals primarily. The vast majority of grain is UK wheat, and over the time the plant's been operating, most of it's come from about 50 miles around the plant.
Is it all UK crop that you use, or do you import some of it?
No, the majority is UK crops and UK wheat. We do bring in some maize, and when we first started the plant up, we actually we ran primarily on UK wheat, but we had some challenges in terms of running 100% on wheat. So we always put a little bit of maize into the plant. It gets the plant up and running at a much higher rate if we have a bit of maize in there. We have occasionally ran on larger maize volumes if there's been a particularly poor UK harvest. So if you remember a couple of years ago when we had that dreadful autumn of non-stop rain and the farmers were really struggling to get the wheat in the ground, and that had a very poor harvest the next year. The year after that we tended to use a higher proportion of maize, and this is quite helpful because I think it takes pressure off the UK market when there has been a poor harvest, and on a normal harvest it gives a big output and local consumption for grain in the northeast, which would otherwise be probably exported.
I know the NFU has been saying that the £100 million support from the government should be tied to you guaranteeing that the wheat that you use, the grain you use, will be produced in the UK. I mean, what do you say to that?
I think you've got to understand the primary reason that the government has given the support to the plant is to make sure that we've got guaranteed CO2 supplies. The benefits for the fuel supply security, the farming benefits, both in terms of offtake for grain, but also, I think, as importantly and possibly even more importantly for security supply is the proteins that we produce. You know, the UK imports around about 2 million tonnes of proteins, and we're very, very susceptible to breakdown in global supply chains there. I think that's very much secondary from the government's perspective. Therefore, I don't see that they'd make that link. I do think from my side, however, we're very keen to support the local farmers, and we do our best to make sure we take a fair amount, if not a majority of our grains from local supplies.
The government statement announcing the support, it says in it, they're taking steps to diversify the UK's long-term CO2 supply and also to reduce future reliance on imports. I mean, reading between the lines, does that look like longer-term support for you? Are you and the farmers that supply you back in business, do you think?
From my side, I'm very keen to make sure this plant stays in production. I think it's important for the staff. We've had 10 months of uncertainty for the staff here. The vast majority have stayed with us. A lot of them have been with us since the plant was a start-up nearly 20 years ago. You know, this is really a welcome relief for them. Their jobs were very much in question for the last 10 months. And so we're very keen to make sure we try to keep it back online. And hopefully CO2 will play a part of that. But nothing's guaranteed at this stage. But we're going to work and prove that we add real value.
Grant Pearson, chairman of NSIS there. Spring is the start of the wildfire season in the UK, and this week has seen fires across the country, with 2 in West Yorkshire and a fire on Heathland in Dorset. Derbyshire Fire Service is urging people to take more care after they were also called to a wildfire across 18,000 square metres on Tuesday. Well, in a moment we'll talk about the prospects for wildfires this year, but first let's hear from a farmer caught up in one last year. 2025 broke the records for the amount of land in the UK affected by wildfires. One on the North York moors burned for more than 40 days, covering nearly 10 square miles of moorland. Farmer Phil Turford's flock of 600 Swaledale sheep had to be rescued from the moor as it burnt. Well, now, with the first lambs of the new season appearing, BBC Look North's Carla Fowler went to meet him to hear about the farm's recovery.
There's 400 yows to lamb, so we're hoping for a few more lambs than 400, but you never know. As long as this weather holds up, we should be all right. Yeah.
The ones we're looking at, are these recent arrivals?
These are 2 or 3 days old. These are ones that just aren't quite right to put out yet. If they're right, they go straight out and enjoy a bit more grass than usual. So, yeah.
Is it a relief? I know you were in the thick of it, fighting the fire last year.
It's new life, isn't it? It's renewing, so yeah, everything seems to be going pretty well. If this weather keeps up, it'll be very good.
And this is a real milestone for Leith Rig Farm, because this year's lambs were really not guaranteed after last year's wildfires on the moors destroyed basically all the common land. Now, you did lose many sheep in the fires, but thankfully managed to move most of them to safety and temporary grazing off the moor. What's that been like to manage?
We've got sheep in 3 different areas. We've lambed them slightly early because we didn't know whether we were going to get back onto the moor or whether we were going to have to sell them. So there's 400 sheep down here, and we've put them to a Cheviot tup. Usually they're all to a swale. Yeah, just a bit earlier, that's all, just because we didn't know what was going to happen. Yeah.
I mean, there are still challenges ahead, aren't there, for when you get the sheep back on the moor eventually?
Well, they'll have to get used to eating roughage again, yeah. Hopefully it'll come back. Some of it won't come back for like maybe 10, 15 years, but there will be quite a bit come back pretty soon. We did burn 300 acre roughly. Hopefully that'll come back this year.
Farmer Phil Turford in North Yorkshire there with a lamb. Dr. Matthew Jones from the University of East Anglia leads a group researching wildfires across the globe. He explained to me why the risk of them is so high in the spring.
April is traditionally the month with the most burned area in the UK. It comes as a surprise to many people. Many people think, it must be in the summertime that we see more of these fires happening across our country. The reason for this is actually because over the previous summer we get a lot of vegetation growing up, and then that actually dies off over the autumn and over the winter, and it's really in spring when that starts to dry out, so we start getting these hotter, drier periods, and that can lead to the fuels that have accumulated the previous year kind of becoming ready to burn for the first time.
We have, though, had a very wet winter. Logically, shouldn't that slow the process?
I mean, yes. I think this slightly taking us by surprise. It has been incredibly wet. So, yeah, I mean, to see now things drying out so quickly is a little bit surprising. I think we've had some warm spells, but it's also been very windy, and that's something that also helps to dry out fuel and sort of lift away moisture from the surface and into the atmosphere. That's what's really driving some of the really rapid drying that we've been seeing this year.
It's not entirely clear how these latest ones started. What is the most common cause? What ignites wildfires?
It's a mixture of things, really. I mean, particularly nearer to urban centres, we tend to see people out in the landscape. That tends to be the most common cause of wildfires. We, of course, get occasions where there's sort of lightning ignitions. That's the most common natural cause of wildfire. I don't think these sort of lightning events have been particularly common in the recent weeks, so, it's most likely to be human-based ignitions.
Is there any agreement across the world on how best to manage land, moorland or heathland to reduce the risks?
I'd say sort of a variety of approaches are implemented globally. So in terms of preemptive actions, there's various things we can do to try and control these events. So, things like fuel management, so early season burning, using prescribed burns during times of year when it is safe to burn has been very widely adopted globally, including in some of the most fire-prone places on Earth, like in Australia and the US, for example. But other countries use different blends of policy and practice. So, for example, in Australia, we see essentially a total ban on the use of fire or machinery that creates sparks during periods when vegetation is extremely prone to burning. I think historically the UK, of course, hasn't been a particularly fire-prone place, so these issues are really coming to the fore here. We're starting to have these conversations now about, what blend of approach is right for the UK and how we should be proceeding to manage our quite unique ecosystems.
And there are some very basic disagreements on how that should happen, aren't there? Whether you should burn, where you should burn, whether you should graze, how much you should graze.
Yeah, as with many things, the truth's often in the middle somewhere, and actually a blend of different approaches that is tailored to the landscape you're working on, really taking into account the type of vegetation, the type of fuels that you're dealing with. Also relying on the expertise and learned knowledge that landowners and land managers have built up over generations often. We have to work together as one to find the right solution where probably some mixture of approaches tailored to the environment, really implemented in a sensible, structured way.
Dr. Matthew Jones. And that's it from us. I'm Charlotte Smith. The producer is Joe Pesey, and Farming Today this week is a BBC Audio Bristol production.
Time for a look at the weather forecast now. Here's Simon King.
Charles, thanks so much indeed. We've got low pressure situated to the northwest of the UK through today and indeed into tomorrow as well, which means it's going to stay quite windy for many of us, particularly around Scotland and Northern Ireland and down the Irish Sea coasts. And this morning it's quite wet out there. So this morning across southwest England, Wales, the Midlands and northwest England, we've got this band of rain which is moving its way eastward fairly quickly. So in the next few hours it should clear away to the east and there'll be some sunny spells developing for a time, because then the cloud does then increase again, and with that there'll be some showers coming in from the west, and as I said, a blustery wind, gusts up to 60 miles an hour around the Irish Sea coast and the Isle of Man through today. And some of the showers could be quite heavy, maybe some hail, some thunderstorms mixed in, particularly for Wales, the Midlands and northwest England, temperatures of 7 to 11 degrees. Now for southeast England, eastern and northeast England, quite cloudy this morning. Rain not quite with you yet, but it will do so in the next hour or so, moving in from the west. It'll be quite light and quite patchy towards eastern and southeastern areas of England. The rain will take a little time to clear away, so by lunchtime really that will clear to the east. There'll be quite a bit of cloud, but then that cloud breaks up this afternoon to bring some sunshine. But then again, there will be a bit more cloud later on this afternoon, some showers coming into northeast England in particular, and temperatures 11 to 14 Celsius. Now for Northern Ireland, the rain is actually already cleared here, so some clear skies this morning, quite chilly, cloud increasing quite quickly with some parting showers through the day, blustery conditions, temperatures of 9 or 10 degrees, and across Scotland, pretty wet this morning, some mountain snow, some gales around the northern and western Isles, rain clearing eventually to the east, there'll be some sunny spells, but then more showers coming into the southwest, pushing northeastward into the afternoon, and we'll see maximum temperatures today of about 7 to 10 degrees Celsius.
Simon King. Today is coming up in just a moment. First, though, as James Herriot used to say at times like this, hot water, soap and a towel.
That's Betty, leading a charge. Come with us on a guided tour through the digestive system of a cow.
A handful of soil has more living organisms in it than there are people on the planet.
From the ground all the way through,
they have a forestomach, and this forestomach is
and back out again.
A dung patch from a cow is a really, really important habitat.
Join a cheesemaker, a philosopher, a scientist, and a farmer. Journey through a cow on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. Tomorrow night at 7:15.
On FM, on BBC Sounds and smart speakers. This is Radio 4.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 11th of April. This is Today with Justin Webb and Sean Farrington.
The headlines this morning.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
The crew of NASA's Artemis lunar mission have returned safely to Earth, ending their historic voyage into space. And one other headline, peace talks between Iran and the United States are due to get underway in Pakistan, but there is still mistrust and confusion.
And after 8 o'clock, we will hear from the first British astronaut who undertook the 24,000 miles an hour plunge back to planet Earth.
The re-entry is the biggest ride of the whole mission. It's the most physically demanding. All that energy that was put in with that enormous rocket at the beginning during the launch has to come out in order for us to slow down sufficiently.
Also in the next hour,
Over the hills and far away, Teletubbies come to play.
CITV
Hostile
covers
aircraft
off UK
intrusion.
televisions and
Metula.
on-to streaming. We will ask the creator of Teletubbies why she's so concerned about the future of children's TV.
I'm Natalie Perks with your Saturday Sport, and Rory McIlroy is flying in his quest to become only the fourth man in history to retain the Masters. He has a record 6-shot lead at the halfway stage. Later we'll be looking at the build-up to the Grand National entry and the start of the Women's Six Nations.
The BBC News this morning is read by Charles Carroll.
The 4 astronauts of the Artemis lunar mission have returned to Earth after completing the first crewed voyage to the moon in more than half a century. Their Orion capsule splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California after nearly 10 days in space. NASA described it as a textbook touchdown and said the crew were all in excellent shape. Our science editor, Rebecca Moran, sent this report from Mission Control in Houston.
Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on Integrity. Still do not have communications from the crew.
A first glimpse of the Integrity spacecraft, appearing as a fast-moving speck of light high above the ocean. Then confirmation the crew was safe.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
They just hurtled through the atmosphere at 24,000 miles an hour. Their spacecraft enduring temperatures as hot as the surface of the sun.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. A modern-day mission to the moon. A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete.
The Artemis astronauts were back on Earth. The cramped capsule that had been their home for the last 10 days bobbing on the waves. The door was opened for that first breath of fresh Earth air, and the astronauts were airlifted one by one by helicopter to the recovery ship nearby. Jared Isaacman, NASA's head, was waiting on board.
I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this.
The U.S. Space Agency says this is just the start. It's planning a lunar landing for 2028 and a moon base. This mission has exceeded expectations. For NASA, the millions of people who followed every step of this epic journey, and, not least of all, the astronauts themselves.
Peace talks between Iran and the United States aimed at ending their 6-week conflict are due to get started shortly in Pakistan. The Iranian delegation arrived overnight, while the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, has landed in the last few minutes. Progress towards peace has been threatened by continued Israeli strikes on the Iran-backed group Hezbollah in Lebanon. From Islamabad, our Pakistan correspondent Caroline Davis reports.
After weeks of speculation, talks in Islamabad seem about to commence. The sound of Pakistani jets echoed through the city skies just after midnight as they accompanied in the Iranian arrivals. Leading their delegation is the parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, along with the foreign minister Abbas Araghchi. They were met at the airport with a red carpet and flowers. Mr. Ghalibaf shared images of seats on their plane filled with the burnt school bags and pictures of the schoolgirls killed in an airstrike on the first day of the war. The stakes are high, the gap between the two countries' positions wide. Getting both sides to Islamabad was the first hurdle. It will not be the last.
Lebanon's president has confirmed that representatives of his country and Israel will meet in Washington next week to discuss an end to Israel's conflict with Hezbollah. From Jerusalem, Joel Gunter reports.
The war between Israel and Hezbollah has been a major sticking point in the US-Iran ceasefire process, because Israel has continued to bombard Hezbollah in Lebanon since that deal was announced. Israel and the Lebanese government have now agreed to begin talks next week in Washington, But the two sides have issued very different messages about what those talks will cover. A statement from the Lebanese president's office said they would discuss announcing a ceasefire and setting a date for the start of negotiations. Israel's ambassador said his country had agreed to begin peace negotiations, but refused to discuss a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Lebanese authorities say nearly 2,000 people have been killed in Israeli strikes since the recent conflict began.
Sir Keir Starmer has shelved plans for the UK to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the United States failed to give formal approval to the deal. Government officials have insisted they're not entirely abandoning the agreement. Our political correspondent Joe Pike has more details.
In January, President Trump called the plan an act of total weakness. He has urged Sir Keir to scrap the deal, despite previously expressing support for the treaty. The deal would see the UK cede sovereignty of the territory to Mauritius and pay an average cost of £101 million a year to lease back a joint UK-US military base on the largest island. The government has said it still believes the agreement is the best way to protect the long-term future of the base, but has conceded it can only go ahead with US support. Ministers have run out of time to pass legislation before Parliament is dissolved in the coming weeks. A fresh Chagos bill is not expected to feature in the King's speech next month. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, has said the fact it took so long to shelve this deal is another damning indictment of the Prime Minister.
A 77-year-old British man has died after a bus carrying more than 24 tourists crashed into a ravine in La Gomera in the Canary Islands. 6 other people are in hospital. They had all been travelling to catch a ferry to Tenerife. The National Association of Head Teachers is demanding that the government steps in to help retired teachers who've been left waiting for thousands of pounds of delayed pension payments. The Teachers' Pension Scheme is one of the biggest in the country, with 2 million members. It's administered by capita, but the Department for Education has overall responsibility. Here's Hannah Mullane from Radio 4's Moneybox.
Teachers say they are notifying the pension scheme that they want to retire, filling out the relevant paperwork, and then when their retirement date comes, the money they were expecting, sometimes thousands of pounds in lump sums, doesn't arrive. Many complain that when they contact the Teachers' Pension Scheme, they get no clarity on why there is a delay or when they will receive their money. Capita has apologised and said it was working closely with the government to ensure cases were progressed correctly and in line with the scheme rules. The National Association of Head Teachers is urging the government to step in and provide more resources to deal with late payments. The Department for Education says it's working closely with Capita to monitor performance and address any emerging issues.
And you can hear more on that story on Moneybox at midday on Radio 4 or on BBC Sounds. A spokesman for Prince Harry has rejected what he called offensive legal action against him by a charity which he helped to found. Centre Bale, which supports young people in southern Africa, says it's suing for defamation because of what it calls an adverse media campaign. A spokesman for the Duke of Sussex and another former trustee who's being sued said that they categorically rejected the offensive and damaging claims against them. Almost 12,000 people who were given meningitis B vaccinations during a deadly outbreak in Kent are to be offered second doses from next week. 21 cases were linked to the outbreak last month. 2 people died. Those eligible will be able to book in for a second dose online. And the Grand National takes place at Aintree this afternoon, where the Irish trainer Willie Mullins is looking to make history. It's the biggest race in the British calendar, with millions of pounds bet on the outcome. Our sports news correspondent Andy Swiss has the details.
Aintree's showpiece event offers an array of potentially historic storylines. Willie Mullins will be hoping to become the first trainer to win the Grand National 3 years in a row since Vincent O'Brien more than 70 years ago. While his winning horse last year, Nick Rocket, has been withdrawn from the race, Mullins still has a number of strong contenders, including the 2024 champion I Am Maximus. Irish trainers have dominated in recent years, but prospects of a British winner include Panic Attack, which could become the first mare to win the National since Nickel Coin in 1951. The horse is trained by Dan Skelton and ridden by his brother Harry. After last year's triumph for Willie Mullins with his son Patrick in the saddle, Aintree could produce another family success story.
That was Andy Swiss.
Thank you, Charles. It is just coming up to 7:10, and we can say welcome home to Reed, to Victor, to Christina, and to Jeremy. Overnight, the Artemis II crew splashed down in the Pacific Ocean. After an 11-day mission, that has changed the face of space travel. Their return to planet Earth began just after midnight last night, after their capsule, named Integrity, was given approval for re-entry by NASA. The voice you'll hear first here is Rob Navias from Mission Control.
Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics. Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second. Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
Integrity, Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Let's get on board, Jackie. Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
And that was the mission commander on board, Reed Wiseman, at the end there. About 10-1 this morning, Artemis hit entry interface. So this is the moment that capsule meets the top of Earth's atmosphere, around 400,000 feet up, hurtling in at more than 24,000 miles an hour. It came within a whisker of the record set by Apollo 10 in 1969.
10 seconds till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
Then, for the next 6 minutes, the blackout began. Not a single word came from the astronauts, total radio silence, and then a signal from the capsule.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
Now, by now, they'd dropped to about 100,000 feet, the crew having already ridden through peak heating, so close to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Next up came the moment everyone was waiting for, parachute deployment.
And there go the first series of parachutes, and we're on drogues.
And Houston, visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up.
We copy, we see.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
So unsurprisingly then, the Pacific Ocean did come into view. Splashdown just moments away.
Houston, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
So the U.S. Navy then helped them exit the Orion spacecraft and the Pacific Ocean by 3 a.m. All 4 astronauts have been lifted by helicopters. We had a news conference in Houston where the flight director said the astronauts are happy and healthy, ready to come home to Houston. Laurie Glaze, who's the head of the program, the Artemis program, said they'd return to Houston on Saturday, where they'll expect to hear from them here on planet Earth for the first time. So over the next couple of hours, we'll unpack what these last 11 extraordinary days have taught us, what Artemis might mean for the future of space travel, and hear from those who've actually made that plunge back through Earth's atmosphere to tell us what re-entry really feels like.
It is 13 minutes past 7. Let us turn back to earthly affairs. Iran and the United States meeting today in Pakistan. As we were hearing in the news, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, just arrived there. The two sides, though, still very far apart, including on the basic question of whether Israel needs to stop its military action in southern Lebanon in order for the talks to progress, which is something the Iranians say is essential. Let us talk then to Hugo Bashega, who's the BBC's Middle East correspondent and joins us now from Beirut. Is there any sign, Hugo, of Israel's military action stopping?
Well, it was a very busy day yesterday, Justin, in terms of Israeli airstrikes and also in terms of Hezbollah attacks against Israel. But Beirut wasn't hit yesterday, which could be an indication that Israel is de-escalating its conflict against Lebanon. But we'll see. I think, for President Trump, it is essential for the ceasefire in Iran to hold. So I think if he sees that the situation here in Lebanon risking, derailing the deal, he will simply demand a ceasefire here. He will put pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, as he has, to stop the war. There's been international condemnation already, international pressure on Israel to stop, because again, just days ago we had the deadliest day in Lebanon in its history, in its recent history. 300 people were killed in Israeli airstrikes. The Lebanese say at least a third of them were civilians, women, children, elderly people. So Israel is already under international pressure, a lot of pressure to de-escalate, if not to stop the war here.
What is their aim?
So they say that they want to push Hezbollah away from the border. So there is not only, we're seeing not only these massive airstrikes, but there's also an invasion of the country. Israeli troops are occupying parts of the south, where they say they want to create a so-called security buffer zone along the border. So they have already succeeded in weakening Hezbollah and isolating Hezbollah domestically. So some of its goals in the war have already been achieved. They will never be able to disarm Hezbollah by force. So we're talking about the possibility of direct talks between the Israelis and the Lebanese to try to come up with a deal, to try to reach lasting peace. But Hezbollah's disarmament will never happen by force. There needs to be a deal, and Hezbollah so far has refused to engage in any kind of negotiations to disarm. So this is a very complicated situation, and stuck in the middle is this country, Lebanon. So if there is no deal to disarm Hezbollah, this state of permanent war here in Lebanon is unlikely to come to an end.
Okay, Hugo Bashega, thank you very much. Let us turn to Caroline Davis, who's our Pakistan correspondent, who's in Islamabad, where these talks are meant to be taking place today. A lot of things, Caroline, up in the air.
Yes, although not currently the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who has now touched down in Islamabad. We started to get an indication that he might be coming in because we heard Pakistani fighter jets coming in overhead across Islamabad. We heard the same sort of thing just after midnight last night when the Iranian delegation arrived. So both sides now here in the Pakistan capital. The big question is, of course, how do these talks take shape? We still haven't been given clarity about whether they will be in the same room or whether there will be messages being passed back and forth between them. And of course, we still have some questions about the fact that the Iranian parliamentary speaker, of course, yesterday said that there would not be negotiations unless there was a ceasefire in Lebanon, as well as the unfreezing of certain assets. So will that throw a further spanner in the works? Pakistan, I think, will be relieved that, at least at this stage, after many weeks of speculation, even this week when both sides had said that they were attending, speculation about whether they would actually both land in Islamabad. First hurdle cleared maybe, but several more up ahead.
Yeah, and among them, a practical one, it would seem, at least according to the report in the New York Times overnight, that when America demands that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, that actually that might not be possible because the Iranians have put mines in it and they can't find them.
Well, I think there'll be plenty of many logistical challenges of how this, there might be demands on one side, whether they're practically possible to achieve on the other is going to be a big question. But I also think that there are so many hurdles that both sides have to try to overcome. Lots of the Iranian demands that have been put out through the Iranian state media just seem to be completely unacceptable to the United States. There doesn't really seem to be an enormous amount of common ground between the two sides. And yet the fact that they are both here in the country, many are seeing as a sign that there is some desire to do something, to find some form of resolution. But there seems to be absolutely zero trust between both sides. And what they could practically actually manage to hammer out is really unclear.
Caroline Davis in Islamabad, thank you very much.
19 minutes past 7. Those logistical issues of opening up the Strait of Hormuz, never mind the political issues around it, are causing increasing problems for the aviation industry. European airports warning that a jet fuel shortage is imminent if that strait isn't opened up within 3 weeks. About half of jet fuel for European airports is from the Gulf region, and most of it needs to travel through that crucial passage to be delivered. John Strickland is an airline analyst. John, morning. It might have felt like European flights and airports have been a bit shielded in recent weeks compared to other airlines and airports around the world. Is it getting a bit closer to a pinch point here?
I think there is a pinch point coming. I've been sounding out a number of airlines and trade bodies, and certainly there's a sense of calm, but that doesn't mean complacency. As you said, a substantial share of jet fuel in Europe does come from the Gulf, and while there are other sources, there are many challenges of obtaining other fuel suppliers, especially at short notice, and it's not something you can suddenly turn on and off. So what I'm hearing from most players in the industry is that certainly the remainder of this month, running into part of May, looks okay. After that, it's a bit more unclear, and perhaps if you want to put it in a particular way, the canary in the coal mine is Michael O'Leary, who has publicly spoken of the fact that potentially Ryanair might have to cancel an original 5 to 10% of its flights beyond the later May period if this shortage does actually transpire.
Well, Kurt, if you're saying up to maybe the beginning of May, things are looking all right, but then there are the big questions in front of the Telegraph, as other places do this morning, reflect on half-term holiday bookings, maybe the start of the summer holidays as well. Would you expect there to be a sort of change in habits of people booking flights, even if the flights aren't cancelled just yet?
I wouldn't think so at the moment, and airlines, of course, are keen to reassure customers, those who've already got bookings and those making them. Well, we're, of course, in a time of year when we're progressively building up to the summer peak now. From the point of view of airlines, it would, if they had to face this challenge, it would be far more preferable if it was in the winter months like November and January when travel is light. But as you said, we have a number of holidays in May, and we move up towards that summer peak of June, July. But airlines will look to do their absolute utmost to make sure they protect the flying they plan to operate and protect customers who are booked and be able to take additional bookings. They have various techniques they can employ, for example, something called tankering, where the fuel is not available in one place. It's a bit like going to a petrol ready car, and the price is better than elsewhere, so you fill it up to the maximum. Planes can do that from the airport. Right. It's not available in a normal supply point.
Does that make some airports more vulnerable than others, though, John, if there is this sort of changing demand at various airports around the continent?
That's certainly the case, and the point that the airport trade body, ACI, made in their letter to the European Commission was that you have small airports, again, a bit like small petrol forecourts, which are a big part of the dealer distribution networks. They're last on the list to get fuel. They don't have maybe direct pipes in from refineries, as some large airports do. They don't have large reserves in the way that some major airports do. So certainly the small ones, perhaps dotted around regional points in Europe, are at risk. And that in turn brings a question of government involvement, which is what ACI is saying. They need to see EU states getting together to look at what reserves are available and how supply can be assured. Airlines, again, would be concerned about flying, for example, in regional parts of Europe, more remote, where aviation is absolutely the only means to get people around. It can't be just left to chance as to what would happen there in the event of a shortage.
John, thank you for your time. John Strickland there, airline analyst.
The time, 23 minutes past 7.
If you are a child of the 90s or you had kids then, if you didn't have the Today programme on a Saturday morning, these sounds from ITV might have been a little more familiar.
This is an art attack. This is an art attack. This is Art Attack.
Eclectic selection for you there. What do we have? Art Attack, Nightmare, Rainbow and Tots TV at the end. After 40 years now, though, of dedicated airtime for kids' TV on ITV's linear channels, most recently Breakfast Time on ITV2, there will now be none of that. It's all going to shift to the ITVX kids streaming platform. I've got Tots TV creator Anne Wood with us now. Anne, good morning to you. Anne founded Ragdoll Productions, specialising in programmes for young children as well. So you've got Teletubbies and Rosie and Jim under your watch previously as well. And so how does it feel to you to think ITV, those linear channels aren't going to be focusing on this so much?
Well, no, I mean, they haven't been for ages. I mean, this has been going on, this process of
of dismantling the infrastructure, if you like, that made some of these programs possible, that parents really do, young parents now, as they're interesting. We aren't a broadcaster, we're an independent production company, but because Ragdoll has done a lot of programs for young children, parents of young children are now emailing us saying, can't you do something about it? Because they're searching for programs like Tots TV, funnily enough, that they remember for being more calm or more meaningful or funnier. Because, you know, making children laugh is a really important thing. And they want that kind of viewing experience, which is a little bit more meaningful. What they say to us are things like, we're looking for things that are more emotionally grounded. So we've lost it already, if you see what I mean, because there's absolutely no money going to go into this.
Well, if there's a demand there, Anne, you know, you're getting those emails coming in. When you speak to, whether it's the streaming networks or those in charge of those linear TV channels, why are they not so keen for that content?
Because they haven't any money. The money for children's television has been completely withdrawn, and the market has disappeared. All nations appear to be doing this, thinking that the technology is more important than the content. Therefore, they will just put everything. And there is no money in streaming for making these programs. I mean, they cost a lot of money. Just as any drama for adults will cost. You know, you need the same stuff, you need the same cameras, you need the same technology to make children's programs as you do any others. So it's terribly sad for me, anyway. I mean, I had a lovely time when I made these programs. I loved them. We had children who were fans and still do have. I mean, there's a teacher recently took up Tots TV and made a whole school project out of it. We loved it. We engaged. I shouldn't say this on air because we might get other schools writing in. But, you know, it still resonates with people. But the people who watched are now parents themselves. And I just hope that they will rise up and get in touch with the select committee or whatever it is that's looking into children's programs yet again, and do something.
What is it, Anne, the difference in the rewards for the platforms, that they are happy putting the money into adult drama, but not happy putting it into kids' programs so much? Because if you get it right, you look at the Bluey explosion in recent years. You know, everywhere you look now, every shop you go into, there's something affiliated to what is one of the most popular kids' TV programs on TV at the moment. Aren't the rewards there?
No, not in the same way. It is more. There is a creative risk. I mean, you have to invest in anything for children. You know, whether it's nursery education, which is also underfunded, you know, or television for children, requires an investment. And also, of course, we've now got YouTube, you know, and we've got technology that allows a young child, even a young baby, to have a mobile, you know, as a distraction. The climate, the landscape has completely changed that we're in, and this is happening all over the world. So your chances of international cooperation and sales are much less. And there are and so all of the departments, I mean, the sad thing is, there used to be people who understood the development of children, who were trained, who knew how to entertain children, and now this is not valued. There are no departments anywhere any longer for this work to be learned, for the infrastructure to survive by the skills being passed on. It started in the 80s with the Communications Act and the unforeseen consequence of allowing ITV not to meet their statutory obligation to make children's programs.
Well,
that was diluted.
And maybe that was one of the steps that got us to where we are today. Anne Wood there, thank you for your time, Anne, founder of Ragdoll Productions.
29 minutes past 7 to the sport. Here's Natalie.
Good morning. A big story overnight is Rory McIlroy. Before last year, Augusta had never really been his friend. But after winning the green jacket for the first time, something seems to have shifted at the Masters. He is sailing serenely into the last 2 days on 12 under with a huge 6-point lead over the chasing pack. Now, the Women's Six Nations gets underway today, with world champions England bidding for an 8th successive title and a 5th consecutive Grand Slam. The Red Roses start their defence against Ireland at Allianz Stadium. It's their first time back there since beating Canada in September's World Cup final.
Canada turn it over at the Mall, but it matters not because England are World Cup champions. Red Roses on home soil and before 80,000.
Well, I'm delighted to say the Chief Executive of the RFU, Bill Sweeney, joins us now. Bill, good morning. It's great to have you with us.
Morning, Natalie. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. According to research commissioned by BBC Sport, we've seen supporter numbers in the UK climb from around 8 million to over 13 million after the World Cup. And I know we often talk about legacy in sport, but is this the first real sign of the legacy, I guess, from having the Women's World Cup here?
Yeah, definitely. That rise in following from 8 million to 13 million is terrific. But all of the stats that you look at the moment, whether it's women's and girls' registrations in the game, which is up by 14%, whether you talk to PWR and you look at their audience figures and their attendances, both up by over 80%, all the stats are showing that there's a real explosion in popularity and following behind the women's game at the moment.
So you've been Chief Executive, 7 years? What differences have you particularly seen in the women's game, and what changes are happening at grassroots?
We were the first to award full professional contracts back in 2019. And we've reinvested very heavily into women's sport. We've lost money on it over the last 4 years, but we don't see that as a loss. We see that as an investment. So we've lost 18 million over 4 years, but that's really us saying that it's actually critical for the growth of the game, not just the women's game, but the game overall, to have a really strong, thriving women's and girls game. And we're seeing improvements in the professional standards at PWR. You're seeing the Red Roses really laying out the standard and setting a very high bar in terms of performance and aspiration. And they've really connected with the young fans and given them entertainment and experiences that they're coming back for. And that'll be shown today when we've got over 76,000 people coming for the first match of the Women's Six Nations.
I mean, it helps that England have won a record 33 matches in a row, I guess, to get bums on seats. But I suppose one of the criticisms of the Six Nations is it can be a bit one-sided. Are the other home nations getting more competitive, would you say?
Oh, they are. They're definitely closing the gap. And the other unions are starting to invest now in a similar sort of fashion, and that's great to see. I mean, I hear this about the fact that maybe it's too much of a one-horse race at the moment, but we don't hear that from the fans. I mean, the fact that you've got 76,000 turning up today, I think is testament to that. They're coming for the experience, they're coming to follow their heroes, they're coming for the entertainment, and it's nice to win consistently like that. So we're not going to take our foot off the gas, and John Mitchell and ourselves aren't going to scale back in terms of what we're doing with the Red Roses. We'll continue to invest, we'll continue to raise the bar, and it's up to the other nations to catch up.
Of course, England's men went into their Six Nations campaign as one of the favourites too, emerged with 4 defeats from 5. There were Six Nations in history. I know you've got a deep dive review ongoing. What do you see are the clear issues? What needs to happen?
Yeah, it was hugely disappointing. I mean, we went in with there were high expectations that were well written up at the time. We were coming in off a 11-match unbeaten run. We won the first match against Wales. And then we just didn't deliver to the standard we'd expected to deliver. It'd be wrong to talk in too much detail now about the things that we're finding out and the things that we felt were not quite right at the time. But it's good that it's happened now with 18 months to go before a World Cup, and we'll sort them out and we'll come back stronger.
And will Steve Borthwick still be in the job for that World Cup?
Yeah, we're working with him at the moment in terms of what the issues were, and our intention is to make sure he's got the right support behind him, he's got the right mechanisms and processes around him to enable this great squad of players to deliver what they can deliver and go and do really well in Australia in 27.
And finally, very briefly, what are you most looking forward to with this Six Nations?
Just a continuing level of play from the team. We've got a lot of changes, 8 changes today through pregnancies and injury. It's a chance for John to really deepen and broaden the squad. I'm looking forward to getting there into the stadium today and just looking at that connection again between the players and the fans. I mean, they love each other, and it's really refreshing to see.
Bill, thanks so much for joining us today. Enjoy the Six Nations. And after England face Ireland, Wales take on Scotland at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. And of course, it's the biggest day in the jump racing calendar today, the Grand National at Aintree at 4 p.m. That means we've got racing tips for you. In the 3:05, we're going for number 5, Home by the Lee, and at 4 o'clock for the National, number 22, Jaguar. And please don't blame me if they're wrong.
Natalie, thank you for that. Broadcasting House returns tomorrow. Jane Hill has the details.
With talks scheduled in Pakistan about ending the Iran war, we'll have a full briefing. After this week's horrifying images of 250 dogs rescued from one home, the new owners of 2 of them tell me how they're settling in. We hear about the benefits of exercise for people living with Parkinson's from a gold medal winner at the Ping Pong Parkinson World Championships. And reviewing the Sunday papers, commentator Peter Hitchens, comedian Alexei Sale, and the QI Queen Anna Tuczynski. Do join us, 9 a.m. on Sunday.
Let's have a look at the weather now. Today, slight cloudy with rain reaching the southeast, showers in the west. In the afternoon, some sunny spells will develop. Windy in the west.
The time's 25 to 8. You're listening to Today on Radio 4. Sean Farrington, Justin and Charles Carroll with the news.
NASA says the crew of the Artemis 2 mission are in excellent shape after returning safely to Earth, having travelled beyond the far side of the moon. Their Orion spacecraft splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California after 9 days in space, in what the space agency described as a textbook touchdown. The U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance, has arrived in Islamabad for talks with Iran aimed at ending their 6-week conflict. Tehran says that it's ready for a deal with the United States, but that any agreement will depend on Washington recognizing Iran's rights. President Trump has said that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened with or without the Iranians. Lebanese officials say that their country's representatives will meet their Israeli counterparts at the U.S. State Department on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador in Washington has confirmed that formal peace talks will begin. Israel's continued attacks on Hezbollah in Iran have threatened to undermine peace talks. Sir Keir Starmer has put on hold plans to transfer the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the United States withheld formal approval. The government insists the agreement has not been abandoned. Reform UK said shelving the deal was long overdue. The Lib Dems said that the handling of the Chagos deal had been shambolic. A 77-year-old British man has died after a coach carrying more than 2 dozen tourists crashed into a ravine in La Gomera in the Canary Islands. 4 people were seriously injured. 2 of them were airlifted to hospital. The group had been travelling to catch a ferry to Tenerife. Almost 12,000 people who were given meningitis B vaccinations during a deadly outbreak in Kent are to be offered second doses from next week. 21 cases were linked to the outbreak last month, in which 2 people died. Those eligible will be able to book in for a second dose online.
Thank you for that. 23 minutes to 8 is the time. On the 13th of June 2023, in the city of Nostell, Valdo Kalakane stabbed to death 19-year-old students Barnaby Webber and Grace Amali Kumar and a grandfather, Ian Coates. The killer, who had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia 3 years earlier, then drove into the city centre where he struck 3 pedestrians with a vehicle, again leaving them with life-changing injuries. The authorities failed again and again to keep a very obviously dangerous man, a man they viewed as dangerous, off the streets. They then failed to offer proper support to the victims. It led to the setting up of a public inquiry that's been taking evidence and will eventually issue recommendations. But with what impact? The former senior Home Office official Ian Aitchison, writing in the Telegraph last week, referred to a system that instinctively circles the wagons, centres perpetrators and processes, puts reputation management before ethics, and quietly edges victims, harm and accountability off the stage. I've been talking to James Coates, Ian Coates' son, who began by telling me about his father.
Happy-go-lucky sort of guy. I feel like he'd worked hard all his life to provide for his family and help his friends, and was obviously getting really close to his retirement and looking forward to that, to get some rest, and such a nice guy, a big, like, family character.
How did you find out that he'd been killed?
I'd got a message on social media at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 13th of June from a friend of the family, like she had heard. We didn't get assigned a family liaison officer for 6 days after, so it was really hard those 6 days without any support. Obviously none of us had been in a situation like this before, so we didn't know who to turn to, who we can talk to. Like, we were just like left to our own devices to like just cope on our own for the first week, more or less.
And that was only the beginning of police failings, wasn't it? Their failure to get in touch with you, but it didn't stop there.
No, it's just got gradually worse as time has gone on. And now we're like almost 3 years on from the day, and there's still more information coming out at the minute.
Is it true that you were told you should get a dog?
That was my dad's partner, Elaine, was told that when she spoke to victim support, and obviously was sharing the issues that she was lonely and that she didn't like being in the house on her own because my dad wasn't there. And she was basically told to get a dog to cheer her up, or to go sell the house and go and live by the seaside.
Well, then it came to the various inquiries that there have been, because there have been inquiries, haven't there, within various official bodies. What more have you learned?
Since this inquiry started, I've learned a whole lot more than what I did know previously. I think over the last 2.5 years, we'd found out a lot about missed opportunities, laziness, like failure to act, really. But now, in the inquiry, we're just finding out so much more information. It's just, it's a lot to take on.
Give us an example of the kind of missed opportunities that you're talking about.
The repeat number of times that he was violent and should have been arrested, the times that he'd been sectioned and kept being released back into the public. They knew that he shouldn't be around students in isolation, but they kept sending him back to student accommodation where he was just continuing to attack fellow students and break into students' apartments, and they just thought the best idea was to just keep sending him back there, and things like that. Just little tiny things. If you'd done the job properly, it could have this whole situation could have been completely different.
Is it clearer to you now why they didn't do the job properly?
I wouldn't say clearer. I'd say that I understand now the actions they took or didn't take, there's more or less. It's just, like I say, like what's come out of the inquiry with just like the lack of leadership, the lack of experience, the lack of everything, really. I think it's got to a point where the culture has been so toxic and like corner cutting and taking shortcuts and things like that have become such the norm that it happens so often that there is no repercussions. But with something like this, everything is being brought out into the public, and it's now it's time for changes now.
One of the psychiatrists who has addressed the inquiry said the team of professionals considered the research evidence that shows overrepresentation of young black males in detention, and he seemed to suggest that that was one of the reasons why Kalakane was not detained at the various stages that he could have been.
It shouldn't have even been a discussion. It doesn't matter what colour you are, what race, what religion. If you're committing a crime or you need to be sectioned under the Mental Health Act, then it should just happen. It shouldn't matter who you are or why or what. It has to happen, and because of stupid things like this, it didn't happen, and he was allowed to roam the streets and attack people.
Do you feel, and you've been watching, haven't you, the various professional bodies, representatives at the inquiry, do you feel that they understand the gravity of this and what needs to change?
Some of them do. I think a few individuals have realised the mistakes that were made and have held their hands up to it and apologised. But I think the main problem is there's a lot of them, and a lot of the senior people are the ones that feel that they've done the job properly and that there was nothing more they could have done. And that basically just feels like a kick in the teeth, really. The emphasis from the police is that it was all down to there wasn't enough money, there's no budget, there's no staff, there's like lack of police officers, lack of experience, too much workload. That's what a lot of the blame is being put on, that the cops in Nottinghamshire have got too much to do, so they can't be everywhere at once, and that's why things like this happen, which to me is just not good enough.
Do you think anything is going to change as a result of this inquiry? Because there have been plenty of inquiries before, haven't there, along similar lines and promises that things would change. Will it now, do you think?
I have a tiny little sliver of hope that there could be some changes made. I'm hoping the chair, obviously, when she's seeing everything laid out in front of her, she can make recommendations that can be put into practice. Because we've heard it for decades now. It's a blanket apology. One person might resign, and then it just falls back into the same bad habits again.
Joe Scopes, thank you very much for talking to us. And I should say Nottingham Police told us that they wouldn't be commenting while the inquiry is ongoing, but they have in the past apologised to the families, to all the families for failings. And NHS England has also apologised unreservedly to the families of the victims, says what happened was not acceptable.
It's 7:45.
Now, they made it back, and by all accounts, it was a perfect landing. Those 4 astronauts on Artemis having to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at the right angle, at the right speed, the right time, and they managed it all.
Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day.
That was Rob Henfling, who was the Artemis flight director, speaking at a press conference just a few hours ago. Let's talk to Kevin Fong, doctor and broadcaster. He used to work with NASA's Human Spaceflight Program in Houston and is host of the 16 Sunsets podcast about the history of NASA's spaceflight shuttle program. Kevin, good morning to you.
Morning.
I mean, I suppose relief is one of the emotions, isn't it?
Massive relief, and you know, I held my breath for the launch, but as my colleagues in Houston always said, the 2 hardest things in all of human space exploration are starting and stopping, and this is the mother of all stops, and you heard it there. So yes, huge relief.
And also some question about the heat shield that protected them during the re-entry, because previously, a previous heat shield, it wasn't that it failed, was it? But it showed signs of wear that it possibly shouldn't have done.
That's absolutely right. When Artemis 1 came in the uncrewed test flight, they showed sort of damage to that heat shield that they hadn't been expecting, and there wasn't really time. They had to make a decision. There wasn't really time to completely redesign the heat shield, so they just changed the profile of the re-entry, how hard it came through the atmosphere. But that meant that last night, in that 6 minutes of signal blackout, there was some real... I mean, I was sitting there just waiting for the return of signal, because it was a proper breath hold moment last night, and wonderful to see them come through it.
Right, and people are now breathing, including them. And what next?
So this is just the first step. This is the first step in a much wider program of exploration, and we're going to go back to the moon. We're not just going to go as we did 50 years ago to plant flags and wander around. We're going to set bases up. There's going to be an incredible program of science. But this team have led the way. You know, this is a beachhead moment in a new program of exploration, and I think it gives us our confidence back again for what we can do when we're working at our best and what we can do together.
Is the competition with China something that is a positive in as much as it spurs spending and enthusiasm, etc., or might it become a distraction?
Well, I think you need the right amount of healthy competition is always good. It always drives you to be better. And yes, there are shades of sort of the imperialism that we saw in the past coming in here. There is something of a new space race. We're not entirely sure what the Chinese are doing. But you know what? That might just help us forwards. You have to have some incentive to do this. And this is what exploration is always like. There's a bit of imperialism, there's a bit of discovery, there's just a bit of pure inspiration. We've got all of that this last few days.
And on the subject of inspiration, I mean, I was young when we first went to the moon. And people wanted to be astronauts. Youngsters wanted to be astronauts. There was a sort of a huge amount of enthusiasm. You talk to people who've been to space, and they say one of the things that got them involved was this kind of sense of, goodness, this is an option. Does that change things now for a new generation?
Well, I think so, and I think you've seen the response to this mission, haven't you? I wondered whether or not it would just, go past us like water under a bridge, yes. But actually, you've seen how people have responded to this. And when people ask us what we get from these programs, we get the inspiration of a new generation of people, scientists, technologists, engineers and mathematicians who are going to drive the future forwards. It did it for me. I mean, I grew up in the afterglow of Project Apollo. It was what led me into science. It what led me into my career as a doctor, and it will do so for another generation now. And that's a wonderful thing, and you've got to celebrate that.
And the thought of Mars too. I mean, Donald Trump's been talking about going there, but I mean, even if you put that on one side and focus on those who might have a more realistic chance of making it happen, it is at least in the conversation, isn't it? Which is extraordinary.
It is absolutely in the conversation. I think we'll do the moon first. And there's been a long debate about whether we should go back to the moon or just go straight for Mars. But we'll go to the moon in the way that, certainly I learned how to do camping, which is you take a tent out into your parents' back garden, you work out what you need next time before you put it in a sort of K2 or whatever. And so the moon will be there for us. It will help us, sort of flesh out our exploration and expedition class missions. This is a really wonderful moment. This is about to be the most exciting era in human spaceflight we have seen for over half a century, and what a beginning this has been.
Kevin Fong, as ever, thank you.
It's just gone 10 to 8, and it is time for Thought for the Day. The speaker this morning is Reverend Roy Jenkins, Baptist minister in Cardiff.
Good morning. As this programme frequently affirms, it's a turbulent, dangerous world. Wars rage, thousands are killed, many more maimed or displaced. And economic forecasts don't seem to cheer up anybody, even when they're already comfortable, very comfortable. Easter week formally ends today. After last weekend's celebration of resurrection, new life and high hopes, some churches tomorrow will be marking Low Sunday, a title with a variety of explanations, but an unavoidable ring of anticlimax. Right, now you've had your high, the excitement's over, get on with real life. But what if real life is overshadowed by some cloud of anxiety you can't control? 40 years ago this month, a reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear plant in Ukraine, which then belonged to the Soviet Union. Radioactive fallout spread across Europe, and though there had been relatively few direct casualties, there was widespread concern about the future contamination. No one could know. 3 weeks after that explosion, I was part of a long-range delegation to churches across Russia and some other parts of the Soviet Empire. I've no idea whether the people we met knew any more about potential harms than we did, but I don't recall hearing of any. What I've never forgotten was their worship. It was still Easter there, and in every service of whatever tradition, packed congregations would respond enthusiastically to the proclamation, "Christ is risen," with the words, "He is risen indeed." And always they sang with fervour. One Orthodox celebration I compared with standing between two of the best male voice choirs in Wales and the chorus of Welsh National Opera in the gallery. The Baptists offered passion in hymns that I knew from home. All of them, however, were people facing not the unknown perils of a cloud of radiation, but all too familiar threats for the subversive activities of distributing Bibles, teaching young people, or running a Sunday school. They could lose their liberty, their homes, or their jobs, but still they proclaimed, "Christ is risen." It was deeply humbling. Words and music together can help in the battles with all kinds of clouds. They just need to be capable of lifting spirits, calming, challenging. Richard Glennie's guests on In Our Time this week talked about some of the ways that could happen through Handel's immensely popular oratorio, Messiah, a religious work for sure, focusing on Jesus, but embraced by people of all faiths and none. It deals with joy and suffering, with death and eternal hope. I loved the suggestion that its haunting opening words, "Comfort ye my people," is a call to go out and do the comforting, not to feel comforting. Bit disturbing, though.
And that was Thought for the Day with the Reverend Roy Jenkins. It brings us to 7 minutes to 8.
The current plan for the UK to hand sovereignty of the Indian Ocean Chagos Islands to Mauritius has been shelved after failing to get the necessary approval from the United States. One of those islands, Diego Garcia, is home to a UK and US military base. The government's plan had been to hand over that sovereignty, have a lease agreement to continue the base there, something that was criticised by some politicians here because of potential costs the links Mauritius has with China. It had been backed by Donald Trump's administration until this year, when President Trump criticised the plan while expressing his desire to acquire Greenland, if you remember. UK government officials now say the plan hasn't been entirely abandoned, but there's no time to make it law this Parliament. It's not expected to be in the King's speech in May that lays out plans for the next Parliament. Lord MacDonald joins us now, who's former senior diplomat at the Foreign Office and was in charge there when the UK was advised to hand over the islands. Good morning to you. What's your reaction to this?
The government had no other choice. The UK had two objectives. One was to comply with international law. The second was to reinforce the relationship with the United States. When the President of the United States is openly hostile, the government has to rethink. So this agreement, this treaty, will go into the deep freeze for the time being.
Given where we've got to, you might say the government had no other choice, but did it have other choices along the way that could have meant it could have carried out the plans it wanted to?
I mean, there were choices over many decades, but as soon as this went into the International Court of Justice, as soon as the UK had agreed to that process, we were bound by the outcome of that process. And everything that has happened now, and also, remember, under the Conservative government before the Labour government, is a consequence of that ICJ judgment.
Is there a mood at the minute amongst some countries around the world to perhaps disregard international law more than in previous times, and that perhaps the UK should have pushed that thought a little bit more?
There is a mood to disregard international law. It is being led by the United States. Russia, China have always been a bit ambivalent, but the US being equally ambivalent is noticed by everybody. The UK has to find itself as a country which respects, upholds international law. I think the government is correct to keep to that traditional policy.
What does it mean now for the UK and its relationship with the Chagos Islands, how we can use them, how long we can use them for?
There will be no change. The Mauritians are in no place to take them over, to force a transfer. I don't think they'll even try. Mauritius is over 1,200 nautical miles from the Chagos archipelago. It doesn't have any navy to speak of. So I think the status quo will persist.
So, if the status quo is persisting, how did this become such a big controversial deal that had such a role in the UK's relationship with the United States?
Because this was an issue that was a hangover from the end of the colonial era. For the last 200 plus years, successive powers that controlled the Indian Ocean administered it as one unit. So at independence, the rules of decolonization were that the whole unit should become independent as one new country. The Brits, to help the United States, carved out the Chagos archipelago to allow the Americans to build this absolutely vital base at Diego Garcia. The Mauritians were never happy about that. The whole process took more than half a century. It's going to take even longer to sort out now.
So what should the next steps be? If we're thinking it's not going to be in the King's speech and a plan for the next Parliament, should the UK be spending time and energy trying to persuade Donald Trump and his administration otherwise?
I think that will happen in a low-key way. The President has already changed his mind more than once on this issue, so it is possible he'll change his mind again. If he doesn't, then there'll be a new President in 2029.
Lord MacDonald, former senior diplomat at the Foreign Office, thank you for your time this morning. It's not far off 8:09, so let's get the weather forecast for the morning. Simon King at the BBC Weather Centre. Morning, Simon.
Hi, Sean. Good morning. Yeah, it's quite a wet and windy start today for some of us. We've got some rain that's moving its way eastward today.
So across southwest England, Wales, the Midlands and northwest England, still some of that rain around at the moment. It's going to move fairly quickly eastward, and then there'll be some sunny spells developing before the cloud thickens up from the west, and with that there'll be some showers, especially for Wales, the Midlands, northwest England, where there could be heavy, even thundery. Some strong winds to go with that as well, gusts potentially up to about 60 miles an hour during this afternoon, and maximum temperatures of 7 to 11 degrees. For southeast, eastern and northeast areas of England, mostly dry this morning, quite cloudy, but we'll see some patchy rain moving its way in as we go through the next few hours. The rain will eventually clear away to the east by lunchtime, and then the cloud will break up. There'll be some sunshine developing, but again, there'll be some afternoon showers working their way in from the west, more so I think in northeast England, and temperatures of 11 to 14 Celsius. Now for North Ireland, some sunny spells this morning. Already, though, the cloud thickening in the west with some showery outbreaks of rain here and showers on and off really throughout the day. Blustery conditions, 9 to 10 degrees, and pretty wet across Scotland. That rain clears away to the east. Sunny spells and blustery showers into this afternoon, 7 to 10 Celsius.
Thank you for that. You're listening to Today on Radio 4.
It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 11th of April. The headlines this morning.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
After an historic voyage to the far side of the moon, the crew of NASA's Artemis mission has returned safely to Earth. The most high-level talks in decades between Iran and the US are due to get underway to try to end their war, and the deal to hand over sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius is being shelved.
And after the news, we'll hear from the first British astronaut who undertook that 24,000 miles an hour plunge back to planet Earth.
The re-entry is the biggest ride of the whole mission. It's the most physically demanding. All that energy that was put in with that enormous rocket at the beginning during the launch has to come out in order for us to slow down sufficiently.
I'm Natalie Perks with your Saturday Sport. Rory McIlroy is looking good in his quest to retain the Masters. He's reached 12 under at Augusta, a record 6-shot lead at the halfway stage. And we're building up to the biggest day in the jump racing calendar, the Grand National at Aintree.
The BBC News read this morning by Charles Carroll.
The astronauts of the Artemis 2 lunar mission have returned to Earth after completing the first crewed voyage to the moon in more than half a century. Their Orion capsule splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California after nearly 10 days in space. NASA described it as a textbook touchdown and said the crew were all in excellent shape. Our science editor, Rebecca Morell, sent this report from Mission Control in Houston.
Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on Integrity. Still do not have communications from the crew.
A first glimpse of the Integrity spacecraft, appearing as a fast-moving speck of light high above the ocean. Then, confirmation the crew was safe.
Integrity, Houston. Ground check post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud.
They're just hurtled through the atmosphere at 24,000 miles an hour. Their spacecraft enduring temperatures as hot as the surface of the sun.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. A modern-day mission to the moon. A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete.
The Artemis astronauts were back on Earth. The cramped capsule that had been their home for the last 10 days bobbing on the waves. The door was opened to that first breath of fresh Earth air, and the astronauts were airlifted one by one by helicopters to the recovery ship nearby. Jared Isaacman, NASA's head, was waiting on board.
I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this.
The US Space Agency says this is just the start. It's planning a lunar landing for 2028 and a moon base. This mission has exceeded expectations. For NASA, the millions of people who followed every step of this epic journey, and, not least of all, the astronauts themselves.
Peace talks between Iran and the United States aimed at ending their 6-week conflict are due to get started shortly in Pakistan. The Iranian delegation arrived overnight, while the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, landed this morning. He's warned Iran against trying to play the US. From Islamabad, our Pakistan correspondent Caroline Davis reports.
After weeks of speculation, talks in Islamabad seem about to commence. The sound of Pakistan Irani jets echoed through the city skies just after midnight as they accompanied in the Iranian arrivals. Leading their delegation is the parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, along with the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. They will meet at the airport with a red carpet and flowers. Mr. Ghalibaf shared images of seats on their plane filled with the burnt school bags and pictures of the schoolgirls killed in an airstrike on the first day of the war. The stakes are high, the gap between the two countries' positions wide. Getting both sides to Islamabad was the first hurdle. It will not be the last.
With her assessment of the significance of these talks, here's our chief international correspondent, Lisa Set, in Islamabad.
The talks would mark the highest-level meeting between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States since diplomatic relations were severed in the shadow of the 1979 Islamic Revolution. In recent years, any negotiations were at a lower level and mostly indirect, a measure of Iran's deep distrust. It deepened further when the last two rounds of discussions, last year and this year, were shattered by war. Iran insisted on moving negotiations to a more senior level, and specifically to the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's seen as the greatest opponent of this war in President Trump's team. And Iran's delegation is now led by Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, a hardliner regarded as a pragmatist. But they both come to this table believing they're winning this war. They will make history, but it's not clear how much progress they will make. But it will send a signal of a commitment to talk. And in this moment, that matters.
The Lebanese president has said his country's representatives will meet their Israeli counterparts at the U.S. State Department on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador in Washington has confirmed that formal peace talks will begin. The aim is to discuss the possibility of a ceasefire between Israel and the Iran-backed group Hezbollah in Lebanon. Sir Keir Starmer has shelved plans for the UK to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the United States failed to give formal approval to the deal. Government officials have insisted that they're not entirely abandoning the agreement, but the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, said the delay in dropping the deal was another damning indictment of the Prime Minister. Our political correspondent Joe Clark has more details.
In January, President Trump called the plan an act of total weakness. He has urged Sir Keir to scrap the deal, despite previously expressing support for the treaty. The deal would see the UK cede sovereignty of the territory to Mauritius and pay an average cost of £101 million a year to lease back a joint UK-US military base on the largest island. Ministers have run out of time to pass legislation before Parliament is dissolved in the coming weeks. A fresh Chagos bill is not expected to feature in the King's speech next month.
A ceasefire is due to begin in Ukraine this afternoon for Orthodox Easter, after Moscow and Kiev agreed to pause all fighting. President Zelensky said Ukrainians needed an Easter free from threats and called for Russia to agree to a longer-term ceasefire. The Kremlin ruled that out, saying the truce was temporary. From northeastern Ukraine, Sarah Rainsford reports.
After more than 4 years of all-out war, people here do want a pause in the fighting. Ukraine soldiers most of all, who are exhausted, but also civilians, especially in the east, where towns and villages are hit by Russian missiles and drones every day. Last month alone, the UN says at least 211 civilians were killed in Ukraine, but frontline troops we've spoken to here have low expectations of this Easter ceasefire. They see it as a show of piety by Vladimir Putin, who displays no real desire to stop the war he started, and they expect multiple violations of the ceasefire on the ground.
A 77-year-old British man has died in a bus crash in the Canary Islands. The vehicle veered off a motorway on the mountainous island of La Gomera. Here's Tom Simons.
Photographs shared by the Canary Islands government show the coach lying on its side at the bottom of a 10-metre-deep ravine, close to a tight bend in the road on the east coast of La Gomera. It was carrying 27 tourists and there was one driver. All but one on board were injured in the crash, 4 seriously, 2 of whom were taken to hospital by air ambulance. The man who died has not been named. The Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper said the government was in touch with the local authorities and ready to support British victims of the crash and their families.
A head teachers' union is demanding the government steps in to help retired teachers, who it says are waiting for thousands of pounds of delayed pension payments. The NAHT says that members who ask to receive a lump sum are not getting it on time and need help to deal with the financial problems that follow. The government says that it's working closely with the firm which runs the scheme, Capita, to address any emerging issues. Andrea Cassidy recently retired. She told Radio 4's Moneybox programme that she was yet to receive her pension.
I've paid in a lot of money to my pension. It horrifies me that they're just ignoring me. There's no communication at all. I don't know what else to do. This month, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to pay my mortgage because I don't know if my pension will be through. I'm not a worrier, but I'm really worrying.
The Metropolitan Police says that anyone showing support for the banned group Palestine Action at a protest today is likely to be arrested. Organisers say they expect thousands of people in Trafalgar Square to hold signs reading, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." In February, police stopped arresting demonstrators after the High Court ruled the ban on the group unlawful, but the judgment is being appealed by the Home Secretary. The US is calling on video gamers to apply for jobs as air traffic controllers to help tackle a shortage. In a new campaign, the Federal Aviation Administration says the skills needed to play games and safely direct planes are quite similar. Tom Dewsbury reports.
The FAA says gamers have, in effect, already been training to become air traffic controllers. It says people who are good at games demonstrate high cognitive functions and problem-solving skills, which are necessary for a career in a tower. The advert mixes footage from games such as Fortnite with shots of the radar screens used by controllers and says new recruits won't only keep millions of people safe, but perhaps crucially will make a lot of money. Last year, there were 3,000 controller vacancies and growing concern about a shortage. The US Transportation Secretary says the field has to adapt to attract the next generation.
Tom Dewsbury reporting.
Thank you for that. 8:10 is the time. The heat shield held up. The astronauts are back and are safe. The mission to get to the moon and back has been a resounding success. It was a nervous few minutes in the middle of last night as the craft headed for Earth. The Artemis 1 craft had come back with over 100 locations on it where chunks had been ripped off during the re-entry. NASA spent 2 years figuring out why, concluding in the end it was gas pressure building up inside the material during re-entry. They decided, though, not to replace the shield. What they did is change the flight path instead, so there was a steeper angle, less time in the danger zone. At the time, the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, said this approach is not the right way to do things long term. And it is true that the brutality of the re-entry is extraordinary. The capsule has to slow from 25,000 miles per hour to 17 miles per hour in 13 minutes. The heat created is huge, the danger, well, pretty obvious. So, trepidation as at about 10 to 1 in the morning, our time, Artemis hit entry into place, meeting the top of the Earth's atmosphere, coming within a whisker of the record set by Apollo 10 back in 1969.
10 seconds till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
For the next 6 minutes, the blackout began. Not a single word came from the astronauts. Total radio silence. But then, a signal from the capsule.
Integrity, Houston. Contact post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery team has visual.
Guide switch staying.
And then finally, the Pacific Ocean came into view and a safe return.
Houston, Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
NASA described it as a textbook touchdown. At a news conference, NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kasura, was already looking ahead to future missions.
The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what is left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines, and with love for the ones who carry with us. Welcome home, Integrity.
I've been talking this morning to Britain's first astronaut, to Helen Sharman, and we began with that re-entry. How does it feel?
The re-entry is the biggest ride of the whole mission. It's the most physically demanding for the human body. as we come back through the atmosphere, because that decelerates the spacecraft. All that energy that was put in with enormous rockets at the beginning during the launch has to come out in order for us to slow down sufficiently, and that energy is taken up largely as heat. So as we come through the atmosphere, the outside of the spacecraft gets hot, and therefore the layer of atmosphere around us gets really hot, so hot that bits of electrons, bits of the molecules are stripped off. It creates this ionized, this charged cloud of plasma around the spacecraft, and it glows. So you get this orange and this yellow, and then the ablative covering of the spacecraft starts to come away a little bit, and that covers the window a bit, so that darkens, but you can still see flashes. There are pockets of gas that buffet the spacecraft. And then, when the atmosphere is thick enough, you get the parachutes that open, and the drogue shoots first, bit of a jerk, and then the main shoots, and you really jerked around side to side and decelerating very quickly as soon as that canopy opens up. So yes, so it's quite a bit of a sort of a ride even before you get close to the ground. And then of course you've got that landing or the splashdown in the case of Artemis 2, bit of a bump at the end.
When you say you jerked around side to side, is it like, I don't know, turbulence on a plane, or more than that? What do you look at each other while it's happening? What to describe from the inside what's going on?
So we're sitting inside our seats. So I came back to Earth in a Soyuz. So there are three of us side by side, very cozy. So arms pretty much touching. Orion spacecraft, they had a little bit more room for the four of them. They were sort of in seats of bunks of two underneath the other two's legs kind of thing. But no, we're sitting in our seats that are moulded to fit our backs, so they're quite cozy. It's quite difficult to look around side to side to see your crewmates, but you can do that. But when you're decelerating so hard, you're being pushed down and back into your seat, so you really need to stay as still as possible. But this sideways jerking is quite violent. The parachutes open, and the spacecraft is sort of sideways on to a parachute to start with until it rights itself and is a little bit more coming straight down underneath the chute. But that does mean that we have probably an angle of about a good 30 degrees. So it's much more than the normal turbulence on an aeroplane. If you weren't strapped in, you would definitely fall out. In fact, we had quite a few items that we had stowed not very well that did fall out during that period, and they fell out, of course, on top of us.
Still, they're back, and they're back safely, and they've done it in this manner. What does it mean now for the immediate future?
Well, very excitingly, of course, there's a whole load of experiments that had happened while they were on board, and a load of data, and that's the big thing for a lot of the NASA scientists and engineers. So we'll pour over this data, making all the refinements that are necessary, getting the information first of all, of course, and we know, for instance, there are certain problems that they had. There were helium leaks, even with this spacecraft. Once they were in space, it didn't matter, as it turned out, but NASA's already said that that's one of the things that they will have to probably do a redesign on some of the valves where the helium was pressurizing some of the fuel for them to be able to operate their thrusters on the way back, for instance. But then, of course, the next mission will be about docking spacecraft and undocking, so that we can think about docking with a lander that will take people down onto the surface of the moon. And then in 2028, that's the schedule for the following Artemis mission, Artemis 4, that will actually land humans on the surface of the moon, and that's when it starts to get, I think, particularly exciting.
Yeah, and that was something that seemed to be, I wouldn't say routine, but it seemed to be something that humans were very much involved with back in the 70s, and then they rather gave up on it. Is the thing that powers it now, in your view, the competition between the United States and China, or is it just a sense that we need to explore these places, or getting to Mars, or what is it that can power this, and I suppose power the enthusiasm and, frankly, the money that will make it happen?
Yes, and there has always been, of course, the science that we want to do on the moon, the science of the moon. That's developed over the years, but that's still there. But the imperative now is this desire to get there before the Chinese get there. So there's this really strategic part of the moon, the South Pole, with water, ice, of course, but it's water there. which will be really useful, not just for astronauts to drink, but to be able to electrolyse, to breathe the oxygen, to use the hydrogen for fuel. There's minerals there that are easily accessible. Interestingly, some really good minerals for our electronics, for instance, some rare earths, and also an amazing crater, the lip of which will give pretty much 24/7 solar radiation, so batteries can be charged, and that's a really important factor. So everybody wants to get to this strategic location of the moon. It's quite big, this crater is huge, but if one establishes one's operations there, and that's the way the Artemis Accords have been written. These are a sort of set of, let's say, rules, guidelines that have been established by NASA. Many countries have signed up to them to sort of guide us into how we might operate on the moon. They state that if you've got an operation on the moon, you shouldn't interfere with somebody else's. If there is an operation on the moon, it shouldn't be interfered with by another entity, a country or a company. Notably, China and Russia have not signed up to those Artemis Accords. So there's really, it's going to be a bit of a wild west, a grab for the best bits of the moon. So yes, so there's a race, but there's also a great lunar economy. And now with commercialization, we realize that there's money to be had. Billions of dollars in the next 20 years have been forecast to be had just because of what's the economy of lunar operations.
Helen Sharman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we can talk live now to our science editor, Rebecca Morrell, who is on the line. What does, Rebecca, what does happen next, if I can get those words out?
Well, for the astronauts themselves, I mean, they are going to undergo a raft of tests. They're having medical checks right now. And tomorrow, we think, probably late Houston time in the afternoon, they're going to come back and be reunited with their families here. For NASA, though, you know, the work really continues. They're going to be studying this spacecraft. They've collected so much data from it, from launch through to its journey around the moon and landing. They're going to be studying that. The scientists here, there were lots of science experiments on board with the astronauts. The astronauts kind of became guinea pigs themselves. Science was done on them to study the effects of deep space on the human body. So they won't get much of a rest themselves, actually. They'll get to hang out with their families for a bit, and then they'll be back in the lab being studied by the scientists. So there's lots to do here. I mean, the lunar scientists, they are poring over those images that came back with the astronauts, because some of them, of course, were beamed back to Earth, but they've actually carried many more on the memory cards, you know, thousands of images that were taken off the far side of the moon. So, you know, it's a brief moment of celebration, but some hard work to begin. And, of course, NASA want to get ready for the next Artemis mission. They've got a very ambitious timescale, you know, particularly attempting to land on the moon in 2 years' time. I mean, I would say they haven't picked their lander yet. It's not been built, so, you know, who can say whether that 2-year timeline is actually going to happen or not, but it'll be very interesting to see how they do.
But the fact is, though, that the success of this mission does mean, doesn't it, that they are going to press ahead, and that is going to remain the aim.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been a tremendous success for the US Space Agency, but I think in some ways even they've been taken aback by how much it sort of captures the world's imagination. I mean, it has felt like for a few brief days the world has been transported along with these astronauts as they've travelled around the moon and back. I mean, their entire journey was really live streamed. I mean, it felt like you were really travelling along with them, and they've kind of gone from the magnificent, you know, looking out of the window and seeing these spectacular views of the Earth and the moon, to the totally mundane. You know, people were obsessing about problems with their universal waste management system, aka their very temperamental loo. So, I mean, it's been a very interesting story to cover, because you've just had so much access to sort of life in this very, very cramped capsule. But I mean, I think particularly it's down to the personalities of the astronauts. I mean, they're very, very good communicators. So I think NASA's almost been slightly taken aback about how big this mission has become.
Rebecca Morrell, thank you.
It's just gone up to 23 minutes past 8. The US negotiating team have arrived in Islamabad in Pakistan this morning for what's been described as historic talks with representatives from Iran, the kind of meeting that hasn't happened between the two countries for decades. In Islamabad for the BBC is Lise Doucette, our chief international correspondent. Lise, good morning. I mean, we've seen 17 delegates from Iran, J.D. Vance, pictures of him arriving this morning, but we don't have a lot of information about exactly what's going on today. Is that unusual?
Well, perhaps not in the high stakes and high level negotiations like this. The most significant thing is that, as you say, the U.S. delegation, 70 members strong, is here, led by the U.S. Vice President, and equally that the Iranian delegation arrived in the early hours of the morning after sowing doubts all day as to whether or not they would show up, still insisting that the talks couldn't go ahead unless, as they put it, their preconditions were met, and that included a ceasefire extending to Lebanon, and also then they started asking for the freezing of Iranian assets. So this morning in Islamabad, where all the venues are ready, the journalists are waiting, the security is tight. We still don't have a time for when the delegations will meet. We're assuming they will be face-to-face. That in itself is significant. Iran has insisted on talks being indirect in recent years, but I don't think J.D. Vance would fly across the world to come here if the talks weren't face-to-face. So I think very much, as with the ceasefire, as with everything else about this, that everything seems to be made up as it goes along. But at least they're here.
Well, if you've got a 10-point plan from one side and a 15-point plan from the other, do you have an idea of what might be the key thing that both sides will be looking to get out of these early stages?
I think it has to be said that both sides are coming to these talks believing that they're winning in this war, even though President Trump continues to speak in terms of Iran accepting American demands, Iran being militarily defeated, having no choice but to come to this table. That is not the messages. It's certainly not the posture of the Iranian delegation. The very fact that they have come, the very fact that a hardliner, a pragmatist, but nonetheless a hardliner, the parliamentary speaker, has been authorized to come here to make what is a significant gesture in meeting the Americans face-to-face, signals that they now know they absolutely believe they have leverage. And of course, the biggest leverage of all is the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump continues to say, open it up. Iran will only open it up as long as it retains some kind of control. It has become its most important bargaining chip in this war. It also has brought its central bank governor to these talks, signaling that in order for it to make any movement on the other issues, including, of course, most importantly, the nuclear file, as well as ballistic missiles, it expects those crippling sanctions to be lifted. So while they'll make history, whether they'll make progress, it's still not clear. But what's really important is that they make a start. This will be the most significant start since President Trump pulled out of the first nuclear deal in 2018, describing it as the worst deal in history. And now he meets a country which is no longer just enriching uranium to 20%, it's now up to 60%, just below weapons grade.
Lisa Zett, thank you.
It is 26 minutes past 8 to the sport. Here's Natalie.
Now, I don't want to jinx this, but things are going rather well for Rory McIlroy. He has a record 6-point lead at the halfway stage at Augusta. He reached 12 under last night after a flurry of birdies in his quest to become only the fourth man to retain the Masters. Away from golf, it's the biggest day in the jump racing calendar with the Grand National at Aintree. 5 Live Sport will have all the build-up with commentary from 4 o'clock of the big race itself. So let's talk now to our racing commentator, John Hunt, who's there for us. Morning, John. It's the day, isn't it, where people who never really watch racing will all have a flutter. They'll all have a look at their tellies. What is it about this race that really captures people's imagination?
Good morning to you, Natalie. Sounds like if Rory McIlroy could contest the Grand National, he'd probably win that as well, by the sounds of things. But you're right, Liverpool's just waking up here. It's a quiet start to a very, very busy day. But the city really embraces the Grand National. They seem to love it year in, year out. I was struck, Natalie, by at the track yesterday how many young faces there were around. There were 60,000 people enjoying a really good day's sport and a good day so far. It was a really fun day in many respects, and I think the Grand National is such a traditional event, but I think the people of Liverpool still embrace it like they always have done, and I think that is largely what makes the whole event so special and so enjoyable.
Just remind us what it actually involves, because it's very much a marathon, isn't it, as far as jump racing goes?
Yes, it's the whole event's been modified over the years. Obviously, the executive entry are very, very mindful of welfare and how to minimise risk at all stages. So, yeah, you're right. A few years ago, they reduced the distance of the race slightly. They, in doing so, they attempted to reduce the amount of speed that the horses carried down towards the first fence. They completely modified the fences as well, which was a real game changer, really. They were in the olden days, they were pretty solid obstacles, but they now have much lighter plastic cores to them, the fences. So, yeah, the track doing all they can to minimise risk. And what that has achieved is a much more open race. The standard, the quality of the horses that run in the Grand National these days compared to 30 or 40 years is just on a completely different scale. We have some very, very talented horses running in the Grand National today, and as a result, that means, or has meant in the last few years, a much, much more competitive race as well. So, yeah, it's a race that's evolving all of the time, and trying to find the winner is as hard as ever.
I mean, you sort of talk about, there's so many stories, aren't there, particularly this year around. Willie Mullins looking to become just the second trainer to win the race 3 years in a row, going for the hat-trick. How do you rate his chances?
Very strong again. I mean, there are 34 runners. He's got 8 of those contenders, so well over a quarter of the field. Previous winner, I Am Maximus, is trained by Willie Mullins. Grange Clare West, a horse who has undoubted ability and course form. He'll be very high on the list. And he's even got a couple of horses that don't appear to have obvious chances, namely Lecky Watson and Champali, who enter today's race seemingly having lost their form a little bit, but they were top-notch horses a year or two ago. And the spring here in Liverpool and the changing ground conditions could well bring about some revival in their fortunes as well. So I think the old adage that anything can win the Grand National still very much applies, and it would be a major surprise if Mullins doesn't have a big say as to where the ultimate destination of the winner lies.
And a lot of my female friends, John, are quite fancying Panic Attack. There's some romance there. Tell us about Dan Skelton.
Yeah, Dan Skelton is just a couple of weeks away from being crowned champion trainer for the first time. He's had an exceptional season. And his runner here, Panic Attack, she is a female horse. There aren't many female horses that contest the Grand National. She has had a most fantastic season, Natalie. She's achieved at such a high level all the way through the National Hunt season this winter. And yeah, can she go once again and win the biggest prize of the lot? It would be a great story. Not many horses are able to maintain a high level of form right the way through from October to mid-April, like she's attempting to do today. And she will carry the hopes of many, many punters today.
Well, John, thank you so much. We really hope for a thrilling but also safe race. And you can hear more from John and the team, of course, on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. We've got some tips for you. John's taken us through the runners and riders, but in the 305, the number 5, Home by the Lee. And at 4 o'clock in the National, we're going for number 22, Jaguar.
We'll cross that one off. Thank you, Natalie. I'll tell you what, Justin, I'm quite amazed you haven't squeezed in Bath's rugby success. You're clearly getting carried away with their successes.
I'm so confident at every stage that they'll win every match. Not.
What to come back last night. Right, Adrian Giles joins us now with details of this morning's Saturday Live.
Well, I'm absolutely exultant at a 0-0 draw with Millwall. Imagine how that feels if that's your source of joy.
Was that you in Millwall?
Night. That was West Brom and Millwall. And, anyway, it's a long story. So today on Saturday Live, we've got the man who elevated practical joking to an art form, no less. That's Dom Jolly. So much to Dom. He's been a diplomat, he's a linguist, traveller, broadcaster, a writer, lots more besides celebrating the 25th anniversary of Trigger Happy TV. We've got Walter Isolino, who's Walter as in Channel 4's Walter Presents. A fascinating guy, watches an enormous amount of television from around the world to bring us this curated collection on Channel 4 of the world's finest foreign language drama series, and we also have a worm expert, Dr. Jacqueline Stroud, Professor of Soil Science at Warwick University. Absolutely fascinating she is, who likes nothing better than getting her ear to the ground, quite literally, and eavesdropping on worms to see what they are up to. Also, we have the actor who took us from the ER to the critically acclaimed The Pit. That's Noah Wiley. We'll have his Inheritance tracks. That's Saturday Live coming up from 9.
Adrian, thank you. Look at the weather. It's going to start cloudy, rain reaching the southeast, showers in the west. And then in the afternoon, some sunny spells will develop, but it'll be windy in the west.
It's 8:33. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Justin Webb and Sean Carrington and James Carroll with a summary of the news.
NASA says the crew of the Artemis 2 mission are in excellent shape after returning safely to Earth, having travelled beyond the far side of the moon. Their Orion capsule splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California after 9 days in space. The US Vice President J.D. Vance has arrived in Islamabad for talks with Iran aimed at ending their 6-week conflict. Iran says it's ready for a deal, but only if Washington recognises its rights. President Trump has said the Strait of Hormuz will be opened up with or without the Iranians. Lebanese officials say their country's representatives will meet their Israeli counterparts at the US State Department on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador in Washington has confirmed that formal peace talks will begin. And Sir Keir Starmer has put on hold plans to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the United States withheld formal approval. Reform UK called the move long overdue. The Lib Dems said the handling of the Chagos deal had been shambolic.
It is 25 to 9. We have a right to protest in this country, but there are limitations as well. And right now the barriers are being delivered. The ordinary lives of many Londoners are about to be disrupted again by people who are protesting against the ban on Palestine Action, the group the government has banned under the Terrorism Act. The police say people expressing support for a banned organisation are committing an offence themselves. And they say in a statement, this is the Met, we will not hesitate to act when the law is broken. The protesters point out that the ban on Palestine Action was appealed to the High Court and overturned, but it remains in place while the Home Office appeal. Here is what Akiko Hart, director of the human rights organisation Liberty, said about the Met's statement.
The Met statement is confusing, and it's piling on confusion from what is already quite a baffling situation for many people. And I think this really demonstrates the confusion which has arisen from the prescription and the suspension of the effect of the judgment. Liberty intervened in the case because we believe that the UK's definition of terrorism is so broad and so wide-ranging that it captures behaviour that most people would not consider to be terrorism. When it's not clear what terrorism is, public trust collapses. And if public trust collapses, then counter-terror laws simply don't work, which is why we need a new definition of terrorism.
There's Dr. Dalbabu, former Chief Superintendent of the Metropolitan Police, member of the London Policing Board, though he's giving his personal views as ever here, and he's here in the studio. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jeff.
Once again, the Met in a bind.
It's an extremely difficult situation. I think what's very, very clear to understand is that the legislation, in terms of the ruling, means that the organisation, Palestine Action, remains prescribed, because although it was successfully challenged, the judgment specifically says it remains a prescribed organisation pending any appeal that the government will make. During the hearing, people came up and were supporting Palestine Action. There's a huge amount of emotion given what's happening in Gaza and now what's happening in Lebanon. But the law, as it stands at the moment, states very clearly that the group is prescribed. And what the police did previously was say that they would take a more relaxed stance on people who were supporting Palestine Action. And now they have reversed that decision and says that they will arrest.
How have they reversed it?
I think they wanted to give clear guidance to the police officers that will be dealing with this matter. This will be an operational decision, and it will be based entirely on what intelligence that they have.
Because one of the criticisms of them is that actually there have been Palestine Action-linked demonstrations in other parts of the UK without arrest. So there was one in Belfast where Amnesty International's programme director for Northern Ireland says it was notable on that occasion, this is last year in Belfast, police service in Northern Ireland took a low-key approach, didn't intervene, didn't appear to have any intention of making arrests. Why not do the same thing in London?
I think we have 43 different forces. Each force has taken a different approach, and it will be based on the intelligence that they have. I think if you're looking at...
Sorry, intelligence they have in what terms? Meaning that this might be more threatening, or what is it that would decide them to take a more robust action than another force decided not to take?
So in terms of intelligence, whether they have information around how many people are going to come out, what people intend to do, the kind of demonstration that they will do, whether it will be passive or whether it will be more robust. So there's a whole range of decisions that are made operationally. So these decisions are made operationally. Certainly when I've been involved on public order events where you've got a significant amount of violence, in whether it's football matches or demonstrations between far-right groups or far-left groups, what you end up doing is having 2 police officers with each person arrested. You then put them into a van, you wait until you've got 4 or 5 prisoners along with the police officers, and then you drive off to the custody suite. I think the difficulty is when you've got 700-800 people who are willing to be arrested, that just isn't practical.
And who are not violent.
No, and indeed, and I think what you saw...
In a sense, it's the lack of violence, isn't it? Almost it makes it more difficult for the police.
But precisely, I think, the optics of this will be very challenging for the police. If you've got people in their 70s and their 80s who are showing no resistance but are not cooperating, may not want to give their names and addresses, then it makes it much more challenging for the police to deal with it. So it will present some significant difficulties for the police in terms of how to manage it, and also be aware of the fact that there will be a huge number of people who have sympathy with what's going on and the views of Palestine Action.
Do you think that there will be sympathy as well, behind the scenes at least, in the police force, for what we just heard from Akiko Hart, the director of Liberty, saying actually there needs to be a new definition of terrorism, that defining it so widely hasn't worked, and in a sense that's what we're discovering again today.
Well, I think the High Court decision that was successfully challenged shows that there are some challenges on how the definition is defined and how it's interpreted. But that would be a matter really for what happens in terms of the appeal that the Home Secretary will have, and indeed what will happen in terms of further debate about how we deal with that definition of terrorism.
Former Chief Superintendent at the Met. Thank you.
Just gone 20 to 9. The Cambridge 5 group of spies has long captured the imagination, inspiring John le Carré classics to the more recent Spy Among Friends TV series. But new declassified files have led to suggestions we should think maybe a bit differently of the stories of those Cambridge graduates: Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Donald MacLean, Anthony Blunt and John Cairncross. Those men recruited by the Soviet Union in the 1930s to steadily infiltrate the British state and pass on classified information. Antonia Senior is a journalist and author. On her new book, Stalin's Apostles, the Cambridge 5 and the Making of the Soviet Empire, has got into these new files. Antonia joins us in the studio. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So, for those of us who've only maybe observed these stories through some form of drama over the years, what have you found?
It was precisely because of those dramas that I wanted to write the book, because the dramas present these guys as kind of glamorous rogues, as sort of almost like Robin Hood figures, kind of stealing secrets off the rich to empower the poor. And what I went looking for is who were the actual victims of their treachery. And I discovered that if you turn the question on its head and say, what did Stalin want from these guys? What you get is a much more nuanced picture, because what you see is that Stalin's foreign policy agenda for the entire 17 years that these guys were feeding him all our secrets was to expand the limits of the Soviet world out beyond Russia, and to kind of hold in his thrall the people of Eastern and Central Europe. And the Cambridge 5 were instrumental in making that happen.
So how have you come about these new theories? What files are around now that weren't around before?
Well, it was incredibly exciting, to be honest. So the MI5 itself has released tens of thousands of pages of documents about the Cambridge 5 in the last 5 years, all the MI5 investigations and all these things. And also I thought that because I wanted to write a book that took us beyond the very Anglo-centric way that we told the story in the past, I went out into other archives. So I looked in the archives of Albania and the archives of Lithuania. and I found the kind of secret police reports from the other side of the story, because from 1944 onwards, Kim Philby was betraying every single mission that we were sending, us and the Americans, but we were sending men across the Iron Curtain to try and get eyes behind the Iron Curtain on Stalin. And Philby betrayed all of those missions. And for the first time, really, now that those archives are beginning to open up, the Albanian secret police archives only really opened at all a few years ago, and I think I'm one of the first Western writers to really use them. We can see the other side of the coin. We can see the kind of suffering on the ground when all these missions were betrayed.
So what kind of little nuggets are in there that make you come to conclusions that the drama we're so used to isn't quite right?
Well, one of the things that Kim Philby did was he betrayed all these operations, as I said, but he would just give the names of the men being parachuted into Albania. All he needed to do was give them the names. Because what the British and Americans did was send people back to the parts of Albania where they came from, where their family and friends were embedded. And what you can see when you go to the other side of the files is that the Albanians know exactly who's being trained by the British. They know where their family and friends are. They round them up, they terrorise them, they prepare the ground. Because if those the parachutes land and they miss the drop, they can then terrorise all the friends and families into giving these guys up straight away. And almost all of these guys ended up basically either being killed outright or turned into kind of puppets in a play that the Albanian secret police and the other secret polices across Eastern Europe played with the British. They pretended to be genuine partisans, radioing back to British and American intelligence saying, send more men, send more arms, and they were all killed.
What difference do you think it makes on how people view these men in particular? Is there an impact on recruitment or attitude towards intelligence services if actually there's not the romanticism around it that many have experienced?
Well, I'd quite like it if there was less romanticism about the idea of betraying your country for another country. There is one of the reasons why this story continues to entrance is because there is an inherent glamour in the entire world, and you can't escape that. I think it is quite good to have a corrective to the idea that these men were ideological heroes who were serving a regime that they couldn't really understand and were doing something that was quite noble. They weren't. They were terrible men who did terrible things, who betrayed everybody who loved them and the country that had nurtured them.
And it's Stalin's apostles, the Cambridge Five, and the making of the Soviet Empire that we can keep an eye out for on bookshelves.
Look for it now. Buy it immediately.
Antonia Senior, author of that book. Thank you very much.
2 years at a time. What's actually going to happen today in Islamabad? In theory, Iran and the US are talking at a much more senior level than they have in recent times, and yet, there are so many hurdles that the process itself is going to be tricky. Let us talk to Oliver McTurnan, who's Director of Forward Thinking, which is a mediation and conflict resolution organisation that deals a lot in the Middle East, and he is here in the studio.
Good morning.
Is there anything like a basis for talks? Because you assume when senior people from two sides in any conflict get together, there is some sort of almost written, I suppose, agreement on what they're talking about. Do we have anything like that?
Unfortunately, no. As far as I understand, when they met to arrange this current ceasefire, nothing was written down. So we have the argument now whether, in fact, Lebanon was included or not included.
Right, because it seems such a major thing. Does Israel have to stop its action in Lebanon, or does it not? Ongoing discussion about it, and you're saying that is because it just wasn't clear from the beginning.
It wasn't clear, and we're in a new era where negotiations take a few hours, not several days, and as I say, nothing is actually written and agreed upon, and you have a running commentary too, which actually distracts the essence of the dialogue and the negotiation.
So, do they meet in the same room? Do they meet separately and someone shuttle between them? How do they organise today?
Well, ideally, people should meet in the same room. It's like, if you were interviewing me on the phone, it's quite different from us sitting opposite each other, because you read faces, you read eyes, you can sense if someone is understanding or not understanding. I think it's impossible to have negotiations where you have someone shuffling between each other. Now, we don't know as yet whether they will actually meet face to face. But I think you've got an enormous cultural challenge. Deep in the Iranian culture is the importance of dignity and preserving one's dignity and avoiding humiliation. And that is even strengthened by the Shia belief that, far more important than food or even life itself is to maintain your dignity. So we're meeting that with an American sort of almost pressure. I think the words of Trump when he said the only reason the Iranian negotiators are alive today is to negotiate. Now, that doesn't create, I would say, the sort of atmosphere that's needed to gain success.
And yet, in sending J.D. Vance, he's sending someone who plainly doesn't want this war to continue, to put it mildly. Probably didn't approve of it in the first place. And I wonder if that has its own impact on the negotiation.
Well, I think, Justin, what we can hope for best is we get a continuation of the ceasefire, but to have really a serious plan that can be agreed upon and that can solve the fundamental issues or resolve them, I think needs long-term negotiations. I recall Rob Malley saying with the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, he went to Geneva for 3 days. He was there more than 20 days. Now, I don't know if Vance is prepared for that sort of level of negotiation. You have to take time to really address the issues. I feel we're always papering over the cracks, and of course that is only a question of time before we get back into the cycle of violence.
And you mentioned social media at the beginning. I mean, we blame social media for all manner of modern ills, but there would be nothing wrong with it, in theory at least, in both sides, refraining from attacking each other on social media, although it is difficult actually with Donald Trump and indeed with the Iranians. It's difficult to see that happening.
Well, I think part of the problem that we don't have an unspoken or unpublished thought of Donald Trump. And whatever is in his mind, he speaks or writes about. And I think that is an enormous problem because it doesn't give people the opportunity to seriously look at the issues, to really work through what can be achieved and what can't, and to give the timeline. And so it puts pressure, I think, on the people in the room and particularly on the mediators.
Gentlemen, we will see what happens today and indeed in the days ahead. Director of Forward Thinking, thank you.
Thanks.
It's 10 to 9 now. After almost 2 weeks of groundbreaking rocket launches, space travel, scientific experiments, bit of photography as well, a few hold-your-breath moments as the astronauts on Artemis 2 mission took off. They disappeared behind the moon for 40 minutes. Last night they went quiet for 6 minutes as they re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. There's been a lot going on. What has it really all been about? What next is what? Was it all worth it? Let us close the programme by having a bit of a reflection on these last few days. Kevin Fong back with us, doctor and broadcaster who used to work with NASA's Human Space Flight Programme in Houston, hosted the 16 Sunsets podcast about the history of NASA's Space Shuttle programme. Kevin, hello again, and we've got Dr. Megan Christian, European Space Agency Reserve astronaut, also the UK Space Agency's Exploration Commercialisation Lead. That might be a key word in the space industry that we hear more about in the coming years. Dr. Christian, good morning to you.
Good morning.
So what was it in these last couple of weeks? You're an astronaut yourself that you have really sort of absorbed the most.
So many moments. I mean, I was just glued to the live stream watching the launch and the re-entry. But I think there were some really emotional moments that captured everybody's attention. I think things like naming the craters on the moon after the capsule integrity, but also after Commander Reed's late wife. That was a really emotional moment, and seeing how the crew bonded together over that. Then, of course, the spectacular imagery from the flyby. So those photos that, of the far side of the moon that we've just not had anything of the like before, especially during the eclipse. and then how excited the geologists got about the observations that the astronauts were making, and of course this meticulous re-entry overnight.
And you're speaking like one of us lay people, never mind somebody who may well be doing something like this themselves in the coming years. So with your astronaut's hat on, what really were you... This might be something boring to the rest of us, but you were thinking this needs to work, or this maybe surprised you, that changes how the rest of your career might be?
I think the part that I was probably most nervous about was the re-entry, because there had been issues with the heat shield during Artemis 1, the uncrewed test flight, and so it had to go right this time. You know, I was confident because I knew that NASA had changed the re-entry profile to make it something that wasn't going to have the same problems as last time, but still everything had to go right. So that was definitely the part that I was nervous about. But I think all the demonstrations that they did, the piloting of the capsule manually, these are all leading towards the future Artemis missions and getting us ready to go back to the moon and have a permanent human presence there.
Kevin, how different now will the next decade or two of space exploration and travel be because of this specific mission?
Look, I think this is the starting gun on what is going to be the most exciting era of human space exploration we've seen for half a century. And don't get me wrong, space station, space shuttle, Mir, all of that, really impressive. But this is something new. This is us going back to the moon and not just planting flags and walking around. This is us setting up bases, hopefully, in the next few years and doing proper programs of scientific exploration and geology up there and discovering stuff that we don't even know what we're going to find up there.
And Megan, the Europeans had a fair bit to do with this particular mission themselves.
Yes, absolutely. So the European Service Module, which was providing all the power and propulsion as well as the life support systems for the crew, was of course provided by the European Space Agency. So it's really a partnership, an international partnership, unlike the Apollo era where it was only the US. This time it's US-led, but it's international, and Europe is going to have a growing role in the next Artemis missions.
And in terms of missions maybe away from Artemis, Megan, you've got your exploration, commercialisation hats that you can wear for the UK Space Agency as well. Are we going to be pushing to tourism to Mars? Is that going to be something that the technology that comes out of this leads to something in our lifetimes?
I think tourism to Mars is a long way off. I think that the most important thing now is to really learn how to live and work in those environments. So how to live and work on the moon so that we can implement that on Mars in the future. Tourism, to low Earth orbit, suborbital space flights, that is becoming more and more common, but it will follow quite a long way behind the really cutting edge research and development that we need to do in the meantime.
Kevin, something that jumped out at me in the couple of weeks while covering this, when I was looking at the business news as others were looking at pictures of the Earth from the moon, was SpaceX, Elon Musk, and the size of this space industry and how much it could be worth. That is something different, isn't it? From the reflections you've had of the decades gone by, that the corporate world is so big in space now.
Yeah, but although in terms of, uncrewed missions, so remote sensing and satellite and communications technology, it always has been a big player and has returned an awful lot to the exchequer's purse in this country, certainly. So yes, this is a shot in the arm for the whole industry, and you saw shares in a number of aerospace companies jump on the back of the optimism that this mission has given them. Look, this is good for everybody. It's good for business, it's going to be good for science, technology and engineering and mathematics, it's going to be good for exploration, it's going to be good for the next generation of people, of children that we bring forwards to prosecute these programs of exploration.
What's the next launch we need to keep an eye out for, Megan?
Well, there are many to come. Of course, we're going to have our very own launch from UK soil coming soon. There's no date for it yet, but it will be most likely this year. That's not something huge like an Artemis mission, but it will be the first time that we have launch from the UK.
Dr. Megan Christian, Kevin Fong, thank you so much for your time.
Well, let us end the programme by marking that mission and its successful return. That is all from us. Our editors today Well, Jack Evans and Tom Smith are. The studio director was Nicola Bruff. We will leave you then with highlights from the Artemis mission and those 11 days that took humanity to the far side of the moon.
The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. 10, 9, 8, 7, RS-25 in 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage.
The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth. And if you want to find this one, you look at Glushko, and it's just to the northwest of that, and it's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol, the mother of Katie and Ellie, and you spell that Carrrll. Yeah, from the cabin of integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth. But we, most importantly, choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How me?
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again.
I will miss this camaraderie. I will miss being this close with this many people and having a common purpose, a common mission, getting to work on it hard every day.
Houston integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Right on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
The reflections of the last 11 days.
Do you think he'd already prepared that? Or did it just come to him?
I think it's about the entire couple of weeks. They have a fine way with words in the space industry, don't they? They should maybe try it out as broadcasters one time, but not just yet. Maybe we'll have a go in space before the year's up. That is it from us. Have a great weekend.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. NASA has hailed the journey of 4 of its astronauts around the moon as the perfect mission. The Orion spacecraft arrived safely back on Earth shortly after 1 o'clock this morning. The astronauts all appeared to be in good health as they were picked up by the recovery teams. Their capsule reached speeds of more than 30 times the speed of sound before slowing and splashing down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. Our science correspondent, Bob Go, says the return vehicle is being picked up as well.
The capsule itself will be recovered in the same rescue vessel. It's got this gigantic swimming pool, this water that it'll be lifted, hoisted onto and brought onto shore, and that'll be examined thoroughly to find out exactly how it fared. But this is the start of examining the data from this test flight.
Negotiators from the US and Iran are in Pakistan for the first high-level talks between the countries since the 1979 Islamic Revolution to try to end 6 weeks of war. The US Vice President, J.D. Vance, who's leading his delegation, has warned the Iranians against trying to play his team. Airports across Europe are warning that a jet fuel shortage is imminent unless the Strait of Hormuz opens up within 3 weeks. Half of their jet fuel comes from the Gulf region, most of it needing to travel through the strait to be delivered. The ceasefire is due to begin later in Ukraine. The 32-hour break in hostilities is so that both Russia and Ukraine can mark Orthodox Easter. A 77-year-old British man has died in a bus crash in the Canary Islands. The vehicle, carrying 27 tourists, almost all of them British, veered off a motorway on the mountainous island of La Gomera. And in golf, Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy holds a record lead in the Masters in Augusta. After the first 2 rounds, he's 6 shots clear of the chasing pack. BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 4, where in the week to come we'll be examining the challenges facing girls and young women in Britain today. Among a number of special programs, every weekday lunchtime, teenage girls all over the country will talk candidly about what it's like to be a girl in 2026. That's at 1:45 from Monday to Friday, just part of our special programs about the girls in the week ahead. But now I'm ready for Saturday Live with Adrian Charles.
Do get in touch if you've got some opening music and a story behind it to share with us. Text us about that, or text us about anything, anytime really. 84844, or email saturdaylive@bbc.co.uk. Now, Walter actually joins us from Poland. Where are you and what are you doing there, Walter?
I am in Krakow for my sins. Every year I try to spend a few months in a different city to research the local drama, but also to get inspired in general. So it's good fun. Cold, but good fun.
What a beautiful way to live your life. It's your dream, isn't it, Dom?
That is absolutely my dream. I'm so jealous. I want to go live in Algeria for 5 months next. I'm obsessed with Algeria. But
really?
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll find a way of making it happen. Does the soil science take you around the world, Jackie? Do you do much travelling with it?
Yes. I used to live and work in Australia for many years.
What are their worms like in Australia?
I didn't really find a lot, I must admit. We were working on acid sulfate soils, and it's really acidic and nasty sort of blue waters from the aluminium that runs out. So I never did find it.
And we're going to get into worms in some depth later in the programme, but just tell us from country to country today. I mean, let's say Walter was to go into the garden of where he's staying there in Krakow and dug for worms. Would they be basically the same as ours?
Yes, very similar. We have 3 types of worms that are found around the world, and so you find a good handful of worms.
I mean, in all the drama series you've looked at, Walter, from around the world, have worms featured in any of them? It is a gap, and it's a gap I think you need to fill. So let's start with you, Dom. I'm sorry, I'm back to ask you, and all the news, horrendous news coming out of Lebanon, horrendous news coming out of Lebanon. You were born there, and basically there, apart from going to boarding school till you were 18. I mean, is it not a bit triggering to pardon the slight pun, but is it not a bit triggering to hear that news? As it was, you were there in the Civil War, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I basically grew up there, and certainly when I was young, when the Civil War 75, 76 was absolutely underway, I mean, that was all-encompassing. It was the whole country. And it was a really, I think now, looking back, I probably got some sort of PTSD. It was very traumatic. But on the other hand, I think what people forget, and it's kind of what I've always been so keen to put across about Lebanon, because Lebanon's always been in the news, basically for bad stuff.
And even though I grew up during a civil war, I had the most incredible childhood. Lebanon is the most astonishing. I've been to 108 countries, and I'm genuinely not biased. I think it's the most varied, incredible country I've ever been to for such a small country. Where I grew up, in the hills above Beirut, it's exactly like, it's a mixture of California and the south of France, pine forests. It's an hour to the ski slopes, it's an hour to the beach. Beirut is one of the great cities of the Mediterranean. The food is astonishing. It's an incredible place. And the reason Lebanon is a bit like that is because it's surrounded by desert, Middle East. And Lebanon is this hilly, beautiful, incredible place. So for the last, 1,000 years, anyone that's been persecuted has run to Lebanon, set up their little enclave in the mountains. And of course, now it's like a sort of series of tribes, all kind of with age-old grudges.
So the sounds of war, though, must have been audible to you. Were the norm for you as a kid, I suppose.
I think one of the things people always went on about was how, life, I think it happens a lot, having been to places like Northern Ireland and Cambodia even, when things happen like that, you do just have to carry on. You can't just stop your life, because life has to carry on. One of the weird things about Lebanon is it's so small, so we lived in the hills above Beirut, so anything that happens in Beirut, the sound would come up. But you start to know whether it's something that's affecting you or it's just something there. And I remember we were having a meal one day, and I had a friend came over from school from England for a holiday, and we were just sitting there chatting away, and there's all this gunfire coming up from Beirut, but it was miles away, and he could barely eat because he was so nervous. And you realise that you'd conditioned yourself to live in this really, very odd existence. So it's kind of weirdly exhilarating as well. That's the thing that's almost awful to say. It's a bit like war correspondence. I think almost get an adrenaline surge from being somewhere like that, and it's not a good thing, but it means you find anywhere else really quite deflating.
So it's still not clear to me how you got to be a diplomat and went from being a diplomat.
Not clear to me.
That much I understand, but then how you end up, being an esteemed practical joker with Trigger Happy TV. Were you any good as a diplomat?
I was. I'm very good at lying and I'm very good at bluffing, so I think those are elements of diplomacy, but I'm not very diplomatic. My problem is I'm interested in lots of things. Like growing up, I remember looking at the things you could be if you grew up in Lebanon as an English person in Lebanon, and it was travel writer, foreign correspondent, spy, diplomat. Those were the sort of four cool things. So I always kind of liked the idea of being a diplomat, and when I left uni, I spoke languages, and someone said, you should apply to the European Commission, and I sent a thing off to be an intern, and I forgot about it. And I was working in the kitchen at MTV, my first job as a runner, and I get a phone call saying, you've got the job. And I go, I'm sorry, what? And they go, you've got the job in Prague. Because, the Iron Curtain had just come down, the EC, the European Commission had opened places there. So I went downstairs to my boss, and I said, well, I'm off. And she said, have you got another runner's job? And I said, no, I'm off to be a diplomat in Prague. And it was incredible. I turned up in Prague. It was 6 months after the Velvet Revolution. There was still no publicity anywhere in Prague, like no advertising. And it was this really, everywhere I've travelled, 108 countries, you always, however much you love it, someone comes up to you and goes, you enjoying it? You go, yeah. And they go, if you were here 5 years ago, it's ruined now. Prague, at that moment, was I think the only time in my life where I knew I was there at the right time. It was, the government was still being run by sort of intellectuals and poets. The professional politicians hadn't taken over. Dweezil Zappa and Lou Reed were honorary consuls. It was an extraordinary time.
Mm. So you get back, you work in television, and you end up, for reasons we probably needn't go into, but you just did, working with a production company, dressed as a womble. Was it on Wimbledon Common?
Well,
you were
that
actually
was
doing it?
Yeah, so basically I worked in Parliament for ages, and I did political telly, and then I got fired from that, and I, through a series of accidents, ended up realising that I was quite good at just making stuff up on the street and doing funny stuff. And the very first thing I ever filmed when Channel 4 discovered me and gave me a pilot, the very first thing we ever filmed, and it kind of sums up everything that makes me laugh, was the first album I ever bought was the Wombles. If you ask me, I'd say it was David Bowie Low, but it actually was the Wombles. And so the first thing we ever filmed was me dressed as a womble on Wimbledon Common having a shattering nervous breakdown and littering, and while Baby Bird's song Bad Old Man played over the top of it. And that literally is the blueprint for all of Trigger Happy. I loved it.
Now, I've used the word prankster to describe you earlier, and I hate doing that because it's more than that. And I think an early review said you'd elevated practical joking to an art form, which, sparing your blushes, I think you did. And obviously a lot of it's visual. But I mean, here's a clip of something. This is from 25 years ago, and you're celebrating the anniversary now. I mean, it's you going to a builder's merchant, just by Paddington. Yes, just talking gobbledygook and asking this bewildered bloke, and it's all gobbledygook to me in builder's merchant, so it's very close to the truth. But let's have a quick listen.
Anna, so I don't have to bring it in. I've got to check what you've got, basically. Is that right? I'm doing someone's roof, so I need some sea monkeys, 2 bags of head blenders, a couple of bags of MC Hammer, some soggy chintz, jumped up cut together 4 sheets of 2x6 by 4x5, divided by 3.
And he turns out to be the Timberman, but he's looking at you sort of bewildered. And what's interesting, you've gone back and sort of done that again now, 25 years later.
Yeah, so firstly, that's one of my favourite things from Trigger Happy, but weirdly never went out on Trigger Happy TV. I think it was too long and we didn't fit it in, so we put that on the DVD extra, but it is one of my favourite ones because the guy was so amazing. I just walked into a timber yard just by Paddington. And so, yes, when the 25th anniversary of Trigger Happy came up, I thought I didn't really end properly. The guy I made it with, Sam, went off to America, and I thought I've not touched Trigger Happy really since. So I just thought, right, let's do a 25th anniversary live show. And we started doing stuff together, and that's what we did the show. We got all the old rushes, and we started looking at things that went wrong. But we also wanted to film some new stuff. And one of the things I got a lot when I was posting clips of old Trigger Happy was people going, oh, you couldn't do it nowadays, it's too woke, people wouldn't laugh, you wouldn't be allowed to. And I thought, really? So just to start off, we took 3 classic Trigger Happy clips and went to exactly the same place, because the place I did that builder's merchant is a Travis Perkins right by Paddington Station, and it's exactly the same. So I got a new list of gibberish, and Sam went in there and hid in the car, and I walked in, and another guy came up, and literally, I think almost to the square meter where I talked to the guy 25 years ago, I started again with a new list. And it worked. It was perfect. I think it's even funnier than the first one. So that was very exciting for us. And so we've now started filming a whole lot of new stuff.
Because, I mean, you're a big fan of it, Walter, weren't you?
Right.
And you're working. So what did you like about it?
I just thought there was a really poetic streak to it, to be honest. Because I think that, as you said earlier, Adrian, so pranksters can evoke a sense that, oh, you're taking the piss out of people, you're making them uncomfortable. And I actually think it's more about peeling back the layers of human communication. Who are you? How do you feel? What do you think is normal? What's understandable and socially acceptable? And so I think it's actually quite an interesting rapport between Dom and the people he's working with. So I've always found it really fascinating.
Well, what came across to me is just how kind people generally are. And you weren't setting out to make fools of people, but you'd be asking people sort of bizarre questions. And there's another quick clip we've got of you. You're in a London square. Soho Square, was it? And then you'd sit in this little park on a bench next to a guy, and you're pretending to be a spy. So you've got this guy's minding his own business, and you're holding this briefcase, and you plonk yourself down next to him. Let's have a quick listen.
You have the briefcase to swap?
No, wrong bloke.
What?
Wrong bloke.
You have not the briefcase to swap?
No.
You are not Red Fox?
No. No.
No. You're not Red Fox?
No, not Red Fox.
I'm sorry, I've made a mistake.
Yes, all right.
What you don't see in that, though, is we doubled that joke, because as I say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, we have someone dressed as a red fox walk behind, obviously in the wrong meeting place. I always used to describe Trigger Happy, because Trigger Happy, I think, was on the fulcrum of old school, both the way television happened, but also old school hidden camera. I grew up on Beatles About, Game for a Laugh. I loved very early camera. It was surreal. But I thought Beatles About was a bit lazy. It was just about making people angry. Like, here, you love your car, we'll shove it in the river and then watch you explode. And if there was a reason for Trigger Happy, it was always, we always saw ourselves as this weird, surreal world, just living below the normal surface, and we pop out occasionally. And I just wanted to put a bit of weirdness in people's life. But in the old days, I didn't have to get consent. So that was great. You know, I'd go and do something odd, and then
you wouldn't have to walk down with a clipboard afterwards and say, do you mind us running that?
Yes, and so I loved the idea that someone went home that day and the wife would say, how was your day? It goes, well, actually a bit odd. A scout came up to me and asked me to score his homoerotic dancing badge.
Yeah.
And I kind of looked back. But
Yeah,
there you go.
or asked whether you're the Red Fox. I mean, you got stratospherically famous almost overnight with Trigger Happy TV. And it's fair to say you had some trouble navigating that sort of sudden fame.
Yeah, I never really... I really enjoyed fame to an extent, because fame has opened doors for me and allowed me to do things. But no, I'm not a good... I think certain people are just good at being famous. You know, they're sort of instant national treasures. I'm very much not that. I think I'm much happier being an outsider, a sort of pathetic punk snapping at the heels of the establishment. I just like... I don't really fit in, I think, as part of maybe growing up in Lebanon and England. You know, in Lebanon, I was always this English kid, and when I was here, I was this weird guy that lived in a war zone. So I've never really fitted in. But I think it has allowed me, both with, like, doing hidden camera, but also in my books, to be an observer.
I mean, your books are incredible sort of travel logs. You've been to some incredible places and write about them incredibly well. But I think it doesn't seem to compute. It's all... People can't stop seeing you as the trigger-happy person.
Well, it's absolutely true. I mean, part of me hates the fact... I mean, literally every single day of my life, I swear, for the last 25 years, someone has shouted, hello. You know, just when I was coming in today, someone was like, hello, I'm in Cardiff.
You know, as though you're on the phone.
I'm on the big mobile from that. And so part of me is like, I'm lucky to have done anything that, you know, people remember. But I think the problem is I just like lots of different things. So I possibly have done too many things because I get bored and I just go off and do other stuff. And I've been lucky enough to have been allowed to do that. But I think, yeah, it is difficult. I think people think, why is the Squirrel Man in North Korea? What's he doing?
And you have been to North Korea.
I have been to North Korea, yeah. That's the most...
I mean, surely nobody shouted at you about having a giant phone there.
No, but I did meet, I mean, there are very, very few tourists in North Korea, but some guy came up to me and just stood next to me in the middle of Pyongyang, and he went, you are Red Fox? Which was great.
Yeah. So you say you wanted to go to Algeria. What thirst have you got left to slake as far as travel's concerned and seeing places and things?
Well, there's always, you know, everyone always says, where's the favourite place you've been? And it's always the next place. But Algeria, I've had an obsession with. I don't know why, since I was a kid. Obviously, I adored L'Étranger. Like, that was my, you know, still my favourite book of all time. I think Algeria also, I've always felt there was some weird kinship between Algeria and Lebanon. They're both ex-French colonies. They're both beautiful places, but slightly damaged by various, you know, obviously the Algerian War of Independence and the recent civil war and stuff. And it's just somewhere I've always wanted to go, and it's quite difficult to get into. It has so many elements in the sea. There's a place called Timgad, which is a beautifully preserved Roman city in the middle of the desert, and almost no one goes there. Oran is where the French fleet was sunk by us rather than handing it over to the Germans. Algiers itself, my favourite film of all time, The Battle of Algiers, which is about the independence there. I'm obsessed with Algeria. I can't explain it. I must go, and I am going. I've just worked it out. So
okay, yeah. Fantastic. Well, we'll talk more before the end of the show. When does the tour start again? In September? Because it sold out before. You're doing another one.
Well, yes.
How many dates now?
So originally we were just doing 4 big shows, and we did it, and they were really good, and we sold them out. And then, yeah, just suddenly I'm doing 100-date UK tour. Starts in September and goes through till next year. Yeah, so there you go.
Amazing. So you can find details on Dom's...
domjolly.tv. Thank you, Radio 4.
Dom Jolly, you're welcome. Our in-house stats this week come from Noah Wiley, star of ER back in the day, and now The Pit. His mum was a nurse, and it's with her that his music choices start.
I have inherited from my mother an affection for the music of Ricky Lee Jones. The Pirates album and the song We Belong Together by Ricky Lee Jones always leaps out to me. Driving to either school or on some sort of road trip, she would play either Rod Stewart or Ricky Lee Jones pretty much on a continual loop. That was a post-divorce period of time. She listened to the Rumors album, Fleetwood Mac's breakup album, anything that had to do with sort of women's empowerment. Lyrics in that song and its build have always been very comforting to me. My mother was a nurse. My great-grandfather was a violinist. My great-grandmother was a pianist. So classical music, mostly in the house. My father, big jazz aficionado, so I inherited a love of jazz music from him. First album I ever spent my own money on was the band General Public right after the English Beat broke up, the Tenderness album. I grew up listening to everything. I kind of came up listening to pop music and rock music, and then got harder taste as I got into high school and got into punk rock. And I grew up on a hill, so it was tricky to be a skateboarder, but I liked the fashion and the music. We auditioned for the school play, my friend Jake and I, and when he got the part, I was like, good luck to you. And then he started failing out of school, and they wouldn't let him do the play, so they offered it to me. And I had a crush on the girl that was in the play, and I thought I could get out of study hall by doing the rehearsals. This might not be too bad. And then I did the play, and somebody's parents came up to me and told me I was good, and that feeling of being good at something was a dopamine hit I've been chasing for like the last 45 years. My mother would call me every 11:01 after the ER report for 15 years on Thursday nights and tell me all the things I did wrong in that episode and all the things that she was going to have to answer for at the hospital the next morning. So constructive criticism, I guess, would be the way to characterize it. Don't do that. Don't touch your face with bloody gloves. That kind of advice. Watching heartbeat go by, they whisper. The Peter and the Wolf soundtrack by Sergei Prokofiev. It's a perfect primer for a child to be introduced to classical music because it basically gives an animal voice to every instrument, and as they layer into the piece, you begin to identify all these different instruments and have an appreciation for how they all blend into a score. And my grandparents used to play it for us over and over and over again. Dun, 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 dun. It immediately takes me back to being probably 5 or 6 years old, laying on my back on the living room floor on a big pile of pillows and closing my eyes and imagining the story unfolding as each one of these instruments came to life in my imagination as an animal. This piece of music, Peter and the Wolf by Prokofiev, on to my future grandchildren. Assuming my children are interested in furthering the human race, if they do have children, I would love them to also grow up listening to this piece of music.
That was Noah Wiley and his Inheritance Track, eminently known in the latest series of the smash hit TV show The Pit, now on HBO Max. You've had a look at that. I haven't seen it yet, Dom. You're
very good.
Very good, yeah. Walter, there was a line in there. Said, he jumped out at me. He said when I think somebody told him he'd been good in a school play, and he said that feeling of being told I was good at something was a dopamine hit I've been chasing for 45 years. Did you recognise that? Was there a time somebody told you were good at something as a kid?
Well, I thought about when I recognizing that. It's not so much that at all, actually. No. In that sense, I relate to what Tom was saying earlier, that you're always, I was always odd one out of it, because obviously as an Italian in London and looking at sort of drama and producing fiction comedy, really, really fitting. But where that line struck a chord with me is the dopamine rush you get when you're truffle hunting for a piece of content and you're looking and you're sifting through hundreds and hundreds of hours of television, which is my job, and then something strikes you and there's an episode or something, a storyline that really resonates, and then you want to devour that piece, and then suddenly you're not doing your job anymore, you're just pursuing your objective, which is just sheer enjoyment of great content. And so that's
interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing about your process of looking through all this and selecting what's good out of all the foreign language stuff you watch. But Dom, you know that dopamine hit of being told you're good at something. I mean, that's show business, isn't it?
Welcome to show business. Yeah, we're all needy narcissists, basically, and trying to replace something that we're missing. We're not quite sure. Can I just say, Walter, that only an Italian could describe watching TV as truffle hunting. I love that. And what about for you, Jackie, as a scientist, as a worm expert, a soil scientist? Do you recognise that, being the dopamine hit of being told you're really good at something as a kid, that takes you on a certain path?
I think it does, yes. It's quite exciting. And then, Earthworms always start a conversation. Everybody has a story. Maybe many of your listeners have stories about worms and just finding them and just observations of nature. And it just starts to open those conversations. And you suddenly are doing something good because people want to talk about it with you.
You said to me and Dom that you recognise it in another sense as well, is that science is all about rejection. You know, we didn't think of it like that. What do you mean?
Every idea you have to put out, trying to get some funding, and it's just sort of endless rejection and criticism by your peers. You put through your papers.
Yes, we always say peer reviewed.
Yeah.
Something's been peer reviewed. I haven't thought about it in that sense. What's it like when it comes back and your peers have had a look at it and say, well, this is rubbish, go and try again? It must be absolutely maddening.
It's you put so many hours into that writing, and you just it's like you're sort of handing over your baby, and then it just comes back going, oh, you need to do this, that, or more experiments, please, that sort of thing.
So why worms? Where did your fascination start?
It started just had a project where my role was to dig holes and count worms, and I was a bit worried that I wasn't finding very many of them. It was on some experimental field trials, agricultural fields that had been ploughed for a long time, no organic matter going back in. So looking back on it, you're not going to find many worms. You're disturbing them all the time. You're not feeding them. And it just took me on a journey to work with farmers really closely to understand what sort of populations they had and just start learning a lot more about earthworms together.
So for a long time, you were about kind of using social media almost to get people digging up squares of earth around the world and just counting the number of worms and what kind of worms they were. So it was a kind of an auditing exercise to some extent.
It was a chance to invite people to, sort of dig a hole deeper, and I'm not sure what I'm looking for. There's a lot of the feedback I'm getting. And so it was just, not going down the species route. It was knowing that you have 3 types of worms in your soil and checking that you have those 3 types.
Could you just give us the 3 types, please?
So you have those surface living worms. They're the ones that are feeding on that litter layer, the sort of, tree leaves and things that fall on the ground. Then you've got your topsoil worms. They're the ones that if you're digging, you'll see bigger roots. And then finally, you've got your deep burrowing worms, and many seem to be nocturnal, so you may not see them unless you're wandering around your garden at night with a torch. And they come out and they're foraging on the soil surface, dragging leaf litter into the ground. So in the morning you might see those little rosettes with the
and the more the better.
Yeah, I don't think there's more worms are great because they help with infiltration, drainage, nutrient sourcing. Yeah.
But that much we're aware of. So at what point did you decide it was time to sink to your knees and put your ear to the ground and start listening to them instead of counting them?
It's a good question. Why on earth did you start doing that? I think sometimes you look at nature and you see how, for example, how birds seem to intuitively know where worms are. They don't have big spades to dig holes. For example, like many birds cock their heads, don't they, before they peck the ground. Or there's a nice dance that the gull does as it sort of taps really rhythmically on the soil. And it shows that worms are really sensitive to vibrations and sounds. And so we just wanted to know more about that.
Okay, so how do you do it then?
So what we do is we insert a probe, well, it's actually sometimes amazing, just like a nail or a camping peg attached to a contact microphone, and that collects the vibrations, and you have to amplify it very much. And then you can hear the sort of noises as they move through the soil and all the other organisms around them.
And what time of year and what time of day is best for worm listening?
That's a great question. So it's actually don't know many of the time frames of things because we've only ever dug for worms during the day. So we've been putting them in and leaving them out overnight. And worms are really noisy at night. They're often out foraging on that surface, rubbing against our microphones. And that's when a lot of earthworm activity happens. Times of year, they're really active now. They're going to start essentially hibernating over the summer, so digging deep and going quiet.
Okay, so we've got some of your greatest hits here. Can we have the common earthworm, please? Here, what's going on there then? It sounds like crunching. What is the noise?
So that's a little green worm burrowing into the soil, into that sort of rhythmic scrunching. It's got like bristles on the side of its body, and it's sort of gripping and sort of pulling itself through as it's pushing through the soil. So many people think worms would sound sort of squelchy or slimy because that's their interpretation, but actually it's like sort of bristles or a brush against the soil is much more the sound.
And when you hear that, it's unmistakable to you. You're not going to mistake that for another worm.
Worms do sound very similar in terms of their burrowing behaviour.
And who's to check if you get it wrong, let's be honest. But let's move on to Lumbricus terrestris, which is, of course, the logworm. I was quite disappointed in this one, but it comes into its own with this kind of squeaking we hear now. No, it's coming. Is it coming? Yeah, it's the... which one is that? I got confused now.
Yeah, this is our deep burrowing earthworm. So we've put the microphone in its midden, so those big piles of leaflet, and it's sort of rubbing against the soil. And there's probably lots of other little creatures living in that leaf cone. Yeah. It's really like a lovely hotspot. So there's lots of little things going on in there. Insects we like.
It's soothing, I think. It is quite soothing, and. I mean, while we're down there, we might as well hear some of your ant recordings. Could we have the hidden meadow ant, please? This is the creaking one. It sounds like it's squeaking through a narrow gap, or what's it doing then?
This is a field that it looked like nothing was really growing in it. I thought it would be really boring to listen to, but we got this really interesting noise. And I put little sugar-soaked cotton wool balls on the surface to bring them up because I assumed it was ants. And this is the noise they were making under that. So I think they were telling each other, put a sort of sugar-soaked cotton wool ball here for food.
And I just want to play these black ants because they sound amazing. It's like rainfall or something, this sound. I mean, how many of them are generating that amount of noise?
It'd be thousands of little ants. They clumped themselves onto our equipment and then started to listen to worms. I came back and it was just a round of ants around it.
Because you're known as the worm whisperer. I don't think that's entirely fair. I mean, you don't seem to object to the title, but so far I haven't heard of you doing any actual whispering. I mean, you're listening rather than whispering. Is the whispering coming?
Yes, it's a starting point. We're listening at first to try and figure out what sort of noises there are, and then the idea is that we'd understand which of those signals cause behaviour changes in animals and things, because they're all tuned into each other. So it's a bit like how music and noise are different to us. We're trying to sort of find out what is music to worms and sort of playing back noise and seeing what they do.
I think there's a couple of public service announcements we need to make. That I always thought I've swallowed whole this myth that you can chop a worm in half and you get 2 worms. What? But we need to. I just thought that was true, but it's not, is it?
I'm sorry, it's not true. No. We actually switched from doing soil measuring with spades to forks because you chop less of worms when you're.
Where did that come from then? Was it?
It's probably because you see them wriggling, and also they can regenerate. But if you chop their tail off, they can regenerate those body parts. So
but generally, avoid chopping them up.
Yes.
And also, the other public service announcement was this invasive worm, the flatworm. You say now that's found. How's that found its way to our shores? And it's this sort of gobbling up our native worms.
So people buy pot plants from, for example, garden centres and places like that, where you've imported accidentally imported these hitchhikers, and there's the Obama flatworm, and there's the Australian and New Zealand flatworms, and they escape your pot plant, and they'll forage around your garden eating your earthworms.
Okay, so I feel as if something should be done.
So the Citizen Science Project's helping people look for them, because they're actually quite hard to spot.
And what if you find them? Do you dispatch them, or
That's
what
the trouble. We don't know what you can do. It's sort of isolating the garden, not taking soil out of it. But we're hoping maybe acoustics, if you can tune it in. If there's a really annoying noise, that might be able to sort of help us reduce their populations or burrows, or even a noise that attracts them. So we're hoping we might be able to use that.
And to identify them, they are flat, aren't they?
They're flat, sort of browny black. They sort of like crabs and slugs, and they're often around roots and under bits of rock or in piles of leaf litters.
And how do you know if there aren't enough worms in your garden?
You'd spot things like there wouldn't be many worm casts on your lawn, and if you have any tree litter on the surface, that wouldn't be brought down, or just start sort of decomposing in the spot.
Okay, so we're in April now, so if there's a leaf still sitting there proud, having fallen from a tree in November, then you need to take action somehow. You haven't got enough worms there.
You can see, I mean, if you've been intensively cultivating or something, things like feeding your worms, so having manuring, keeping plants in is usually good, not digging too much.
And putting plenty of sort of organic matter around the system. Good for them or bad for them?
That's a good question. It depends on how much gardening. Bare surfaces, worms, they like a sort of thick mulchy layer, nice and smooth between it.
They're fussy, blimey. I mean, a bit of gardening, but not too much gardening. How am I supposed to know what to do with that? It's puzzling, isn't it? I love hearing you talking about leaves, because you and I did pilgrimage together. I don't know if you remember the overlay, which identified every leaf, but every time you tried to identify something, it literally just said monkey. That's all it ever said. Technology's moved on in that short time, and now you get an accurate read on it. Absolutely fascinating work, Jackie. It's time now for one of you to say thank you to someone you didn't get to thank at the time. This week we head down to the beach on a day that Rick Smith won't be forgetting in a hurry.
It was a beautiful August bank holiday weekend in the ancient town of 2008, and I'd gone away for that weekend with my two children. My son was 2, my daughter was 5, and decided to go to the beach. And it was an absolutely blindingly beautiful summer's day. My 2-year-old son, who had just darted off to a pile of granite boulders which form a kind of sea break, and you know how quickly kids move. I looked away, looked back, and he was already at the top of this pile of boulders.
pouring washing up liquid to bring them up, but that felt quite, firstly, pointless and also quite cruel. What was I doing?
You were adding the washing up liquid, irritates their skin, so often brings them to the surface and it enables you to count them. And another thing you could use is like mustard powder.
You guys are chucking horseradish down there. It feels very wormish.
Yes, it does, yeah, exactly.
Well, I would encourage people to take a fresh bottle of water, so once you counted them, you can wash them off and pop them back in.
And do we, when you're recording the worms after that sort of incident, I'm presuming there's some anger in the community.
We've got a couple of worm texts. Veronica says, I have flat worms in my allotment. Am I right in thinking they ate British earthworms? That's them, isn't it?
It sounds like maybe one of the Australian or New Zealand flatworm types, perhaps, yes.
So what does she do? It's not clear what she does. As a worm lover, you don't want them dispatched, but what...
I'd report them on something like an app, like iNaturalist or something, so we can build up an idea of where their populations are.
Okay.
That's really helpful.
And Malcolm in Felixstowe likes hearing about your work. He wonders whether blackbirds are listening or looking when they sort of cock their heads.
Yes, it's not really study for blackbirds, but people have tried playing white noise when birds are hunting for worms, and they're not as good at finding the worms under those soils. But we do think they use electric. They can hear that scraping of those worms moving through the soil.
And you mentioned the seagull tapping.
Yes, yeah.
What's that all about? Doesn't that just alert the worms that the seagull's there, so they go down a bit deeper?
Well, they've tuned in to something that the worms either really annoying me on coming to the surface, or I really want to see what that is. Something they have tapped into what activates worms and gives them a tasty meal from a quick dance.
Or it just means chips are about. Walter, we should celebrate. We are the 25th anniversary of Trigger Happy TV. It's the 10th anniversary of Walter Presents, which is the foreign language bit of Channel 4, where all these fantastic dramas around the world. This was your idea, and it came out of a career break, didn't it, that you had?
Yes, I've been working in factual television for very many years, and but the truth is my heart always was in scripted drama since my childhood. Really, that's the genre I love. But as Dom was saying earlier, whenever it's a different interest, it can be a problem in your life when you're capable to watch many different things, because then you're pigeonholed. And as a film, I was a reasonably successful factual producer and commissioner at Channel 4, and therefore I was thinking, how am I ever going to be taken seriously in a world of which I have no direct experience other than as a viewer? But I gave it a try, and it worked out. And 10 years have gone by quite quickly, I have to say.
Okay, so from the beginning, you literally just sat down, and as a job from 9 till 5 or longer, there's a little break for lunch, you just watch foreign language dramas all day.
It was very much that, and actually with myself and my colleagues Jason and Joe, we were all of us at a point in our lives where we were just bored with repeating ourselves. And the problem sometimes when your work is reasonably successful in the media and or storytelling space is that you're asked to do the same again and again. And particularly in factual format, there's a joy
pressing you. It's basically the same stuff, just in a different language. So in the cop stuff, somebody is always a maverick cop. He's always got a boss who is quite unpleasant to him, and then
Not only that, you know this. Not only that, they often return to their hometown to confront some demons.
But do you rule those kind of tropes out as just being too samey?
You know what? That doesn't worry me, because in a way, it's almost like the architecture and the infrastructure of storytelling. There are tropes. They don't worry me very much, because I'm more interested in the local tonalities. At the end of the day, there's only so many ways you can tell a murder story, and it doesn't mean there's one or two. There's probably 10 ways, but those tend to recur. But what fascinates me and is interesting is, how do you tell that story in Belgium, and how do you tell it in Italy, and what's different about that? And that is an incredibly fascinating and enjoyable experience, because you said and you need volume. You need to absorb a lot of it to realize how you feel about these things. But you do realize that the Belgians have a very quirky, surreal sense of humor. And you go, of course, it makes sense of Magritte. There's something quite strange about how they blend genres in a way that the humor and tragedy can coexist in a way that it wouldn't in Italy, where you have to be much straighter with the melodrama, for example.
Sometimes I'm looking for something to watch, and it's particularly true of Walter Presents. All you go on, and all you've got to go on is when it pops up on your screen, and there's all the different choices. You've got one line of the billing, which strikes me as being absolutely crucial, because based on that line, you will either watch or you won't. And they're like big mini stories of their own. Like, so we got one, French Roulette, I saw, which is big on the site at the moment. A mother's hunt for justice pits her against the mafia. Okay, great. It sparks an interest. Blanca, colourful Italian crime drama centred on a blind police intern who's a great listener. Yeah, like it. Best of all, I love this. Reindeer Mafia. Succession-style family saga in the world of reindeer farming. Which sounds, well, I mean, it's wrong to say. It's a kind of a tough pitch, but it's so kind of out there. You think, I've got to give that a try. But you really rate that particular one.
I love it. It is Succession on snowmobiles. It's Lapland, and it's really fascinating because you were talking about tropes earlier on. In many ways, it's a story that has been told a million times in a million cultures, right? It's a dying matriarch of a big business leaves various letters with bits of the inheritance for the children and sets out an incredible war of the roses for whoever's left, right? But this one is set in a world where power is about owning land, and land is about reindeer farming. So it's both tourism and meat, and how you control the land and the natural resources. So suddenly, that tonality brought by a different culture, a different geography, makes a traditional story of folk inheritance absolutely riveting. So yes, I love Reindeer Mafia.
Joy in Chester says she wants to thank you for sharing all these excellent dramas. Her favourite is Astrid Murder in Paris. Was that one of your picks?
I love Astrid Murder in Paris. It's a French show about an autistic dog. And in fact, it provided the inspiration for a show that we now make called Patience for Channel 4, which we adapted. It was originally based on the concept of Astrid. And again, it's a young autistic cop working for the York police. It's wonderful, and it's charming and life-affirming and really, really funny. So yes, I love Astrid.
Philip Clayton likes The Devil's Throat. What's that all about?
Bulgarian. It's the first Bulgarian show we ever bought. Then the new season is going to come out soon, I believe, in May or June. So we should keep our eye out for that. Again, that's an interesting one. Now, obviously, we bought dramas from more or less everywhere in the world, but every time across a piece of content from a country that we haven't yet featured, I'm always particularly excited. And then sometimes you kind of relax your rules. We tend to want very premium, incredibly high value, high caliber HBO style drama, because we try to serve an audience that loves that level of experience. But actually, more often than not, I come across pieces that are a bit rougher around the edges, but the story is so compelling, and you go, I'm going to go for it. And Devil's Throat was one of those. It's a bit too long, it's a couple of episodes too long, it's not shot in the most perfect way, but actually the story is visceral and brilliant, so I'm glad it resonated.
Why did you call it Walter Presents? Because it doesn't really fit with you in the sense that you seem rather self-effacing to me. Don't seem the type to put your name on something.
It was entirely entirely not my idea and not my plan. In fact, myself and my colleagues registered the company as, now I realize, a rather bland title of World Drama. And then after we assembled all these contents after a year and a half of watching and shaping it, and we took it to Channel 4, and they loved it, they jumped on. And Channel 4, it was Channel 4's idea. So what happened is we did a marketing presentation when they decided they were going to launch a strand about foreign language drama. They did a marketing presentation with about 50 people around the desk in those 3 rows, and myself and my colleagues went. And they asked me to talk through the titles, because I was sort of the chief sort of curator, truffle hunter. And we did this presentation, and then I got a call from the chief creative officer of Channel 4, and she said, look, people really like the way you presented it, and they would never watch that, but once you were talking about reindeer mafia, for example, they wanted to give it a go. So shall we just do it? Will you just jump in and try and do it? And I didn't want to do it. I am quite a shy person, I have to say. And I've been behind the camera for a long time. And I remember thinking, oh God, look at those presenters. So I never wanted to be one of them. And I am not. I'm just a passionate curator who talks about stuff he loves.
But if the disadvantage is, if it's rubbish, then we go flipping Walter. Again, you can put a name on it, but there's so much great stuff there. Well, it's interesting how subtitles were seen as a barrier at one time, but now, I mean, kids, he says, sounding like a proper oldie. They have subtitles on everything. My kids want subtitles on everything English. You just want them there, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, growing up working in news, you realise that if you read and watch, you take in information much more. But I have to say, watching TV in Lebanon growing up, everything was subtitled in both Arabic and French underneath. And I don't know who was doing that subtitling, but because I can speak those languages, there were 2 completely different stories going on underneath there. So, Walter, you've now just briefly tell us about something you've produced yourself, which is dangerous when you're curating stuff, choosing others, rejecting some, then you make your own. You're putting yourself out there a bit. Just tell us what you've done.
Well, the recent show that is actually going to be launching on ITV very soon is called A Taste for Murder. And it's a crime show. It's a detective show, but it's
in English.
It's a British cop, the wonderful Warren Brown, the magnificent actor, who leaves London to go to Capri in Italy. So it brings together some of my passions, which is sort of food, Italy, and culture. And he goes there to grieve the loss of his wife, who was Italian. He goes there to kind of reconnect with his daughter, and he spends the idea is that he's going to spend the summer in Capri and just have a nice time. But he never leaves because crimes happen.
Walter, it's been a joy talking to you. Congratulations on 10 years of Walter Presents. Dom, congratulations on 25 years of Trigger Happy TV. Jackie, congratulations on all your work as well. We'll finish where we started with Rosie Hudson's choice of opening music, which takes us back to her earliest memory of New Year's Eve 1963.
It really is one of my very earliest memories, and what I can remember is that I was sitting on the stairs of the house we lived in with my brother, and he had woken me up and said, come and have a look, there's something's going on. And we went down, sat on the stairs, and we could hear noise and laughter and music, but we didn't really understand what was happening. We could see down in the hall there was sort of one of those central pendant lights, and that was glowing a kind of orange.
You're making it sound a bit like Downton Abbey. Well, what kind of property are we in at the time?
Oh, God, no. It wasn't anything like that. But anyway, this woman walked out, and she looked absolutely gorgeous. I can remember being very, very struck by that. She was wearing the most gorgeous dress. And she looked up, and she saw Matthew and I on the stairs. And what happened was she came upstairs, she picked me up, she took Matthew's hand, and she walked with us to, we used to call it the drawing room, which does sound very Downton Abbey, but it wasn't. And into it we went, and it was the most amazingly joyful, fun-filled, vitality-laden experience. And my mother and my father and their friends were having a party. And they were dressed in gorgeous party clothes, and everybody in my memory was smiling, laughing, and a lot of them were doing the twist. And I was
passed from person to person round this room. And that's really where it ends. I don't remember going back upstairs, being taken back up to bed. I just remember the most gorgeous memory, which I've always held on. Presented by Adrian Charles and produced in Cardiff by Ben Mitchell. It was a BBC Audio Wales production for Radio 4. Next, we'll take on one of nutrition's most misunderstood topics, fat. What is it and why does our body need it? What's up, docs? After the news.
The most haunted house in England, or a Victorian ghost hunter's elaborate hoax. Witnesses to genuine poltergeist activity, or a 1960s Yorkshire family with an overactive imagination. Join me, Danny Robbins, and my team of paranormal experts as we dig deep into the past, reopening classic cases and searching for the truths they left behind. Uncanny Cold Cases. Listen on BBC Sounds.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. NASA has hailed the journey of its 4 astronauts around the moon as the perfect mission after the Orion capsule made it safely back to Earth. The astronauts all appeared to be in good health as they emerged from the spacecraft after it splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. Niku Madhusudan, a professor of astrophysics at Cambridge University, said it was an amazing feat.
All the way till the very end, how the crew module comes through the atmosphere and the capacity of the shield, the heat shield, to withstand those temperatures. These are all major technological marvels. And then to accomplish all of that and reach their targets with that level of precision is just incredible.
US and Iranian delegations are in the Pakistani capital Islamabad for high-level peace talks in a bid to end 6 weeks of war. Vice President J.D. Vance heads the American team. The leader of the Iranian delegation, the Speaker of Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, said that Tehran was ready for a deal if Washington grants Iran its rights. A coach carrying British tourists has crashed in the Canary Islands, killing a 77-year-old man. The vehicle went into a ravine in La Gomera. 4 of the 27 passengers on board were seriously injured. The group had been travelling to catch a ferry to Tenerife from the mountainous island of La Gomera. Hundreds of people in low-lying areas of New Zealand's North Island have been told to leave their homes due to an approaching cyclone, which is expected to bring winds of more than 80 miles an hour. Residents have been told that there's a threat to life from flying debris and falling trees. And it's the 178th Grand National at Aintree later. The famous steeplechase gets underway at 4 o'clock. Panic Attack and the previous winner, I Am Maximus, are among the bookies' favourites. BBC News.
We've a postbag edition of the kitchen cabinet later this hour. Is flouring before browning recommended, or an unnecessary faff? Which kitchen gadgets are more trouble to clean than they're worth? Just a couple of the many questions with an bulging entry. We'll join Jane Rayner at 10:30. But first, time to chew the fat with the docs.
Welcome to Radio 4's Health and Wellbeing podcast. What's up, Docs? With me, Dr. Zant.
And me, Dr. Chris.
So today, Chris, we're looking at the subject of cholesterol, trying to unclog it, unblock it,
And we want to increase our understanding of it. It's a word that we think of. It is synonymous with bad health risk
It's
and
a bit
bad
like saying
thing.
radiation. It's one of those words that's sort of not a good word.
Yes.
I think we're going to get to a very different understanding of it.
Should we be worried about it? Should we have it measured? How bad for us is it? And are there different types of it? These are the questions we'll be answering.
Chris, before we get into our main topic of cholesterol today, I just want to check in with you. How are you doing? What have you got for me?
A nice thing that's happened recently is that we have realised, when you get takeaway food and the rider comes to the house and you have to give them a code so you get your food. You have this? Yes, it's in the country. Anyway,
No, I'm aware of the idea of
urban
takeaway
sophisticates
yes.
will know that this is how it works. And do you know what our code is?
No.
67.
Oh,
and the girls just love it, and they come out and do the whole 6-7. And well, sometimes the rider's like 6-7.
There would be listeners with no idea what's going on. Just explain the 6-7 phenomenon.
may come from the numbers on a basketball T-shirt. It may be in a song. No one's entirely sure. If 6-7 arises in class or in any situation, if someone ends up saying it right, it's the answer to the question on a board, everyone just goes 6-7 and wobbles their arms like this.
You're doing a sort of gesture as if you're weighing, you've got a couple of bags of sugar in each hand.
So this has been going on for a long time, and the older kids, it's a bit like Skibbity. They find it painfully uncool. And so now we've got the 5-year-olds and 4-year-olds are into it, and Sasha's taught Indigo how to do it.
The Prime Minister got in trouble for mentioning 6-7 in a school. Like, it does seem to be a thing that annoys teachers.
There was a lovely clip online where in a fast food restaurant, the orders come up, and so a crowd gathered because the numbers were going
like 64,
order number 65, 66, and then order number 67 binged up. It was like a goal being scored at the World Cup.
The whole restaurant.
So lots and lots of restaurants have taken the number 6-7 off, all of which seems to me to be fueling the crisis. Like, don't ban it. Just the minute teachers start going 6-7,
it feels like the thing of the forbidden fruit, just doing the thing you've been told not to do. That's what drives it. As soon as you realise it's a way of annoying an adult, and it's also a way of excluding the adults. There's endless pieces in the newspapers trying to explain it to adults, completely unsuccessfully, because it doesn't mean anything.
It's completely meaningless for adults to discuss this. It's not part of our world.
The one thing that strikes me about it is that it is a very deliberate attempt for a generation, quite a narrow, possibly quite a small generation, to sort of carve out a bit of space that is funny for them. It's an in-joke for them, and it's annoying for everyone else, and it separates them. And that, I'm sure, is very good for them. There's something about, particularly if you make it illicit, because it's legal, it's safe. As far as I understand, it's completely harmless. It's not a reference to anything bad at all. So it's a totally innocent thing. I'm sure it's annoying for teachers. I'm on the side of teachers. I think teachers have probably got bigger problems than 6-7, I suspect.
I think the really nice thing is that normally extremely transactional exchange of a little code for some takeaway food has become a little moment for the kids that's quite fun, and everyone seems to enjoy it.
Chris, let's get into our subject for today, cholesterol.
I recently had mine measured. Do you know the level?
6-7. Did I do it right?
You didn't do it right.
Oh.
I actually haven't ever had my cholesterol measured, but we have had a lot of our listeners emailing in asking us to do an episode on this.
Well, we've got an email from Laura who says she was really surprised that she has high cholesterol at the age of 31. She'd never thought about cholesterol before. She eats a healthy diet. She said there's lots of misleading information out there, including around cholesterol-lowering food. Definitely topics we're going to get into, Laura.
Francesca's 64. She's been told her cholesterol is too high, and she's been told she has 8 weeks to exercise and change her diet. And she's been doing her own research and is confused. What's good cholesterol? What's bad cholesterol? Can she do anything to improve her levels without going on statins?
So, Chris, you have never had your cholesterol tested.
Clearly, this is not advice. My head's in the sand.
I mean, I tell you what I did. The NHS offers you a free health check. I think when you turn 40, you can have one every 4 years. So I went and had my check, and I had blood pressure, weight, cholesterol, just the standard NHS package, talked it through with the practice nurse. I think we all tell ourselves that we're healthier than we are. And those little wake-up calls where you get real information, I don't see why you would not want to have that. So it's a useful starting point.
I think I am arriving at a point in my life when I would benefit from knowing my cholesterol, because I actually could do something about it. And also, I should say my reluctance to have it done is because there's no family history of heart disease, and you've had your cholesterol measured, so I don't need to do it.
I think cholesterol is massively confusing, particularly if you've looked on social media recently. We have the perfect guest to answer these questions, Nita Faruhi. She is a Professor of Population Health and Nutrition from the MRC Epidemiology Unit at the University of Cambridge.
She is a friend of the show. She's previously been on WhatsApp Doc. She did our episode on protein, and it is wonderful to have her back. Nita, welcome to the studio.
It's absolutely wonderful to be back. Thank you for having me.
We're talking about cholesterol today. I wanted to begin with how incredibly confusing it's become. If you go on social media, you get very, very mixed messages. What's your sense of the current conversation around cholesterol?
I'm very well aware of the things that come up on social media. Some misinformation, some genuine questioning, a mixture of the good and the bad, which questions the core science. And there are lots of reasons for why that happens. Some of it is genuine interest and people questioning the validity of the so-called co-science, but some of it is also driven by vested interests, things people want to sell, things people want to promote. So there's a very mixed bag of what's available on social media and through influencers and so on. But I'm also mindful that there is some genuine concern, and it's good. For good science, it's good to have questioning, it's good to have opposition, and to have counterpoints, and I respect that. So a good conversation with other scientists who don't agree with the co-science is important.
Nijit, tell us what cholesterol is, and talk us through what we call these sort of different types of cholesterol and what we actually mean by like LDL and HDL.
So cholesterol and also fats, they're all part of a bigger family of substances or molecules that are part of what we call lipids. Now, what are they? So at their core, cholesterol and fats from the diet, they are nutrients, and they're pretty essential. So what is cholesterol? Cholesterol is a waxy fat-like substance. It's sort of yellowy white. And unlike fats, which we get from both animal and plant foods, cholesterol we get only from animal foods. And unlike fats, which give us calorie intake, cholesterol is not about calories. Now, both of them serve really critical functions in the body. So if we don't have cholesterol and those fats, there's no life, because they're fundamental to things like our cells. Every cell in its cell membrane, for maintaining cell function, it has these cholesterols and fats. And cholesterol, particularly, is required for the synthesis of many, many crucial hormones, including sex hormones or hormones in our reproduction. So estrogen, testosterone, they all rely on cholesterol. Vitamin D production in the body, that relies on cholesterol. So they serve all these pretty critical functions. Now, what I did say is that it's not the full story that we get dietary cholesterol. In fact, the majority of cholesterol in the body, about 80%, let's say, is made endogenously, which means it's made within the body itself, largely in the liver. So the dietary component of cholesterol is only around, give or take, 15 to 20%. But it's still relevant.
But that seems terribly important for people to understand, that if you have high cholesterol, it is because your liver is making a lot of cholesterol. But the story that, for instance, our grandfather had in the 80s of sort of going, look, you're at risk of a heart attack, your cholesterol's high, you need to eat less eggs, it's all about your diet, is actually a story that we've changed a bit now. Is that right?
That is right, yes. So our understanding has improved, it's evolved, and I think we're in a good place now with the understanding.
Can you tell us about the two different kinds of cholesterol? Because I had a cholesterol test 2 weeks ago. Chris has never had one. But you get two numbers. You get the LDL and the HDL. And they're always worried about the ratio of them as much as the absolute levels. So already these things are getting quite complicated. Can you break that down for us in simple terms?
Yes. So we've talked about dietary cholesterol, and then we've talked about blood cholesterol. Blood cholesterol, when you go for a test, will give you actually more than two numbers. Firstly, it'll give you your total cholesterol. But then the components of that are what we call the LDL cholesterol, which I can spell out. It's the low-density lipoprotein cholesterol, and the HDL, which is the high-density lipoprotein cholesterol. So what happens when we eat fat, saturated fat in particular, the body then produces more cholesterol within the liver. We know the mechanisms now why that happens, but this is what actually happens. It's not the dietary cholesterol, but the saturated fat that largely affects your blood cholesterol. It's not intuitive, it can be confusing, but that's the simplest way to explain it. So we used to worry about dietary cholesterol, but now we know that's not the focus. The focus is on the types of fat that we eat, and saturated fat raises bad cholesterol, which is LDL cholesterol. So typically you will get a total blood cholesterol level, you will get your HDL cholesterol level, your LDL cholesterol level. You're right, you will get a ratio, but the ratio is that of the total cholesterol to the HDL. So increasingly, we now actually also report what's called the non-HDL HDL cholesterol. What does that mean? It simply means you take your total cholesterol, let's say your level is 6 millimoles per liter, and your HDL cholesterol level, let's say, is 1 millimole per liter. So everything that is not HDL is non-HDL, right? So that would be 5 millimoles per liter. And all of these have normal reference ranges, and then if you go above that, and if you go significantly above that, there is pretty solid evidence of how this works to increase cardiovascular disease risk. So what would happen is, if you have a high LDL cholesterol, that's the bad cholesterol, and we have pretty solid evidence that if that is raised, your chances of a heart attack are much higher. We also have the reverse, that if you lower the LDL cholesterol, for instance, either through dietary measures or through taking tablets of what's called statins, you reduce that risk massively. And then comes into HDL cholesterol. So why are we interested in HDL cholesterol? HDL cholesterol is the good guy, because what it does is it mops up the bad cholesterol and takes it back to the liver for excretion. Otherwise, the excess cholesterol and the fat that is associated with it gets deposited in the wrong places, for example, inside our arteries. And that's what forms this, really dangerous, what we call plaque inside our blood vessels, our arteries, which built up over time can then lead to heart attacks because it causes narrowing of arteries through this plaque buildup.
Can you tell us a bit about the normal levels for listeners who have or have not had their cholesterol measured and are thinking, what kind of numbers should I be looking at?
There are normal ranges that the laboratory, along with your results, will give you, so you can see where your result sits in relation to that. For total cholesterol, the cutoff is 5 millimoles per liter. And just beware, if you're having a test in the US or other countries, it's not the same currency. It's a different unit that's used, so that would be milligrams per deciliter. Total cholesterol is not the full story, so you've got to look at a very minimum at your HDL cholesterol level, which is your good cholesterol, mops up the bad stuff and gets it removed from the body, and your LDL cholesterol. So for LDL cholesterol, the normal range is to keep it under 3 millimoles per liter, and for HDL cholesterol, it's the opposite. You want to have higher HDL levels because it's the good cholesterol, right? So for that, there's a distinction between men and women. For men, we'd like to see levels above 1 millimole per liter, and for women, 1.2 millimoles per liter.
There'll be people listening going, I'm over that, I'm under that. But how clear are we that there's a sort of definitive cutoff where you definitely need to do something about it? How complex is it to interpret that cholesterol result?
It's complex, but let's break it down. Firstly, ultimately it's a number, and we don't need to focus only on the number. We've got to take the totality of the picture. Cholesterol is one risk factor. What are we worried about ultimately with cholesterol? We're worried about if we have too much of the bad cholesterol, our risk of heart attacks, our risk of stroke particularly, and those are major causes of death in our society, so we want to keep them low. But there are at least 7 other risk factors that have been defined for these heart disease and cardiovascular disease conditions. So our smoking levels matter, right? Whether we have high blood pressure or not, whether we have diabetes or not, whether we're living with obesity or are not obese, what our overall diet is like, whether we are physically active, what our fiber intake is like. All of these things matter. So cholesterol is one part of the picture, but it's not the only part. What your GP will do is they will calculate your overall cardiovascular risk. And then it gives you a number, which is the probability of a cardiovascular event within the next 10 years. So if that risk is high, then it's really important to treat all the things that can be treated. Perhaps even consider medication alongside dietary change.
There's lots of products that claim to lower cholesterol now. There are spreads and things you can get in cholesterol-lowering foods. Do they actually help?
So they can be part of the solution, but they're not the whole story. There are some spreads that are alternatives to consuming butter, which is high in saturated fat, and these classically contain sterols and stanols that are added to them. They can help to lower the LDL cholesterol levels by 5 to 10% or somewhere around that magnitude. There aren't really any studies that have looked at their link directly with heart attacks or with strokes, but through managing to reduce LDL cholesterol, they can be considered as part of a diet. But there are two things I would highlight. Firstly, that's not the only way to reduce cholesterol. There are so many other ways. The other is that some of these products also have additives like emulsifiers and so on that make them ultra-processed. And then there's, of course, the whole science on ultra-processed foods and bad effects on health. So I would say, personally, to manage cholesterol level, I would go for alternative solutions, such as olive oil can be used instead of butter. You can experiment with spreading avocado or hummus. Then, other than that, if you like having red meat, cut it down to lean cuts. That also reduces saturated fat. Have fish. I don't universally say that everyone needs to have low-fat dairy, but if you're trying to improve your LDL cholesterol level, then going from full-fat dairy to reduced fat, milk and so on is useful.
Does fiber have an impact on blood cholesterol?
I'm glad you brought up fiber. Yes, fiber does. Fiber helps to lower cholesterol through a component called beta-glycan. It reduces the absorption of cholesterol. So as well as the focus on fats, having a low refined carbohydrate diet, but a diet instead that is high in fiber and whole grains, is part of the solution for managing high cholesterol levels.
And what about exercise? Clearly exercise is good for us. Does that improve blood fat profiles, or does it also act indirectly on things like insulin levels and insulin sensitivity, which then do impact cholesterol levels?
Yeah, so the jury is out on the direct effects of physical activity, because it's hard to tease out that when somebody is physically active and the LDL cholesterol levels go down, was it a direct effect, or was it through some of the other mechanisms, such as improving insulin sensitivity and so on? The bottom line is physical activity is broadly good for us in so many ways.
So, Nita, someone's managed to do all those things. Their cholesterol's still high. Their risk of cardiovascular disease in the next 10 years is over 10%. What are then the options for medical therapy?
Medical therapy actually at some point becomes really important, and one needs to engage with discussion with your GP. The commonest drug that is used for lowering cholesterol is a group of drugs which is called statins. And what this does is it blocks one of the enzymes within the liver that is part of producing the bad cholesterol. And really good research evidence from high-grade clinical trials has shown that when these statins are used, they lower the cholesterol level, and there's also a reduction in heart disease. Now, there's a lot of potential confusion about the use of statins because of some side effects, which some people feel, oh, well, everyone will get these side effects. But in reality, proportionately, it's a very small percent of people who get those. And if there are specific side effects that one has or is worried about, then there are lots of other drug therapies that can be used instead. But overall, I would say don't fear statins. And if lifestyle and dietary change has not brought your levels down, then it is worth having a discussion about starting on medication.
Nita, that's beautifully clear as always. Last time we asked you how your research affects your own life. Can we just ask you a more personal question this time? Can I ask you how you personally think about your blood cholesterol levels? Have you had them measured? Do you eat particularly to manage them, or do you not worry about it too much?
Okay. I did take up the NHS vascular health check program, and as part of that, I realized my cholesterol level was way too high, and the bad cholesterol was really high. So it was a jolly good thing that I had the blood test, and I was jolly glad to have been offered that test. I do watch my diet, which I would do, to be honest, even if my cholesterol wasn't high, because I've been studying it for years, and it'd be foolish not to follow your own research. And I opted to take a statin medication, because for me that was really important.
I think so many listeners are going to find that just incredibly helpful. And speaking as someone who has not had this test, I feel, well, if it's good enough for Professor Nita Faruhi, I will be going and having mine. Thank you so much.
You're
for
amazing.
joining
Thank
us.
you. And thank you for agreeing with me and supporting my advice.
You two are awesome. Keep up the banter.
That was very good medicine.
Well, it's
Tom.
good medicine for you because it's sending you to the GP to get a cholesterol test.
Hold on. What Nita said, actually, was that cholesterol measurements are only part of your overall risk score. And so, yes, I should go and get my cholesterol measured, but there's no particular rush about it, is the way I heard it.
That's not what she said. And you know it's not what she said. I think this is really important, and I hope that there will be listeners who go and get this test as a result. The NHS doesn't screen for loads of stuff. It's really hard to save people's lives with screening, but cholesterol is one of the things we look for. Now, you're right, nobody should panic about it. If your cholesterol is high, there are loads of things you can do. And even if you don't change your cholesterol, but you manage your blood pressure, booze, smoking, exercise, lots of other things, you can reduce your risk massively. So you're right, but there's a very good reason to go and have a look. And even if you are at a young age and you think, well, I can get this test at 40, but I'm only 40, it's worth looking because some people have genetic differences that mean that their cholesterol is high. They have familial cholesterol problems, and those people will really benefit from having some early intervention from that knowledge.
All right, put it on the to-do list.
I also thought her clarity about the pattern of eating was really, really helpful as well. So Nita was great in terms of emphasising too much saturated fat, not good. You don't really need to worry about your cholesterol intake so much as saturated fat.
And refined sugar.
Well, no, but this is the thing. In fact, she then said, although saturated fat does nudge your liver to make more cholesterol, so does sugar, so does an overall pattern of unhealthy eating, so does ultra-processed food. And really you want to be leaning towards a Mediterranean diet. Plant food, plant protein, plant oils are really good.
We learned a massive amount. Of course, we were eager to know even more, so we did continue the conversation with Professor Nita Faruhi in Doctor's Notes, which you can find in the feed on BBC Sounds. So in Doctor's Notes, we're going to talk about the controversies, we're going to talk about seed oil, and we're going to talk about trans fats. Are they still in our diet? Do we still need to worry about it? We're going to get into those things. Now, Chris, lots of our listeners will be considering taking statins or on statins and concerned about the side effects that Nita mentioned. So it's worth pointing out, and Nita drew our attention to this, that within hours of us recording that episode, only a few hours afterwards, a major new study was published in the medical journal, The Lancet, looking at statins and their side effects. That's right, and this study analysed data from 120,000 participants on statin treatment, and it concluded that statins don't seem to cause most of the side effects that are actually listed on their labels.
Right, so the labels list about 60 side effects,
and the researchers found only about 4 of the side effects had fairly minor associations.
It's slightly hard to know what to do with this advice, because we're not saying if you've got side effects from your statins, ignore them, it's all in your head. But I suppose we are saying if you're worried about side effects, they're stopping you taking them, or maybe they're making you reluctant, possibly you could ease off that anxiety. In any case, if you are getting severe side effects, speak to your GP. That's all we can say, isn't it? We're not dishing out medical advice.
We'll put a link to the paper in the show notes, and if you're concerned or interested in taking a statin, speak to your GP or pharmacist.
Chris, while I've still got you, I had a story I wanted to share with you from the news this week about a bench in Bristol. And this bench has hit the news because rather than facing sort of out the way most benches do, it faces towards the wall, and the council has said, I think after a few complaints, they're going to review it because people don't like looking at the wall. And this has made headlines. I don't want to exaggerate it, it's not been the main news story of the week, but I mean it's definitely made some headlines. What do you make of the idea of a bench facing a wall?
I love this story, Sandy, because I had to use a bench last night. It was a bench just off Tottenham Court Road, surrounded by like a bin and loads of rubbish.
Not in a very pretty location.
It's funny you bring this up, because I literally thought at the time, what a weird, awful place to put a bench. Who ever thought of this? Even as I used the bench, why didn't you have a human emotion of gratitude going, thank goodness there's a bench here. Thank goodness for whatever local councillor thought of doing this. Whenever you read a story like that, it's a critique of like a local authority, isn't it? A council inefficiencies, blah, blah, blah. And I don't think the story is being written with sympathy for the rules around benches, or the people who might need that bench, or the fact that the bench has almost certainly been placed in exactly the place it's needed. And so I guess for me, the wellness point is when you read an article like this, you can really let it boil your blood pressure. I mean, when you started talking about it, I was like, oh, disgusting, cluttering a pavement with a bed, staring at a wall, you know.
Get the veins on your
Heads the
buying
stroll.
a ticket to Bristol.
Yeah, heads the stroll, and I'm going to go and join the bench protest. And it's like, just when you're reading these kind of pieces, just take a pause. Remember, local authorities and local government is full of people who are not paid a lot of money, who are working pretty hard to generally do sensible things. But often, if a thing is put in a place in a city by a council, it is done for someone who you might not know. It is not maybe done for you.
Maybe it wasn't done for you.
It's funny how angry you can get about it. Even last night, I mean, even as I used the bench, I was like, what a stupid thing. So anyway, this has been a bit of a journey for me. It's a great what you got for me. I'm never going to get angry at a newspaper article ever again. If you find yourself uttering the word typical, you know, that's just absolutely classic behaviour.
You know what will happen? They'll move it and someone will complain that they liked it the way it was before. Well, that's it for this episode.
Zandy, out of 10, what would you give this episode?
Ooh, 6, 7?
6, 7!
As always, a massive thank you to the very lovely team at Loftus Media who produced the show.
We hope you can join us again next time. And until then,
take care of yourselves
and each other.
Next time is next Saturday, and you can find all previous episodes of the podcast in the WhatsApp Docs feed on BBC Sounds.
They are very aware that they are being watched all the time.
In a special week of programmes, Radio 4 explores the challenges facing girls and young women in Britain today.
There is an increased risk of several different types of diseases if you have early puberty,
including the Puberty Puzzle, special editions of the Food Programme, and File on 4 Investigates. And About the Girls with me, Catherine Carr.
You've got to look like this, you've got to have this hair, this colour.
Where's that come from?
Internet, social media, boys.
About the Girls on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. This Monday to Friday lunchtime at 1:45.
And the About the Girls week starts today with the food programme, when Sheila Dillon explores the rise of eating disorders among young women. That's tonight at 7:15. Now ready for Jay Rayner and the Kitchen Cabinet panel. Tuck into questions from the postbag.
Hello and welcome to the Kitchen Cabinet. Regulars will know we move this programme up and down the country to answer food-related questions from audiences in all parts of these British Isles. In the last few weeks, we've tackled noisy food in East London, toasties in Abergavenny, white bread in Bolton, and National Something on a Stick Day in Bristol. Yes, it's very much a thing. Today, however, we've swapped our usual theatre hall or school venue for an intimate radio studio where we're all sat far too close together. Joining me on the end of a radio stick, or a microphone as we call it, and ready to answer questions selected from the bulging TKC email inbox, our cooks and food writers Jockey Pitcher, Sophie Wright, Melek Erdl and Jeremy Pangs. Hello. No, it's lovely to be in a really quite cosy room with you. We're going to get straight to it. Let's kick off with an ingredient we rarely talk about on this programme, which is lychees. Listener Izzy T. Monikendam, I think that's how you pronounce her name, she asks, what can I do to use up a glut of fresh lychees? Recipes online either use canned lychees or a handful, but I've got 2 kilos. Jeremy, I am going to come to you first.
To me.
I'm kind of curious as to how she's ended up with a glut of lychees.
2 kilos as well. That's a lot. I would go for something frozen. So either just freeze them all for ease, or go for a Korean bingsu or a Malaysian ice kacang, which are both shaved ice desserts. Traditionally, this is made with just shaved ice with no flavour. But if you make a granita, like a homemade granita out of the lychees, all you have to do is blitz it up, sieve it through, put it in the freezer, and then every couple of hours, just run a fork through it to shave it a little bit. Yeah.
So are you saying you take the lychees, you peel them, you stone them, that's a job in itself?
Yes.
Particularly if it's fresh lychees. Do you mix them with any water?
No need, because all the juice, you're essentially juicing the lychees. So you blitz them up, pass them through a sieve, then you've got your lychee juice. You make your granito, your shaved ice out of that. So every couple of hours, you take it out of the freezer on a baking tray, and so you can actually get your fork through it. By the next day, you've got a lychee shaved ice. Then, toppings-wise, any sort of jellies cut up into little cubes. And if you're going for ice kachang, then condensed milk, loads of it over the top, and kidney beans and creamed sweet corn.
Well, I know about this because I had this at a restaurant in London, and you were very excited when I showed you the picture.
I mean, so you have to have a mountain of it, so it's good for the glut.
So it's good for 2 kilos. Malek, have you any ideas what to do with 2 kilos of lychees?
Yes, well, whenever I have a batch of anything, I want to pickle it. And I think spiced pickle lychee works really well. So you dry roast some fenugreek, ground it down in a pan, saute some ginger and garlic and mustard seeds, chopped up lime, and then add your lychees, some Kashmiri chili powder, some turmeric and some fenugreek. Cook that down and then store it in a jar for a couple of days, like rest it and then put it in the fridge. And that would go really well with a lychee sorbet. So you could do half of that. Like, I'd use 1 kilo for the lychee sorbet and 1 kilo of pickle, and combined that would work so well.
I have to ask you, is this a thought experiment on your part, or have you ever actually done it with lychees?
No, never.
That doesn't in any way, mean the idea is a bad one. I sometimes think it's fair to let listeners know that we're coming up with ideas slightly on the fly. Jockey, what would you do with an awful lot of lychees?
Yeah, it's an awful lot. 2 kilos. I would definitely the preparation is a big pain, trying to get all that like brown skin when you try and take the seed.
You need a commie chef for that, don't you?
You do need a commie chef. A couple of commie chefs is very handy. I would do 2 things with it. One, I'll do the granita, like you're saying, but I would go for flavours of raspberry and rose. It's very classic in the pastry world of raspberry, rose and lychee. It goes very well together. So I'll make that into a granita. But also I'll go down the savoury route and go for like a rendang. So like a beef and lychee rendang. I'll make a paste of shallot, galangal, lemongrass, garlic, ginger and chilli. And then I'll cook that paste off and then fry some beef, like stewing beef. And we'll make a stock with cardamom, cinnamon, star anise, tamarind, coconut milk, some palm sugar and kaffir leaves. And braise that for about 40 minutes to an hour. And then finish it off with some of the fresh lychee. And you don't have to take the seed out either. You can just peel them, put them in, and then just work your way around the seed.
Just warn your diners that there may be a shiny seed. Sophie?
So, yeah, I do think that to make them into some sort of sorbet is a really nice thing, but I would do it slightly differently to a granita. So, actually, it's quite nice to sort of start with your lychee puree, and then that can be turned into lots of different things because it could be used in a cocktail, for example, with a bit of vodka, served chilled with lime, delicious. But if you have your puree, so you would seed and peel your lychees, and you'll only end up with 1 kilo once that's all done because you've got so much wastage from your 2 kilos, into a sugar syrup. You can add some flavouring in there if you like, but really no need. Perhaps a little bit of lime juice or zest just to cut through, and just boil them up until they're nice and soft, and blend that down. And then I would pop those into the freezer, so it's just set, the puree is just set, then take it out of the freezer, pop it into a food processor, again with lots of lime juice, lots of lime zest, and a couple of egg whites, and blitz that up until it's really, really smooth and soft, and you'll end up with a really nice, light aerated sorbet. Once frozen, again, you can serve as a nice little refreshing, delicious something.
Lovely.
There you go, Izzy. The other piece of advice is be careful how many lychees you buy. We're still intrigued as to how you ended up with 2 kilos, because we're certain you didn't grow them. We're going meaty now with this question from listener Nick Easton, who asks, I've been wondering why it is necessary to dip meat into flour before searing. I can easily brown meat with little or no oil or fat, depending on the type of meat, before I make a stew. But by adding flour, you need much more fat, which the flour sucks up and makes a fatty end product. Sophie, I mean, I have my views, but I'm coming to you first. To flour or not to flour?
If it's beef, I tend to flour because it's going to have a nice long stew. If I'm cooking with the lid on, I want the sauce to thicken, and the flour will help to thicken the sauce. I also think it does help with the flavour. The flour gives a nice nuttiness as it caramelizes and it browns in the pan. It's a really important aspect of that process. But obviously, if you don't want to add flour, that's completely fine, but you have to be prepared to reduce your sauce once the stew is cooked. Once the meat is cooked to the right degree of doneness, you need to reduce that sauce down to thicken it. The flour will help to do that.
Jackie, it's not just about that, though. It's actually because you get a nicer crust. which holds some of the seasoning better, or am I making that up?
No, you're correct. And that's really important to season that flour as well with salt and pepper if you want to, but pepper will burn. But generally, I would just heavily season with table salt, ideally, the flour, and it coats that meat, and it's kind of like known as the lazy person's roux, because you've got a lot more oil in there. When you're frying that beef, it kind of like makes this starts the process to make a nice glossy sauce at the end of it, so it kind of coats every element of your stew. So I think it's really really important, because it gives it texture and it gives it a nice deep brown flavour.
It's a Western European perspective. I move to the other side of the table. Melek Erdal, do you flour meat when you're making a stew?
Yes, so we have a chicken stew that really needs that flour. You don't have to coat the chicken with the flour first. You can brown the chicken first, which is what I usually do. Add the flour, but the flour does need some cooking as well.
But are you adding the flour to the broth, or are you adding the sprinkling on the chicken?
You're sprinkling it on the chicken after you've browned the chicken. You're sprinkling it on and giving the flour time to cook down and absorb all the flavour of the chicken as well. And then you'd add your vegetables and your liquid. It's not only a thickener and makes it glossy, but the flour absorbs the flavour and the fat. I would say it's a good thing that it absorbs fat.
Well, I was curious about this, because when you said it ends up with a fattier end product, I was thinking, no, it doesn't, because it emulsifies with the fat. Jeremy?
In Chinese cooking, you have this... the standard way of thickening a sauce is with corn flour or corn starch and water. You make a paste out of it and you pour that into the end of a stir-fry sauce, and that would thicken the sauce. I actually don't do that in my cooking. I actually put the corn starch into the marinated meat for this exact same reason as everyone is talked about, is that actually I feel like the cooking of the flour, what that does is it creates a slight crust around the meat itself, but it also then, the cooked flour, that crust sips into the liquid when the sauce goes in a very different way to how raw flour would. And I think it's the mixing of the oil or the fat and the flour, but also part of the cooking process that changes the nature of that flour. And what that then does is, I believe it creates more of a silky sauce as opposed to a gloopy thickened sauce. And there is a big difference between the two. Yeah.
So you sort of have your answer there, Nick, which is, I mean, if you don't want to flour it, you don't have to. There are no laws about these things. But the four esteemed kitchen cabinet panelists here think you're wrong and are advising you to do so. We're moving from software to hardware now. This is from Carol Smith. I have a standalone apple juicer, which is brilliant, but the problem is that it takes 4 times longer to clean than it does to use. Do the team have any cooking things, gadgets I assume, that are harder to clean than to use? Jockey.
I've got two, but it's more from the professional kitchen, and one would be the drum sieve, so like a fine meshed drum sieve, and we use it in the professional kitchens to make like a fish mousse or a chicken mousse, where you blend up the meat or the fish with a bit of egg white, and then you'll pass it through with a little scraper, a dough scraper, and you push it through this fine mesh sieve. And back in the day, the pot roast, and you get this drum sieve which the chef has been put fish mousse through, and decided to put it into the warm sink, so it's actually congealed and cooked onto the sieve.
Melek, is there something in your domestic kitchen?
Garlic crusher. That's it. I mean, it's useful, but it's just a nightmare to clean after.
I mean, the garlic crusher is an obvious one. Potato ricer, anybody?
Well, we used to have to use the sieve to rice potatoes. That was I mean, honestly, it was the same thing.
But conical sieve as well, it's just as bad. The fine mesh conical sieve. I have nightmares when I used to do passion fruit juice, the fresh passion fruit, and you used to scoop it and put it through the sieve, but it all stick, like all the seeds and all it's just horrific. Conical sieve.
At this point, this isn't actually an answer to a question, it's just therapy, isn't it?
No, I've completely given up on my griddle pan at home as well. Cleaning that thing is an I just wait for barbecue season and go outside.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot
what do you need the lines for anyway?
Well, quite.
You don't.
Absolutely.
The only way is to burn it.
Yeah, exactly. You have to burn off the grub. You cannot scrub it. And anyway, if you do scrub it, you tend to sort of ruin the coating on it, and then you're back to square one. I hate it.
Well, this is why I reverse engineer like a recipe based on how little equipment I want to use. Sometimes, often not even a chopping board.
That's clever.
I love that.
And if you And if you want to share your kitchen agonies with us, please do email tkc@bbc.co.uk. We're here for you. Cheaper than an actual therapist. We're going to take a break from the questions now to address some feedback from an engaged or perhaps enraged listener who is concerned about the language we sometimes use on the programme. Henry Hardwick writes, can we begin a campaign to eradicate the word smell from descriptions of food? Listen up, chefs. Food has scent, odour, aroma, bouquet, fragrance, tang, perfume, but you're ignoring the richness of the English language with regard to food. You're using smell, which is what you detect in a farmyard. I mean, I meant to ask now, does Henry have a point? We all write, perhaps me a little more than the rest of you, and my own view is that certain words have certain utility, and the only issue is repetition rather than use. Things have a smell.
Well, I was going to say, sometimes things do just smell, don't they?
It reminds me of the old film Fish Called Wonder. You guys remember that?
Yes.
And where it's Kevin Kline, his character, he lifts up his armpits, takes a deep breath in, and he goes, mozzarella. Well, it's all about smell, isn't it?
I didn't know where you were going.
There's almost no odour. Let's just put that out there.
Henry, our correspondent Henry would point out, no, it's not just about smell, it's also about scent, odour, aroma, bouquet, fragrance, tang and perfume.
I would say, Henry, I'm not a thesaurus. Also, I would say smell is the umbrella word for all those other things. So you start, so you start with the word smell, and then you can break it down. Is it an odour? Is it an aroma?
I mean, this is interesting. Linguistically, I would say an odour is not necessarily pleasant. An aroma is fleeting. A bouquet is floral. A fragrance is perfumed, and fragrance and perfume are synonyms for each other. Yes, I do have a degree.
That's a mic drop moment.
Isn't it?
There you go, Henry.
Yeah, so Henry, if you really want to challenge us on using the word smell, it's not going to get you very far. Let's get back to the relative safety of a simple food question. Mark Innismon asks, for many years I've had problems eating fish. I always expect to find a bone, and that ruins any possible pleasure. When I pluck up the courage to eat fish and find the first mouthful is delicious, the second invariably has a bone in it, so the rest of the meal is an ordeal of careful, scared and suspicious chewing, pulling every faintly suspicious item out of my mouth and discarding it. What do the panel suggest can be done about this? Well, I'm going to approach it a different way. Sophie, how do you trim a fish for people to eat it so that the maximum number of bones have been removed?
I mean, it just takes a bit of care and precision, really. There's no other... You can't rush the process. So once you've taken the fillets off, there's a couple of places that you'll find bones. One is like right down the centre of the fillet, and you need to use tweezers, fish tweezers, to remove the bones. And you would have a little pot of water in front of you, and you would just gently run your hand from the top to the bottom of the fillet, and you'll feel the bone. And as you feel one, you pull one out, you dip your tweezers into water to discard the bone, you go back in again. And then you want to check the belly side as well, because dependent on the species of fish, you might find some bones down the belly side as well, especially in something like a salmon who's got bigger fish bones.
So that's sort of 101 on
and that's a really important process. You have to do that, especially if you're working in a restaurant. It's imperative that you remove the bones.
But Jeremy, there's a lot of fish in Asian cookery.
And whole fish.
Yeah.
I mean, I love fish, all types of fish, cooked in all different ways. But no matter how many ways I know how to cook fish, I always come back to the best way to steam a whole fish. And that's the classic Chinese way to deal with a fish. I actually think that is the easiest way to be able to get rid of the bones, because when you steam a fish perfectly, it literally slips off any bone. Yes, it's a little bit more daunting to look at, and it's almost like the opposite to, where this question has come from. But when you look at the fish and you sort of dig into it with a spoon, you pull it off, and there's no bone left.
But should we not get to the fundamentals of this, Melek, which is fish have bones, and if you're going to eat fish, you need to face up to that?
I feel seen, Jay. This is why you framed the question like that to me, because I love it's completely part of the experience to have fish with bones in it, and eat around it. And as Jeremy said, I love deboning the fish once it's cooked as well. I would also say it's the type of fish. If you go for a larger fish, it's easier because the bones are bigger and easier to find.
But you accept that it's actually part of the process of eating them?
It's part of the joy, because in Middle Eastern culture we love sunflower seeds, but in supermarkets here you have them peeled out of the shell, but the whole joy is eating it with the shell. It completely tastes different. So I would say the same thing with the fish. There's a joy of eating fish with bone.
Yeah, so we're basically saying, Mark, you've stumbled upon something you don't like, which is a part of the process.
But can I also just say things like monkfish, swordfish, tuna, steak? You won't find any bone. So if you're worried, then just opt for fish that's a bit more meaty.
And also, when doing that, please consult the Marine Stewardship Council's website for information on sustainable fish. We're sort of staying on a fishy question here with listener Patrick Neem, who's tuned into the zeitgeist. I think he's identified a problem most of us experience every single day. The question is this: true caviar is very expensive. True caviar is very expensive, but what does it get you that £5 for 100 grams of supermarket lumpfish caviar doesn't offer? Is the same way to beluga caviar at £230 46 times better? Quietly, I have some sympathy with this, but I'm going to turn to Jockey Petrie, the man who has worked in more Michelin-starred restaurants than we can shake a stick at. Do you like caviar?
Personally, I do like caviar, but it's definitely not 46 times better than lumpfish. It's definitely getting overused now. It's definitely because it's farmed more intensively now, and most of it comes from China, but it is all over the world. It's not as exclusive as it used to be, and it's also, you find in more and more fine dining restaurants that is slapping it on everywhere, whereas you really want the caviar to be the star of the show, and I do just like it the classic way with bellinis and a little bit of caviar and sour cream. I would stay away from the shallot, but yeah, I just think it's just overused now, and it's not as exclusive as it used to be.
But to go back to Patrick's actual question, is there anything wrong with lumpfish caviar? What's the difference? So lumpfish it's a much smaller egg, and I think it's much saltier.
Yes, definitely much saltier. There's more characteristics within caviar. There's more like earthy notes, and the pop as well, which I love in the caviar, where you put it in your tongue and
so there's a texture to it that you don't get with lumpfish.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeremy, I don't know why I'm coming to you next, but caviar.
Maybe because I'm sort of maybe the opposite to Jockey on this. I think I've never really got caviar. I kind of put it into the same category as raw oysters, which I know is sort of a love or hate sort of thing, and abalone in Chinese cooking, where all I sort of get from it is this salty water taste, and that's about it.
So, Sophie, here's a middle ground. I know you've got an answer to the question itself, but you don't have to spend £230, and there are trout roes as well, and salmon roes, which are much cheaper.
Yeah, again, I think it's more about the mouthfeel, to be perfectly honest. Like, the top-end stuff is buttery, nutty, creamy, and I don't really think anything compares to it from that perspective, the butteriness. But if you're just looking for texture and a pop of seasoning, which is ultimately what you get from something like a lumpfish roe or a salmon roe, it's perfectly fine to use, and they do have their place on many dishes, especially if you are folding it through a sauce, for example. I think if you're serving it au natural, as Jockey's already described, to be had with bellinis or off of a pearl spoon.
Or a friend.
Or a friend, well, quite, I mean, what do you do in your spare time? There are many other things that you can use that you will get a really lovely salty, fishy kick from, which is delightful. Is it the same as caviar? No. Is it the same as beluga caviar? Certainly not. But it is lovely, and it has a place, I would say.
But as someone who goes to a few restaurants for my other job, I can say that every restaurant in a certain category seems to now have a caviar menu.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a very specific thing. I'm going to go back to you, Jockey. Do you serve any of it at the Thick Duck?
We only serve it in one of the courses with white chocolate, and it's a little white chocolate disc, a little button, which has the same weight of caviar on top, and basically you take this button with caviar on top, put it onto your tongue, and just let it melt on the tongue, and then pop it in the roof of your mouth.
Enjoying that.
And it's like creamy, salty, umami. It actually shares the same flavour molecule.
Is that
white
beluga?
chocolate caviar.
osciator.
Well, there you go, Patrick. If you're not that keen, you just want to do it once, get yourself a bag of white chocolate buttons. Never let it be said that the kitchen cabinet isn't for the everyman. We've time for one last question. This is obviously from someone who pays serious attention to the programme. Her name is Wendy Lewis. Following on from the question in the recent Cambridge episode, are chefs over-reliant on butter? I'd like to ask, are chefs over-reliant on alliums? You can tell Wendy's properly into her food because she uses the term allium, which basically covers the entire onion family. I think that's right. Dr. Annie Gray's not with us, but she would if she were here. I'd like us to acknowledge that some people are allergic to them, including, as it happens, Dr. Annie Gray. So let's go back to the question. As with butter, they're kind of vital, aren't they, as a building block of flavour, Malik?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the building block of a lot of the kind of cooking I do as a flavour base for, anything. Soups, stews, even, I love onion in salad, fresh topping. But I would say I used to do some cooking lessons for a charity that practiced Ayurvedic cooking, which avoids alliums because it's considered an allergen. And I would say it is an opportunity to discover loads of other kind of ingredients that are that category of creating flavour.
What sort of things were you using?
Ginger is one that's fantastic. Chilies.
Celery.
Celery, yes, absolutely.
Although also an allergen, I think. Maybe
not an allium, at least.
Yeah.
Jeremy, could you imagine your cookery without alliums, without
No,
spring
absolutely
onions?
not. No, absolutely not. We have, what's it in Western cooking, the mirepoix, or the French, what is it, onion, carrot, celery, leek, right? So 2 alliums in that. But I always say that the holy trinity of Cantonese cooking or Chinese cooking is garlic, spring onion, and ginger, right? And garlic, let's start with garlic as a base for probably every single cuisine I know. It's there to layer flavour from the start all the way through to the middle and then through to the end. And as I get older, the more is more of that, in my view. So you go to, I don't know, if you have like a Southeast Asian like seafood dish, I just love that it's like topped with mountains of deep fried garlic over the top, and it wouldn't be the same without it.
So you're basically terrified Wendy's trying to take away your deep fried garlic and
I'm you can hear it in my voice.
Yeah, I can. Jockey.
Well, it's a really good question because my wife is also allergic to alliums, an allium family.
Does all of them?
Yep. So I've actually had to take it out of my cooking at home. So I still heavily use it in the kitchens and professional kitchens, but at home we've had to remove it. So, but it's really interesting. There's 2 things that happen. One, you don't actually stink when you cook after you cook. Your house doesn't smell. Your clothes are actually quite clean smelling. Don't smell the onions. But also the problem is whenever you're taking onions out and you replace them with maybe carrots or celery, stuff becomes really sweet. And tended to be too sweet. So I've had to adapt over the years just to...
So what are you using instead?
So it was only just recently I've actually just come across it. I might get the pronunciation wrong. Asafoetida.
Which again is one of those ingredients which replaces, I think it's garlic and onion.
Yeah. Well, we call it fart powder at home.
Do you now?
Yeah, so devil's dung is known as.
It has a musty kind of flavour to it.
But your house will smell if you cook with that.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that is
so it's got the smell, but it's actually it's giving you that sulfur compounds within the cooking, so it gives you that onion replacement.
I found dried shiitake works very well with that because you can blitz it down to powder, so you can use it as like a spice, but also you can blitz it to a coarse grain. And if it's a coarse grain and you then toast it until it's really, really dry, like you dehydrate the dehydrated mushroom, then you get quite a garlicky, almost like the meatiness of chopped up garlic.
Yeah.
Sophie, I'm going to finish with you. You were on that Cambridge show, and I think in response to that question, are chefs over-reliant on butter? You said, no, they use exactly the right amount.
Absolutely.
Where are you on the allium question?
I mean, I'm classically French trained, and so therefore onions, the mirepoix, as Jeremy's already mentioned, is the fundamentals of most sauces, stews, anything stocks. It is one of the essential ingredients. Of course you could do without it, but you wouldn't get the same. Onions bring they bring a sweetness once they're cooked down slowly, but they also bring a slight bitterness once they're cooked a little bit more harshly. And sometimes you need that. It's almost the same as when you seal things in flour, as we've already discussed. It's like it's that base layer of flavour that you need to build upon a rich dish, which is the types of food I love.
There you go, Wendy. If you want a base layer of flavour in your food, yes, you need EAMs. We'll wait for the next question from a listener saying, are chefs over-reliant on, what do you think is going to be next? Salt, pepper, pepper, bacon.
Yeah,
No.
bacon, yeah.
That's what my book's called.
But I would beg a question. There's a thing to question. Is like, do you need to have onions in it? And I'm questioning that right now as well. It's like, do you need to have all these onions
If
when
you've
you're
got
cooking?
20 minutes and it's for the kids, no.
That's it for this episode. Thank you to everyone who submitted today's questions. Do email us more of those questions, reminiscences, tales of culinary triumphs and tragedy to tkt@bbc.co.uk, and we may include it in an upcoming Postbag edition. Next week, I'm allowed back out of the studio for a show in Stockport, Greater Manchester. But for now, it's goodbye from me, Jay Rayner, Sophie Wright, Jockey Petrie, Malik Erdal and Jeremy Pang. Say goodbye, panel.
Bye.
The Kitchen Cabinet was produced by Dan Cocker. The assistant producer is William Norton. It's a Something Else production for BBC Radio 4. Are we making ourselves less intelligent? Next on Radio 4, we'll hear from the columnist and writer James Marriott, who's concerned that the shift from deep reading to digital skim reading is weakening our ability to think in complex, reflective ways. Radical with Amol Rajan is after the news.
That's Betty, leading a charge. Come with us on a guided tour through the digestive system of a cow.
A handful of soil has more living organisms in it than there are people on the planet.
From the ground all the way through.
They have a core stomach, and its core stomach is you.
And back out again.
A dung patch from a cow is a really, really important habitat.
Join a cheesemaker, a philosopher, a scientist, and a farmer. Journey through a cow on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. Tomorrow night at 7:15.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. NASA says the successful completion of its Artemis 2 mission to the moon marks a new chapter in lunar exploration. The capsule carrying the crew splashed down in the Pacific of California in the early hours. Our science editor, Rebecca Morell, who's at mission control in Texas, says the astronauts won't be able to relax just yet.
They are going to undergo a raft of tests. They're having medical checks right now. And tomorrow, we think, probably late Houston time in the afternoon, they're going to come back and be reunited with their families here. The astronauts kind of became guinea pigs themselves. Science was done on them to study the effects of deep space on the human body. So they won't get much of a rest themselves, actually. They'll have to get to hang out with their families for a bit, and then they'll be back in the lab.
The BBC understands that an Iranian delegation has met the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif before planned peace talks with the United States in Islamabad. The U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance will lead the American delegation. Pakistan says it hopes both sides will engage constructively. A man has been charged with endangering life in connection with the deaths of 4 migrants trying to cross the channel in a small boat. 74 other people were able to cross from France on Thursday. Al-Noor Muhammad Ali, who is 27 and from Sudan, is due in court later. 2 teenagers have died after a car left a bridge and hit a minibus on the M1 motorway in Leicestershire. The crash happened near Lutterworth yesterday afternoon. 4 people who were in the minibus have been treated in hospital. The National Association of Head Teachers is urging the government to step in and sort out delayed pension payments for retired staff. The company, which run the scheme, Capita, has apologized for the problems. The NAHT says ministers need to take the issue by the scruff of its neck. BBC News.
Our drama this afternoon is inspired by a true story of a community of nuns facing the closure of their convent. But the sisters decide to take control and identify a legal loophole. Faith, loyalty and institutional power collide as they fight to preserve their order, their home and their shared identity. A Broken Order, our drama, begins at 3 this afternoon. But now on Radio 4, is reading essential to the rise and fall of liberal democracy? It's Radical with Amol Raj.
Hello and welcome to Radical. These are conversations about tomorrow from today, where I explore the deep global trends and forces changing the world and go in search of radical ideas for the future. We also do a bonus episode every Monday, which is available only on BBC Sounds, and that's a place where we give you a chance to put your questions to our fantastic, influential and smart radical guests in a bonus episode we call Your Radical Questions. To make sure you don't miss that, please do subscribe to this podcast on BBC Sounds, and that way you will get an alert every time we release a new one. Now this week, I speak to the Times columnist, the Radio 4 presenter, James Marriott. He's recently done a Radio 4 series called How Reading Made Us, and it all flows from a very influential post that he put up on his Substack, that's a blogging platform, last year, where he talked about the dawn of the post-literate society. He is very clear that the decline in reading, in fact the collapse in reading we're seeing around the world, has huge, terrible consequences, not just for us as individuals, but for the whole of society. And in his Radio 4 series, he tried to draw the connections between the growth of literacy and reading and the dawn of modern democracy. And conversely, he thinks that the decline in reading and the rise of smartphone and short-form video culture is going to pose a very big threat to how we all rub along. James Marriott, this kind of, what can I call you, a sort of literary phenomenon, a journalistic phenomenon?
I think that's putting it way too strongly. I think Times columnist is a reasonable description.
One of the reasons you're on this podcast is because you've become, if I may subtly put it to you, a kind of champion of reading. And you become a champion of reading partly owing to the enormous viral success of what is, I would subjectively say, was an absolutely magnificent Substack on your Substack, Cultural Capital, about the dawn of the post-literate age or society.
I called it society, but we can do age.
We could do age, that's even more profound. Which just seemed to capture public mood. It was smartly written before this year, i.e. before the year of reading. And in it you outlined something we're obsessed with on Radical, which is really why we set this podcast up, which is the idea that there's an underlying trend which tells us something very profound about who we are and how we live and where things are going. What did you actually chronicle in the dawn of the post-literate society?
The thesis of the essay is that it's very easy to think of reading as a kind of hobby, as a slightly old-fashioned hobby, like fly fishing or something, and no one reads anymore, but whatever, no big deal. We get our information through our iPhones now, so that doesn't matter. The thesis of the essay is that we basically owe a lot of the substructures of the modern world as we know it to the rise of literacy and the rise of reading since the 18th century. So things like the Enlightenment, things like the Industrial Revolution, and I think most importantly, democracy. I really strongly believe that modern democracy is a phenomenon of the culture of mass literacy that began to kick off in the middle of the 18th century and came to full flower in the late 19th and 20th centuries. That's when we get the spread of the franchise, that's when we get votes for women, that's when we get the beginnings of the welfare state, and I think democracy as we know it goes hand in hand with reading and goes hand in hand with print culture. And my fear, and the fear I outline in the essay, is that if we lose reading, and there's pretty convincing statistics to suggest that reading isn't just falling, but really almost collapsing, like falling really severely, I think we could lose democracy. I think we haven't tried to do democracy without a culture of mass literacy. And this is a kind of terrifying experiment that we're embarking on, and one that I'm not convinced is going to go very well.
I don't know if you've got, do you have any favourite statistics you want to reel off? I've got incredible stats here, which are all very depressing, all taken from that Substack. Should we trade them? You come up with one of your...
Yeah, I've repeated this so many times. Fantastic. I can spew literacy statistics at you.
Come on, let's alternate. You go with a stat, and then I'm going to go with a stat. This is James Marriott and Amol Rajan on Radical exchanging stats about the precipitous decline, which we might call the collapse of reading. You go first.
My main one is the fact that a third of British adults say they've given up reading for pleasure between 2015 and 2024.
That's a fantastic stat. A recent OECD report found that literacy skills have largely declined or stagnated in most developed countries.
That one is the one that I think is really freaky, which is, I think, the important point, that it's not just that people aren't reading, it's that people are getting worse at reading, and that people's reading comprehension
and skills of analysis are declining as they read less.
So this is an incredible point. This is not about the rise of illiteracy. It's about the collapse of comprehension, which is
yes, and I think it's really crucial. And people kind of say, this phrase post-literate society, which is not my phrase, but I think is a good way of describing what's happening. It doesn't mean that people are literally becoming incapable of reading. It means that they're reading less and are therefore getting worse at it.
And therefore less good at thought. And thought matters. And particularly a kind of reflective thought that involves the application of reason. It's also true to say, and this is according to the National Literacy Trust, that the share of young people and children reading daily in free time has come down very, very dramatically from 40% to 20%. If you look at the US, and these are, it's an interesting trend. Often what happens in the US is consistent with what's happening elsewhere. US surveys of high school students show that the share of people who say they hardly ever read in their leisure time has rocketed over the last 30 to 40 years, a steady trend which actually accelerates very dramatically since 2010. And another brilliant journalist who I'm a big fan of, called John Murdoch in the Financial Times, has written about this at great length. There's also someone who features in episode 1 of How Reading Made Us. The thing that really got me about your Substack was about global IQ scores. And it's just a really extraordinary thing. And Jonathan Haidt, the brilliant social psychologist who is based in New York and who's kind of the global leader of the smartphone-free childhood movement, intellectually at least, was sat in that very chair a few weeks ago. And he points out something which you've also alerted us to, which is that global IQ scores rose steadily over the 20th century, and they're now falling. And something's happened. What is that something?
Yeah, this is a kind of completely astonishing fact. This effect, the Flynn effect, describes the way that global IQ rose basically reliably year on year for almost the whole of the 20th century and has now begun falling. When it began to fall, there were kind of people tell you different things, but the sort of, and IQ is complex, no one's saying anything definitive about this, but I think a leading theory of the case is that this is to do with the rise of screens, perhaps to do with television, and I think even more likely to do with the advent of smartphones. There's a particular study that I think is a really interesting one that was done in Norway about the rollout of cable TV in Norway, which was a kind of brilliant natural experiment because Norway is an incredibly rugged country, so not everywhere could get cable TV at the exact same time. They had to go into different valleys and across fjords, rolling it out bit by bit. And because Norway has compulsory military service for young men, and they all take IQ tests, they have this natural experiment where they can see the impact of cable television on IQ region by region. And this amazing study just found that as cable TV arrived in each Norwegian town, IQ fell in its wake. And the thesis there that the researchers outline is that that seems to be to do with partly this is a incredibly passive, incredibly fragmented, unengaging form of entertainment, and it replaced reading. People, when cable TV arrived in Norway, people began reading much less, and IQ fell in the wake of the march of cable TV. And that to me is one of the strongest pieces of evidence that the link between screens and IQ is a real one. Flynn has also pointed out that these declines in IQ scores seem to be most pronounced among youngest generations who we know are the most intensive users of smartphones. So no one can say this definitively, I'm not trying to say it definitively, but it is remarkable. IQ, which rose reliably throughout the 20th century, is now falling. And that's only one measure. There are sort of falling test scores and all kinds of other things that you can talk about.
The dominant kind of media form of our age, 100 years ago, it was mass literacy and widely available books. What is it today?
I think it's pretty obviously the smartphone. I think also more specifically, the reason we're talking about this is the rise of short-form video, the rise of things like TikTok, the rise of short video on Instagram. I mean, almost every social media platform now is a stream of short videos, and text is really receding into the background. You notice it when you get in the tube. I really remember there was a time everyone would be hooked to their smartphones. They would at least be reading. They would be reading newspaper articles. Everybody on the bus or on the train is scrolling short video. And I kind of think this is why this decline of reading thing, which has basically been something I've been writing about almost for my whole career as a journalist, not a particularly long career, I think it's taken off now because of the rise of short video. And suddenly people are like, this information that we're consuming via short-form video is so fragmented, is so inane, is so superficial, and our interaction with the world of text, which was kind of kept alive by reading, the Times and the Guardian on your phone. That's really fallen away, and I think that's why it's so much in the air. And that's partly because, well, I think probably the main reason is the technological change. It used to not be possible to stream video on your phone outside the house. I remember the days when it's sitting before I left the house to go to walk to work. Not that long ago, it's sitting on the edge of my bed, like downloading songs on Spotify over the Wi-Fi so I could have something to do on the way to work. Now you can stream video constantly, and you can basically watch video constantly. And I think that's why the stuff about television that you mentioned is so pertinent, because another great writer who I admire a lot, I'm sure you do, Derek Thompson, has this phrase, everything is television. All those trends that we identified at the beginnings of television have been completely accelerated. Everything is television now. You can watch video everywhere, and we seem to find it completely addictive.
How did reading make us democratic?
I mean, I think if you rewind the story back to the middle of the 18th century, the spread of literacy is an important factor in the downfall of the absolutist monarchies that are controlling Europe before the, universally before the middle of the 18th century. The kind of old European feudal absolutist system depends on the fact that you're the king of France, you're the king of Prussia, nobody knows what you're doing, nobody has any access to the way that you're running the state, nobody has access to any of the information about the state's finances. What you get with the rise of newspapers and journals in the 18th century is that suddenly people are able to look behind the scenes and see what's going on with their rulers. I mean, this causes total chaos. In France, you have people publishing memoirs of the fact that they've been imprisoned by the state without any kind of legal mechanism to do so. They've just been taken off the streets and put in the Bastille. Suddenly, when you can read about this is like a major kind of social thing, because kings were just doing this stuff and no one could really know before.
But also
rumours.
But also the excitement. I've never thought about it in this context. It's so interesting talking to you about it. But Thomas Paine's revolutionary writings, The Rights of Man or Common Sense and other writings, it would have been so exhilarating for those who were minded to throw off monarchies and to campaign for revolution. This book would have been a kind of new technology. It would have been like the smartphone of today. Here's this thing you can hold, and it's got words, and they convey information. And by the way, that person around the corner has read it, and that person down the road's read it. And people would be saying, "Have you read this book?" And I know that sounds. You can still say that today if you go into good bookshops or even online retailers and get a book that someone else has read. But it would have been so exciting that you could hold a book.
Thomas Paine is a great example. He crops up in the Neil Postman book, and Neil Postman calculates that hundreds of thousands of people read this Thomas Paine book. He says, relative to the size of the population in colonial America versus the population of America in 1985, this was a media event that was like the equivalent of the Super Bowl. That's the proportion of the population this book was reaching. And the really important point is that, 100 years earlier, Thomas Paine, whose father was a farm labourer, there is no way anybody from that social background is reaching hundreds of thousands of people with their political ideas at all. The monopoly on political ideas was entirely possessed by social elites, by the aristocracy. Suddenly, with mass literacy, someone like Thomas Paine, who comes from a social background, nobody from that kind of background had any political influence before mass literacy. Suddenly, not only can someone from that background write his political ideas down, which, by the way, unsurprisingly happen to be quite anti-monarchical, they can be read by hundreds of thousands of people. And that is just a huge shift in power that just can't be put back in the bottle.
This is the great promise of technology, is that it would democratize, lower the barriers to entry, democratize access to information, and make it easier for lots of people to reach, millions of people, billions of people perhaps, as you can now with this weird device on the phone in front of me, on the table in front of me, which we call a smartphone. And isn't it a supreme irony of our time that we have this technology which fits in our pocket, which can connect us to anyone, anywhere? Pretty much half the global population is still not online, we should point out as an important caveat. And yet we feel more sort of disconnected and atomised and lonely than ever before. I mean, why is it that despite this extraordinary technology, we're living or heading towards these new dark ages?
I mean, I think you're totally right that the story begins with TV. That Robert Putnam book, which I quote in my book, is fascinating how much everything he says about television is an earlier version of everything he says about smartphones. People aren't reading, newspapers are declining, people are at home all the time, they're not socializing, they're having friends less. And it's not particularly hard to understand why when screens arrive, talking about the idea that reading is actually quite hard to do. concentrating on a page is quite difficult, interpreting text is quite difficult. These are cognitively taxing processes. Whenever you have the choice between a page and a screen, people choose the screen. It's easier. It's more passive, it's more exciting, it's more visual, it's just less cognitively demanding for us. And that sort of seems like a minor point, but we can just see it's playing out on a vast social scale now, and I think has been since really the 1950s, the 1960s. And when I was writing my book, thinking about where to begin the story, when you look at the first people talking about the decline of reading, I was able to immediately go into it thinking this is a recent phenomenon. Actually, it begins in the 60s. Some of the best data for the decline of reading comes from the Netherlands, and the really dramatic declines are happening in the 50s and 60s and 70s as television comes into people's homes and people start reading less. And again, this whole thing has just vindicated this idea that ultimately comes from Marshall McLuhan: the medium is the message. The way we consume information determines the kinds of information we get. And we are just discovering that there are all kinds of ways of talking and thinking about the world that depend on literacy and reading. And if you lose literacy and reading, we end up in a totally different way of thinking about the world, which is more fragmented, more shallow, more visual, more personality-based. And I'm not sure that's a way of thinking that is particularly compatible with democracy.
Isn't there a kind of danger that your romantic attachment to the 18th century spread of mass literacy blinds you to the glory of modern technology?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there certainly is. I'm a bit of a fusty old romantic, but, sometimes the fusty old romantics are correct.
And I think sometimes it's a radical thing to be old romantic.
And I think this just seems kind of obviously true to me. I mean, again, the fact, people accused all these cultural critics like Neil Postman who are complaining about television of exactly the same thing. But everything they said about television and everything they said about screens and the way it makes our thinking shallower, more fragmented, more biased towards like exciting, charismatic personalities, that's kind of all been true. And so there was a moral panic about television in the 80s and 90s. A lot of the things that people were worrying about, I think, have basically been vindicated. If you think of the rise of populist leaders around the world, have often got their start on television, and that has proved to be a genuine threat to democracy. My other point is that the other thing that people sometimes say to me is, oh, this is ridiculous that you're worrying about smartphones, because didn't you know that in the 18th century there was a moral panic around novel reading, and everyone was panicked about everyone reading novels and how ridiculous, people always just worry about new technologies. To which my answer is, the moral panic around reading the 18th century, I believe, was kind of justified. If you were a conservative traditionalist and you believed in the hierarchical, monarchical order of mid-18th century Europe, of course you're worried about reading. Of course you're worried about the spread of information, because those people entirely correctly understood that the way we communicate shapes our societies. And they were right to worry about novels, because the spread of novel reading and the spread of reading in general was one of the things that undermined those European monarchies. And I think the spread of smartphones is undermining liberal democracy in the same way, and we're undergoing a kind of mirror image political change. And I think certain political systems are based on certain ways of communicating, and democracy was based on print, and I think phones probably can't sustain that in the same way. And it seems like what we're heading towards is this much more personalist, much more undemocratic, much less liberal way of doing politics.
And on your point about sort of the way in which, to marry what you said about Marshall McLuhan with kind of modern politics, it's been the case, I mean, just to come to some sort of quite obvious examples, it's been the case for, say, the last 100 years, that the most successful politicians master the medium of the day. So Churchill on the wireless, we shall fight them on the beaches. There's this kind of a romantic story about JFK versus Richard Nixon. They had a very famous televised debate with the birth of televised debates in America. There's a slight misunderstanding of this moment where Nixon seems to be sweating and look at his watch, whereas the very good-looking and telegenic JFK masters television. I think people would often say about Boris Johnson, whenever one thinks about his merits or demerits, that he was a creature of late 20th century television. Have I got news for you? And today, if you look at Trump, he's pretty effective at communicating on social media. Whether or not you think that leads to good conduct or not, being a separate question. One of the things that sort of kind of begs is where this goes next. And I wonder whether or not the moral panic about novels, which you say might well have been justified, and then the moral panic about TV, and your moral panic, again, which may well be justified about smartphones, leads to a moral panic some years from now about AI. And AI is qualitatively and quantitatively and fundamentally different to those previous technologies. But do you, in the new dark ages, worry also about what AI is going to do to our democracy?
Yes, I do. And I think it's kind of interesting in a way that all these things seem to be part of the same journey. One of the points that's always made about like video and television and images is that they can often show us this quite unreal, biased view of the world. There's a great book by an American historian, Daniel Boorstin, called The Image, about the way that seeing the world through television and through photographs in magazines. He was writing in the 1960s, so this was like another moral panic ago. Gives us this very like fragmented view of the world. We see it from particular angles. It's very biased. Writing, gives us this quite comprehensive, connected view of the world. Images show us distorting little bits of the world. They show you one bit of the world at a time. And I think AI is kind of showing us a version of the world that's even more distorted, even less connected to reality. The thing that really strikes about AI video, that when I watch it, I try and watch it a little bit because I need to know what's going on, is that this is a kind of version of reality. A lot of AI video is basically shaped by the algorithm. This is the version of reality that algorithms want us to have. So AI video is often like gooeyly sentimental, like preposterously cute animals. There are often these kind of like little dramas of like revenge and comeuppance. There's a lot of very tribal political content, stuff that never happened in reality, but you can create with an AI video, and people are creating this separate version of reality, which is entirely shaped by algorithms. And it just seems like that's the next step, leading almost logically on away from the real world, where we all live and see reality in all its complexity, to an alternative version of reality, which is completely determined by machines, which are harvesting our attention.
How do you actually get and inculcate the habit of reading?
That's a really difficult thing. And I mean, the problem is that...
Is it that difficult? Kids love them. Kids love books. We are the storytelling
until they get smartphones. We know that when kids get smartphones, they just stop reading. There are kind of surveys that have been done on this, and I mean, the fundamental problem is that...
Depressing. That's like a dagger to our heart. With 4 kids at home who don't have smartphones because they're too young, that's a painful thought, yeah.
And I mean, the danger is that reading can seem worthy, it can seem pious, it can seem that it's not like an adult's trying to force on you, when like it's clearly way more fun to be playing like Grand Theft Auto or scrolling TikTok. But that is just more diverting and more fun than reading. I think, the note that my book finishes on is like this whole idea that we've got to read for pleasure and reading's fun, and I kind of wonder if, unfortunately, that argument has kind of been a little bit lost. I just don't know if we can any longer say reading for fun is as fun as playing on your PlayStation. And I think the analogy, and this is another thing that slightly gives me hope, is with the rise of exercise, which has accompanied the rise of junk food and sedentary lifestyle since the 1970s. Does anybody really like going running? I mean, they do eventually, but I think it's a difficult thing that you do because you know it's good for you, and you live in an environment that is going to make you fat unless you go for a run and unless you are careful about what you're eating. And I think we'll have to learn that we need to do something similar for our cognitive capacities.
So you can have junk food or good food, junk food or exercise. Instead of having junk information or playing a video game, you can read Ulysses.
Exactly, and I think people are thinking about that. And I think you see the beginnings of this online. Like I see a lot of people starting a book club to read War and Peace or something. And I'm sure this will spread out. And it's the same principle. It's like we live in a society that is increasingly as bad for our cognitive health as it is bad for our physical health. And if we want to resist that, it's going to take a bit of effort, and it's going to take a bit of application. In a way, there's like a bit of a sad loss there, because I just don't think that in the future people are going to pick up a novel as the most fun possible option in a way that they automatically would have done 50 years ago. The point of hope is that people realize this is something difficult, but it's worth doing because it's difficult, and it's worth applying, energy and application to this demanding but worthwhile thing to do. And I think that could happen a little bit. I don't know how widespread it could be, but I think it could happen.
This is urgent, and just kind of I know you've sort of written brilliant books rather than sort of necessarily advice on the government. I'm sure if they asked you in, you'd be willing to do it on specific things that can be done on libraries, on book time, on making books accessible. I mean, this is a cultural battle rather than a policy one, isn't it? This isn't saying, oh, can we tweak kind of some fiscal arrangement around whatever, or can we kind of create that tax incentive? This is a cultural rebellion. This is a kind of resistance movement that you're kind of part of, isn't it? This is not something for government. This is something for the people listening to this program.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the cultural battle is going to be the one that we're going to have to win. And like, books are going to have to seem, I don't know, cooler, more prestigious. I think we're going to have to get into a mindset where we're kind of like slightly like, oh, you're spending your whole life scrolling on your phone. Like, we might have to become a little bit judgmental about that. I mean, there are policy things as well. I had a really interesting trip to a friend who's a teacher, invited me into his school, and I think there are ways of creating like an atmosphere where books are in the air.
Yes.
And one of the things that we risk losing is that books just become just like a minority eccentric thing. I was talking to an academic recently who was like, for a lot of my students, they just don't really figure. It's kind of like,
oh God,
reading books is kind of a bit like, some eccentric old hobby like, playing whist or something. It's kind of like, oh yeah, fine, people do that, but why would we?
Do you know, one of my arguments used to be for sort of young people I try and help get on in the world, that if you read certain books, it'd be a huge source of joy for you, and you should do it because it's an intrinsically good thing to do. But also, if you read, I don't know, Dickens, and you sort of know the story of David Copperfield, or you read Pride and Prejudice, when you sort of go into the professional world and you join elite circles, you'll be able to have that point of connection with someone. You'll be able to say, oh yeah, I too have read Pride and Prejudice, and not just watch the film. The trouble is, the world is now run by Silicon Valley technologists who play so much computer game. Well, you play so many computer games. I almost feel like actually these days you've got to play computer games to be able to. Because David Hasselhoff and Elon Musk are kind of computer game nerds, and they also read a huge amount of books. Elon Musk is an engineer by the non-fiction that he wrote. There are points of hope, and I'll tell you what else is a massive point of hope. Is podcasts. And podcasts and long-form conversations, I think, obviously never replace books, but I think they are an antidote to short-form video and that endless scrolling. And you are the Times' podcast critic. Before we end this episode, I'm going to ask you, what makes a good podcast?
Such a difficult question. Often the main thing is like an amazing relationship between the two hosts. Like I always say to people, much better to have two, if you're going to have two people hosting a podcast, much better to have two people who are less famous with a great relationship than two like incredibly famous people who just don't have that kind of spark.
Well, I feel like we've had a great relationship, which is a nice thing. Thank you so much. When is the new Dark Ages out, by the way?
Beginning of June.
Beginning of June.
Yeah, coming soon.
Coming soon. And the new Dark Ages is going to spread enlightenment, as you have done. James Marriott, thank you so much for being a guest on Radical.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much for listening to Radical with me, Amol Rajan, here on BBC Radio 4. To hear James Marriott answering your Radical questions in Monday's bonus Q&A, please make sure you subscribe to Radical with Amol Rajan on BBC Sounds. That way, you will get an alert every time we release a new episode. I'll be back here on Radio 4 with another conversation at the same time next week. Thanks for your time. Goodbye.
Radical with Amol Rajan was produced by Lewis Vickers and Cordelia Henry. And James Marriott's series, How Reading Made Us, is available here on BBC Sounds. We'll hear stories from correspondents around the world shortly, but first with news of Moneybox, here's Paul Lewis.
Thanks, John. A teaching union says the government must step in to sort out what it calls inexcusable delays, which have left thousands of retired teachers waiting months for the pension they need to live on.
I've been paying between £300 and £400 a month to my pension. It horrifies me that they're just ignoring me. There's no communication at all. I don't know what else to do.
Mortgage rates up, mortgage deals down. If you're buying or selling your home, how is the housing market changing? Are savings rates following mortgages up, or is it still wait and see for savers? And the two-child cap on benefits ends for low-paid and out-of-work parents. All in Moneybox in half an hour.
Now time for From Our Own Correspondent with Kate Adie.
Hello. Today we're in Kiev, where our correspondent discovers how the war has reshaped the city in the 4 years since he last went home. Albania's pristine coastline is prime real estate for the tourism industry, and the Trump family has big plans. We go snorkeling in a coral reef in Indonesia, a once idyllic experience increasingly spoiled by the growing piles of plastic waste. And finally, in Morocco, we join the indigenous Amazigh people to celebrate the new year of 2976. But first, citizens of Iran and nearby Gulf countries held their breath this week after President Donald Trump threatened a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire wasn't agreed by Tuesday evening. At the 11th hour, news came through that an agreement had been reached, though there were conflicting reports from the US and Iran over what that really meant. But peace talks are going ahead in Pakistan this weekend. Tom Bateman, the BBC State Department correspondent, has been following events from Washington and the proclamations of an increasingly unpredictable commander-in-chief.
All wars are also propaganda wars, and in this one, the information blitz has felt close up, inside the beating heart of American military power. Since the first week of the conflict, I've been attending the Pentagon news briefings given by Pete Hegseth, the former National Guard major turned Fox News pundit turned Trump-appointed U.S. Secretary of Defense, a job rebranded by the President to the Secretary of War. The briefings take place first thing in the morning, lest they interfere with the President's daily, sometimes hourly appearances in front of the media at the White House. A 6:30 a.m. arrival at the Pentagon, ready to be wristbanded and badged and put into a seat with your name on it. These events have been highly choreographed and controlled by Mr. Hegseth's press and security people. Front row seats and questions are nearly always prioritised for media outlets who have signed up to a restricted set of conditions which bar reporters from seeking any information in the Pentagon that has not been officially authorised. These rules have been struck down by a judge as unconstitutional, but the Pentagon has yet to comply, and Mr. Hegseth tends to favour outlets that give favourable coverage to the administration. The news conferences are routinely frustrating as he takes few questions, mostly deliberately avoiding reporters who might ask something tough or challenging. This week, I wanted to ask about the extraordinary threats the Commander-in-Chief made, the likes of which have been unthinkable from a US president in at least the post-World War II era. Mr. Trump threatened to destroy all of Iran's bridges and power plants if the regime didn't do a deal. His expletive-filled Easter Sunday post demanded Tehran open the strait. 2 days later, he said, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again." Outrage flowed from many, including the president's political opponents. Some Democrat lawmakers said his civilization-ending statement showed genocidal intent. One of them, Jim McGovern, also said the U.S. military was required to disobey any and all illegal orders. They said the ultimatum to bomb all bridges and power plants, if acted on, would likely amount to war crimes. Was the president concerned about that allegation? Not at all, he said at a press briefing. Back at the Pentagon, I wanted to ask Mr. Hegseth and the man standing next to him, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, if they would have been ready to direct the U.S. military to carry out the threatened actions. I didn't get called on. But one reporter did ask more broadly about President Trump's power plant threats. Mr. Hegseth said the U.S. had had a target set, locked and loaded, and could strike those things with impunity. I was struck by the ease with which he used those words. His statement was not true. Laws passed by the U.S. Congress limit war powers of the executive. Similarly, Mr. Hegseth said at an earlier briefing that no quarter would be given for enemies. In international law, it is prohibited to give orders of no quarter, which means you refuse to spare the lives of anyone, even the wounded or those who surrender. The line went barely noticed in the room, but was soon picked up with growing condemnation online and on social media. Days later, the head of the U.S. Army, General Randy George, took early retirement, widely seen as him being pushed out by Mr. Hegseth, the latest in a long line of removals as the Secretary of Defense has purged the U.S. military of what he calls woke rules, politically correct policies, and stupid rules of engagement. All of this, say analysts, points to the erosion of the norms of war, a disregard for the international order by the very superpower that for generations took on the global role of policing it. Last week, more than 100 US-based experts on international law signed an open letter expressing profound concern about what they saw as serious violations of international law by the US in Iran. They described rhetoric by President Trump and Secretary Hegseth as profoundly alarming and dangerously short-sighted. The White House said in response that Mr. Trump was making the region safer through his actions, dismissing what it described as so-called experts. Mr. Trump himself said in a newspaper interview earlier this year he didn't need international law, that he was limited only by his own morality. My own mind, he said, is the only thing that can stop me. Perhaps. But the regime in Iran is still proving adept at stopping the US president too, despite the claims from the White House and the Pentagon, where I attended the last news briefing this week as Mr. Hegseth proclaimed a crushing victory over the Iranians. The regime's leverage by controlling the Strait of Hormuz has become an immobilizing factor for the US president. Other NATO powers and the United Nations appear hamstrung as they demand that Iran observes international norms and keeps the strait open. Freedom of navigation and the rules of the free world must be observed, they say. But to many, their demand rings hollow when the leader of the free world himself seems unhindered by the rules as well.
Tom Bateman. Next to Ukraine, the diplomatic efforts to end the war with Russia have stalled amid the ongoing crisis in Iran. Russia has seen windfall profits from its oil and gas exports as global prices soared. Ukraine has moved to curb this advantage using drones to strike Russian export terminals. Meanwhile, a UK intelligence assessment has said the situation of the front line in the east was the most favourable for Ukraine in 10 months. Our correspondent Vitaly Shevchenko, who is originally from Ukraine, recently went back home for the first time in 4 years.
I have been away for too long. 4 awful, tragic years. On the way to Kiev, I did not really know what to expect from the country I called home for most of my life. A sense of constant danger, constant fear, or a veneer of normality punctuated by explosions. During my first night, I waited nervously for sounds of menace in the sky. Were Russian drones and missiles about to blow up the dark and the quiet? None did, fortunately. The following day revealed a city I'm so familiar with. Streets gridlocked with traffic, cafes packed with people, parents with children playing outside their homes. They don't wait for signs of danger. They've got a life to live, despite everything. But take another look and you see it. The war is everywhere. Strips of sticky tape on windows in case explosions shatter them to lethal shards. Plywood instead of glass on windows that have already been shattered. Burnt-out buildings, caved-in roofs, concrete security blocks outside government buildings, anti-tank traps made of bits of metal welded together, known as hedgehogs locally, men and women in military fatigues everywhere. So many young people with missing limbs. One of the most poignant and stark demonstrations of what happened to my country while I was away is a sprawling memorial to fallen soldiers set up in Independence Square by their friends and relatives. I knew it was there. I had seen pictures of it, and yet it was a shock to experience it in person, to look into the eyes of the hundreds and hundreds of portraits, to walk among the countless flags fluttering in the wind, each representing a life lost. Next to the memorial was a sculpture, a line of huge letters spelling out, "I love Ukraine." This reinvigorated sense of national identity is palpable, and it's all the more cherished because of the tragic shared knowledge of what it costs to defend it. Blue and yellow Ukrainian flags are ubiquitous, and while you still hear lots of people speaking Russian, much more Ukrainian is spoken in Kiev compared to how I remember it. A sticker I saw on a lamppost spelled out the reason. Ukrainians speak Ukrainian. Russian is the language of the occupier. One evening I caught up with 2 of my childhood friends. Russian was pretty much the only language spoken in our school in the eastern city of Zaporizhia. Now, sitting in a bar set up by refugees from the occupied town of Berdyansk, we only spoke Ukrainian, and the nearby Leo Tolstoy Square has been renamed Ukrainian Heroes Square. You can even spot manifestations of national pride in Kiev's rush hour traffic. Ukrainian at the wheel, said one bumper sticker. The generators that powered Kiev through the horrible winter of Russian strikes against energy infrastructure are still everywhere in the capital streets, but they are reassuringly silent after damage has been repaired and power supply restored. I left Kiev to visit the nearby town of Bucha, shortly before the 4th anniversary of the mass killing of civilians there by Russian soldiers. It's undergone an amazing transformation, reverted back into posh commuter towns surrounded by garden centres. With almost all signs of the atrocity cleaned up, roads resurfaced and swanky new apartment blocks springing up everywhere, confidence is in the air that Russians are not coming back. Standing in the leafy streets of Bucha, it's so easy to forget that a few hundreds of miles east, they're still destroying village after village, town after town. When we stopped at a roadside cafe on the way back to Kiev, a black transit van parked up next to us. with the words "Evacuation of the Fallen Soldiers" written on its sides. There's just no escaping the war in Ukraine. And yet, it was an unusually quiet time in the Ukrainian capital. I didn't hear a single explosion or a Russian drone. I got lucky, but others didn't. During my stay in the country, dozens of civilians were killed and injured in Russian airstrikes elsewhere. As my visit to Ukraine came to a close, we drove west to the city of Poland, where I could catch a flight back to the UK. Along the way, we saw more reminders of the terrible price Ukraine has had to pay. In village cemeteries, no matter how small, there are now sections reserved for soldiers killed in the war, with a flag marking each grave. During my trip, I saw signs of hope and rebirth, but as I was boarding my flight back to London, there was little hope that there would be no new flags in those graveyards.
Vitaly Shevchenko. Next, the white sands and turquoise waters of the Albanian Riviera are catching the eye of global property developers. President Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and her husband, Jared Kushner, among them. The country is being touted as the next must-visit destination, but there are concerns over what might be lost should the pristine coastline be taken over by luxury hotel chains. Emily Wither went to find out more.
I'm trying to retrace the steps of Ivanka Trump, bumping along a dirt track in a 4x4. The narrow road has a steep drop down to a lagoon on one side and wetlands on the other. It's hard to imagine her taking this exact journey 5 weeks ago, and I'm now starting to wonder if she might have skipped the road and landed on the narrow beach by private yacht instead. I'm here to answer a question. What does the daughter of the President of the United States want with a secluded beach in the Balkans? As we drop down onto the wet sand, a flock of sheep are sunning themselves at the edge of the Adriatic Sea. I'm with Marina and Jerry from Pepinaya, Albania's first independent environmental group. They record and monitor the wildlife in the area. On our journey here, Jerry has occasionally stopped the car to place a telescope on a tripod and point out some of the local birds. We look on at white egrets and dozens of large pale pink flamingos resting in the Nata Lagoon. We can find up to 4,000 flamingos here daily, Jerry says. And last year, we had the first evidence of flamingos breeding. Through the lens, we also catch sight of the hulking outline of an airport being built. While Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was in Davos presenting his master plan to turn Gaza into a high-rise seaside resort, Ivanka was here discussing coastal developments over lunch with Albania's Prime Minister, Edi Rama. She then came to this beach a few hours from the Albanian capital with a team of architects and surveyors. But the whole visit was shrouded in secrecy, and none of the locals seemed to know what exactly is about to happen here. Albania spent nearly half a century under communist rule, largely cut off from the outside world. So, almost by accident, it has great stretches of unspoiled natural beauty, interrupted only by the sight of one of the thousands of Cold War bunkers still studding the hills like large rusting turtles. And just as the Balkans' coastal landscape is shaped by its past, the country's historic land ownership rules also affect the present day and can make development difficult. Property was nationalised under communism, then shared out again after its collapse. Villagers in this area are still locked in court cases over who actually owns the land. It's a common legal predicament, especially fraught in areas where land is more valuable and tourism projects are springing up. Marina grew up in Svenets. It's just across from the heel of Italy. Now in her 30s, she remembers summers swimming in the sea, eating the fish her father caught. On long, sticky nights, she tells me how she would sleep on the cool floor of the local monastery. She now retraces her childhood steps, monitoring sea turtles and monk seals that she took for granted growing up. When she first saw the blueprints for a resort here, she said she knew she had to fight it. The first locals heard American elites were eyeing their slice of paradise was when plans appeared online on the social media pages of Mr. Kushner and his business, Affinity Global. They showed villas dotting the hills of olive groves, hotels with swimming pools shaded by the sand dunes, and a series of jetties for luxury yachts. Those plans align perfectly with the vision of Prime Minister Rama, who once said what 400 yachts can generate is equal to what can be earned from 40,000 low-cost visitors. Tourism has boomed in the country over the last decade, and now Rama wants to tap into the luxury market. The government has changed the rules and allowed some building in protected areas of ecological importance, like the area around Zvenets, and has fast-tracked big tourism projects if they bring in serious money and create plenty of jobs. Some villagers told us all the young people have left in search of work. Donica, in her 70s, whose own children have left, told me, in many aspects, investment is always a good thing. There are no young people here. Maybe this will bring them back. And why shouldn't the Albanian government profit from tourism in the same way their neighbours like Greece and Italy have? Standing here on this untouched coast, you can really see what that vision could bring. But you can also see what it would take away. Gesturing to the pristine landscape around us, Marina says, I know for sure that everyone who wants to come here wants to come for this, because they miss it in their own country. But once they come here with cars and to have luxury, this will disappear.
Emily Weather, and you can hear more on that story on Radio 4's Crossing Continents on BBC Sounds. Next to Indonesia, where tourist hotspots and remote beaches alike are being hit by wave after wave of plastic waste. Videos of floating rubbish tips have gone viral, and President Prabowo Subianto has been forced to call for action, warning that nearly all landfills nationwide could reach overcapacity by 2028. Rebecca Henschke saw the plastic problem up close.
The engine coughs before it catches, and we're off. We're travelling in a tiny speedboat, crossing from Sumbawa to the island of Moyo. On one side, the open sea, that's broken every now and then by flying fish that dart out like silver arrows. And then on the other side, Moyo Island, a wall of green jungle that runs down to strips of white sand. Nearly 70% of the island is now protected forests. Burhan, the captain, is keen to share his philosophy on life. Money, he shouts above the engine, throwing both arms in the air, means nothing. Community, connection to the land, to God, that is everything. He beams at me. He has an excellent smile. I smile back and encourage him to put his hands back on the wheel. I lived and reported in Indonesia for 15 years, but this time I've come back for a holiday to show my Cornish boyfriend Ross the place that shaped me. We've come to Moyo because it's remote, no cars. It has stunning limestone-based waterfalls with water so clear it looks lit from within. We pull up at the jetty of a small dive resort. After dropping off our bags, we grab snorkels and dive into the water, eager for a swim. We kick out and then stop. Around us there's colour, but not just coral and fish, but floating plastic. Bottles, bags, crisp packets, tangled packaging. We kick forward, trying to push through it, trying to focus on the reef below, but the plastic stretches on and on. It surrounds us. My boyfriend lifts his mask and looks at me horrified. I know how the fish feel, he says. The dive resort manager, Andrew, insists it wasn't there yesterday, and by the following morning it's gone, pulled away by the current, a floating dump. It will wash up on another shore. Now, nowhere in the Indonesian archipelago is untouched by plastic. Along the coast, they even have a name for this time of year, Musim Sampah, the rubbish season. When the monsoon rains begin, rivers flush out the tons of plastic dumped into them, out into the sea. It was one of the first stories I covered when I became an Indonesian correspondent. I stood atop a vast rubbish dump on the edge of Jakarta, the city's only landfill, already struggling to cope. Then I joined a community tourism project, offering optimistically boat tours along the Ciliwung River. Every 5 minutes the engine stalled. The driver had to lean over the side to pull out fistfuls of plastic, clogging the propeller before we could move again. It was estimated 7 football fields of plastic waste was ending up in the river every day back then. The government called it a national embarrassment, a crisis. That was a decade ago. It's worse now, much worse. While we're on Moyo, my social media feed starts filling with videos from Bali. Waves of rubbish crashing onto its famous beaches. One video stops me cold. It's from Alas Purwo National Park at the far eastern tip of Java. Alice Porwoll, which translates as the ancient forest or first forest, is considered one of the most mystical places in Java. People come to meditate for days in its caves. But now I'm watching videos labelled Plastic Emergency by the volunteer environmental group Sungai Watch that is now trying to organise a massive clean-up of Alice Porwoll. 17 kilometres of pristine beach in the national park are being hit with wave after wave of plastic. When I first lived in Indonesia, in Yogyakarta, as a student in the early 2000s, takeaway rice and vegetables came wrapped in a banana leaf and brown paper. Soft drinks came in glass bottles, and you had to return them. The system wasn't perfect, but it was circular. Today, single-use bags are handed out for the smallest purchases. Street stalls and mini-markets are stacked with plastic sachets, tiny packets of shampoo, coffee, detergent, affordable, convenient, but almost impossible to recycle. Attempts have been made to charge for plastic bags, to turn waste into energy, and the current President Prabowo is talking about the need for action again, but companies profiting hugely from the plastic revolution remain silent. The so-called sachet economy has made consumer goods accessible to millions, but at a staggering environmental cost. We catch the slow public boat back from Moyo. The sea is calm and clear. At one point, the largest herd of dolphins I've ever seen follows the boat. They're always in this bay, the man next to me says. In Indonesia, you often move between heaven and hell, sometimes in the very same tide.
Rebecca Hensky. The Amazigh are North Africa's most populous indigenous group, having inhabited the region for centuries before Arab migrations. In Morocco, around a quarter of the country speak an Amazigh language, and along with long-standing traditional customs, the Amazigh also have their own calendar. Peter Young recently travelled to Morocco's mountain communities, where they were celebrating a very different New Year.
After more than a week motorbiking through Morocco's high Atlas Mountains, coated this winter in thick snow, I finally arrived at my destination, Tisselday. It was a typical Amazigh mountain village, whose spellbinding reddish mud brick homes, clustered together like a giant beehive, blended almost seamlessly with the rugged rocky landscape. But this journey was more about the time than the place. I was here to celebrate the arrival of the year 2976. Regrettably, I had not jumped into a time machine. Here, time was instead flowing according to the indigenous beliefs. The Amazigh calendar is tied to when their king, Shoshank, took to the throne of Egypt in 950 BC. Different groups celebrate the new year on different dates, but it always falls in January, hence the name Yanaya. And in Tisselday, today was that day. Shortly after sundown, as I stretched my sore legs, residents began to emerge from their homes and set alight a dozen or so small bonfires on the nearby hill slopes. In a huddle down below, bearded men wearing djellaba, the loose hooded gowns ubiquitous in these parts, and women adorned with tricolour silver jewelry started to chant traditional Awash folk songs, and soon afterwards, a feast began. Yanaya is a time of being thankful for nature and the way that it provides us with harvests year after year, even up here in the mountains, explained Hamza El Yazid, a local guest house owner, before scooping a huge spoonful of festive tegula porridge into his mouth. We, the Amazigh people, take our connection with the earth very seriously. Back in 2023, or I suppose 2973 if we're sticking to the Amazigh calendar, Morocco's King Mohammed VI officially declared Yanaya a national public holiday. It was a move welcomed by rights groups, but critics say that while positive steps have been made in recent years, they have largely been symbolic, and that the government has, for decades, systematically marginalized the Amazigh community. Rural poverty in Morocco is still stark. In the far reaches of the Atlas Mountains, clean water, decent housing, electricity, and proper nutrition are far from guaranteed. Investment in education, healthcare, and roads lags way behind that in urban areas. Some villages are still only accessible by foot, motorbike, or donkey. When I met Rashid Rahman, founder of the newspaper Le Monde Amazigh, at his office in the capital Rabat a few weeks before, he summed up the contrast with a dichotomy: the useful Morocco and the useless Morocco in the eyes of the authorities. Along the coast, in the major cities, there's been a huge investment in development. Casablanca, Rabat, Tangier, Marrakesh, said Raha, furling his owlish brow.
But in the mountains, in rural areas, the people, the Imazigh, have been left behind. Those claims tallied with what I later saw in the Amazigh village of Agbar. In September 2023, a 6.8 magnitude earthquake struck Morocco, with the epicenter in this part of the High Atlas Mountains, a heartland of Amazigh culture. It killed over 3,000 people, destroyed or damaged 60,000 homes, and displaced 500,000. But more than 2 years after the tragedy, I saw dozens of families in Agbar still living in temporary plastic tents, at times in sub-zero temperatures, despite the government's pledge to support and provide compensation to all of the victims. Life is dark. There's a lot of worries these days. Fatma Aitli Hussein, a 27-year-old mother of two, told me, beside her tarpaulin home. We lost everything, she added, pointing to a pile of rubble. That neglect, according to Raha, is symptomatic of deeper inequalities suffered by Morocco's Amazigh citizens. Today they remain underrepresented in politics, media and entertainment, he said. Their access to education and healthcare is often poor, and the institutionalization of the Tamazight language has been slower than promised. Yet even the fiercest critics admit the situation has improved from the days when conflict between the Amazigh communities and the government regularly turned violent, and when Moroccan parents were banned from giving their children Amazigh names. Symbolic though it might be, the image of Yanaya and Amazigh culture being celebrated everywhere from Rabat to Marrakesh and Tisselday is a powerful one. In the 1980s and 90s, we were not taught about or allowed to be proud of our heritage. We were forced to choose between an Amazigh self and an Arabite self, Brahim El-Ghadi, an Amazigh scholar, told me. Now there is more awareness and respect for the multiple identities of Morocco. I can see progress. Morocco moving forward.
Peter Young, and that's all for today. We'll be back again next Saturday morning. Do join us.
Kate Adie. The producer was Serena Tarling. As savings rates start to rise, what's the best deals on offers? Moneybox is after the news.
When history comes to life in your living room, when you're shown the artist behind the art, when you get a front row seat at a spectacular performance.
Oh, brilliant, amazing.
It was, but your standing ovation set the tone.
I might bring the flowers then.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And a TV license covers you to watch all TV channels, plus BBC iPlayer, full of life-enhancing arts and culture coverage. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including Radio 4. Search TV license together.
BBC News at midday. Senior American and Iranian diplomats have arrived in Pakistan for critical talks aimed at securing a long-term peace deal. A fragile 2-week ceasefire is in place, but it is hoped it can become permanent if agreement is reached in the war that started 6 weeks ago. Despite a demand for Iran's assets to be unfrozen before talks can begin, our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucet, who is in Islamabad, says the talks could be the start of a momentous process.
If they feel there is enough common ground, then there is the possibility for what would truly be an historic moment, face-to-face, high-level talks, but it is still so sensitive. There's discussion now that even if they meet, will there be photographs? Will there be that moment where the world can see that these two arch enemies have decided to at least try to talk rather than to fight?
Israel has carried out more strikes on South Lebanon, while Hezbollah has fired more rockets across the border, despite diplomatic moves to try to de-escalate the latest round of the conflict. The intensity of Israeli strikes has diminished since the massive wave of attacks on Beirut and other cities during the week, which killed more than 350 people. It caused an international outcry threatening to derail the Iran ceasefire. Lebanese government and Israeli delegations are due for negotiations in Washington on Tuesday. The Irish government is set to resume talks to try to end fuel protests, now in their 5th day. Nationwide action against high fuel prices caused by the war in the Middle East are causing severe shortages. Key depots and the country's only refinery have been blockaded, as have a number of motorways. Industry representatives say nearly a third of petrol stations are running dry. Sir Keir Starmer has shelved plans for the UK to transfer sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the United States failed to give formal approval to the deal. Government officials have insisted they are not entirely abandoning the agreement, though. Our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, says the lack of certainty about the islands has reflected mixed messages from President Trump, who initially supported the handover.
He changed position originally when he was arguing with European countries over Greenland. Then he came forward and he said, well, taking Greenland as an example of why we need a territory. And then Iran came up. Donald Trump again angered and then came out. And I think at that point he then said, do not give away Diego Garcia.
Ukraine and Russia have each handed over 175 prisoners of war as an agreed truce between the sides is set to begin in time for the Orthodox Easter weekend. Ahead of the ceasefire, Ukraine's air defense forces said Russia launched 160 drones overnight. Ukrainian reports say an oil depot northwest of Moscow and a pipeline in the south Krasnodar region of Russia were attacked. The Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán is taking his campaigning to the wire as his centre-right rival Peter Magyar attempts to end his 16 years in power in tomorrow's general election. President Trump has offered to put the full economic might of the U.S. into helping the country if its voters back Mr. Orbán. Tens of thousands of Hungarians took to the streets of Budapest last night, claiming that the incumbent government are supporters of Russia. NASA has hailed the journey of 4 of its astronauts around the moon as the perfect mission. The Orion spacecraft arrived safely back on Earth shortly after 1 this morning, splashing down off the coast of California. The astronauts all appear to be in good health as they were picked up by recovery teams. Kevin Thorne worked on NASA's human space flight program in Houston and believes a new era in space exploration has been ushered in.
Don't get me wrong, space station, space shuttle, really impressive. But this is us going back to the moon, and not just planting flags and walking around. This is us setting up bases, hopefully, and doing proper programs of scientific exploration, geology up there. We don't even know what we're going to find up there.
BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 4. It's time for Moneybox with Paul Lewis.
Hello. Mortgage rates up, but mortgage deals down. If you're buying or selling your home, how is the housing market changing? Are savings rates following mortgages up, or is it still wait and see for savers? And the 2-child cap on benefits ends for low-paid and out-of-work parents. But first, a head teachers union says the government must step in to sort out the problems of newly retired teachers in England and Wales. Many are facing long delays before their pension or lump sum is paid, money many were counting on when they stopped work. The teachers' pension scheme has 2 million members and is administered by Capita. That's a name you'll remember from several Moneybox reports about problems with the civil service pension scheme, which it also runs. Kate Atkinson is the National Secretary at the National Association of Head Teachers.
The buck stops with the government. It's only the government that can stop in and add additional resource, for example, to the contract. And this issue is so systemic and so widespread that somebody needs to take a hold of it by the scruff of its neck and sort it out. These are thousands and thousands of members who are completely stuck, and there is absolutely nothing they can do. They're stuck in this limbo. So somebody, and that's the government, needs to step in and get a hold of this. It's inexcusable.
Well, Moneybox first reported problems with the teachers' pension scheme last July, and in September the union wrote to the Department for Education demanding action. But 6 months on, many teachers are still facing severe delays, and many of them have emailed Moneybox to report waiting months for their pension and lump sum. Our reporter Hannah Mullane is with me in the London studio and has been looking into this. Hannah.
Well, Paul, I've been speaking to lots of teachers this week, and they've been telling me of all sorts of problems they've been having with the pension scheme. Many are impacted by something called the McLeod judgment, and this is a legal ruling that found the pension system unlawfully discriminated against younger members. And that led to the McLeod remedy, which meant those affected had a choice to make about which pension plan they wanted, and some were owed extra money as a result. Capita says that's meant an increased admin burden, which is contributing to some of these delays. By far the biggest issue, though, is newly retired teachers simply not receiving any of their pension. They apply for retirement, complete all of the paperwork, and then the day comes when many are expecting thousands of pounds in a lump sum, and it just doesn't appear. That's what happened to Andrea and Francis.
The money wasn't paid into my account, and they were saying, oh, this is surprising. I explained that all they could do was send an email to hurry it up and get it processed. And the lady said, I'll mark it as urgent. Got a bit tearful on the phone because I need to update my car or get a new one very quickly so I can go out and do supply
to work part-time in my retirement, but until the money comes through, I can't go and look at a car. This month, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to pay my mortgage because I don't know if my pension will be through. So I'm worrying. I'm not a worrier, but I'm really worrying.
So I applied in September, hoping to receive it by the end of February. So it gave them 6 months' notice. And it's been chaotic. I've made nearly 20 phone calls over the space of 7.5 months now. Some days I've phoned twice and been told different things on the same day. They can't give me a date, they can't give me a time, they can't give me any indication, and it's 6 weeks without any pay and without my pension.
You know, I've paid in a lot of money to my pension. It horrifies me that they're just ignoring me. There's no communication at all. I don't know what else to do.
It's so frustrating and infuriating and stressful. I was going to phone them today, but I haven't got the heart. I can't face it today.
And Hannah, the teachers' pension scheme is run by the Department for Education, but it outsources the administration to Capita. What have they said to you?
Well, Capita say that they're working together with the Department of Education to ensure cases are progressed correctly and in line with scheme rules, and they apologise for delays and stress caused. The Department for Education also said that the McLeod remedy is one of the most significant changes to public service pensions in recent years, and delivery is being phased to ensure accuracy and fairness for members due to its complex process. It says it's working closely with Capita to monitor performance and address any emerging issues.
Thanks. Well, we've heard a lot of Capita apologies on Money Talks recently, Hannah. Thanks for that. Freddie Whitaker is the editor of Schools Week, an online newspaper which reports on education. Freddie Whitaker, you've been following this story from the start. Andrea and Francis waiting months to get their own money. Is it getting any better?
Well, Paul, these case studies and the ones that we hear from teachers and leaders on an almost weekly basis at the moment show what an emotional and deeply personal crisis this is. You know, retirement is a very personal thing. It's something that should be welcomed after a career in public service. And so many people are facing issues. I mean, we started hearing from people a couple of years ago when it became clear that this process for providing the McLeod remedy would be neither simple nor quick, and that, I think, has had a knock-on effect with the wider operation of the scheme.
Yes, but I mean, this McLeod remedy gets a lot of blame for this, but surely it's just an administrative process, and that's what you pay administrators to do, isn't it?
Well, quite. And, you know, we've known about the McLeod judgment for a long time. It's something that Capita, something that the DfE should have been much better prepared for. I can't believe how well prepared that they both have been for this.
And Capita says the scheme provides regular updates to members via its website, and it told us that anyone experiencing difficulties should contact the scheme directly so their circumstances can be reviewed. But Andrea and Francis say they can't get through, and when they do, they get conflicting information. What can the government do to get in there and sort it out as the union wants?
I don't know enough about government contracts to speculate, but I would have thought that at the very, very least you could be providing some communications support. You know, these are people desperate to get answers. They're not getting them. They're not going through on the phone. And sometimes when they get answers, they're wrong. Or some people have been told their pensions are completely missing because their details have been lost. So I think I would start with some communications support for Capita provided within the Department for Education, as I think people would feel more reassured if they were speaking to a civil servant.
Yes, and some of the stories are really tragic, aren't they? Fiona has contacted us on WhatsApp just this morning. She retired in 2022 at 56. She was supposed to get her money in October 2023. She was told it would happen in 24, in 25. There's no deadline they're giving her now, and she's complained to everyone she can think of, including the government and her MP, and got no response. I mean, this is not the way to run anything, is it?
It certainly is not, and we've been shocked by the figures that we've seen and the case studies that we get from people who call us up to talk about it. I mean, one clear example of that, of how important it is to sort these things out quickly. We had FOI data last year showing that of 77,654 statements that remained unsent as of March, 5,973 of them were due to families of TPS members who had died since the year the remedy is backdated to. So, and many of these pensions, many thousand of these pensioners are in ill health, and
this only serves to exacerbate anxieties at a time when, as I say, they should be welcomed into retirement with open arms.
And as I said, you've been covering this for a long time. Have you had any indication, briefly, that the government will do anything, actually do something?
We haven't. We've had the same sorts of statements that you've received about them working closely with Capita. We don't know what that looks like. I would like to see ministers come out and say exactly what they're going to do about this, exactly what they're going to step in and run if they need to. We've mentioned that the Capita is giving up the contract. That transfer to Tata Consultancy Services is already delayed by a year. Clearly something needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast.
Yes, and get a grip of it, as the Teachers' Union wanted. Freddie Whitaker from Schools Week, thanks very much. Well, despite peace negotiations this week and a very limited ceasefire, the war in the Middle East continues to affect the UK economy. Prices generally are rising, and in the last month, average two-year fixed mortgage rates have jumped from around 4.8% to 5.9%. Fewer mortgage deals are available, as we've been reporting in the past few weeks. And these economic uncertainties inevitably affect confidence in the housing market, and that uncertainty causes problems for people who want to move. Our reporter, Jo Krasner, spoke to Jenny. She's trying to sell her flat so she can buy a house with her partner.
In 6 weeks, I have only had 4 viewers, so I'm quite alarmed at how slow that is. It seems to be easy to find property, but not so easy to sell it. We have approval in principle, but I'm very, very nervous about the upcoming interest rate changes being driven by the current Middle East situation.
So just remind me again what your current interest rate is and what you feel your new rate will go to.
It's 3.03. It was one of the lowest ones there was at the time. At the moment, with what we're shopping around for, we're being offered 4.6, 4.7. But obviously that's based on the current rates, and I'm anticipating it will really jump up quite a bit. Now, if we do lose this really well-priced house that we've happened to find, that will expose us even further. At the moment, I'm just seeing my entire move, into the housing market again is on hold. It's a very scary time. My lender is really good, and they've been very reasonable with us, but I know things are dramatically changing for them as well, so it's quite a frightening time for us.
Well, listening to that is Lucian Cook, he's head of residential research at the estate agent Savills. Lucian Cook, housing market on hold, a frightening time, Jenny says. Costs are rising. Does she sum up the current state of things?
Well, certainly could agree. I mean, I think it was inevitable that the events that we've seen and the impact that has had on mortgage rates and just economic uncertainty were going to feed through into the housing market. Buyers are certainly much more cautious. Two particular groups in terms of buy-to-let investors and first-time buyers who are really important, particularly to the flat market, are particularly cautious. First-time buyers because they're more reliant on mortgage debt, and buy-to-let investors because they're also facing the prospect of much more regulation from the 1st of May.
Yes, that's when tenants get extra rights, isn't it, under the Renters' Rights Bill. And that's putting them off. So if there are fewer people after flats, inevitably, the prices are going to be softer than people hoped.
I think that's right. And I think there's another factor to it. Of course, the caution amongst some of those buy-to-let investors has brought more stock to the market, and that I think we were sort of hearing in the case study which you put forward. And I think it is inevitable, therefore, that we're going to see some downward pressure on prices over the course of the summer. Buyers having less buying power and perhaps few buyers in the market, and that's reflected in some of the statistics that we've seen just this week. We had the RICS residential market survey, which was showing a decline in new buyer inquiries, which again is just representative of that caution.
Yes, so lower demand from people for flats particularly, and of course more on the market because some buy-to-letters are selling them. Does this mean that flat owners like Jenny may have to accept their flat isn't worth what they hoped it would fetch? I mean, I presume Jenny could sell if she cut the price, maybe to not enough to buy her new home, but she could sell it.
I think anybody who is selling flats in the current market needs to be realistic around what they're asking. I mean, ideally what you want to do is get competitive interest. There's two ways to do that. You need to make your property attractive to the market, so get it in apple pie order. absolutely essential, but also increasingly, where buyers have got much more choice, it needs to be priced so that you can get competitive interest. And it's getting competitive interest that is most likely to get you that successful sale.
And of course, you are competing with people selling houses or buying houses, aren't you? And nowadays, what people tend to think of is, electric vehicle charging points, which we're all going to need at some point in the near future, solar panels, heat pumps, protecting ourselves against future changes. And only houses can really provide those, can't they?
Yeah, I would say certainly buyers have become much more aware, again, of the energy efficiency of their home, but also of the potential to do things like solar and to have off-street charging. It does mean that the market for houses, particularly where they've got their own drive, is a bit more robust. But even within that house market, one of the things that we're seeing, albeit slightly more towards the top end of the market, is that it is making the market much stickier, perhaps for more rural properties, sort of the slightly larger, less energy efficient, slightly draftier properties.
And people listening to this who may be in the middle of this or planning to do it, what should they do? Should they wait and see, or if they see a good long-term fix, should they take it, Rachel?
Yeah, well, the first thing to do is to look at the offers, the mortgage offers that are in place, discuss it with your financial advisor. They will be undoubtedly the best place to help you select the right deal to go for. In terms of buying, it is what we would say much more of a buyer's market than a seller's market. That will mean that there are opportunities which are on offer. Your ability to take advantage of that, your appetite to do that is really going to be dependent on your own personal financial circumstances.
Lucian Cook, thanks very much indeed. Well, mortgage rates going up is bad news, of course, for people buying, people remortgaging, but when interest rates rise, savers, who far outnumber people with mortgages, see it as better news. Rachel Springle is from the financial data company Moneyfacts. Rachel Springle, we had expected bank rates to fall, savings rates to go down, but now the opposite seems likely for bank rates. Are savers seeing better rates?
Yes, that's quite right. There's a bit of a silver lining going on at the moment with rates, and we have seen quite a bit of competition, both in terms of towards the end of the previous tax year and the start of this tax year. So actually a lot of the ISA rates that we've had, some of the best ones are now around 4.5%, which is a really good deal. And if you think of some of the providers who are offering it, yes, we've got lots of challenger banks doing the best rates, but also some of the biggest banks have also pushed up their interest rates recently. So even if you're a bit, wary of investing with a brand you're not familiar with, there are actually some really good deals to be had if you have, an account with your existing bank, or if you're interested to shop around on the high street.
Yes, I mean, ISAs are one thing, and of course, if you don't have an ISA, if you've used up your ISA allowance, even regular instant access or one-year fixes are still quite good, aren't they? Well over 4%, closer to 5 in some cases.
Yeah, quite right, yes. And I think for most people, they worry about variable rates because, as you rightly said, the expectations was for interest rates to come down this year. But what we're now seeing is forecasts that are suggesting that interest rates will rise. And obviously, if this does actually come to be, savings rates should go up as well. So people might be a bit confused about whether to fix or not right now. But what I would say, 4.5% is a really good rate. And if you do go for a variable rate, maybe get something like a base rate tracker product, because then when base rate, if it does go up, you'll get the benefit for it.
Yeah, so we had a listener, Donald, who emailed us to say if the Bank of England is going to raise rates this year, should you only buy just a one-year fixed cash ISA, or should you wait and see a bit, and if the rates improve during the year?
Yes, a really great question. And maybe we don't have a crystal ball, of course, but I think...
But that's what you're here for, right?
Yeah, of course. But I would say, the predictions are looking likely. Unfortunately, with the effect and the unrest in the Middle East, inflation is looking like it is going to rise. And typically what happens when that rises is the Bank of England steps in and changes interest rates. And if that does happen in the next few months, we should hopefully see some savings rates increase as well.
Yes, and if you haven't looked at your savings recently, then take a good look.
Absolutely. And also make sure you have a contingency fund over the next 3 months just in case the cost of living goes crazy.
Indeed, a good warning. Thank you, Rachel Springle from Moneyfacts. Thank you very much indeed. The big changes started this week in the benefit that more than 6.5 million households now rely on universal credit. The adult rates have risen by more than inflation, and parents who have 3 or more children can now get additional money for each of them. Until Monday, nothing was given for a third or subsequent child born from April 2017. That 2-child benefit cap now ended this week.
Institute for Fiscal Studies estimates nearly 500,000 families will be affected, leaving them on average £4,100 a year better off. Emma is a single parent with 5 children aged from 3 to 15. She's waiting for confirmation of the extra money she'll receive, but hopes it will make a real difference to her family.
At this start of it, I don't know what effect it's going to have on me until it comes into play and I see the benefits of it. But I'm hoping that one of the benefits is that I won't have to, I'm not paying me gas, I'm not paying me electric. Obviously, kids grow constantly, so it is like, you do have to be like, right, we're on a budget, so if 2 kids need a pair of trainers one month, the bill won't get paid because both kids need a pair of trainers. So I'm hoping it helps in that sense. I'm just hoping that there's a lot more benefits to it. Like, for instance, if one of the kids needs from it, that money's there, where it's not now.
Well, listening to that in our Cyprus studio is Tom Gibbons, the manager and advisor at the free debt advice provider Money Wellness. And Tom Gibbons, families like Emma on universal credit who have more than 2 children, how much extra will they get?
Well, for people like Emma, the benefits have been capped at 2 children for some time now. However, with the recent changes, Emma will receive, and anybody else applying for the benefits with the additional child will get an extra £303.94 for each additional child above the 2, regardless of how many children you have.
Yeah, £303.94 a month, of course, because it's paid monthly, isn't it? And that is going to make a big difference. And as you say, she'll have money where she doesn't have it now. Will that help? I mean, that will help, presumably, we're a debt advice agency as much as anything, and presumably it will help people like Emma stay out of debt. And that was her fear, wasn't it? That she had to put off paying bills to buy a pair of trainers.
Absolutely. And I think, with the cost of living, it's affecting everybody at the moment. People's budgets are really being stretched to the limit. And I think this cap with the universal credit, it has affected 1.6 million children previously. So with the removal of the cap, we anticipate it's going to be almost 500,000 children will be taken out of poverty directly.
Yes, I mean, that's what the government said, about nearly 500,000 children taken out of poverty, which obviously is good for those families. And the direct cost there is around £2.5 billion a year of paying this extra money. But poverty itself has a cost to the economy, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the studies show that children who have a better upbringing, better education, tend to go on to get into employment, which can obviously lead to lower costs for the government moving forward from a benefits perspective.
Yes, and of course health costs as well for the NHS.
Absolutely.
And I suppose people do criticise this scrapping this limit, don't they? But we should emphasise that this is money for children, isn't it? It keeps them warm, it buys essential clothing, and anyone who's got children or had them knows how quickly they grow out of things and how expensive feeding 4 or 5 children can be, especially if, as in the past, you only got money for 2 of them.
Exactly, and it's been quite a controversial change, but it's really important to look at the reality of who is affected, and this money is for supporting the children. I think what we see is that over half of the families affected by the policy do actually have at least one working parent. Many households don't plan to rely on benefits, and if something can happen like a job loss, having an illness, anything can push people from employment into benefits through no fault of their own. And we also need to remember that these children haven't chosen to be born into poverty either.
Yes, so it is benefits for the children. I suppose that is your answer then to people who I'm sure will be shouting at the radio at this moment saying scrapping the 2-child limit rewards parents who have children they couldn't afford.
Yeah, exactly. But the other thing to remember is there is also a cap to the amount of universal credit that people can get. So although people may be receiving additional money per child, they are still limited by the overall benefit cap to universal credit.
Yeah, so they may not get the whole £300 for each extra child because they'll hit that top. And who does that affect particularly?
Well, that would affect anybody. The cap is in place for all of the universal credit. So although it's been removed, that cap will still remain for the overall amount that universal credit can get. So that means for some families, particularly those not in work, they might not get the full increase in support because of those benefits being capped. So it's estimated that tens of thousands of households won't actually see the financial gain as a result, which highlights how different parts of the system interact with each other.
Yes, it was supposed to be a simple benefit, wasn't it? But it's turned out to be anything but. The Department for Work and Pensions told us the benefit cap remains in place, that's the overall one, to ensure fairness to taxpayers and maintain incentives to work, though about 40% of households on universal credit do work, don't they? And let me just ask you finally, Emma says she's waiting to see what she gets. Of course, universal credit is paid monthly in arrears, so she won't find out until next month. Is there anything people have to do or should do? Very briefly.
No, the great thing about this is, for anybody already claiming universal credit, the change is being applied automatically, so payments are being updated to include the additional child element without you needing to make a new claim. Now, my advice would be, if somebody doesn't see the increase reflected in their payment straight away, it's important to check your universal credit account or just contact the DWP.
Tom Gibbons of Moneywell, thanks very much. And if I can make a bad pun, it's toward universal credit. But you're listening to Moneybox, and you can make sure you never miss a programme by subscribing to the podcast of it on BBC Sounds. And on Wednesday's Moneybox Live, Felicity Hannah is discussing how to protect your finances from global shocks. Should you invest in solar panels or swap a boiler for a heat pump, look into mortgage deals, buy an electric car, move your investments to cash? Thoughts and questions, please, Moneybox at bbc.co.uk. Or send a message or a voice note on WhatsApp 03306 783 183. And I have to say, they're coming in already on all those topics, particularly perhaps on the teachers' pension scheme, which is causing a lot of angst to a lot of people. Same details to contact us about any topic, as many of you do. We do read and listen to them all, and of course you might get on the show. Today, the reporters were Hannah Malone and Joe Krasner, researcher Catherine Lund, studio manager Nick Woodsford, our editor is Jess Quayle, and I'm Paul Lewis.
This is BBC Radio 4. In a moment, Andrew Hunter-Murray and the team do a steeplechase, a strike and a sweary President Trump in the Naked Week. Any questions is in Edinburgh after the news at 1 and then after 2 o'clock. Any answers? Anita Arland is taking your calls. Anita, what are you talking about this afternoon?
I will tell you, Richard. So, Iranian and US negotiators have now arrived in Pakistan ahead of peace talks, but the question is very simple. Has Iran already won this war? Why do you think this conflict began in the first place? And how has it reshaped global politics? What does it mean for us, for our security, our food, our fuel? Do you feel less safe than you did before? All in this, weaved through this, is a very important question of who do we trust? Who are our allies? And does NATO have a future? 03700 100 444. And if we take a closer look at energy security in particular, is it about time we start drilling for oil in Scottish waters? 03700 100 444. All that, and which party has it right on welfare? Are we paying too much? Are we not paying enough? And when you hear these debates, how does it impact on your life? So that number again, 03700 100 444. You can WhatsApp message, you can leave voice notes too, and you can email any.answers@bbc.co.uk, text 84844, all lines open now.
Welcome to the Naked Week. Imagine PM with Evan Davies if it carried on bombing the world at 1 even after a ceasefire. This week, we're coming to you from Cambridge. Very much the Oxford of the East. Still to come on the Naked Week, Nigel Farage takes irony to frightening new heights.
I think if we start banning people from entering the country, I wonder where that ends up.
With Alanis Morissette exploding. Donald Trump sailed through yet another medical with his doctors saying he
has matted fur, overgrown nails, and multiple rotted teeth, but is otherwise in excellent health.
Also what you'll see on Lee Anderson's Tinder profile. And Lord Michael Gove chooses his new bedroom wallpaper, Shabana Mahmood images. You think that's bad? Wait until you hear what he uses as paste. What a week. But at least we now know the answer to the question, who are the luckiest 4 people in the world?
And to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Not because they've seen sights no human has ever seen, not even because they came safely back into contact with Earth, but because for 40 glorious minutes at the weekend, they did not have to listen to this.
Happy Easter. We had a great Easter. Please keep calm. God was watching us. Oh, well, men, gays, they just don't want to say uncle. How about gays for Iran? This is about eggs. Tough, smart, and sick. Really sick. Eggs. You know what hit this one was a shoulder. Eggs. Handheld shoulder missile. What am I going to do about eggs? Let's go. Come on. Get in. Let's go. Wow. Tell me what's wrong with eggs.
Honestly, it's like an ape throwing magnetic fridge poetry at a bin. But this was Ceasefire Week. Terms and conditions apply. This week, we've seen threats to civilians. We've seen threats to infrastructure. Threats that a whole civilization will die tonight. And it all started on Sunday with Trump's Easter message of hope that he posted on Truth Social.
Open the straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah.
That was CNN reading out the president's potty-mouth post. It simply had to be heard to be believed. I say it had to be heard to be believed. You can't actually hear it, at least not on this program, because we are now living in a world where the President of the United States of America issues an official public statement too obscene to be broadcast on Radio 4 at 6:30 p.m. The slot that once played host to quote-unquote is unable to broadcast the utterances of the quote-unquote leader of the free world. For clarity, CNN there read out the word in full. That bleep is ours because of the rules. But at the BBC, swearing is not just a 6:30 Radio 4 problem. Here is how BBC TV News covered it.
Open the, and that's where the president uses an expletive, straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump.
So, no F word, but we can have a bastard. Praise be to Ofcom. We can have a bastard. That, by the way, is the same criteria they use when selecting a new Director General. But in case you missed it, the forbidden word is the F word because it seems we now have an American president setting a new American precedent as he ordered his tiny bruised hands to drop an F-bomb on the world via social media. But of course, we cannot have that falling on us at 6:30 p.m. And neither can we at midnight, it seems. The Midnight Bulletin on Radio 4 told its audience Trump had used
highly offensive language,
which it then proceeded to bleep out anyway.
Open straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell.
Sounds gentler in an English accent, doesn't it? I'm just saying. Naughty word covered up because of the BBC's strict policy on cover-ups. I mean, naughty words. If recent history has taught us anything, it's that the BBC has no policy on cover-ups. As you're probably aware, Ofcom has incredibly strict rules around broadcasting profanity. It all depends on audience expectation. So, for example, on Radio 4's spooky, ghost-investigating, uncanny, Danny Robbins can say, bloody hell. And yet I can't say, stop exploiting the mentally ill, Danny Robbins, you... The Today programme, being at breakfast time, was even more elusive, referring to Trump's rhetoric as an expletive laden tirade, which is also how Emma Barnett greets Nick Robinson every morning. But in fact, the president's language left news organisations worldwide unsure how to report the story. Should they cover the president's words accurately and potentially cause offence, or censor them and risk minimising the impact of an unprecedented political development? Some broadcasters like the BBC bleeped the word. Some newspapers replaced it with asterisks. So thank heavens for the fearless truth-tellers of GB News, whose love of free speech means they would never bow to the censors.
Open the effing straight, you crazy ...
They bowed to the censors. But it was a Sunday, and that, of course, is free speech's traditional day of rest. Now, as I say, we cannot say the word without bleeping it, but one of the limitations of the bleep method is that, as we heard on the Midnight News, if the first letter of the word is left in, the listener knows very well what's being bleeped, which sort of undermines the point of the bleep in the first place. Or does it? Smart, after all, is in the ear of the beholder, and to show you what we mean, the Naked Week has teamed up with the bleeps to show you just how easy it is for your mind to find naughty words where there are none. So... If I tell you, I'm going to say, and I am going to say, 5 cold sheep, and then we broadcast... We've immediately broken Ofcom rules on depiction of animal welfare. But you didn't think 5 cold sheep, did you? No, your mind went to... I am genuinely saying 5 cold sheep in those clips. We haven't tricked that up. Wash your filthy minds out with soap. Now, to be honest, it's all very complicated and really is hard to understand exactly what the rules are. So to explain, please welcome the Naked Week's It's Hard to Understand Exactly What the Rules Are correspondent, Katie Norris. Hello, Katie.
Yes, that is a reasonable greeting. You can say that.
Thank you. So, we can't repeat in full what Donald Trump said on this programme because it could mean the very end of Radio 4 itself, roughly 8 months ahead of schedule.
Yep. Exactly right. You can't put language like that in a radio comedy show, Andy. The only way you get what Donald Trump said in a show like this would be if you waited 50 years, stuck it out on 4 Extra, and claimed it was a product of its time.
But there are comedy shows that go out at 11 p.m, and I've heard quite spicy language in those.
Yeah, you kind of have to remember it's all about context, right? So the context in which the words appear. The context of them.
What does that mean?
Well, basically, the BBC is more relaxed about rude words going out at a time when they're confident next to no one is listening.
Yes, I understand that. Whereas this show is on at 6:30, and then, of course, there's a lunchtime repeat.
Exactly. You know, you can't have language like that at lunchtime, when people might be listening together as a family, gathered together in a sullen silence. You know, wondering when that really nice impressions show might be coming back.
Okay.
Confusingly, though, there are exceptions.
In terms of news coverage?
In terms of comedy. Listen to this clip from Radio 4's Jonathan Pye.
Can't we just tell the truth for once? It's... And now the weather.
That's Jonathan Pye, broadcast on Radio 4 at 6:30. But here's the thing. The Naked Week had to bleep it, but the original went out unbleeped.
We're going to blow this thing wide open. So hang on. Surely, if you can have a fictional character saying F words as part of a fictional script in a 6:30 show, you can have a clip of the actual words of the actual President of the United States in the same time slot. And let's be clear, if there's one person in the world who seems increasingly like a fictional character, it's Donald Trump.
Yes, but once again, you have to consider the context. The context of the whole thing. The way it appears in context.
And the context here is...
No one wants to have to go on feedback again.
No. Of course. So just to recap, the BBC won't let us play you news footage directly quoting the President of the United States of America dropping an F-bomb at 6:30, but will play you an actor quoting a fictional character dropping an F-bomb at 6:30, but won't let the Naked Week play you exactly the same F-bomb at 6:30, which you already heard at 6:30. Now, as you know, the Naked Week likes to help, so we asked the BBC to explain this apparent contradiction, and they told us to... Oh, fair enough. This is the Naked Week on Radio 4, where it's time once again to let the soothing stream of syllables bathe us in the waters of world events as we relax once more in the restful garden of current affairs contemplation. It's the news in haikus. Wireless Festival. Abandon all hope, they who will not enter here. The news in haikus. This is the Naked Week on Radio 4, in the week that civilization has had a stay of execution from being annihilated. But until that happy event comes, we at the Naked Week want to cheer everyone up by encouraging the British people to carry on doing what they do best: gambling! Time then for a tip for Saturday's Grand National. First off, never wear a notched lapel with a formal tailcoat. We've also got some tips on the horses as well. So grab a pen and paper and then throw them in the bin, because these will not help. To assist me with my shrewdly surveyed equestrian recommendations, here's our assisting me with my shrewdly surveyed equestrian recommendations correspondent, Katie Norris.
Pop's favourite is is utility bills. I've been talking to a lot of people up and down the country, and it seems all the money is going on utility bills.
I'd like to put in a word for an outsider, Ukraine conflict.
Lots of chat about Ukraine conflict earlier in the year. Seems to have tailed off of late.
Yeah, to be fair, the going was heavy. I do like the look of North Sea bullshit.
Yes. Yes, North Sea bullshit, ridden hard by the Daily Telegraph. But no doubts that it will produce anything on the day.
What about the 5-to-1 on racist councillor?
Well, obviously there's been a recent transfer of ownership. Racist councillor used to belong to the Conservatives, but it's now part of the Nigel Farage stable.
I believe he's carrying a thoughts for pounds.
Cryptocurrency, but yeah. Now, 11 to 2, we have supermarket shoplifter. There's a real pace on offer here.
Yes, what we found time and time again is that once supermarket shoplifter takes off, there is no catching them.
There's a lot of chatter about Zach Polanski's horse, net zero or bust. Sorry, no. That's a typo, sorry. It's net zero or busty.
Finally, a party offering voters a real choice.
At 5-to-1, we have Gary Lineker's The Rest is Horses. At 25-to-1, Michael Gove's Shabana fixation.
Yes, that one needs gelding. At 16-to-1, Melania's Epstein rumours. She's desperate for that one to be put down. Listening to The Naked Week, in the week when Stuart Creasy was criticised for attending a silent disco over the bank holiday weekend. And speaking of millennial cringe, it's time to welcome the girl boss to my finger moustache. It's the Observer Whitehall editor and The Naked Week's chief investigative reporter, Kat Neelan. Kat, how have you enjoyed this series?
It's been fun. We've cloned number plates, remixed the theme tune from Homes Under the Hammer with a trumpet, and annoyed all sorts of people for all sorts of reasons.
Yes, that is the main and arguably the only point of Radio 4. So, it's the last episode of the series. What's our grand finale?
We're taking a look at one of the very worst scandals from the last 100 years.
Which is?
No, it's nothing to do with witches.
That's one of the worst scandals of the last 400 years.
Instead, this week, it's a genuinely distressing topic, forced adoption.
Okay, Britain does seem to have a limitless supply of terrible things. Why are we looking at forced adoption?
Because last month, the Commons Select Committee report brought the issue back into the spotlight, and the Naked Week wanted to examine its still underreported legacy.
All right. In a nutshell, then, what is forced adoption?
Across the UK, between 1939 and 1976, an estimated 185,000 newborn babies were taken from young, unmarried mothers by various institutions, including the NHS and the Church of England, simply because of the stigma of birth outside marriage.
Okay, it is an extremely grim story, and unsurprisingly, the survivors want an apology?
Correct. And this week, the Church of England announced it would do exactly that. While the Commons report on forced adoption said,
an apology is needed with great urgency. A programme of fully funded support must now happen without delay so that survivors can get on with their lives. The government must act now.
Okay, that really couldn't be clearer. The government must act now. So, did Keir Starmer act now? Did he apologise with great urgency?
Well, see what you think.
Yeah, my instinct is we do. There's a strong case for it. I just want to make sure we go through the process in the right way, make sure that we're aligning it with those most effective.
Keir Starmer there, at his most urgent. Kat, just to be clear, the Welsh and Scottish governments and the Northern Ireland Executive have already apologised for the practice of forced adoption, haven't they?
Yes, they issued formal apologies several years ago. It's just Westminster we're waiting for.
Well, they are on their Easter holidays. I'm sure they will get right on it.
But there's another aspect of this scandal that's less well known. The Naked Week has been speaking to mothers affected by forced adoption who were given the synthetic hormone diethylstilbestrol, or DES. It was taken by pregnant women to prevent miscarriages, but it was also given to women forced to give up their children because it would dry up their breast milk.
Right. And I'm assuming that this drug is problematic.
Problematic doesn't even come close, Andy. DES was linked to cancer as far back as the 1930s.
Avivim.
In 1959, it was the subject of a debate in the House of Lords.
About whether it was safe for women?
About the risk it posed to farm workers when it was an ingredient in animal feed. It was subsequently banned from being given to chickens.
There we go. So in 1959, this drug was deemed unsafe for animals, unsafe for men working with animals.
But still okay for women, apparently. In fact, in Britain, DES was being used on pregnant women and those who were forced to give up their babies well into the 1980s, by which point it was firmly associated with several rare types of cancer. Campaigners estimate that as many as 300,000 women were exposed to it, a figure the government has never challenged.
300,000.
And some of these women are only learning now that they may have been given DES, which even back then was known to affect the development of embryos, causing birth defects. The technical name for this is teratogen.
Okay, and the more well-known teratogen would be?
Thalidomide.
Right.
Hence why this has been called the hidden thalidomide scandal. The devastating effects of DES on children exposed to it in the womb are comparable to those of thalidomide and have been well documented. But one area that hasn't is DES's possible impact on those mothers' later children who weren't exposed in the womb.
So children whose mothers were given DES for previous pregnancies.
Exactly. The Naked Week has spoken to a number of these mothers, and a common thread was how little they've been told about the drug, partly as a result of how little research there is on its wider effects. We heard from one woman who was given DES and forced to give up her newborn daughter, who had another daughter 7 years later. The daughter, who, to be clear, wasn't exposed to DES in the womb, was born with a type of congenital abnormality of the uterus that significantly increased her risk of miscarriages as an adult.
And how unusual is this specific abnormality?
Roughly 1% of women are born with it.
Okay, so we are not saying her abnormal uterus was necessarily a result of her mother taking DES during a previous pregnancy.
No, the two things could be totally unrelated. But it's worth pointing out that the official UK guidance for drug safety lists possible side effects of DES as including
reduced fertility and urogenital abnormalities in female offspring.
Another woman we spoke to, who was given DES for her first forcibly adopted child, went on to have both male and female children who were born with other conditions on the same list of possible side effects.
And which, again, could be entirely unrelated to DES.
Correct. But the point is, the lack of information in this area causes endless uncertainty and worry for DES-affected families. However, there has been a major study of DES conducted by the US National Cancer Institute.
And what does this study show?
Well, perhaps the most significant aspect is that it goes one generation further.
DES-exposed granddaughters may have an elevated risk for infertility.
So that's 3 generations who could be affected by this drug?
Potentially, yes.
And, of course, all the secrecy and shame around forced adoption means it's even harder to know who's been exposed to this stuff.
Another reason why this area desperately needs more study in this country. The campaign group DES Justice UK has called for proper screening and treatment pathways for all children who may have been exposed. Responding to coverage by ITV last year, Health Secretary Wes Streeting did apologise for the use of DES on pregnant women.
Okay, but did he specifically mention the role of DES in forced adoptions?
He did not. But the wider message is hopefully starting to get through. GPs have been told they should encourage women who know or suspect they were exposed to DES to get specialist cancer screenings.
Well, that advice is genuinely helpful. But as we do say on this show, the Naked Week likes to help. And we'd like to help Keir Starmer, Speed-Free Gonzalez himself. So, that bit you are allowed to laugh at, it's okay. So let's check back in to see how he's getting on with that extremely urgent formal apology for the government's role in forced adoption. Even the Church of England has managed this. How about you, Keir?
Yeah, my instinct is we do. There's a strong case for it.
Sorry seems to be the hardest word. Cat Nealon, everybody. Still to come, after a weekend feasting on roast lamb and chocolate eggs, President Trump has a warning for his staff.
You want to be as far away as you can. One load out. One load out. One load out.
Operation Easter Fury continues. And speaking of which, this year's Easter Bonnet Parade organisers regret asking GB News' Neil Oliver to be a judge.
Everyone with a rosette is a declared friend of Israel that's committing genocide in Gaza.
Oh. Well, on the plus side, he has just been announced as Kanye's supporter. And finally, Keir Starmer went to the Middle East with the Naked Week's blessing.
Well, we've just reached this ceasefire, which is...
Audience, it's nothing to do with witches. Okay. You're listening to The Naked Week on Radio 4, where it's now time for the BBC's security correspondent to tackle all your horticultural questions in Frank Gardner's Question Time.
My 10-foot Mahonia, which is very handsome, but it lacks lower branches below.
What's the best way to encourage new growth there?
If you're not doing very well, you perhaps use tactical nuclear weapons.
And the BBC security correspondent Frank Gardner will be back to answer all your horticultural questions at the same time next week, live from Benjamin Netanyahu's window box. So, this week saw the beginning of a 6-day resident doctors' strike, meaning that if you're currently in need of a colonoscopy, now is the time to find a neighbour with a length of buttered garden hose and a can-do attitude. On Tuesday, resident doctors in the NHS began their 15th walkout in just 3 years. Mind you, my first Fringe show had 15 walkouts in just the first 3 minutes, so I would say the doctors are doing pretty well. Resident doctors are what we used to call junior doctors, but their title has had a bit of a glow-up. Exactly how Sir Keir Starmer has gone from being leader of the Labour Party to captain of the Titanic, with a simple reprint of the business cards. For his part, Health Secretary Wes Streeting told the BBC...
Nurses and midwives are paid far less than doctors, and some never earn as much as a resident doctor at any point in their career.
Not sure that's quite the killer point you think it is, Wes. Yes, I know you want me to stop punching you in the face, but those people are also being beaten up. Thank me later. Although just last week, MPs actually got a 5% pay rise, taking their basic annual salary to over £98,000, which means that whenever a resident doctor looks at their payslip, they'll be reminded they're worth significantly less than Chris Free. So, why are the doctors striking? Well, one complaint is feeling underpaid and underappreciated, but the strike isn't just about pay restoration, it's also about training and placement opportunities for graduates. Put simply, there aren't enough placements for all our resident doctors, and many are training for years for jobs that don't really exist. Like pretty much everyone under the age of about 23. Now, the Naked Week likes to help, which is why we're going to give both sides all the tools they need to bring things to a satisfying conclusion. In a moment, we'll talk to the Naked Week's Giving Both Sides All the Tools They Need to Bring Things to a Satisfying Conclusion correspondent, Katie Norris. But first...
Hold on. I just want to...
I'm sorry, Katie, you're not on yet. You come in on the next page.
No, I've got something to say. Now.
No, I mean, look at the script. Page 25, insert name of sidekick enters. Pretend to know... pretend to know name. That's you see.
No, I've had enough. Clearly these talks are going nowhere. I'm going on strike.
You're not going to read the script?
No, not for the duration of my stoppage.
What, is there any room for negotiation?
No, I don't think so.
Well, this is very short notice. I mean, if we'd known you were going on strike, as we're in Cambridge, we could have got one of the footlights lot to step in. They will in the long run take all of our jobs anyway.
I shall not be moved.
I don't understand this. What are you striking over?
Same as the doctors. Underappreciated, underpaid, and being trained for jobs that don't exist. Tick, tick, tick.
But your job exists.
Yeah, for one episode of The Naked Week. What am I going to do next week?
It's back to the news quiz next week. I don't think Andy Zaltzman has a sidekick. After his last one had got all successful, he had him killed and buried at Lord's at Deep Square Leg.
I'm with the resident doctors. We do vital work and we're being forced to operate in degrading conditions. Some of the correspondent titles you've given me tonight, I actually think they might be made up.
That is not true. That is not true. The position of giving both sides all the tools they need to bring things to a satisfying conclusion correspondent exists in all decent media groups. And Sky.
No, I'm going on strike.
What are your demands?
That the BBC creates sufficient training posts that I can continue as a sidekick for Friday night comedy indefinitely.
What? Hold your horses. Please. Hold your horses.
Hey, you also made me do that thing about horses.
We didn't make you do. But you can't have a full-time job at the BBC. You haven't acquired anywhere near enough allegations of sexual misconduct.
Then I'm staging a walkout.
Well, look, no. Hold on. Okay, can we negotiate? Please. Okay, well, look, if you're not going to read your own lines, Katie, I suppose I, your more senior colleague, will have to fill in, okay? But just so you know, I charge 313 quid an hour.
If you read my lines, you're crossing the picket.
Katie, please, stop being so maudlin. Or, as we're in Cambridge, Magdalene. Someone has to read your lines. We've got another 10 pages about Rishi Sunak's skiing accident.
Not doing it!
All right. I say, Andy, have you heard the awful news about Rishi Sunak's skiing accident? No, Katie, I actually hadn't. Is our esteemed former PM quite all right? Oh, yes, he is, Andy. He's on the mend and was pictured beaming on crutches in the Times on Wednesday. Well, thank you, Katie. I'm relieved to... I'm sorry, this is not working. This is not working. Oh, my God.
The Naked Week has got to go!
Hold on, please.
The Naked Week has got to go!
Just a second. Come on.
What do we want? The news quiz back! What do we want? When do we want it?
Katie, I have to read the credits. It's in my contract.
Fine, go on then. Close the show, you crazy bastard.
The Naked Week was hosted by me, Andrew Hunter-Murray, with guest correspondent Katie Norris. It was written by John Holmes, Katie Singer, Gareth Corretti, Jason Hazley and James Campbell, with investigations team Canning and Becky Pennington. Additional material by Carl Mintz, Kevin Smith, Molly Punchin, James Bay, Darren Phillips and David Rifkin. The Naked Week is produced and directed by John Holmes, and it's an unusual production for BBC Radio 4.
Time for a look at the weather now. Here's Simon King.
Richard, thanks so much indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. We've had some rain moving its way eastward through this morning, and for this afternoon, we've still got some cloud hanging on across eastern areas of England and across eastern Scotland. But that cloud is continuing to clear away, and there'll be some sunny spells developing. But across western parts of England and Wales, this is where we've had the cloud just building up with some showers moving through. Those have been quite frequent across parts of Wales, southwest England. They'll move their way a bit further north and eastward for the rest of this afternoon. A few of those could be quite heavy, maybe thundery, might be some hail mixed in as well. Blustery conditions between those showers and some sunny spells. Temperatures of 7 to 14 degrees. Now, for Northern Ireland, a mixture of sunny spells and showers continuing here. Blustery conditions with highs of 9 or 10 degrees. And for Scotland, that cloud clearing from eastern areas. And again, there'll be more cloud building up with further showers. Strong winds, though, particularly in the north and the west, gusting up to 60 miles an hour and temperatures of 7 to 10 Celsius. Now, through tonight, we've got an area of low pressure which is still situated to the northwest of Scotland, continuing to give some blustery conditions and further showers coming in for Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern and western areas of England and Wales, and overnight temperatures of about 4 to 7 degrees. So then Sunday, it's going to remain really quite windy. For southwest England, southeast and eastern England, it's going to be a largely dry start. There'll be some sunshine, but showers move their way in late in the afternoon, temperatures of 12 to 15. For Wales, Midlands, northwest and northeast England, quite frequent showers really from the word go during Sunday, moving their way southeastward. And for Scotland and Northern Ireland, this is where the most frequent showers will be. Some pretty heavy downpours with some hail, some thunderstorms potentially, blustery conditions, and temperatures of 9 to 12 Celsius.
Any questions from the Parish Church of St Cuthbert in Edinburgh after the news? Then after 2 o'clock, it's Any Answers. Anita Anand is taking your calls. As J.D. Vance arrives in Pakistan, are you hopeful for the chance of peace? Who do you think has won the war, and what does the war mean for you, your security, your food, your fuel? And is it time to start fresh drilling for North Sea oil? You can call Anita on 03700 10044, email any.answers@bbc.co.uk. On FM, on BBC Sounds and your smart speaker, this is BBC Radio 4.
BBC News at 1 o'clock. This is Vigianis. Senior delegations from the US and Iran are in Islamabad aiming to end 6 weeks of war, but details are yet to become clear. Splashdown for Artemis 2. NASA hails a perfect mission as the 4 astronauts return to Earth. And the government shelves plans to hand over the Chagos Islands after the US fails to support the move. The US and Iranian delegations have separately met the Pakistani Prime Minister in Islamabad ahead of talks to try to bring the war in the Middle East to an end. Each side has accused the other of breaking the terms of a ceasefire agreed this week, but Pakistan, which is acting as mediator, has said it hopes these negotiations will serve as a stepping stone towards a sustainable peace. Our first report comes from Caroline Davis in Islamabad, where security has been increased for the talks.
We were taken through multiple checkpoints escorted by armed police into the centre of the red zone. Pakistan has put the scores of journalists that have come to cover today's talks from around the world into a convention centre, surrounded by billboards displaying the US, Iranian and Pakistan flags and the words Islamabad Talks. Inside its auditorium are screens from global channels showing the world's coverage of the city's diplomatic efforts. Rarely has Pakistan found itself at the heart of such significant international diplomacy. Yet despite the buzz, information on exactly what is planned at these talks is hard to come by. Across the road from the convention centre is the Serena Hotel, where American Vice President J.D. Vance met Pakistan's Prime Minister this afternoon. Unlike the US delegation, there are no pictures so far released of the Iranian meeting with the Pakistan Prime Minister, and there is still no word on whether the delegations will meet each other face to face.
The Lebanese Health Ministry says at least 10 people, including 3 emergency workers, have been killed in Israeli strikes in South Lebanon. Hezbollah has also fired more rockets into northern Israel. Israeli officials are due to meet Lebanese government officials for talks in Washington next week amid fears the violence could derail negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. From Islamabad, here's our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, with her thoughts on the peace talks.
A make-or-break moment. That's how Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif described these Islamabad talks. The fact that they're happening at all in the midst of a shaky ceasefire in the 6-week of war is significant. If American and Iranian officials meet face to face, they will make history. But when the gaps are this wide and the distrust this deep, it will be hard to make much progress in one day. There are long-standing concerns over Iran's nuclear program, on new challenges like opening the Strait of Hormuz, and on the ongoing violence in Lebanon. But if there is enough common ground to keep talking, if a framework for future negotiations can be agreed, even if it's just some personal chemistry and a bit of confidence building, that would be real progress. But if none of this happens, the risks of a dangerous escalation are very real. All sides know that, hence the great secrecy so far about what, if anything, is happening behind closed doors.
The crew of NASA's Artemis 2 mission have splashed down in the Pacific, ending a 9-day voyage that took 4 astronauts farther into space than any human has traveled before. The Orion capsule's journey back to Earth began 5 days ago after looping around the moon. It re-entered our atmosphere this morning, shortly after midnight UK time.
And we have crossed the threshold now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We are at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
As the capsule plummeted through the atmosphere, it experienced exterior temperatures of over 2,700 degrees Celsius. The intense heat effectively cut off all radio contact for several minutes.
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
With no word from the astronauts, a NASA WB-57 plane, which flies higher than conventional airlines, relayed live images of the probe as it fell past some of the dense clouds in the atmosphere. Currently, Mission Control in Houston attempted to make contact.
Integrity Houston, Comcheck post-contact.
We have you loud and clear.
Several parachutes were deployed in sequence and splashed down in ocean waters off the coast of California came just a few minutes later.
Integrity splashdown, sending first command now. Splashdown confirmed.
Roger splashdown, waiting on the
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
The Artemis 2 mission is a step towards sending astronauts onto the lunar surface by 2028 and eventually to setting up a moon base and a thriving lunar economy. Here's our science correspondent, Palab Ghosh.
At the risk of sounding churlish, looping around the moon by the Artemis 2 crew was relatively easy. The hardest parts of the Artemis program are yet to come. Next year, an Artemis 3 mission will aim to dock with a lunar lander in Earth orbit. These landers are being developed by private companies, Elon Musk's SpaceX and Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin. But neither firm has built one and are months behind schedule. Nor has the means to fuel the lander in space been developed or tested. Then, of course, there's the lunar landing itself in less than 2 years' time. Speaking at a press conference after splashdown, NASA Associate Administrator Anit Kashatria said that the space agency and its partners were determined to send astronauts to the moon, as the Apollo program had done more than 50 years ago, but this time to maintain a long-term human presence.
And so to me, that was almost the biggest objective of this mission, was to prove to ourselves that we could move to crewed flight, but maintain the same level of risk, knowledge and understanding, but also, really focus on what that looks like.
2028 is an ambitious timetable for a moon landing. Many experts say it's unrealistic, but the success of the Artemis 2 mission has shown that NASA has got its mojo back, and working with its private sector and international partners, a reminder from the Apollo era that with enough effort and ingenuity, all things are possible.
A Sudanese man has been charged with endangering life after 4 migrants died on Thursday attempting to cross the channel in a small boat. He is accused of piloting the dinghy. Simon Jones reports.
More than 100 migrants tried to clamber on board a dinghy as it was leaving Equahem Plage near Boulogne. 2 men and 2 women died. 38 other people were taken back to shore by the emergency services. But 74 people continued their journey towards the UK and arrived in Dover several hours later. Al-Noor Mohammed Ali, who's 27, is accused of steering the boat. He has been charged with the new offence of endangering another during a journey by sea. The French authorities have begun their own investigation into the deaths.
The government has shelved the deal to hand over the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after the U.S. failed to formally give its approval. President Trump has previously called the plan an act of total weakness. Here's our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus.
What's forced the government to put its Chagos deal on ice is that President Trump has changed his mind and now opposes it. Sir Keir Starmer concluded the deal to hand the Chagos Islands to Mauritius and lease back Diego Garcia last year. Under the plan, the UK would have a 99-year lease and pay around £100 million a year to use the facilities, vital for US long-range bombers, warships and submarines. The Conservatives began the negotiations when in office, but their leader, Kemi Badenoch, says the final deal was an expensive surrender.
It's not really about what Donald Trump thinks, it's about what is right for the British national interest. Giving away the Chagos Islands was wrong for the British national interest. A strategic military base, which we owned that territory, we should not be surrendering that right.
Lord MacDonald, the former head of the diplomatic service, says the UK approach is to follow international law.
There is a mood to disregard international law. It is being led by the United States. The UK has always defined itself as a country which respects, upholds international law. I think the government is correct to keep to that traditional policy.
Sport now, and in the Premier League, Arsenal are hosting Bournemouth, and in horse racing, the Grand National takes place this afternoon at Aintree. With more on that and the rest of the sport is Nick Hatton.
Yes, the Premier League leaders Arsenal have the opportunity to move 12 points clear at the top of the table before rivals Manchester City play tomorrow. The Gunners have finished second, of course, in the past 3 seasons, but can they get over the line this time with 7 matches to play? Approaching half-time at the Emirates against Bournemouth, it's currently 1-1. Later today, Everton head to Brentford. Brighton face the strugglers Burnley. And at 5:30, 5th place Liverpool host Fulham. In the Scottish Premiership, it is the final round of matches before the league splits. Leaders Hearts a single point clear at the top, welcome Motherwell, while 3rd place Celtic entertain St Mirren. Now in golf, Rory McIlroy will take a 6-shot lead into the 3rd round of the Augusta Masters this evening. The defending champion is 12 under par after recording birdies in 6 of his final 7 holes, but he intends to try and shut out what everybody else is doing.
It's hard to avoid those big leaderboards out there, but I know that I've got a lead, so I don't need to keep checking it all the time. So for me, it's just really, focusing on myself and staying on my own little world out there is the best thing.
In rugby union, the Women's Six Nations is underway. Later defending champions England, who are chasing an 8th successive title and a 5th straight Grand Slam, host Ireland at Twickenham. A record crowd is expected of over 75,000. Here is the Fit Again Ireland captain, Erin King.
The fact that it's almost sold out and it's the first game of the Six Nations, you don't really have to say much else. We're all definitely so excited and raring to go for that one, and then hopefully we'll build that momentum during the Six Nations and get a record-breaking ground at the Aviva.
On National Day at Aintree, the big race gets underway at 4.
Our top story again, delegations from the United States and Iran have arrived in Islamabad and met the Pakistani Prime Minister as they look for a deal to end 6 weeks of war. BBC News.
I had to fight, and I had to bring my sisters with me.
Brand new drama from Amelia Bullmore, inspired by real events.
My congregation was under threat of dispersal. We were being betrayed, and we were being victimized.
A community of nuns fighting to save their order any way they can.
A nun can't sell a convent. We can, in theory, with a unanimous vote.
They sold the convent for about €1.3 million.
Shirley Henderson stars in A Broken Order on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. This afternoon at 3.
And after your drama at 4 o'clock, a student falsely arrested for stalking, how light can inspire and motivate, and whether having children makes you happier. Anita Rani presents Weekend Women's Hour later this afternoon, here on BBC Radio 4. Where now, it's time for Any Questions with Alex Forsyth.
Hello and welcome to Edinburgh, a city that needs little introduction. Scotland's capital, built on volcanic rock. It has the greatest concentration of listed buildings in the country, as well as 50 conservation areas. A city that's both old and new, where history and modern culture seep from its streets. We are at the parish church of St Cuthbert, surrounded by trees and sitting in the shadow of Edinburgh Castle, right in the city centre. The present church, some of it in the style of the Italian Renaissance, was built in the late 1800s. But this is recognised as the oldest continually occupied site of Christian worship in Edinburgh. And legend has it that St Cuthbert himself founded a chapel here in the 7th century. It was also on Sean Connery's milk round. He used to deliver milk for the St Cuthbert's Cooperative, which took its name from this parish. And Agatha Christie got married in this very church to her second husband in 1930. Joining me here is Douglas Alexander, the Secretary of State for Scotland and the Labour MP for Lothian East. Douglas is a Labour Party veteran, having served in the governments of Blair and Brown during his first stint as an MP before losing his seat in 2015. He returned to Westminster at the last general election, having spent his time away from politics as a senior fellow at Harvard Kennedy School and as a visiting professor at King's College London. Stephen Flynn is the SNP MB for Aberdeen South and the party's leader at Westminster. He's been an MP since 2019 and has quickly risen through the party ranks. Before being elected to the House of Commons, he worked as a political researcher for the SNP and he was a city councillor in Aberdeen. Miles Briggs has been the Scottish Conservative MSP for the Lothian region since 2016, and he's the Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills. Miles also has spoken for the party on local government, housing, social justice and health. And before being elected, Miles spent 10 years as a political advisor to MSPs. And Gillian Mackay is the co-leader of the Scottish Green Party, and since 2021 has been the MSP for Central Scotland region. She's also her party's spokesperson on health, social care and sport. Gillian studied marine biodiversity and biotechnology at university here in Edinburgh, and she used to be a researcher in the Scottish Parliament. Edinburgh, please welcome your Any Questions panel. It is the case, as it is every week, that our panellists do not know the questions before they are read out live on air. We'll get them going with our first. It comes from Di Willis. Di, hi.
Hi. My question is, has Iran won the war?
Has Iran won the war? As we're speaking, there is a very tentative ceasefire that's been agreed between Iran and the US. There are talks scheduled to take place in Pakistan over the weekend, but Iran has said they will only take place if that ceasefire also applies to Lebanon. Has Iran won the war? Douglas Alexander.
Well, as we speak, Vice President J.D. Vance is on his way to Islamabad. We all have to hope that this is the point at which the 40 days of conflict give way to 2 weeks of diplomacy, but frankly, nobody knows. We're in a position where the parties are still pretty far apart. You've got the Iranians who have produced their own 10-point plan. The Americans have produced their own 15-point plan. If you compare those plans, they're about as far apart as the Straits of Hormuz, and that's 21 miles wide. So if we need inspiration, we should perhaps remember that it was exactly 27 years ago today that the Good Friday Agreement was signed. That is the evidence.
that with goodwill and determination you can leave behind troubled conflict. But the reality is there is a huge equity for all of us in these talks succeeding. The Pakistani government and others deserve a lot of credit for bringing the parties together. All of us want to see not just the Straits of Hormuz reopened, that accounts for about 20% of global oil supplies, but it involves delivering fertilizer to Africa, it delivers oil to Asia, and it is critical to international maritime law. So we have a huge interest here at home, not just in terms of peace and stability, but also in terms of the impact on our own economy. So, truthfully, none of us can be certain what happens when JD Vance arrives in Islamabad, but all of us should have an interest and a determination to try and see diplomacy take the place of the conflict we've seen over the last 40 days.
Can you tell why that conflict took place in the first place?
Well, it's not Britain's war, and we were very clear at the outset that we disagreed fundamentally with the approach that was taken. We don't want to be and haven't been drawn into the offensive action or the wider conflict in Iran. We have taken actions to protect UK citizens in the Gulf and indeed to support our allies in the Gulf. But it's for the Americans to account for the action that they've taken, and indeed along with the Israelis. And incidentally, the other point I would make strongly in relation to these talks in Islamabad is that we want Lebanon to be part of the peace process, and we want to make sure that the very temporary ceasefire that is not yet even fully being adhered to between the United States and Iran is actually extended to Israel in relation to Lebanon. The reality is we don't have peace at the moment, we simply have a pause, but that pause opens the door for diplomacy. We need a ceasefire in relation to Lebanon, we need diplomacy to take the place of conflict, and we need to be ensuring that we do whatever we can to support that process.
I actually think that the only person who's won anything in this conflict is Vladimir Putin, because he's been able to ensure that there's money flowing back into the Russian economy to help fund his destructive war in Europe against the very brave and noble Ukrainian people who continue to defend their territory. I think the biggest loser has been, unfortunately, the credibility of the United States of America because of the illegal actions of their current president, a man who saw fit to bomb a nation to such extent that oil was raining from the skies, sewers were exploding, and little children were blown up in their primary schools. And the damage that does to Western credibility and diplomacy, and the threat that it poses to NATO and its significance in the world is absolutely enormous. Where I would take issue with Douglas is his assertion that the UK is not involved. The UK is involved, whether it likes it or not, because US bombers are utilising UK bases to take part in what they describe and they determine as defensive action. And I don't know about anyone in this audience right now, but I don't feel very confident that Pete Hegseth, JD Vance, nor Donald Trump can differentiate between offensive and defensive action in the same way that we can.
Have you set parameters for the US?
Stephen, this issue is much bigger and much more fundamentally serious than partisan politics. The reality is, it is a matter of record that the Prime Minister took a very different and very publicly different view from the President of the United States. In relation to Diego Garcia and Fairford, the two air bases, we have sought and continued to receive specific assurances from the United States that the only action that is taking place from those bases are defensive actions. And I think it will behoove you to try and score 2 points on an issue where fundamental norms are at risk, and all of us recognise the seriousness of the issues.
Okay, Stephen,
Douglas, it's simply a statement of fact. And look, if you want to believe what Pete Hegseth, JD Vance and Donald Trump are telling you, then that's on you. That's on nobody else.
Gillian Mackay.
ultimately, we need to stop the death that is happening to innocent civilians in Iran, and we need to stand up to what is a hostile US government on the global stage. We should all be, at the moment, standing up for peace across the region, across the world. There are other conflicts happening in other places that absolutely need resolved as well. I hope the ceasefire holds for as long as possible. There are clearly people who are injured, who are lacking basic sanitation and food at the moment, that need to be able to have time to sort that. But any use of air bases, whether that is the UK's or actually the US military de facto using Prestwick as well, has to be stopped. Because it will only be after one of these actions is taken as an offensive action that we will find out and then have to be sorry about that as a result. And I don't think it's good enough to rely on the goodwill of a rogue president who has taken illegal action after illegal action, willing to bomb civilians to get his point across, that we're going to take him on his word that he's not going to do anything that we wouldn't want him to do with our infrastructure.
Clearly, this ceasefire is welcome, but how sustainable it is, I think we will all have to see in the coming hours, days, and weeks, and whether or not the Americans feel they have met their outcomes and objectives of the actions they've taken. If it has done one thing, I think all of us will need to reflect on this. It has demonstrated just how vulnerable our supply chains are. And a couple of hustings I've actually had this week talking to food industry are already pointing towards a 10% increase this will have come Christmas. And we need to really be aware of that, and where we are now putting ourselves into a position where our energy security is being compromised. And this election, I think this will become a significant issue for people in Scotland.
Well, hold that thought, because we might come onto it. But just coming back to the central point of this question, you mentioned there that you hope the ceasefire holds, but the question is whether America's met its objectives. Are you clear what those objectives were?
So clearly regime change was at the heart of this at the beginning. Now, whether or not they feel the actions they've taken has, produced that, and whether or not the people who are now involved at the table are people they will feel they can do business with, we will have to see. But I would be concerned going forward what we see is not sustainable currently.
But Miles, do you accept that in retrospect, Kemi Badenoch's position of supporting the United States before it was even clear what those objectives were, or indeed if those objectives were regime change, was actually a blunder and a misstep? We can't be in a position where we should be outsourcing our foreign policy to another country, right or wrong. Do you accept that on probably the biggest single call of this Parliament, she and Nigel Farage jumped too soon and made the wrong call?
All right, Miles Briggs?
No, I don't. And I think you've already touched upon this, Douglas, because our bases in Cyprus and Diego Garcia have been attacked by Iran. So, we need to actually step up and look towards where we were calling on Keir Starmer to protect British interests by deploying military assets to the region. And that's not the same thing as participating in strikes in Iran. It's protecting our troops who are in these areas.
Stephen Flynn?
I think we're going to have an agreement between myself and Douglas very early on. We'll find out. But Kemi and Badenoch did call for us to get heavily involved straight away, as did Nigel Farage, as indeed Kemi Badenoch made the wrong call on Greenland when she sought to be submissive to President Trump when the rest of Europe was saying don't be daft. But Miles was right to bring up the UK's defensive capabilities, because I think all of us have seen firsthand that the UK's military is in a terrible state. And I've got a list of warships in front of me, whether that's the Queen Elizabeth, the Iron Duke, HMS Kent, HMS Somerset, HMS Richmond, HMS Lyme Bay, none of whom are in operation. And then we look at HMS Dragon, which took weeks to get to a point to defend troops from these isles, including, of course, people from Scotland. And now it's out of commission again. What a shameful state of affairs. And maybe Scotland should be defending itself in future.
Stephen, you literally want to abolish the Royal Navy and to unilaterally nuclear disarm at the same time as we've seen only this week by the declassification of advice received by John Healey that the Russians are seeking to track and map undersea cables off Scotland. The reality is our nuclear deterrent and our Royal Navy keeps us safer, and you would have Vladimir Putin, frankly, cheering in Moscow if you were ever to prevail on your central idea of breaking up the United Kingdom.
Douglas, I've just read out a list of the UK's Navy vessels that can't operate right now, and in fact, the UK had to rely upon a German naval ship to fulfil its own NATO commitments. But if he wants to talk about the UK's nuclear deterrent, it is, of course, a Labour MP who's been in the headlines lately, and they've had to change security and increase security at Faslane as a result of the actions of a Labour MP, not a Scottish National Party MP, but a Labour MP, and I'm sure Douglas can provide us with a little bit of additional clarity around her behaviours.
In relation to NATO, it is inherent in being part of an alliance that involves...
So you rely on someone else entirely.
32 different countries, and has kept us safe for 77 years, that we work collectively to uphold our security. I think it is a matter of pride that we are working with the Germans, with the Norwegians, with a range of other countries in the high north where we're being challenged by the Russians. The fact is, your party wouldn't even put support behind training welders in Glasgow so that we can have the ships that you're complaining are not operational.
Okay,
why didn't we support the welding centre?
Douglas, I hate to go back to this, but you're saying that you're comfortable with the fact that the UK are having to rely upon someone else in order to meet its own NATO commitments, because the things that you're in control of through UK defence policy are all sitting in dry dock, and every one of them that I've listed there isn't working. That's
It is the nature of NATO that we rely on each other.
Okay.
That's why your party has only recently come to a position of supporting NATO, but still don't understand it's a nuclear alliance.
Well, hold that thought. Hang on. Hold that thought, because we might be exploring it, but I just want to offer a bit of clarity, because you referenced the Labour MP.
Yes.
Some people might know who you're referring to, so for the sake of clarity, I should spell out what the situation is. It's the Labour MP, Joni Reid, who has suspended herself from the Labour Party. Now, that followed the fact her husband was arrested on allegations that he was spying for China. She has said that she has not been under investigation by the police. She has done nothing wrong, but while those investigations are being carried out, she's stepped back from the Labour Party.
Yeah, but there's a little bit more to it than that in terms of her liaisons, as I understand from the newspapers, in respect of two of the captains of our nuclear
Let me give
fleet.
you the clarity around that.
Yes,
Again,
please.
just because Joni Reid isn't on the panel to defend herself, so I'm sure you'd all want me to do the same if somebody made such suggestions about you. It was reported that a senior naval officer that was investigated last year over allegations of an inappropriate relationship with Joni Reid. It's understood the naval officer commanded a nuclear-armed submarine based at Faslane. A Royal Navy spokesperson said the security of the nuclear deterrent's our highest priority. We have robust processes in place to protect the security of our people and capabilities. We will not comment on individual cases. The BBC did approach Joni Reid for comment. Let's go on with the substance of this discussion by moving on to question 2, which comes from David Land.
Has NATO got a future?
We've touched upon it. Let's pick it up. Has NATO got a future? Gillian McCann.
So as a party, we don't believe that a first strike nuclear deterrent should be the option that any country wants. No country in the world would want it used on themselves. So why we have one to even countenance using it on other people, I think is awful. What we could do with the money to replace Trident, the number of children we could lift out of poverty with it, I think would make a massive difference across the country. And actually, I'd like to see diplomacy and those sorts of engagements with other countries take much more of a precedent on the world stage, rather than having to have something just in case someone else decides to use theirs.
Is it just in case when it comes to NATO, though? Because if you look, for example, at Russian aggression in Ukraine, the global instability that the UK and other countries are facing at the moment, do you not think there is a value in having an alliance?
Alarm. Naharia. Sa'ar.
Alliance, for example.
I think the value in that alliance has been massively undermined by the work of Donald Trump in recent months across the world. He's gone after NATO
Shaveh Zion.
in different countries, both in terms of trying to, for example,
Miluot Industrial Zone North. Limal. Matsuba. Betzet. Shlomi. Gesher Haziv. Rosh Hanikra. Betzet Beach.
other countries. I'd like to see us working closely on a diplomatic level with other European countries, but that first strike deterrent does not have to be a part of that.
Has NATO got a future?
חברון, בן עמי.
to really understand NATO needs to take the lead on. Thinking about countries like Finland and Poland, they are now on a war footing. Let's face it, they are investing in protecting their borders against the aggression which we are seeing from Russia. So clearly we need to look towards NATO taking the lead, and where we can strengthen that. Politicians like Donald Trump will come and go, but we need to make sure NATO is sustainable for our future security. And I think that's something we don't need to look for divisions on this panel alone. We need to actually make sure that that's something we should all be agreeing on. I think it's disappointing that we've seen Ukraine step down the energy agenda, let's face it. That is a war which people are still fighting against Russian aggression, and we need to make sure that we continue to provide the support they need, but NATO also take that lead in making sure that that country keeps its independence.
Stephen Flynn.
NATO is essential for so many reasons, and many of the operations which they undertake obviously includes much of Scotland's geographical boundaries, particularly in the high north, and we know through the likes of the JEF that there's some sterling work going on with our partners within NATO and across Europe. And
Expeditionary forces.
Sorry. When I look at some NATO members like Finland, Miles has rightly highlighted there, and of course they share a border with Russia. They have defence as part of everything that they do as a population. They don't have nuclear weapons, but they invest very heavily in their domestic security. I think that's a blueprint for where Scotland could and perhaps should be. But because of the fact that Donald Trump is seeking to proactively undermine NATO for a variety of reasons, I think it reaffirms in my mind just how important European solidarity is, how stupid it was to leave the European Union was, and how utterly ridiculous it was that the current Labour government had the opportunity to bid into EU defence contracts last year and chose not to do so. They chose not to do so, and I'm sure Douglas can explain why.
Douglas Alexander?
Well, incidentally, if you're a big fan of unions, I don't know why you think it's such a good idea to leave the United Kingdom, a 300-year-old union. But consistency has never been the hallmark of SNP defence policy. But let's try and elevate the debate and take a different perspective. The reality is a lot of smart people after the end of the Cold War thought that we were witnessing the end of history. It was Mark Carney just a couple of months back at Davos who talked about a rupture in the world order. And that's not just because we've witnessed a global pandemic or the war in Ukraine that's already been referenced, and now war, tragically, in the Middle East. It's that in a world where we're witnessing China's rise, where we have unequivocally witnessed Russia's return to Europe, and a lurching unpredictability in US foreign policy, we need NATO, because we're in a much less forgiving and much more demanding world than we've experienced either during the Cold War or certainly since the Cold War. Over the last 77 years, what we have seen in NATO is probably the strongest defence alliance anywhere in the world. We are being heavily criticised at the moment by the US President for NATO not being engaged and involved in the actions in the Middle East, but that is to misunderstand the character of what is an essentially defensive alliance. That is why our commitment as a government to NATO is unshakable. It was founded under a Labour government after 1945, and we do therefore unequivocally believe it is the foundation stone on which British defence will be built in the future. It's fine for Stephen to talk about his support for NATO, but let's remember NATO is a nuclear alliance, and his party supports unilateral nuclear disarmament. The reality is we don't get to choose the circumstances in which we're called to govern and keep the country safe. The reality is NATO helps keep this country safe, and that's why we continue to support it.
Douglas, given you've just sought to give us all a very eloquent history lesson on
Alarm.
NATO, you would
You're
be
on.
wise to note that numerous NATO members don't have nuclear weapons. Indeed, the one I just referenced, Finland, who have a border with Russia. So it's not a prerequisite. As you know, it is not a prerequisite. What I want to know is why did you not seek to access EU defence funds?
Okay,
so it doesn't make sense.
Do you accept that an independent Scotland, were that to happen, would shelter under a US nuclear umbrella as part of NATO? Do you accept that?
Douglas, I understand the premise of NATO in the same way that you do. But what I want to know is why, through the EU defence procurement last year, you chose not to take part in that.
Let's just on that for a bit of explanation. So, as I understood it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Douglas, but there were some preliminary negotiations, but ultimately the UK couldn't work it out with the EU, so it didn't sign up to what it has.
One of the things that Stephen doesn't seem to understand is even after Brexit, there are politics on both sides of the channel. So the fact is we have to find what's in the best interest both of the United Kingdom and of the European Union. But frankly, after a government and, if you like, a clown show of a decade where we saw the devastation of trust between the United Kingdom and Europe, it's a matter of pride to me that within days of Labour being elected in July 2024, we saw at Blenheim Palace a serious Prime Minister starting the serious work of re-engaging with Europe. We've had the first UK-EU summit. We've already signed a trade deal with Europe. We have been clear and unequivocal, the Prime Minister was when he was in the Gulf this week, that we see strengthening and deepening our relationship with Europe as fundamental to the United Kingdom. I believe in unions. That's the difference between me and Stephen.
Have your say. Any answers? 03700 100 444 is the number you need. Lines open at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. Anita Arland is in the chair this week, and I know she'd love to hear your thoughts. We move on to our next. It comes from Alison MacDonald.
Is there a case for allowing development of new oil and gas fields in Scottish waters, given the current instabilities?
Alison, thank you for your question. Lots of discussion about this, particularly in light of the spike that we've seen in energy prices in the wake of the Iran war. Is there a case for allowing development of new oil and gas fields in Scottish waters? Miles Briggs, is there?
Absolutely, and like we've just been talking about, we need to understand that we are not in a situation where we can not go ahead with actually more exploration in the North Sea, and also the opportunities we are missing out. I don't think anybody over the past few weeks think that we should be reliant on our supply of oil and gas, and all that means from dictatorships around the world. Now, there are 1,000 jobs being lost currently in the sector every single month, and that's why we need to see both the UK Labour government and the SNP Scottish government change their tune on this and look towards supporting new licences. I just don't think that when you look at the cost of shipping oil from different parts of the world, why we wouldn't actually drill our own oil. And that's something I think increasingly the First Minister has started to say he's also looking at this afresh. I also think we need to talk about our nuclear industry as well, not far from where we're sitting, Torness Power Station sits. Now, a country like Scotland should have 2 small-scale nuclear reactors. We don't because of SNP policy not to support them. And I think this election is an opportunity for them, hopefully, to revisit that policy as well. And we start to look towards energy security, not just here in Scotland, but across the UK.
Julian McLean. So I don't think we should be opening any new oil and gas fields in the North Sea. It's very clear they are not compatible with the climate crisis that we're facing, and they actually wouldn't do anything to lower people's bills. This is a globally traded commodity by global companies on a global market. The price of a barrel of oil, whether it's taken out the North Sea or anywhere else, is the price of a barrel of oil. It's not going to make any difference. We do need to see in the short term, while this acute pressure is going on, support for people who are struggling on top of a cost of living crisis that's already biting really hard for families. Those, particularly in remote and rural areas who are off mains gas, the price of filling up an oil tank has doubled in some places, making sure there's support for them. Folk who are choosing between heating and eating obviously need support as well, and it's up to both governments to do that. But what I think we should actually see is getting the electricity price decoupled from the price of gas in particular, to make sure that we can insulate our fuel prices and how we heat our homes from these global shocks, and actually really invest
in renewables, making sure that we can make that fair. I grew up in Grangemouth. We've seen what happens when an unjust transition happens. People lose their jobs. I was devastated when family, friends and folk I've known since I was tiny lost their jobs there. We need to do that proper transitioning that doesn't rely on these global companies to do that for us. Make sure we invest in those renewables, that pipeline right along the piece, and make sure that we can really lower people's bills for the long term.
Gillian, you've been in government as a party with the SNP, and that just transition hasn't come about. So you're saying you feel sympathy for people. Where's that work been? Because the tap's been turned off thanks to you being in government with the SNP as well.
Taps have not been turned off, and I think in the recent history of Scotland, let me finish, Miles. In the recent history of Scotland, we've been in government for 2 years. This just transition planning should have been happening when I was in primary school, not now when we're in government. This needs to happen at pace so we don't see any more jobs lost and make sure that we have those good jobs for the future.
I just wondered, Gillian, if you're talking about there the transition towards renewables, I just wonder what you would say to people that say, while that transition is going on, oil and gas will remain part of the mix, so why not exploit the resources that we currently have, rather than, for example, the carbon cost of shipping in liquefied natural gas?
So those resources in the North Sea are getting more and more difficult to get to. They're getting more cost intensive to get to, and ultimately it's still in the hands of these global companies that are setting the price and trading it on that global market. What I'd like to see is investment in Scottish startups, local businesses, put money into them for those long-term jobs, return it into those local economies, and make sure that this energy really benefits Scotland, rather than these global companies who are just paying money to shareholders.
There was a report out on Friday from the Tony Blair Institute which suggested that the 2 new oil and gas fields, Jackdaw and Rosebank, should be given a go-ahead. Douglas Alexander, is he right?
I've got a different Prime Minister these days. He's called Keir Starmer rather than Tony Blair. The reality is, if you look at the oil price this morning for a barrel of North Sea oil, for immediate sale, it was trading at about $147 a barrel. That's the highest it's been since the eve of the financial crisis in 2008. So we have to consider this question in terms of what action should be taken in the immediate term and what action should be taken in the longer term. In the immediate term, we need to do everything we can to mitigate the crisis, because about 20% of global supplies are stuck at the moment because the Straits of Hormuz are not open. That's why the Prime Minister was in the Gulf, and why, as we've discussed already, there is such a focus globally on what happens in Pakistan over the coming days. It's also why here in Scotland, Anas Sarwar launched a package yesterday, actually in East Lothian, making the case that in the first 100 days of a Scottish Labour government, he would commit £100 million worth of package to immediate support for families with energy costs. But we're also going to have to engage over the longer term in terms of what happens once we mitigate the immediate effects of this crisis. It is why, for example, oil and gas are going to be an absolutely central part of the energy mix, not just for Scotland but for the UK for decades to come. It's worth recognising, however, though, the reality of the geology. It is a mature basin. About 95% of the productive oil has already been extracted. We've been a net importer since 2003. And in that sense, peak oil production was 20 years ago in Scotland. It is a mature basin facing particular challenges. There are key decisions that are upcoming for the UK government, particularly for the Climate Secretary, in relation to Rosebank and Jackdaw. And that is because, frankly, the last government made such a mess of that licensing procedure that a Scottish court made a decision under judicial review that those decisions had to be revisited, and that's why that decision is heading towards the desk of the Secretary of State. But to pick up Niall's point, as well as heavily investing in renewables, which we're already doing, as well as investing in carbon capture and storage, I personally think a critical part of the energy mix for Scotland going forward should be civil nuclear power. Just a few miles from here, we have the Torres nuclear power station that has delivered baseload capability for Scotland for many decades. It provides really well-paid, good unionised jobs in East Lothian where I represent. Its sister station is in Hartlepool. It has just had a major infusion of cash coming as a result of the willingness of people to invest in the future of nuclear power. And yet here in Scotland, effectively, we're shut for business because of the anti-science dogmatic opposition of the SNP. So my challenge to Stephen is, at what point are you going to accept nuclear power is a carbon-free energy source that can serve Scotland well and stop the anti-science dogmatic ban on nuclear power that's been a hallmark of SNP policy for the last 20 years?
Yeah, look,
Stephen Flynn.
I will come back to that, but allow me to answer the question. So I do think that's important. Energy security is national security, ultimately. And at the moment, we live, all of us, in a nation which, believe it or not, produces more energy than we consume. A lot more energy than we consume. Whether that's through oil and gas fields or whether that's through the renewables industry, which the SNP Scottish Government has allowed to grow and expand massively in Scotland, whether that's through onshore wind or the burgeoning, floating and indeed fixed bottom offshore wind industry. And when I think of that and I realise and reflect upon the fact that Scotland produces more energy than it consumes, I get a little bit angry about the fact that each and every one of you and each and every person listening at home to this show, and indeed everyone far beyond, is suffering unnecessarily under extortionate energy bills. And that's happened under the watch of the Westminster Parliament. Our energy resources, £300 billion worth which has flows to the Treasury and far beyond, have been absolutely wasted in comparison to the likes of Norway, and we cannot allow that to happen again with our renewables potential. And this is quite personal for me, because in Aberdeen there is, as Miles said, across the industry, about 1,000 people a month losing their jobs in the oil and gas sector, because we've proactively chosen to accelerate the decline of the North Sea, which means outsourcing jobs, it means outsourcing investment, it means outsourcing energy security, and of course it means outsourcing your climate responsibilities, because liquefied natural gas is worse for the environment than gas in Scotland itself. So if we can get to a position where the climate compatibility checks that Douglas had rightly referred to, which were messed up by the Conservatives, which is why the Finch ruling on Scope 3 emissions was required, then the UK government will inevitably make a decision in respect of Rosebank and Jackdaw.
So, Steve is very comfortable talking about Westminster, but closer to home, let's look at our Scottish Government record on this. The SNP sold the ScotWind contracts for a fraction of what they are worth. We should have been making more money out of these contracts for our public services, for tackling fuel poverty in this country. But SNP ministers completely negligently sold these contracts off, and we've lost billions of pounds because of that. But I think there's a really important question. Maybe this election gives us an opportunity, and Stephen, if he is lucky enough to serve in the Scottish Parliament, probably can take this to his boss John Swinney, is why, if he is now talking about potentially allowing the drilling of oil to take place in other fields, why is he not looking again at the opportunity for us to have small-scale reactors in Scotland? The jobs, the growth, the apprenticeships that can bring to our country.
Even on that point, because it's been put to you twice now.
Yeah, no, of course. Look, when I look at nuclear projects, is it Hunters? No, it's Sizewell C, isn't it? That's now up at £45 billion. I think it's being built primarily by the French. Is there some Chinese equipment in there? I'm not entirely sure if we're in favour or against Chinese, whether it's nuclear or renewables. I forgot. But £45 billion for a single plant, when Scotland's already sufficient in its energy resources. I would prefer that money was spent on the Scottish people and their everyday lives and domestic infrastructure, rather than spending it on those types of projects, personally.
So I saw, Stephen, that you studiously avoided answering the question that Miles asked you in relation to small modular reactors. The site at Torness is 2.5 times the size of the existing station.
Alarm.
The owners EDF
Safed
are very
City.
keen to see small modular reactors brought onto the site. It will bring jobs, prosperity and guaranteed baseload capacity for Scotland. And yet the only reason that we're not benefiting from it, as we will see in North Wales, as we will see in England, is because of the SNP's opposition. Explain to us again, what's your opposition to the new technology of small modular reactors?
So I've explained my opposition to nuclear, but what you need to explain is why you're in favour of that. But yet there's a decision made in terms of Mingyang at Ardis here, which would have created 1,500 jobs, billions of pounds
Meron,
for the Scottish
Biria,
economy to tap
Merom
into the
Galil,
offshore
Regional Center,
renewable sector. When your
Bar
government
Yochai,
have said that you will
Hadita,
not allow
Or
us to go
Haganuz,
ahead, decimating
Jish,
our
Gush
10,000
Harav,
today for
Dalton,
Scotland to have a
Ramat
manufacturing
Dalton
base
Industrial
on the
Zone.
basis of national security, when you've allowed Chinese infrastructure in your nuclear projects, China to have a base in the heart of London and Chinese cars to drive around every single city in the UK. It's because it's in Scotland, isn't it?
No.
Because
there's no doubt to which you won't stoop, Stephen, in saying it's because it's in Scotland. The reality is the national security we speak about is the national security of the United Kingdom. You may not believe in the United Kingdom, but when we had a vote on it, 55% of us decided our best future was to be part of the United Kingdom, and we take our security seriously.
Okay.
These decisions are made on a case-by-case basis, as you would rightly expect. It is a difficult and dangerous world out there, and it demands grown-up politics.
Thank you all very much. Have your say. 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. But a reminder, you're currently listening to Any Questions on BBC Radio 4 with Douglas Alexander from the Labour Party, Miles Briggs from the Conservatives, Stephen Flynn from the Scottish National Party, and Gillian Mackay from the Scottish Green Party. And you might have guessed it from the nature of the debate, but we're currently in the middle of elections here in Scotland and elsewhere in the UK. And over the course of the next few weeks, we are having representatives from all of the parties on this programme, including the Liberal Democrats and Reform UK. Right, we move on to our next. It comes from Robert Charlton. Robert, hi.
Why is the welfare bill so big?
Miles Briggs.
So we have seen in Scotland the creation of a number of different benefits. We've also seen a new creation of an agency to administer that, and the costs have spiralled out of control under the SNP's watch. I actually sat on the Social Justice, Social Security Committee of the Parliament in the last session, and have been concerned at the growing cost of our welfare bill. We are now projected as a nation to be spending £5 billion more on welfare. Now, that's why at this election we've been quite clear that we need to get that under control. We need to look towards how we can make this affordable for all of us in this country. Now, it is quite clear that SNP ministers haven't looked towards that long-term sustainability of our welfare system, and that's something each and every one of us will have to pay for. And the next Parliament needs to get serious about this. We've been warning over the last 5 years, ministers, that this is going to become one of the biggest issues, and we've not heard from anyone in the SNP. What will be cut? Will it be our NHS budgets? Will it be education to pay for this? But it is coming down the line quickly, and this election, this needs to be a big issue for people.
And one of the things that the Scottish Conservatives are proposing is to limit the Scottish child payment to 2 children. Now, that Scottish child payment is credited for bringing down levels of child poverty in Scotland. Would you be prepared to put that at risk?
So we're clear about fairness, and I think that's where we have to look towards policies like that to actually bring down the cost of delivering this welfare system. Ministers can bring in different policies. I think there's a number of policies I've supported in Parliament which can make a difference, but you cannot have a welfare system which is unsustainable, which we just keep adding costs to. Scottish Parliament has a fixed budget. The Scottish Government are going to have to be honest about what will be cut if we're going to continue to have this level of welfare spend in our country. And we just haven't heard that from James Swinney. And we need that honesty, because otherwise our country will be in even further financial problems.
And Stephen Flynn, the Fraser of Allender Institute, did say the outlook for spending is tight. Do you accept the point from Miles that there are going to have to be difficult decisions?
I think the only cut that's going to happen is the number of Tories are getting returned to the Scottish Parliament after the election, Miles, I hate to say. Look, when Miles is talking about welfare in that context, he is talking about the likes of the Scottish child payment, which has, as is rightly been highlighted, led to child poverty in Scotland falling faster than anywhere else on these isles. And that benefit does not exist anywhere else on these isles. It was put in place by the SNP Scottish Government because we believe it is a down payment on the next generation to come to have the same opportunities in life as everyone else. And you know what? I'm proud of the fact that I'm part of a party who believes in Scotland's future and will make sure that our young people aren't growing up in poverty.
I should just say on that, despite the fact that it is credited for bringing child poverty levels down, the Scottish Government is still on course to miss its own targets on child poverty. But just back to the central point of the question.
There's a fundamental reason for that, which I think is very important to discuss, and that's because of the state of the economy. Because I don't know if anyone's noticed, but the UK economy has been in an absolute mess for pretty much my entire adult life, whether that was austerity with these guys, whether that was leaving the European Union with the Conservatives as well, or whether that's the chaos that we've seen from the Labour Party over the course of the last 2 years. So there's factors well out of the control of the Scottish
I wonder if you do accept the responsibility of the Scottish Government and the choices it has made, because you might defend them, but it has made a choice to spend more on welfare.
And I've outlined exactly why we've done that, because we believe in making a down payment on the future of the people of Scotland, and that's incredibly valuable to me.
Gillian Mackay, do you think that the welfare bill should come down?
So I think what we have to look at is actually how it supports people. The number of people, and the Tories have said this an awful lot, about getting people back into work. The vast majority of people who are being supported by the social security system are in work. Work is not paying to support people at this point. So that's what we should be focusing on, is actually how we make sure that work pays people to be able to live. The Scottish Rail payment has been a huge step forward in tackling child poverty. We supported the uprating of that as well. We need to look at it in terms of how that system is humane and make sure that it does support people at a time when we've seen the UK government going after disabled people and other groups as well to try and bring those benefits down. And in talking about how we fund that, the top 2% of people in Scotland still hold more wealth than 50% of the rest of the population. It's not like there's not money around to be able to then redistribute to those who really need it. But ultimately what we have to do is make sure that work pays, that there is a humane system that people can rely on to support them when they need it, and that it does support those who need it the most, and especially children and young people.
Just briefly, because we haven't got a huge amount of time, but I suppose it's this same question. I mean, do you see this through the prism of the size of the welfare bill or not? And you might argue not. You might say, I don't mind how high the welfare bill is if it's doing what you want it to do. Is that your position? Or do you accept that in a system of constrained public finances, you have to make choices around that?
I think it needs to support people properly, but I come back to the point that work isn't paying people what they need to live at the moment. There's a massive cost of living crisis. Governments could step in other ways to do that, but it's through the benefits and welfare system at the moment that a lot of that support is coming. I think we should be putting pressure through our fair work strategies and how we give out government contracts to make sure that good living standards and good wages are a conditionality of those contracts that we're handing out to make sure that money's going back into the system properly.
Okay. Douglas Alexander, of course, the Westminster government did attempt to reform the welfare system. It didn't go so well.
Yeah, no, and there were lessons that need to be learned from that. But let's start with some of the fundamentals. When we inherited our economy in July 2024, it was a low-growth, high-inequality economy, and we recognised the challenge of addressing both the level of growth and the level of inequality that still scars the United Kingdom today. Often when people talk about the welfare bill, they ignore the fact that a significant portion of that is support for pensioners. And actually, what we've seen over recent decades is the relative position of in-work poverty compared with pensioner poverty shifting significantly. So actually, we do have a huge and continuing challenge with in-work poverty. Now, in relation to that, one of the other challenges that we face is not just the demographic challenge of an ageing population, but a challenge we inherited after the pandemic, which is a very significant uplift, particularly amongst young people who are into sickness benefit rather than unemployment benefit. A large portion of those in relation to mental health rather than physical health. That makes us an outlier amongst the G7 economies, and there's not much evidence that we have a significantly sicker population, but we do have a significant challenge, therefore, in relation to the welfare bill. So I will not apologise for the fact that we need a social security system in this country that is there when any of us need it, now and in the future. But there is a challenge in relation to reform. That's what Pat McFadden, the Working Pension Secretary, is focused on at the moment. Because when we think about our own kids, none of us would want them living a life on welfare if they had the opportunity to be able to be contributing meaningfully through paid employment throughout their lives.
And to be clear, because this was the essence of Robert's question, was about the welfare bill, is it still the UK government's position that you want to bring the welfare bill down?
That has to be judged depending on the circumstances, not just of the population, but also of the economy. If we get the economy growing, then our ability to support people in need goes up, not down. The fact is, for the decade preceding the financial crisis, we were growing at about 2 to 2.5%. Since then, we've struggled to achieve 1% growth over the last 15 years.
And the growth forecast has just been downgraded
the distributional
this year.
choices between do you spend money on pensions or on child benefit or on defence or on all the issues we've been talking about a whole lot harder, which is why the overriding priority of the government is to focus on getting the trend rate of growth up in the British economy.
Stephen Flynn?
Yeah, look, I've obviously sat in Westminster and watched the UK government attempt to try to do things differently by taking money away, the Labour government that is, take money away from pensioners with the winter fuel payment cut, which they U-turned on. I then watched them try to reform, in inverted commas, the welfare state by saying to people who need help to go to the toilet that they need to get back into work, and of course they U-turned on that as well. So I'm not really sure what Douglas's position on, but I can tell you for certain he will U-turn on it in the next few months.
So Stephen, let me reply to you. First of all, there are 10,000 kids in Scotland today who don't have a place to call home. So in relation to child poverty, sort out the housing emergency. Secondly, it was the First Minister, John Swinney, who marked down working class kids during the pandemic. And thirdly, your government asked to be judged on closing the educational attainment gap. Education being the route out of poverty.
All right, we're nearly out of time, so I must get Steve to come back on those points.
Yes, and you know what it is. And you know for a fact, Douglas, that there's been more homes built in Scotland under the SNP than anywhere else per head of population on these isles. We know that Scotland is the only place on these isles where our young people go to university and don't have to pay for tuition fees, unlike in England where they're under the burden of debt.
All right. Election anyone. And let me tell you, if you want to hear from all of the leaders of the party standing for election in Scotland, then you can do, because BBC Scotland is holding a leaders' election debate. It's going to be on Sunday night. You can watch it on BBC Scotland, but you can also catch it on BBC iPlayer. And if you want to have your say on anything we've discussed during the course of this programme, then the way to do that is by phoning Any Answers. Anita Arnand is in the chair. 03700 100 444 is the number that you need. Next week we will be in Sussex. The week after we will be in Cheshire. But from here in Edinburgh we are out of time, so it just leaves me to say thank you very much to our panel. Thank you very much to our audience. And of course, as ever, thank you at home for listening.
Any questions came from the parish church of St Cuthbert in Edinburgh. The presenter was Alex Forsyth. The producer was Gareth Nelson Davis. It's a BBC Audio Bristol production. And as Alex said, you can have your say now by ringing Any Answers on 03700 100 444. Anita Anand is here after a look ahead to this evening and an extraordinary cloak and dagger story which sent shockwaves through French politics.
Secret meetings, disappearing witnesses, and allegations of suitcases full of cash. You might know that Nicolas Sarkozy, former French president, went to jail, but you might not know the full drama. This is the story of Sarkozy's rise and demise, and how he went from the Élysée Palace to the notorious La Santé prison, and his quest for redemption and one final comeback. Join me, Tristan Redman, for the Sarkozy Affair, tonight at 8 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Now on Radio 4, here's Any Answers with Anita Arnand.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon. Welcome to Any Answers. So, Iranian and US negotiators are now in Pakistan. They are having negotiations, but tellingly in separate rooms, separate places, separate talks ahead of these peace negotiations. And already we're hearing that Iranian state TV is saying these talks, even these talks, could be cancelled if Tehran's conditions are not met. There are stumbling blocks between these two countries. But the question that was asked on the programme is simply this: has Iran won this war? Has it already won this war? What do you think? And what do you think about the beginnings of this conflict? And how has it reshaped global politics, in your view? 03700 100 444. What does it mean for us, for our security, for our food, for the cost of our fuel? Do you feel less safe than you did before? And in all of this, just tell me, when you look around the world, who are our real allies now? Does NATO even have a future? 03700 100 444. And let's zoom in on energy security in particular. Is it time to start drilling for oil in Scottish waters? We'd love to hear from you on that. 03700 100 444. And when it comes to welfare, which party has got it right, in your opinion? Are we paying too much for our welfare bill? Are we not paying enough for our welfare bill? And when you hear this being debated, I just wonder how it impacts on your life. 03700 100 444. You can text us on 84844. Let's start, though, with the big global picture and what is going on right now in those talks between Iran and the United States. J.D. Vance is shown on many pictures, on many news sites, shaking hands with the Pakistani Prime Minister. Where are they going to get to? And has Iran just already won? Christopher Hallgood is our first caller, calling us from Denmark. Where in Denmark? It's a big place. Christopher, where are you?
Northern suburbs of Copenhagen.
Okay, right. So tell me, from the northern suburbs of Copenhagen, what do you make of this? Has Iran won?
I believe that Iran has won diplomatically, although the United States and Israel are capable of bombing Iran to a pulp, which is what the Israelis would like to do. But I think that Iran has done, it is what's called asymmetric warfare, where Iran cannot beat United States and Israel militarily, but they can beat them as a result of how the diplomatic results.
I've got something here from Sarah Mulholland, who says, actually, forget about Iran and the United States. Putin is the beneficiary of this war. He's raking in the winnings of lifted sanctions for himself, diverted resources from Ukraine. However, I see innocent losers in this illegal war, not least the thousands of Iranian civilians who have been killed.
I think that's right.
Let's go to Brian Ratner, who's calling us from Halifax. Hi, Brian.
Oh, hello there.
Is it easy to say who's winning and losing in this?
I don't think it is at the moment. I think we need to wait to see what the outcome of the talks in Pakistan result in, and whether the ceasefire holds, and whether the conflict restarts. So I think it's too early to say who's winning and losing. I'm not sure that it's a simple answer to that question in any event, because I think in some respects each of the parties will claim some victories in some respects, and others and other victories in other spheres of the conflict. So it's not, I don't think it's a single answer you can give to that.
Okay, and tell me about your view on our positioning, the British government's positioning and all of this.
Well, yeah, the reason I kind of contacted was I think one of the panels at the start of the discussion made reference to this isn't our war, which is a line that our Prime Minister, Starmer, has said on many occasions. And I just don't think that is the case. Whether one supports the intervention, the war at this point or not, the reality is Iran poses a real significant threat to the West and to our country, and in a number of different ways. Firstly, with continued ambition to develop nuclear weapons, that's a very significant threat. Secondly, in the development of long-range missiles, and thirdly, in its promotion of terrorism in the West. And there's been reports of 20 terrorist threats failed in the last year alone.
Okay, you're saying it's clearly wrong, but if it was wrong, and the points are as obvious as you make out, surely it would have been good to ask first, wouldn't it? To have consulted NATO allies first, wouldn't it, before launching a bombing campaign?
Yeah, that's an absolutely fair point.
Without consult, then how can it be a war?
Because I think the narrative that our government should be promoting or presenting in relation to these events should incorporate real threat Iran poses. And yes, things could have played out in a different way, but the way given that they have played out this way, to almost sort of back off and in a very timid way to say we're only involved in this defensive. It doesn't seem to me to be presenting the correct picture to the public, and it allows the narrative that's perpetually many people say this is an illegal war. There's lots of people who have no knowledge of international law who make these claims. There is an argument that can be substantiated for an illegal war. I think it's about building up a robust defence of the concerns around Iran, and so that we, the public, are not so kind of intimidated by what's going on. If that's the right word. I think that as a public we need to be aware of the concerns and why this is an important issue, not to simply just say it's illegal, we shouldn't be involved, blah, 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 which is what the narrative that's around in much of the press and much of the representation on television and in the news.
That's your case, and the most powerful man in the world, arguably, Donald Trump, talks about bombing a civilization to annihilation.
No, it doesn't.
So then, but doesn't that matter?
That doesn't negate the reality that Iran presents a significant risk. And I'm not supporting Trump in the way he's intervened and the language he uses. But it doesn't. That doesn't. Regardless of that, Iran does still present a very real threat, and people need to understand that.
Okay. You've got
across in the news or the presentation.
You've made the point. Yeah, and you have very clearly, and I'm grateful. Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate it. This is from Robert Taylor in Nottingham. I'm lighting up on this. This has been the biggest foreign policy failure in my lifetime, and I'm 75 years of age. Iran has all the cards, says Robert. Jeffrey Wright says America's war was ill-advised and unnecessary, with no apparent vision of what would follow destruction of the regime. The Iranian people deserve better. John Thorpe from Clapton-on-Sea has just backfired on Trump, making him more unpopular. Iran has discovered a new weapon in oil blockades. The regime, meanwhile, remains unchanged. Another John saying now Iran can possibly charge shipping using the Strait of Hormuz, making billions, where previously they didn't. Americans just lost this war, and it was a war they never had started. Let's speak to Bryce Dalton, who's calling us from Ealing. Hi.
Hi. Fertilizer shipments were mentioned, and I think that we should be cognizant that the conflict is having a really brutal impact on living costs in poorer parts of the world than our own. So we're concerned about the cost of living being impacted here, but the situation is also actually exacerbating situations of literal starvation by blocking the shipments of fertilizer and exceptions to humanitarian aid. So we should be aware of people who are even more impacted than we are, in addition to obviously the pro-Iranian and Lebanese and other people in the region directly impacted by the fighting. I think that Trump will have kind of enlivened animus against the West. He's kind of assisting the theocratic regime of Iran in its assertions that willing to the West is a righteous mission. He's kind of showing some of the Iranian people that the West is or can be terrible.
You're talking about, sort of the civilian population who may not have been with the regime. The regime certainly always sung from the same hymn sheet for the rest of the army. I mean, they've always cried that loudly and proudly that, everything wrong is in the West. We are fighting an existential threat.
I'm very aware that the vast majority of the Iranian people are not at all supportive of their regime and have suffered horrendously because of them. But I think that if the Iranian regime want to convey to the population that they're right to hate the West, Trump will have helped the regime in doing that.
So can I just throw another thing back, because we had another caller just before you who was saying, actually we need to reframe the argument to present it honestly. So let me just reframe it in a way that he might approve of, which is you've just talked about the fertilizer situation having a much more profound effect on those who are on the borderline of starvation. You've talked about a regime that now has even greater reasons to convince their population to hate and commit acts of terror against us. And that includes the people sitting listening to us right now. In which cases, they're not a moral imperative to say, you know what, enough is enough. We've put up with this for long enough. You cannot have control of stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz. You cannot be driving people to the edge of starvation or causing, prices to spike and markets to crash. That cannot be in the hands of one regime.
Well, I would completely concur with that, but how we define morals becomes quite complicated. A little while ago, Trump said that he is only constrained by his own morality. And one of the big problems we have in the West right now is that the most powerful man has no actual morality. He has been trying again and again to convince us that he's somehow on the side of God and he's fighting this holy Christian war against Islam, but he's completely misunderstood Christianity and Jesus' message, which is not that some people are good and some people are bad, and we should just crush our enemies as he seems to think. It's been ridiculous seeing some of the stuff coming out of his administration. He's got such a absurd messiah complex. We should be aiming to want peace and to love our enemies, and not to just keep making conflict even worse. That's what Trump has been doing. So of course the Iranian regime is evil. Of course they should not have the power that they do over the Strait of Hormuz. But Trump is really not helping. He's making everything worse. Okay. He is essentially doing a similar thing to what the regime are doing.
Okay, all right, thank you. Maggie on the text says we should have stood shoulder to shoulder with the United States and the Iranian people. The Ayatollahs have waged war on us and its own people for decades. I think. Jenny says Trump's tenure will end fairly soon. Surely the American people will see the error in the vote, in voting and vote in someone more reasonable next time. Paul says currently there's only one who's winning, and thanks to Donald Trump, that's Putin. He's profiteering from the whole rising cost of oil. Jamila says Israel's aim is to destabilize surrounding countries so that it can expand. If Iran loses, the whole world loses. Can we talk? I mean, we talked about enemies, and our last caller was saying, look, take the Christian moral, turning the other cheek and showing love to your enemy. Can we talk about our friends? Who are our friends in the world right now? What's this showing us about who we can count on in the world, in a really unstable world right now? John Williams, calling from Manchester. Hi, John. I mean, you got any thoughts on this? Who do we count on?
Nobody at the moment. We're on our own. You've got Trump in America, you've got Russia, and you've got Palestine. Israel, sorry. And they've all got nuclear power. And in the last 2 or 3 years, they've slaughtered, murdered thousands and thousands of innocent people. So where do they say that if you've got that bomb that you can drop, you're safe, because no other country will attack you? Well, it's just stands on its head.
That was the whole process, mutual assured destruction. But, two countries would be stupid enough if they were armed to the teeth like that to launch, and they would cancel each other out. Okay, if not them, then who? Who do we count on? You say no one at all. How can you exist in the world without bombs? Without any kind of relationship?
You said Britain. We've no friends at the moment. We're not friendly, just friendly with Europe again. Right, a lot of countries, other countries in Europe don't like us. Trump in America, everybody thinks, well, America will look after us. But he's just told us that I don't think America in the future will look after us. I think we've got to start looking after ourselves with Europe, because that's the nearest ally. And unless we get them countries together, even Germany is building an army now. And they were told after the last war, for the last 20, 30 years, you cannot build an army. But they knew what's going to happen. Now, we've just sent a ship to either Keir Starmer said, oh, we'll have to send it just to save our face. Well, it didn't work, because Keir Starmer's not strong enough. He does all the economic things, like, giving children and morning breakfast. But he's putting his face out to that. Well, he's been flying around Europe and the world for the last 18 months. And what has he done? He went to China and he knocked 10p off about the whiskey. But just listen, unless we've got a strong person in charge of us, right, for the next 10 years, we're going to be at the bottom of the pile. Nobody's going to help us. But what's happening in Israel, and Palestine's been slaughtered. Israel only did that for themselves. They didn't do that to save the world. They did it for themselves. And Trump, he tried to help himself by taking Canada. Putin, all these people are the powerful.
But what you're saying, which is interesting, is that the world is full of unreliable, strong men, if I can put it that way, but we need a strong man too.
Exactly, and this man's not strong enough.
Doesn't your argument sort of prove the point that strong men are dangerous men more often than not?
No. I'm not saying the man in Israel is not a strong man. He's a coward. Because he's been dictated to by the Orthodox Jews. Right?
You're moving us on to a conversation we had a few weeks running, which is what's going on in Israel-Palestine. But we're talking about what's going on in Iran now. Look, I take your point. I'll throw that out there. Who are our friends? John says we have no friends, but what we need is a much stronger leader. He also says we need to get closer to Europe. If you want to have a call on this, on the future of NATO, can we exist without the United States, without NATO as we know it here and now? Does it even mean anything? 03700 100 444. Simon Ashford says neither Iran nor America has won. All that's happened is killing thousands of innocent people. Gillian says who's lost? The poor have lost what little they have. Who's won? The rich. They've just got richer. Georgia says, why are so many people unaware of the threat Iran is to the world? And Kay says, we should support America in trying to prevent Iran from attaining a nuclear bomb. That would be a threat to the world. Look, I'm very happy to return to this subject, but not often, normally we sort of get one topic that dominates, but we've got two today. So let's turn to the second, and we can always return back to Iran and NATO in a little while if you want to. We sort of go and we're carried like surfers on the volume and the waves of your calls. So, but energy. You want to talk about energy security in this country. Do we have it? Should we be looking now to drill more in Scottish waters to provide ourselves with more security, energy security? Anna Hughes is calling us from London. Hi, Anna.
Hi there.
Hi there. So, should we drill, baby, drill?
I would say no. It seems that the issue here is not where we're getting the oil, but how we should move away from oil. So it's not about bringing the UK into reopening those oil fields in the North Sea. It's about looking at how we avoid using oil in the first place. So we know it's terrible for the climate, terrible to burn oil, but it's also terrible for our energy security, as now is becoming clear. So these kind of crises bring into sharp relief how much our society is reliant on fossil fuels, so energy, as you said, and food and transport as well. So I'm the director of a charity called Flight Free UK that encourages people to travel without flying. And just to illustrate how that relates to what's going on now, if you wanted to go on holiday to, say, LA, which is a great holiday destination, it would take 500 barrels of oil to get the plane there. But if you choose to take a holiday in Europe, for example, by train, which is a great destination as well, it would take precisely 0 barrels of oil. So we're looking at how we can future-proof our entire lives. And it's not about drilling for more oil. It's about moving away from oil completely.
Okay.
That will solve so many things.
Yep. Okay, Anna, thank you very much. Henry Marston's been in touch on this from
Alarm.
Maybe increasing oil production
Ramot
away
Naftali.
from the Persian Gulf would help stabilise the oil market, but in short term, that has to be done by increasing production on existing oil fields. Any new oil field would take time to develop, probably years to develop. Anthony Powell on email says, with or without the North Sea, fossil fuel use is out of control and it's rising year on year. There's no transition to renewable energy other than some committed households and small communities.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Miluot Industrial Zone North. Liman. Betzet. Shlomi. Rosh Hanikra. Betzet Beach.
The country should be authorising the production of as much as its own oil and gas as it can extract. Rowan Adams on email, we shouldn't be burning any more fossil fuels. We
Alarm.
should not be getting any more.
Miluot Industrial Zone North. Liman. Betzet. Rosh Hanikra. Betzet Beach.
Moss is calling
Shlomi.
from Anglesey.
Hostile aircraft intrusion.
Hello, hi.
Matsuba.
Yes, I'm
Hanita.
in agreement with the
Gesher
last
Haziv.
speakers and that those who emailed you. I actually fought against wind turbines on Anglesey, which I don't believe should be producing energy for the amount of footprint they make, first of all on land and in sea, and the noise they make if you go near to them. However, I do totally support solar energy and the heat pump and batteries, which are now supporting solar power and heat pumps. When I first had solar panels on my house in 2012, I had a very good tariff, and I took, I think, £800 a year back from the grid. Now, I don't think you can do that, but to have a battery to store the heat from the sun, my bills will be practically nil when I move to my new house, which I'm planning to have all this installed.
How much did it cost you to make that transition, personally?
Well, if I was on a grant, it would cost me nothing, and there was a grant until March. I think that the government are reconsidering that, if they can possibly afford it with all the terrible expenses they have to foot at the moment, including welfare and wars, and my goodness, I think Keir Starmer's amazing how he manages to juggle all the things that are being thrown at him, and I totally support the way he's managing. I think he's extremely
Okay.
Avdon.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, there's many points on your discussion today that I would love to add to, but I'll try to keep to the point.
Manot.
What were you just saying? What did you ask?
Well, I was going to say, look, can we summarise you in no more oils? You don't believe that there's any need for any more oils or under any circumstances, right?
Particularly not the North Sea, when it won't be benefiting us anyway. It's going to shareholding companies that are going to make huge profits out of it. We won't get anything from it, according to one of your presenters.
Yeah, okay, but there are others who argue, look, it gets sold in the international market, which then there is a quid pro quo, and we get cheaper energy in return.
Well, in time, but not immediately, I'm certain.
Well, but also, what about those people who say, look, the transition is going to take more time as well, building more arrays of wind power, offshore, onshore, wherever, that also takes time.
Arab Alamsha.
It's pretty quick to put up. I think you can get on with that pretty hard. And it doesn't rely on sun. It relies, so we have a lot of light in the summer.
Alarm. Matsuba. Shlomi. Ya'ara. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Kabri.
Well, call us back when you get your first bill. You've reduced it by
Goran.
McInnes. It's calling us from Stornoway. Hello, Lachlan. I mean, it's a beautiful part of the world, but I'm guessing tricky to heat and light.
Yes, it is, yeah. Storm's motto is God's providence is our inheritance, and we should really, as a country, be using
Achihud.
as much of
Barlev Industrial Zone. Akko. Jadede Makar. Tal El. Pelech. Tuval. Julis. Bustan Hagalil. Shomrat. Kfar Yasif. Yirka. Lochamei Hagetaot. Abu Sanan. Regba. Nes Amim. Bet HaEmek, Oshrat, Shavet Zion, Mazra'a, Amka, Khalil, Naharia, Evron, Netiv HaShayara, Sheikh Danun, Ben Ami, Sa'ar, Gesher Haziv, Neve Ziv, Naharia New Cemetery, Akko New Cemetery, Chanita, Shlomi, Gornot HaGalil, Matsuba, Hila.
It takes time to set up new oil rigs. I mean, these things aren't overnight. It sort of it feels like sometimes it's argued that if we could just drill more, our problems would be solved.
No, I understand that. There's more to it today, and certainly more to it in a few-minute conversation on Wonderful Radio 4. We have a wonderful country, and the government should be put on a war footing, and they should all get together and sort matters out. Have a proper mix and be secure. The Straits of Hormuz is only responsible for 20% of the fuel, so surely we could contribute to making up that gap. It's not ideal, I get that.
Well, but why not, instead of, having you rely on oil and gas, which is expensive, and you're saying, look, I can't even get prices on it at the moment, because, on so much,
Ma'alot
they're not even
Tarshicha.
going to price things up, things are changing. Why not actually make sure that Lachlan in Stornoway
Evan Menachem.
has either a solar array
Abirim.
or is close to some wind or connected up to the... I was looking at the thing. There's a really interesting thing, National Grid Live. If you ever looked at it, it's a website.
Maona.
It's like 8.7% of the energy coming today was from renewables, according to this site. Now, I hope I'm reading it right. I'm sure I'm going to get completely flamed if I'm not. But, we're already getting a lot from renewables, the fact that it hasn't stretched as far as
Fasuta.
Norway, is that reason to start drilling with all the attendant environmental damage that might go with drilling for more oil?
I still feel it is until we get a proper benefit from the wind farms and solar and offshore. They're planning on doing an offshore development up here as well. Even my own village is going to be taking in about 200 plus workers. There's going to be a village center for the workers regarding the wind turbines and the accessories along with that. So I'm not against any of that, but in the meantime, we should be using all the energy resources that we have, and the sooner the better. The recent problem in the Middle East has magnified the need for that once again.
Okay, thank you very much. 03700 100
בית העמק, אושרת, עמקה, כליל, נתיב השיירה, שייח' דנון.
Rising year on year. There is no transition to renewable energy other than some... Oh, I think I've read that one before. Sorry, apologies. Let's get to the thing I haven't read. Eileen in Edinburgh.
Abu Sanan.
We must drill and use our fossil fuels along with renewables. We need a dual approach, says Eileen. Leslie says, I've come back from Spain and Portugal, where diesel and petrol are cheaper than here. Excessive prices in this country are determined by UK government policies. Graham Hastings in Cambridge says, an unintentional consequence of Trump's illegal war could be to accelerate the transition to renewable energy. Kate in Kendall says, there is absolutely no point in expanding the oil production unless it's nationalised, so we control the extraction and it's only used by the UK. 03700 100 444. It seems to me that you're carrying us back to Iran now with your calls. I'm seeing a whole bunch of guys appearing on my screen, so why don't we talk about that? Who has won the war? Jeremy Shepherd, calling us from Huntingdon in Cambridgeshire. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi. Hi. We're doing this sort of circling around to wherever you're going to take us today, and you're taking us back to the war. So tell me why you think, is it Iran, is it Israel, and America? Who's winning this war?
I think Iran is winning the war, basically, because they've realised now that they can control the Strait of Hormuz, which was previously open to all shipping. The situation, obviously, there isn't an agreement in Pakistan, then obviously there's a danger of Trump even attacking Iran again, and then Iran will then hit back at the states nearby, which actually supplies all the oil which Western European countries rely on. And they can also, Iran can also launch even basic missiles on shipping, any shipping that comes through they don't want to come through. So that they've essentially won the war, because Trump can't defeat a country like that, which can basically hold Western European countries to ransom. The only option, as I understand, is that ships will have to go around through either Suez Canal or around the bottom of Africa. But whether that's a feasible option, I don't know.
Okay, so what should be the course of action now? Look, they're meeting, they're talking. I'm just having a look at the latest. As talks got underway, Donald Trump took to Truth Social, as he does, and he said, Iran is losing big, is what he said. I mean, and you've had, as I said at the top of the programme, Iranian state television saying, you know what, the Iranians are going to walk away if their terms are not, like their key points are not adhered to. It doesn't sound hopeful. So what next?
Well, basically, hopefully Pakistan will bang heads together, basically, and say to the American delegation and the Iranian delegation, come on, we've got to sort this out. It's no good you sort of fighting and arguing here, and then going back and throwing more bombs at each other. You've got to come to a peaceful resolution, and you've got to come to some sort of agreement to open the Strait of Hormuz to all shipping. It's going to cost a bit of money, obviously.
Iran is saying, look, $2 million per ship, a cargo ship. I mean, that's one of the numbers that I saw floating around this week. So what? The rest of the world just swallows that and says, okay, hey, Iranian regime, who's been really awful to your own people, who has, threatened war and terror on the rest of the world numerous times, so you know what? We'll pay you for something that we didn't used to pay before. Is that an acceptable peace do you think?
No, because that can go on forever. It could be a situation 5-10 years' time, Iran said, we want £5 million a ship. You agreed, basically. No, you can't have a situation where they can hold the world to ransom. The problem is Trump. He's such a bully. He doesn't have any idea about proper negotiation. He's a property developer who's obviously built lots of sites in New York and around there. And if the site there hasn't dispatched or the owners don't want to sell at the right price, okay, that's the end of that deal. You can't. He's being a property developer in trying to organise the world. And they can't do that.
Well, I mean, here's the art of the deal, and he was a property developer, so, probably that narrative voice is not one that is unknown to him. Listen, thank you very much. Let's talk to Brenda McCrimmon, who's calling us from now. I want to say this, right, Brenda, deeply with all my heart I want to, and I'm going to look it up. Is it Arachar in Scotland? Oh, lordy. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, Brenda, and this is my moment. What's it like in Arachar? Well, tell me where it is, because I don't know it.
Beautiful. Okay. Arachar is in the Loch Lomond and Cloggeries National Park, and we're actually situated on Loch Long. Loch Long is 2 minutes from Loch Lomond. So it's a sea loch, and of course Loch Lomond's a freshwater.
Well, I know Loch Lomond, and I also know that is not a Scottish accent. So tell me, are you American? And does that give you... Okay, and tell me then, as an American, your fellow American, your American president, the things he's saying and doing at the moment, is he winning this war, do you think?
Absolutely not. First of all, I don't think... I was in the military for 24 years, and I don't think anybody wins a war. Everyone loses, especially the civilians. But there's long-term secrets to what is happening today. First of all, really the Middle East, and specifically I'm talking about the UAE, Dubai, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. They can't live without air conditioning, and they can't live without their desalinization plants either. So all of those things are subject to attack and have been attacked. So that's a massive energy loss, and it's a massive commerce loss for the European countries, for the United Kingdom. It doesn't hurt America as badly, but I'm sure that even the U.S. and Canada will suffer as a result. And, just as a military person, I retired in 2018, but I am in contact with a lot of people still in the U.S. military and a lot of veterans. And I can tell you I haven't met not one, who supports Donald Trump.
Oh, okay, I mean, so many questions. So, I mean, I was going to ask, in what capacity you served, and if it isn't too forward for me to ask, and if you don't want to...
It's okay. I was in the U.S. Navy, and I started enlisted, and I retired as a commanding officer.
Okay, so as a commanding officer in the U.S. Navy, what is going on in the Strait of Hormuz? Is it a case where actually anybody can come into Iran and say, you're not allowed to control this anymore? Is there the capability, strategic capability, for people to wrest control of the Strait of Hormuz from Iran? Or actually, de facto, Iran wins because of its geographic proximity to the Strait of Hormuz and the way that they can actually choke it?
Well, they can always choke it, and that's why America, had they had any brains, they would have used their diplomacy through the State Department to negotiate and to talk to Iran. Never, ever, ever should a war be started unless Iran attacked us directly on our own soil, which they didn't. So it's a violation of the Geneva Convention. It's an illegal war. And, it would be also treacherous to put people on the ground, boots on the ground, the 82nd Airborne or 101st. These guys and girls are great fighters, but so is the Revolutionary Guard.
Okay.
And so the whole is tragic. And the Strait of Hormuz can be choked at any point. And in the past, for years and years and years, diplomacy, sheer diplomacy has been used by the Sunni states, like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, with Iran, and so has the U.S. used a lot of diplomacy. I'll be careful how I say this, but Donald Trump is an asset to Russia, and I know it's a fact. And the bottom line is he is, if you watch his moves carefully, everything he does on a daily basis is to benefit Vladimir Putin.
Can I ask a question about your midterms that are coming up? Because, I mean, you say that you've spoken to other service personnel. Is he in for a shock during the midterms, or is it, as the rest of the world always gets it wrong, that, Americans must be appalled by this, they will vote against it, and then they don't. In overwhelming numbers, they don't.
Well, I think he is in for a massive shock. And when you look at the No Kings protest and you look at the protests against ICE in America, and you look at even Republican, I was a Republican until age 60, and I switched to the Democrat Party. I saw where the Republican Party was headed, and it was on the crazy train. So I jumped off the train as quickly as possible. And I think that most Republicans now, the ones that I talk to, and believe me, I grew up in a Republican state. Florida is very red. But most Republicans I talk to nowadays are saying Trump has just gone too far. There's very few MAGAs that are holding on. I mean, even Marjorie Taylor Greene walked away from Donald Trump.
I saw. I mean, sort of Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes. I saw an entire array of once cheerleading band who are really laying into Donald Trump in the last 24, 48 hours. Brenda, thank you very much for speaking to us. Tom in Hereford. Trump has ruined the lives of millions of people in the Gulf region. He failed to evaluate the situation completely. He doesn't get modern warfare. Another one here, anonymous. Surely the solution to the Strait of Hormuz is to create a workaround with overland routes and take the power out of Iran's hands. Okay, Anon, get back in touch and tell me the route overland in that region that you would take. Julie, Carol, calling us from Clapham. Hello, Julie.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. So, you must have a take on what you've heard so far.
Yeah, I think Trump's an idiot. I mean, the Iranian people were already rising up against the government and the Ayatollahs. The Ayatollah is in his 80s and was about, not going to last that much longer. So if he'd been clever and got an opposition, or I don't know whether she would have got the CIA in there because they're pretty grim, but he could have quietly done it over 10 years. But now, the result of what he's done, he's helped their green agenda, which he hates because he goes on about baby drill. But he's actually really helped the green agenda because no one's flying anywhere. He's messed up the tourism for Dubai, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, all of those states that are putting all their money into helping the tourism, and no tourists are going to go there for 10 years.
Okay, so I mean, you think he's done by accident a good job for all of the ideologies that he primarily hates. How about the ideology and the stance of this country and our government? Because let's circle back to that, because we haven't talked about that for a while. So we've heard from Keir Starmer that this is not our war, but we've also heard that for defensive purposes, Diego Garcia would be allowed to be used by the Americans. Now, what do you think of what our Prime Minister is doing?
I think our Prime Minister is quite fantastic, and I think Daniel Fondo is a master of diplomacy and discussion. I do rate him. He's brilliant. He's good on your programme. He batted everything back. The idea that these ships, the Scottish person said that the ships were standing idle, that's down to the Tories who are putting money into the ships, and we do need a good we're not buying petrol cars or diesel cars. Everyone's buying electric cars. No, people going to Australia from this country have to change in Dubai and places.
Julie, I'm getting. Listen, I'm going. No, you've said it. So the green agenda is going to benefit from Donald Trump. Stephen Gamble, you've got 1 minute, calling from Sandfield in Yorkshire. What was the point you wanted to make, Stephen?
Hiya, Flower. I was still talking about the energy thing.
Go on. You haven't got much time, Stephen, so please go on.
Okay, right. We're still squabbling over dirty fossil fuels when there's natural fuels out there, unlimited clean fuels, called geomagnetic energy, which is not being investigated. Now, I'm quite willing to talk to anyone about it and tell them how it can be tapped.
Well, I tell you what, we've got like 10 seconds, so no time for that. But thank you, Stefan. That offer is available if anyone wants to get in touch with Stefan. Chris says, with globally critical assets such as the Strait of Hormuz and the Amazon rainforest, you take them under global control. Listen, that's it from us. We'll be back same time next week.
Presented by Anita Arnold.
Santa produced in Cardiff by Ariane Jones. The assistant producer was Rebecca Mokhtar. It's a BBC Audio Wales production for Radio 4.
The new series of the News Quiz returns with your host, Andy Zaltzman.
You can just make up your own jokes there.
And a panel of comedians trying to find the funny in the news.
What am I talking about?
Apparently we no longer produce children.
Can't make them here anymore. Too much red tape.
It's a niche fetish, but whatever works. The UK is getting sunnier.
There's researchers in Spain that have said this. They're just saying that because they don't want us there.
I do not fly top, unless the fly has given me especially good service.
The new series of the News Quiz starts on Friday night at 6:30. To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4.
Well, Serges, and how is Khalil's new arrival settling in?
Fletcher? You alright, mate? Is it the music? That's alright, we can do something about that, can't we? How's that? Is that any better?
Hey, I was listening to that, Khalil.
Fletcher!
What are you doing, Fletcher? You come into school and you start switching things off without a please and excuse me.
Like I said, it was stressing Fletcher.
And Fletcher is beginning to stress me. Just remind me, when is it being rehoused?
Soon.
Soon yesterday. How soon?
I've got 4 or 5 mates who are definitely interested, and I'm going to go and see them later.
So soon as now become later.
Okay, we should definitely hear something by tonight.
Good. Well, I hope we do. Meanwhile, you're spoiling that bird. Don't pay it so much attention, Khalil. It can't be good for it. Or for you, for that matter.
Hi, Pop.
Is that the magnesium powder?
Yeah, that's just turning the rest of the water troughs.
We definitely do not want staggers.
It's a horrible thing, Pip.
I know.
If you've ever seen any of cows convulsing...
All clear so far this year?
Thank goodness. You can't be too careful with something like that, though. And if we keep magnesium levels...
No, you're right. I've been thinking about what you said about telling Mum.
Yeah?
And I've decided, well, I think I will.
I'm glad. And you'll ask her if she'll go with you, will you, to the appointment?
I won't ask her, no.
No?
But if she offers, if she wants to come with me, I will say yes.
Well, I think she probably will want to.
And really, I do want her to be there.
Of course you do.
I just don't want to put any pressure on her.
Well, for what it's worth, I think you've come to the right decision.
I'm dreading telling her that, Dad. Stirring up all those memories. But you're right. She will.
Alarm. Sachin, Eshkar, Arab Al Naim. Taradion Industrial Zone. Yuvalim. Eshbal.
I thought we were going to do dinner together. And me.
But it can't be done.
We had a plan.
These are the mates interested in Fletcher, and you did say that was a priority. Chucking Fletcher out.
I did not say chucking him out. I said finding him alternative accommodation.
Well, back then. Thanks, Mum.
Carmiel.
I'll be late. Back by 7, you still got homework to do.
Surit, Gilon, Majd Al Krum, Beina, Carmiel Industrial Zone, Tuval, Der El Asad, Nachif, Lavon,
Not too heavy on the
Shorashim.
It's not good for him. Make sure you talk to him.
Talk to him.
Yeah, he likes people talking to him.
Oh, honestly, Khalil, you can't possibly know he likes it.
He does, yeah. I like the conversation, you can tell. Well, he puts his phone on one side like he's really listening. But you understand.
Don't kid yourself.
He does. I got Linda talking to him. He did.
You're talking rubbish. This is what worried me, having the bird here starting to take over.
Oh, you're not taking over, are you, Fletch?
Well, I'm telling you now. I won't be talking to it.
Oh, by the way, could you have a look at his body? I think there's something wrong with him. Bye.
Don't look at me like that. I'm not talking to you. You thought it might bring it all back to me. Yeah. Well, that was sweet of you, Pip. But you have to be sensible about things like this. I'm glad you've told me. Oh, so am I. And I'm glad you've been checking. Yes. And I'm always telling you to, aren't I? You are. Nagging on. Not nagging, no. found this early. Whatever it is, and it'd be nothing. But early is good. I know. It's always good. I've talked this over with Stella. We've talked for ages. Yeah. And we've agreed not to worry about it, not until we know we've got something to worry about. And how's that going? Not very well? No. You worry anyway. Would it help if I told you what it was like for me? I can do that if you like. I don't know. No. It was a long time ago now. Nearly 26 years, and things have improved since then. My experience is probably not so relevant today. But I can tell you this. If it comes to it, there'll be so many people who will want to help you through. The nurses and doctors at the breast unit, your family, your friends. Lean on them. Don't be afraid to do that, Pip, because they love you and they want to help. We were kids, but we wanted to help. Yeah, Josh. I bought you a baseball cap. I got it for when you were losing your hair with the piano to keep your head cool. Oh, I'm ashamed of that now. No, Pip, why? It was such a hopeless response. A baseball cap, though. It wasn't even a good one. No. You're never going to see me wearing it. Not now. Not for anymore. Yeah, don't blame me. But I swear to you, that hat helped me through. Best present anyone gave me. So, any of you men prepared to take Fletcher?
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, I just have to pay with his parents.
Of course.
You don't have to worry. They're nice people. No, you won't see a body go homeless.
Oh, good for them.
So it'll be okay. Barney, he said he'd just call me later to confirm.
I look forward to that.
Well, it's a done deal.
Are you going to ask me?
Ask you what?
How I got on with the bird minder?
Oh, yeah, how was it?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that, Heliel, because it was a bit of a nightmare. It was like casualty around here while you were away with your mates.
It's actually right.
We've had a hostel around here. Oh, don't worry, the budgie's all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
Well, I had a look at his feathers, and I thought you were right. They did look a bit scruffy, and he was pecking away at them as if they were irritating him.
What did you do?
Well, what could I do if I'm the vet?
Does he know about budgies?
He's a vet, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's used to horses and pigs and stuff, and they're very different.
I'm sure he has transferable skills.
What, from horses to budgies?
Look, he convinced me, Khalil. If you want a second opinion...
No, just tell me what you said.
Well, I was lucky because he was just about to leave work when I called, and I told him what I could see, and he very kindly said he'd call in on his way home and take a look, which is what he did.
And what did he say?
He thinks it's stress.
Stress?
It's quite common in budgies, apparently.
See, I told you he was stressed, didn't I? That music, that must have been stressing him out.
Alistair didn't say anything about music. He thinks the most likely cause is the change to the bird's environment. And there has been a change.
What can we do?
A couple of changes, in fact, and there'll probably be another one if Barney comes up trump.
Yeah, okay, but what can we do? Like, you can give him pills or something?
No, he didn't say anything about medication. He just said it's best to avoid too many changes to his routine. He needs to be settled. You'll have to make sure Barney knows all this, if that's where he's going next.
Yeah, it is. I told you.
How sure are you?
85%.
Well, that worries me. Oh, and you were right about the talking. Alistair said it might help if we talk to him soothingly.
Soothingly?
Yeah, talk soothingly. So that's what you can do now. You can talk soothingly to your little mate Fletcher.
Can't. Not now.
Well, why not?
Well, I've got homework to do, remember? Can you do it, Mum? Poor little Fletcher, all stressed and bothered. Got to talk to him, will you?
I tried not to show it, of course, for Pip's sake, but I don't know, it wasn't easy.
Took a lot of courage.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I do.
Anyway, I hope she didn't notice.
No. She told me you were remembering that old baseball cap.
Oh, yeah. I love that old thing, Davy.
Me too. Oh, I'm so glad that you two were able to talk. And I'm glad that she's got Stella to support her.
Yeah, she'll be strong for Pip.
And Rosie. She'll be...
Alarm. Misgav Am.
That'll be a tonic.
Oh, I remember this feeling. Desperately wanting to do something physical if possible, but basically anything to make things better. Not knowing what to say.
And that horrible realization that I couldn't do anything that was going to make any difference.
You were there all the time you could be, and you held me hand. Sometimes that was the only thing I wanted.
Then that's what we can do for Pip. Let her know that we'll be there.
And hold her hand.
And hope.
Fletch, you all right in there? You don't mind me calling you Fletch, do you? Joey, or have you noticed? No? Good. We'll give you a fly around a bit later, if you feel up to it. I believe you did that at the Smells. Linda... Of course, you know Linda, don't you? Well, Linda has been really helpful with my mental health initiative. A lot of sound, practical advice. She's good like that. Heart of gold. She was telling me about the cricket. How they've had lots of entries for the logo design, all based on the ball. Oh, well, you won't know that. That's the pub in the village. Is Khalil looking after you? He's a good boy. Though don't say I told you so. No. To be honest, I worry more about Zainab. Problem is, she lacks ambition. She says she's happy enough, but can you really be happy if you're not fulfilling your potential? Or am I too much the pushy mum?
He says yes.
What? Who says yes?
Barney, yeah, he says he can take Fletcher.
What?
Yeah, his parents have given him the nod.
But well, I thought they'd say no.
No?
I thought it wasn't going to happen.
I told you, didn't I? I said it was a done deal.
Yeah, I know.
So...
Well, you also said you were 80% sure, which is 20% doubtful, which is enough to make me think it wasn't going to happen.
Well, it has happened, so problem solved. Fletcher has a new home. What?
Well, that's another disruption. This poor thing is just about getting used to living with us, and we're about to cart him off again.
What are you saying?
Maybe we should rethink.
But you're the one who wanted to get rid of him in the first place.
No, Khalil. To be fair, I said I was happy to offer temporary accommodation.
You didn't say happy.
And after all, a good deed done for a pet is the equivalent of a good deed done for a human being.
What about Barney?
Well, what about him?
I promised him he could have Fletcher.
Well, that can't be helped. We're doing this on the advice of an experienced vet. We can't keep moving poor Fletch from pillar to post. From the Snells to us to Barney. No wonder he's stressed. And we have no idea what sort of care Barney can provide.
Barney's right.
No, Khalil. I think we have to face up to our responsibilities. This budgie is staying right here.
The Archers was written by Nick Warburton, and the farming and countryside advisor is Sybil Roscoe. It was directed in Birmingham by Pip Swallow and Rosemary Watts, and the editor is Jeremy Byrne. And don't forget the Archers podcast. This week, Emma Freud is getting the legal lowdown on Home Farm's latest inheritance saga. That's on BBC Sounds. Details of organisations offering help and support with cancer are available at bbc.co.uk/action, or you can call for free to hear recorded information on 08000 560 190. 08000 560 190. Before the news, here's Anita Ward.
On Weekend Woman's Hour today, we delve into the late Queen Elizabeth II's fashion and the wardrobe choices that defined her reign.
She was the one communicating with the designers. She made the decisions, and that's borne out by the wonderful archive material that we have, correspondence, invoices, sketches where she's marked them up, yes or no. And so we really see her at the absolute centre of making those choices herself. And it was a very strong relationship that she had with those couturiers. It was very close and very personal.
That and so much more on Weekend Woman's Hour today, just after 4.
BBC News at 3 o'clock.
The U.S. and Iran have begun negotiations to end the war in the Middle East. The two delegations first met separately with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, who is mediating. Each side has accused the other of breaching the terms of a truce agreed last week. Our correspondent Azali Bashiri says there'll be attempts to control the information coming out of the meetings.
It's hard to imagine you won't have big confrontational statements coming from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, as well as the leader of Iran's delegation, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, Iran's Speaker of Parliament. So I think you'll still see a lot of that political bluster, with the audiences at home being the main audience in that scenario. Remember, they were still arguing about who begged who to even turn up at this table. So it does feel like no matter what, we've seen some form of progress here.
The Lebanese Health Ministry says at least 10 people have been killed in Israeli strikes on a number of locations in South Lebanon. Israel's attacks have diminished since the massive wave on Wednesday in Beirut and other cities, which caused an international outcry after they threatened to derail the Iran ceasefire. Police in the Republic of Ireland have begun to clear people blockading the country's only oil refinery on the fifth day of a protest against high fuel prices. Demonstrators have been pushed from around the Whitegate facility, and heavy equipment has been brought in to remove vehicles. Fuel industry representatives say nearly a third of petrol stations are running dry. A temporary ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine to mark Orthodox Easter has begun. The 32-hour truce is intended to last until the end of Sunday. President Volodymyr Zelensky expressed the hope it could be the start of a real movement towards peace, but Kyiv also warned that it would immediately respond if Russia violated the truce. A woman has died after a dog attack at a house in Essex. Police were called to the village of Leaden Roding near Dunmow last night. A 19-year-old woman was pronounced dead at the scene. A man has been arrested and is in police custody. BBC News.
On Radio 4.
Alarm.
Inspired by true events,
You're on.
Our Saturday play follows a group of nuns trying to save their convent. Starring Shirley Henson. This is A Broken Order.
Praise be thou, my Lord, for brother wind.
I've kept Sister Orshell away.
Are you the Mother Superior?
Yes?
Are you hiding a man in this convent?
No.
Search the place. Stop. What's going on? Step over here under arrest on suspicion.
Did you hang
And assault.
I can't tell you how it haunts me. I've tried to erase it, tried to get to grips with it. Nothing stopped the pain. Eventually, an idea came to me. Could I imagine myself into the spirit of the people who stubbornly refused to disappear from my mind? Could I write myself into their heads? And maybe even write them out of mine. I call them Gospels, not out of incident, but because they are accounts of the same events presented by the teller as a truth believed by the teller to be true, yet containing irreconcilably different details.
The Gospel according to the Bishop. As our wicked is done, we need to make sense of it. We need to know how it was done and when it began, especially if it began invisibly, as it so often does. It began in 1985 when I asked Vic Sipper to come and see me. I had been bishop for just a few months.
Vic, thank you for your patience. Come through. Coffee is on its way. Thank you, Your Excellency. I might have a job for you, Vic. Do you have any time to spare at the minute?
It was common knowledge his restaurant had gone bankrupt, but I didn't wish to presume.
I'd like time, if I could be useful to you.
You're a good soul, Vic.
One of the little difficulties I inherited from my predecessor is a situation that exists between the bishopric and the convent Saint Damien. Do you know it? I've driven past the gates. The Poor Clares.
That's right, the Poor Clares. The Mother Superior there, Sister Marie, applied to my predecessor to sell the convent.
She Sorry? You're surprised to hear that?
A nun can't sell a convent.
Because?
Because it belongs to the church, number one. And anyway, a nun doesn't own anything. That's the deal.
Well put. She paid twice, in fact. Undeterred by the last bishop's refusal the first time, she asked again. She asked me, too.
What a cheek.
Are you familiar with the parable of the Pharisee and the tax collector?
I am.
Those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted.
That's right.
Sister Marie is a proud woman. She's lived an enclosed life. She finds it hard to see things as they are in the real world. The church is changing, Vic. It's a different landscape from when you were a boy.
100%.
Very few women want to join convents now. The congregation at the convent St. Damian is now just 7 nuns. 6 of them are 80 and older. Oh, it's 8 nuns if you count the novice.
She'll be a bit younger than 80, I'm thinking.
Quite.
And Sister Marie's in her 80s, is she?
60 or thereabouts.
Oh, spring chicken. Well, just 8 of them rattling around in there. It's a big old place, isn't it?
It is. I'm under pressure, you see, from the Vatican. It has a palpable effect when you mention contact with the Vatican. Vic sat up a little straighter. I'm being told we can't let this situation continue. Dozens of convents with a small number of nuns in each. It isn't practical. These are vulnerable elderly women, Vic. It's not economically sensible either. The church has to consider that too these days.
This is it. So what's the idea then? Make bigger congregations of nuns but in fewer convents?
Be better cared for, better supported.
No question. And then what, if you don't mind me asking? You sell the extra ones, the empty convents.
The church needs the revenue. Donations and bequests are not what they were.
No one puts their hand in their pocket anymore.
I expect you're wondering why you come in.
Yeah, I am a bit.
Sister Marie needs to accept my authority and trust that I will do what's best for them. She and her congregation need to comply. Now, you're not me. You're not dressed in robes. You don't represent the institution, yet you understand the church. You're a child of the church.
I am, through and through.
And that's why I've chosen you. You're approachable and likable. You're a good communicator, Vic.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That's nice of you to say.
There's a position for you at the convent. Handyman. The salary's decent. You can start with immediate effect. And while you're there, you might be able to talk them round and keep me informed, of course.
Yeah.
Would you like some time to think about it? Vic accepted the offer on the spot, as I suspected he would. Not only did he need the wage and the security, but he had a soft spot for religious institutions. It's very common, if you've been raised by nuns, as Vic had been, because he came from a broken family, to feel affection for nuns throughout your life. I was careful to point out there was no hurry, minds can't be changed overnight, trust can't be gained in a day. Once employed at the convent, he was to take his time, use his judgment, follow his instincts, and do what Vic's always done: charm.
Morning, sisters.
Over the course of the following months, I heard from Vic once in a while. I was impressed to learn that, as well as fulfilling his duties as handyman, Vic had established a small going concern within the convent grounds, taking advantage of the space and the fascination people have with the cloistered life. Yes, I think within a year or so, Vic and the nuns were running a canteen, where visitors could eat well-cooked plain food served at long tables. Guests could also pay to stay in the unoccupied cells, just for a week or so, a retreat. It was a modest enterprise, as I understood it, with 2 clear advantages. The small revenue could be put to use for much-needed buildings maintenance. Vic and Sister Marie and her congregation were actively collaborating, acquainting themselves with one another, and as a result, strong bonds were starting to form. I was satisfied.
Morning, Reverend.
I waited patiently but confidently for Vic to persuade the nuns to quit the convent and return to the
Hostile
church.
aircraft intrusion.
My patience
Metula.
was rewarded with the most intensely disturbing and effective shock I've ever experienced in my life.
A nun has come forward, a novice from the convent San Damian. She's left because of her concerns. She claims there's a plot.
What sort of plot?
Some kind of conspiracy between someone called Vic Cipher and the nuns. She says the Mother Superior and Vic Cipher have formed an unhealthy alliance and are plotting to sell the convent.
Well, that's out of the question.
She says they plan to do it without your permission.
She's sound mind.
Very distressed, very shaken, but otherwise
plausible.
Yes.
So this little novice had run from the poor Clares and told a tale. Why? And if it were true, this alliance between Vic and Sister Marie, this plot to sell, who had corrupted who? Sister Marie was a strident woman, and Vic could bend into any shape in order to be liked. But Vic knew the world, and Sister Marie didn't. Even though it beggared belief, perhaps because it did, my instinct was that the tale was true. I reported what I'd been told to the Vatican. They urged us to investigate, covertly, and submit a dossier. The findings were damning. What was brewing in the convent Saint Damian was mutiny on a breathtaking scale. And let's make one thing clear. The battle wasn't personal. It was a moral and religious one. To understand it, the layman may need context. The Poor Clares, a Franciscan order, have existed within the umbrella of the Catholic Church for centuries, within and yet separated by their strict vows of poverty, by their insularity. The Second Ecumenical Council of the Vatican, being known as Vatican II, brought many benefits. The drive to revitalize the Church, bring it up to date, open to it, and it helped drive these orders out of the Middle Ages. Up until the late 1960s, nuns were dying needlessly of common illnesses because doctors were invariably men and the convents were closed orders. Self-flagellation is still widespread in these places. Vatican II reached its arms around these kinds of convents and said, "We're available. Don't be frightened. Come with us." The Church comes under a great deal of scrutiny. When religious and moral propriety is abused by a few, it tips the whole institution into disrepute. Not only do those of us in authority have to stamp out such abuse, we have to be seen to stamp it out.
Your Excellency.
I need to talk to you in private. Sister Marie, step back and let me in. 2 or 3 nuns followed behind her. Ancient creatures.
I will speak to the Bishop alone.
Thank you. I noticed that a large tapestry is missing from the wall. I know what's going on here, Sister Marie.
Do you?
Where's Vic Cipher? He's in a police cell. He's under arrest. You know that, because I took him away from here an hour ago.
What they accuse him of isn't true.
Which part?
He wasn't violent. He didn't assault them.
And the rest?
Nothing illegal has been done here.
You're in the process of selling this convent, Sister Marie, without my permission. You bought luxury cars, limousines. You bought racehorses with money that belongs to the Church. You've broken every one of your vows. You have disgraced this convent. You have betrayed me. You have brought shame on the Church.
Nothing illegal has been done here.
I'm prepared to believe that a serpent has entered the garden and taken advantage of your innocence and talked you into all sorts of wickedness you wouldn't otherwise have considered, and that you're wrong-headedly trying to protect him.
That's not the case. Everything I've done is by agreement with all the nuns here, and there's been no coercion. All Vic did was try to help us.
Vic has exploited you.
He's gained nothing by this.
He's not done well. You must know that. We can work together and minimize the harm done, even reverse some of it. How does that sound? The sale of the convent can still be annulled. Then all this can be set right. We'll draw a line under the whole affair. We'll annul the sale and leave this convent.
I will not. I will not annul this sale.
Then you force my hand. At the bidding of the Vatican in this eventuality, you will no longer be Mother Superior. You will never again lead a congregation.
It's
never.
This is what you have to understand. I gave Sister Marie a chance to put things right, but she chose instead to throw herself into the final act, which was both wicked and doomed to fail. Sister Marie, that same night, with her pitifully small congregation of old and infirm nuns in tow, travelled to the south of France, to Luçon, to a chateau they bought with church money, a chateau with tennis courts, a swimming pool, and 23 rooms. I was faced with a full-scale rebellion. I had no choice. I had to act. I had to quell it. My sole interest was in the welfare of the nuns and in the restitution of religious and moral order. And that was achieved when the nuns were installed securely in premises in Ghent under the supervision of my bishopric. That's where the story ends, in 1991.
The Gospel according to Sister Marie. The story starts in 1962. Between 1962 and 1965, with Vatican II. That was the start of the church rolling roughshod over nuns, over our precious way of life. They pushed change on us which we didn't want and which did us harm. The poor Clares live on donations, we always have. But suddenly we were to go out in the world and appeal for those donations. Thank you so much. Go into the community, they said, as if it could be done just like that after a lifetime lived in a convent. Sister Madeline was killed, hit by a car. They have blood on their hands. Sister Madeline wasn't ready for cars or roads. And what was it all for? The centuries of enclosed devotional life we'd lived, the sacrifices, only to be upended by a committee in Rome. What a ringing, resounding slap in the face. Let me tell you about my congregation. Here we were when we first met, Vic Sickle.
Morning, sisters.
Our oldest was Sister Angèle, 93 years old. Sister Angèle had lost the power of sight and hearing and could no longer walk. We cared for her as you care for a child. Our youngest nun was Sister Clara, a novice, just 30. But Vic...
Morning, Reverend.
Vic Sickle came to us when we were at breaking point.
I'll just,
It was weeks before we spoke to him other than to exchange greetings. We weren't used to having a man about. And of course, we spend most of our days not speaking at all. He got on with patching up the convent, and we carried on as we always have. The dirty laundry was dropped off as usual that day. Bales of it. Dumped from the van, and off they drove. You won't do it.
How can we not do it? We must do it.
I won't do that man's dirty work anymore.
It's not all the bishops, is it?
No. It's the used linens of every priest for miles around as well.
That's taking a mickey. Get up my nose.
I can't begin to tell you how much it gets up my nose. The bishop treats us like spivvies. There is service, which we are all for, aren't we, Sister Clara?
Yes.
And there is servitude, for which that man, I spit at. I spit at it.
Why? What's happened?
Clara, would you be a lovely fetch me some water? Come and sit with me. We sat on the low wall with moss on it, the tiny white flowers growing between its bricks, and I poured my heart out to Vic. To have a willing ear, to have a man to talk to who I knew I could trust, was rare. We've had some terrible